My husband left me and our newborn at the hospital with $3 for the bus so his mother could ride in my car. He didn't know. I was a secret billionaire. The receipt was still warm from his pocket when he pressed the money into my palm. 3 crumpled dollar bills, and a quarter in my freezing hand. "Don't make this hard, Elena," Marcus said, already turning toward the car. I stood on the curb outside Mercy General Hospital, 4 days post-surgery, holding our newborn son, Leo, against my chest. The bitter November air cut right through my thin cardigan. My incision burned with every single breath, a tight, screaming red line under my waistband that pulled agonizingly when I shifted Leo's weight. I hadn't even been cleared by the doctors to lift anything heavier than my baby. I certainly hadn't been cleared to stand upright this long. Helen, my mother-in-law, sat in the passenger seat of my Audi Q7, fixing her lipstick in the visor mirror like she had all the time in the world. That car was bought 2 years before I ever met Marcus. Paid off in full, registered in my name alone. My sister-in-law, Chloe, leaned across the back seat and rolled down the window. "There's a reservation at 8, she snapped. "Don't be late." I looked at Marcus. I waited for him to say anything that would make this make sense. He checked his watch instead. "You'll figure it out," he sighed. "You always do." I desperately tried to line up the man standing in front of me with the version of him who had sat in the delivery room 4 days earlier, gripping my hand so hard it left bruises, screaming at the surgical team when the fetal monitor dropped that they'd better not lose either of us. The two versions wouldn't overlap. I remember the dizzying physical sensation of trying to hold both of those men in my head at once, and completely failing. Then he got in, pulled away from the curb, and I watched the taillights shrink down Montgomery Boulevard until they turned and vanished. A hospital security guard, a heavy-set older man named Miller, came over and gently asked if I needed a wheelchair to the pickup lane. I told him I was fine. I wasn't. An off-shift nurse helped me carry the heavy car seat up the steep steps of the number 14 bus. Leo slept through the whole thing, his tiny fist curled against his cheek. I sat by the scratched window and watched the city go by in broken pieces: a laundromat, a shuttered diner, a church banner. And somewhere between the third stop and the fifth, I stopped waiting for this to feel like a mistake that would resolve itself. I didn't cry on that bus. People expect tears at a moment like that. What I felt instead was significantly colder, and infinitely steadier. It was 3 years of small, dismissive warnings arriving all at once, stacked up, and finally completely legible. The way he'd told a room of investors that a quiet wife makes for a happy home, and I just raised my glass and smiled. The way he'd rescheduled 2 of my vital prenatal appointments so Chloe could show a waterfront listing. The way he'd asked me, while we stood in a shop choosing wedding napkins, whether my father might just write a check for the honeymoon and stay home from the ceremony. I had an excuse ready for him every single time. That morning, riding a city bus home with fresh surgical stitches tearing under my clothes, I ran out of excuses. Here is what Marcus Thorne never knew. My name is not really Elena Vance. Legally, it never changed, but I let him believe that meant nothing. I am Elena Sterling. My father is Arthur Sterling, founder of Sterling Global Partners, the massive private banking group that quietly finances more than half the mid-size construction lending in this entire state. I never lied about my last name outright. I simply let Marcus assume what he clearly wanted to assume, that my father ran a small, modest distribution business somewhere upstate. The kind of thing you inherit and keep quiet, not the kind of empire that gets your photograph put on the cover of financial trade magazines twice a year. I wanted, for once in my entire privileged life, to be loved for the version of me that didn't come with a massive balance sheet attached. For 3 years, that arrangement held. And for 3 years, Marcus's real estate company, Thorne Development, grew at a terrifying pace that should have alarmed me. 3 massive developments broken ground in 24 months. A massive waterfront project, Harbor View, that by every normal metric he shouldn't have been able to finance. I told myself he was simply a brilliant negotiator. I ignored the way certain high-level investors looked at me a beat too long at dinners, like they were waiting for me to confirm a secret I hadn't spoken. When the bus let me off 2 blocks from our building, I walked the rest of the way, holding Leo against my chest with one arm and the heavy diaper bag looped over the other shoulder. My incision was screaming, bleeding slightly through my bandages with every single step. By the time I reached our apartment at the Wellington, the elevator ride felt like the longest 7 floors of my life. The apartment smelled heavily of garlic when I finally got the door open. Helen hadn't even left me a plate of food. I sat down at the kitchen table with my sleeping son against my shoulder, pulled out my phone, and made exactly one phone call. Not to a friend. Not to a divorce lawyer. To my father. He went completely quiet in the very particular way he does right before he decides to professionally execute someone. "Stay exactly where you are," my father said, his voice dropping an octave. "Don't unpack anything. Don't argue with me about this." 20 minutes later, a sleek black SUV pulled up outside the Wellington. My father's chief of staff, David Hughes, stepped out in a tailored suit that had clearly been thrown on in a massive hurry, his tie slightly crooked. Behind him, a second car brought a private postpartum nurse and a lactation consultant. Both were already carrying medical equipment bags, walking toward my door before I'd even finished crying into the phone. That was the exact moment I understood the two lives I'd been straddling for 3 years were about to violently collide, and only one of them was going to survive the impact. My father's estate, Oakmont, sits on 15 acres behind a massive stone wall. Marcus had driven past those iron gates a dozen times over the years on his way to meet other clients, never once knowing they belonged to my family. That night, with David's help, I made it there. Instead of staying in an apartment that smelled like my mother-in-law's dinner, I sat in my father's mahogany study. He listened to the entire story without interrupting once, sitting perfectly still in his leather chair, his reading glasses pushed up into his silver hair. When I got to the part about the $3.25 bus fare, his jaw did something terrifying that I hadn't seen it do since the year my mother passed away. His phone rang in the middle of it. It was Marcus. Wanting to know where dinner was. Not asking about his 4-day-old son. Asking about dinner. My father stood up slowly and set his own phone face down on the table. "Cut that line," he said to David. "Block every number he has for me, for the house, for the office." Then my father picked up a second phone, already dialing. "Get me legal. Get me the CFO. I want every single guarantee touching Marcus Thorne's projects pulled up on my desk by morning." I sat up straighter, and my incision pulled so hard I gasped. "Dad." Every bank that extended him credit did it, believing Sterling Global stood behind him in some capacity. I said, realizing the domino effect. "He built an empire on a name he swore he didn't even know he'd married into." My father said, not looking at me. "And 4 days after you gave him a son, he put you on a public bus." He turned back to the phone. "Freeze anything touching his active projects. I want a full forensic audit of every account with informal ties to us by 6 a.m. Across the city, in an apartment that used to be mine, Marcus was pacing the kitchen, furious that his dinner wasn't ready, calling a number that had already gone dead. He had absolutely no idea what had just been set into motion. He had no idea that every signature, every quiet, informal assurance that had let banks extend him millions more in credit than he'd ever actually earned was about to unravel in one silent, deliberate motion. I felt something on that leather chair I hadn't let myself feel on the curb. Not grief. Just a cold, settled certainty that Marcus had no idea what he'd started. Update 1. To understand how we got to that curb, you have to go back 3 years to a spring gala for a children's hospital wing. I was 28, working under the name Elena Vance as an urban planning consultant. It was the kind of job that let me sit in rooms with developers without anyone assuming I had old money. Marcus was 33, building Thorne Development, telling anyone who'd listen that he started with nothing but a contractor's license and a truck. He found me by the dessert table. He was charming, attentive, and by any honest measure, incredibly good to me in those first 8 months. He remembered I hated mushrooms. He sat in waiting rooms with me. I bring this up because the truth rarely arrives in a shape simple enough to hate cleanly. He was a complicated man who became someone significantly worse the longer money and unchecked ambition were allowed to sit next to whatever good instincts he started with. My father walked me down the aisle, giving a toast so carefully worded and free of detail about his actual business that I felt grateful. I told my dad I wanted to build a life that had nothing to do with what he'd built. My dad just nodded and said, "Just be sure it's him you're protecting yourself from being loved for the wrong reasons, and not something in yourself you haven't looked at yet." The red flags arrived in small installments. 6 months into the marriage, I was 3 months pregnant with Leo. I had a scheduled ultrasound circled on our calendar for weeks. Marcus texted me 40 minutes before the appointment. Chloe needed him to walk a client through a $2.5 million listing that would net her a $75,000 commission. I went to the ultrasound alone. I made it reasonable in my head, the way you do when the alternative is admitting your marriage is failing. Then came the financial control. I had $450,000 in personal savings from a decade of work and my mother's modest inheritance. I suggested we use it as a down payment on a house instead of paying $6,500 a month in rent. Marcus shut it down immediately. "We should keep our finances clean while the business is scaling," he said smoothly. "Commingling funds creates exposure." I didn't know then that keeping our finances clean had nothing to do with protecting me. It was about keeping my name and my father's name close enough to imply wealth, but far enough to deny legal liability. Then there was Helen. When I was 5 months pregnant, I developed mild preeclampsia symptoms. My doctor, Dr. Evans, flagged my elevated blood pressure. Helen called me and told me I was making a very normal pregnancy sound dramatic and stressing Marcus out. When I told Marcus, he sighed, "She's just old-fashioned. Try not to worry her, she has her knee replacement coming up." His mother's elective knee surgery became a reason to ignore my failing blood pressure. 2 weeks before my due date, I was spotting and in severe abdominal pain. I went to the ER alone at 10 p.m. because Marcus was at a vital client dinner. When he finally got home at midnight, Helen was with him. Her first comment? "See, you scared him for nothing." Marcus didn't defend me. He just kissed my forehead and went to eat leftovers while his mother lectured me. But the most damning piece of the puzzle, the sixth hidden pattern, was something I only realized much later. Marcus had been slowly isolating me. My calls with my best friend Jenna were constantly interrupted. My dinners with my father were reduced to maybe 6 brief encounters in 3 years, with Marcus always steering the conversation away from anything personal. "Let's not make things about money tonight," he'd say. He wasn't protecting me. He was managing his 2 lives, making sure my father's actual presence didn't ruin the fake story he was telling his bankers. The absolute breaking point happened at Oakmont, the night I fled. Sarah Chen, my father's ruthless general counsel, had been running the overnight audit. At 6 a.m., she drove to the estate and handed my father a printed packet pulled from an old investor relations file. It was an internal financing memo circulated to lenders for Marcus's Harborview project. On page 4, under Strategic Relationships, was a single paragraph describing Thorn Development's informal alignment with a prominent regional financial family through the principal's marriage, with a footnote referencing continued relationship building, expected to formalize over time. The memo was dated 14 months before our wedding. I read that date 3 times before it clicked. 14 months before the wedding. Before he ever proposed with a ring he'd priced based on eavesdropping on my friends. Before I ever stood at the altar believing I'd successfully kept my wealth hidden, Marcus had known who my father was before he ever proposed. Someone in his circle, a broker, a lender, had told him. And instead of asking me, he quietly built my father's name into his financing story, dangled it in front of banks to get millions in credit he didn't deserve, and came home every night letting me believe I was hiding a secret. I was the asset. I had been the asset since the gala. My careful secret hadn't protected me from being loved for the wrong reasons, it just meant I never found out I was being used. My father read the memo, set it down carefully, and looked at me. He knew, I echoed, my voice hollow. My father's phone rang. It was the compliance officer from Coastal Trust Bank, panicking about the memo. My father answered, his voice pure ice. "There is no relationship. There never was. I'd encourage your committee to review every representation your bank was given and ask yourselves why nobody called to confirm it with me directly." He hung up and looked at me. "This is going to move fast now. I need you to tell me if you want to be there when it does." I thought about the $3.25 in my coat pocket. I want to be there. Update 2. The execution happened 8 days post-op, at a massive groundbreaking reception for Harborview's second phase. 60 guests, high-end catering, half the city's banking community in one unfinished lobby. Marcus had called me 15 times over the last few days. Helen left voicemails calling me a cruel, hormonal wife destroying her husband's business. I walked into that reception on my father's arm, wearing a tailored black dress altered that morning to accommodate my bandages. David Hughes walked 2 steps behind us. Sarah Chen was already inside, personally handing a devastating legal folder to every senior lender in the room. Marcus saw me from across the room, mid-toast. I watched his face try to process the sight of Arthur Sterling standing beside me in public for the first time in our marriage. "Elena," he stammered, dropping his champagne glass so hard it spilled. "I didn't know you were coming. You should be resting. I wanted to see the room you built this on," I said loudly. He tried to fake a smile for the crowd. "Everyone, this is my wife, Elena, and her father, Arthur." My father didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "Mr. Thorne," my father said, the room instantly dropping into a deathly silence. "I believe several people in this room have been operating under the impression that my company has some formal relationship with your project. I'd like to clear that up publicly." The bankers froze. "There has never been any financial relationship between Sterling Global and Thorne Development," my father continued. "My daughter kept her own name for reasons that had nothing to do with hiding money from her husband, and everything to do with a fear of exactly this. Mr. Thorne understood who she was years ago and elected to build a business on the implication of my support rather than the fact of it." Thomas Ridge, a senior banker near the bar, looked like he was going to vomit. Marcus's face went the color of wet cement. "That's not Elena, tell them that's not what happened." "I read the memo, Marcus," I said, my voice echoing in the silent lobby, "the one from 14 months before we got married. The one mentioning our family alignment. I can explain that. You've been explaining things to me for 3 years." I cut him off. "I'm done being the audience." Helen pushed through the crowd, her face purple with rage. "You ungrateful brat, after everything this family has done for you, you humiliate him like this?" I looked at the woman who had tormented me for years. "You watched me stand on a curb 4 days after a C-section and get handed bus fare. You fixed your lipstick in my car while it happened. Don't talk to me about family." Chloe stood frozen near the podium, doing the math in her head. She had built a third of her real estate portfolio on referrals tied to this project. Within a month, 3 of her biggest clients would drop her, realizing her connections were radioactive. "I am not the silent partner in this family's story anymore," I announced to the room. I never was. I was just quiet. There's a difference, and it took me a bus ride to learn it. Marcus tried to pull me aside. Elena, please, we can talk about this at home. Not here. You didn't extend me that courtesy on the curb. I whispered, loud enough for the front row to hear. You had a reservation for your mother. I had fresh stitches. You did the math, and I lost. Now, the math is catching up to you. The unraveling was brutally fast. Coastal Trust called their loans by Wednesday. Thorn Development filed for bankruptcy 5 months later with $13 million in liabilities. Harborview was sold at a massive loss to a competitor. During the divorce, Marcus's lawyer tried to claim my paid-off Audi Q7 was a marital asset. Sarah Chen destroyed him in a single email with the purchase documents. The irony? The prenup Marcus had insisted on to keep his business separate protected my $450,000 savings completely. The only marital assets to divide were his $22,000 in credit card debt and a storage unit of cheap furniture he fought me over for 6 weeks out of pure spite. Marcus eventually moved 2 states away, taking a massive demotion to manage acquisitions for a mid-size firm. He blamed politics for his downfall. I went back to consulting under my real name. I bought a beautiful house 6 blocks from Oakmont with my own money. Leo is 10 weeks old now. Healthy and perfect. My father spoils him endlessly, trying to make up for the years he was forced to watch my marriage from the sidelines. I still think about that $3.25 bus fare. I think about how small an amount of money it takes to tell someone exactly what they are worth to you, if you're careless enough to hand it over in daylight. He thought he was saving cab fare. Instead, it cost him his entire empire. My sister faked a dead twin for 10 years to manipulate her husband. I exposed her sick scam and watched her get arrested at our dad's funeral. There is something that took place today that has left me feeling tremendously confused, exhausted, and honestly questioning my own reality. I am currently experiencing these feelings. When I am not actively participating in these message boards, I simply lurk about and read about the family dramas of other people as I drink my morning coffee. Now, however, I am experiencing these feelings as a result of something that occurred tonight. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize in advance for the length of this message. Nevertheless, in order to fully grasp the significance of the events that have just taken place in the backyard of my parents, it is necessary for you to know the full background. Before we begin, I would like to take you on a tour of the history. When it comes to my 4 sisters, I am the oldest of the bunch. Our time apart is precisely 2 years. We have been apart for exactly 2 years. Hello, my name is Sarah, and I am 43 years old. Jenna, who is 33 years old, Chloe, who is 37 years old, and Emily, who is 35 years old, are the 3 individuals in question. As we were growing up, our parents would tell us a running joke about how they had been trying so hard to have a boy carry on the family name, but after having 4 girls, they had finally just given up and thrown their hands up. This story would be told to us on a regular basis. To tell you the truth, when we were younger, it was a little bit harmful to our feelings, especially to Emily. I'm not going to lie about that. Our parents quickly saw the harm that was being caused by that foolish joke, and they immediately stopped telling it. They also made sure to remind us on a regular basis that they would not alter our family for anything in the world. Despite the fact that our parents eventually ceased making it, she never stopped having this deep-seated dread that she was incapable of being enough. Individuals who are very live and let live, tranquil, and avoid conflict are the epitome of hippies. They are the epitome of hippies. I can say without a doubt that every single one of us girls has reached adulthood, been married, and had at least one child at this point in our lives. It is only me, out of all the sisters in the entire family, who comes with a boy. I am the only one. Leo is his name, and he stands at the age of 17. In spite of the fact that he is the oldest grandchild, I am absolutely certain that he is the person who my father enjoys spending the most time with in the entire wider world. The 2 of them are the best of friends with each other. This interaction is the only one that could possibly be more endearing and encouraging than any other interaction that may possibly exist. They spend a considerable lot of time in the garage, where they are engaged in activities such as fiddling with vintage radios and talking about vintage watches. The path that Leo has traveled has been a challenging one. Over the course of the last few years, he has been diagnosed with autism, which was originally referred to as Asperger's syndrome. Over the course of some time, he had a tremendous deal of mental suffering as a result of this diagnosis. He has never been good at interacting with other people, and he has always had trouble reading the atmosphere in a room. He had a really difficult time getting out and making friends when he was in middle school and early high school. He had a lot of trouble starting new relationships. He always made sure that his loud and rowdy female cousins were the ones who received the majority of the attention from the family whenever they were together. The reason for this was that he was extremely reserved and kept his mouth shut. Leo, on the other hand, devoted his entire being to his academic endeavors and pursued them with devotion. It wasn't until just recently that he got the official letter of acceptance to a highly prestigious university that offered him a scholarship that covered all of his expenses. He is exceptionally bright, and he achieved a grade point average of 4.2 inches high school, which is an indication of his complete dominance. We are filled with an overwhelming sense of pride for him, and it is really breathtaking. My expectation was that he would have a single evening in which he would be the undeniable star of the show. I hoped that he would have that opportunity. Tonight was able to meet all of our tight schedules, which is actually quite an accomplishment. This was a wonderful turn of events that took place. When it came time to celebrate his birthday, my parents had the idea of throwing him a small party outside. For the purpose of bringing together 4 different families, each of which has 11 children between them, it is necessary to make use of logistics that are conducted at the military level. Therefore, in order to commemorate this significant occasion, we all gathered to my parents' house to celebrate with a large pizza spread and a personalized cake that was painted in the colors that he had chosen for his new college. The evening was going incredibly well in terms of performance. During the time that the adults were drinking a few beers, the youngsters were excitedly running about chasing fireflies, and Leo was beaming with glee due to his excitement. One of the siblings, Jenna, who is the youngest of the siblings, remarked that there was a period when it was National Sibling Appreciation Day. Being the sentimental hippie that she is, my mother slapped her hands together and declared that she wanted all of her daughters to sit in a circle and explain what they admire about their sisters. She then proceeded to say that she wanted all of her daughters to share their thoughts. She communicated her intention for us to carry out this activity. Due to the fact that I was extremely parentified as a child, and that I acted as a second mother to all of them during the time that our parents were working full-time, the majority of the compliments naturally flowed toward me. Beginning with the youngest and working our way up to the oldest, I was the one who garnered the majority of the compliments offered. When it was finally my moment to speak, I shifted my focus to my 3 sisters that were waiting for me to speak. It was then that I finished my little speech by making a joke, saying, and, honestly, looking back, I really appreciate that we didn't have any gross, sweaty boys stinking up our house growing up. I then went on to remind each of them how much I loved them, and then I shared a little hilarious memory for each of them. After that, I was finished with my little speech. Every single one of us, including my parents, participated in the laughs. On the other hand, Emily and Mark, her husband, are the only ones who are not included in this group. Immediately after that, Emily's eyes became as large as dinner plates. This continued till the very end. The sudden appearance of her face was completely devoid of any pigment at all. Mark, who is a massive burly firefighter and is generally a total gentle giant, looked at me as if I were a piece of decaying garbage that he had just scraped from the bottom of his work boot. He gazed at me as if I were a piece of garbage that had just been scraped out of his work boot. There was a horrible silence that descended upon everyone else on their side of the patio. On their side of the patio, Mark immediately leans forward, his jaw beginning to clench, and he screams, "That's pretty effed up, Sarah." This happens all of a sudden. In spite of the fact that I was completely caught aback by what he said, I had assumed that he was merely making a joke about it. The two of us, Mark and I, are constantly making fun of each other. I then proceeded to make a comment that went something like this. "I don't know, Mark. I've smelled your gym bag after your shifts. It's pretty lethal." This statement came after the nervous chuckle that I let out. He didn't even make a single cringe. When he became even more upset, his face turned crimson, and he cried out, "How could you possibly talk about Tyler in such a manner?" His anger was growing by the second. When I looked at him, I did nothing else. Who? Exactly at the moment that Mark was ready to react, Emily completely lost her mind. As she began to frantically grab Mark by the arm, her claws began to sink into his flannel shirt. Waves of worry began to flow from her until she was utterly gripped with fear. She was hyperventilating and pleading with him to be quiet at the same time as she was making a loud proclamation that she had a sudden migraine and that they wanted to go home right this second. She was also pleading with him to be quiet. It was only natural for me to refuse to let go of that expectation. I was only able to look at Mark, and I questioned him. Seriously, who the hell is Tyler? Mark was the only person I could look at. It would appear that Tyler is Emily's identical twin brother, to put it in the simplest terms possible. A tragic twin brother who passed tragically suddenly as he was in the process of giving birth to his child. A death that is supposed to have caused my parents and me to feel such great despair and trauma that no one in the family is allowed to ever again talk about him, look at old photographs of him, or make any reference of his presence. This is because the death is said to have caused us to experience such extreme depression and trauma. Because Emily was concerned about protecting our fragile mental health, she had given Mark a strict order to desist from ever revealing Tyler's name to any member of the family. Mark had been instructed to maintain this stance. It was Mark who, in a furious manner, informed us of this awful history, but after that, nobody said anything else. Throughout the entirety of the backyard, there was complete silence. The buzzing of the bug zapper and the sound of crickets chirping were both audible to the utmost extent that was possible. The appearance of my parents was like they had been slapped in the face. They appeared to be in terrible shape. Finally, I broke the silence and said, "Mark, I have absolutely no idea why she told you that, but Emily lied to you. There is no Tyler. There has never been a Tyler. I think you guys seriously need to go home and talk about this, but I don't want to hear another word about it tonight. We are here to celebrate my son, and I'm not letting this ruin his night." As soon as I finished speaking, Emily let out a tearful and stomach-wrenching sob when she heard what I had to say. After that, she burst into tears and fled into the house, where she immediately went to the bedroom that she had used when she was a child. Mark, who appeared to be completely shell-shocked and disoriented, was pursuing her. He appeared to be completely confused. Following their arrival, Chloe and my mother did not waste any time and went straight inside. The party was never able to fully recover from the debacle. Everything has been completely taken over by the atmosphere. There was a clear indication that Leo was experiencing a great deal of agony as he retreated to the corner in order to pet the dog. Following that, Emily and Mark went without greeting anybody else and exited through the front door. They did not say farewell to anyone else. Immediately after that, they departed in a hurry. In order to provide my father and Leo with the opportunity to spend some additional time together and help salvage the evening, I stayed behind to assist in cleaning up the backyard. This was done in order to give them the opportunity to. During the time that I was standing at the kitchen sink and frantically wiping pizza sauce off of plates, my mother walked in and admonished me in a tone that was really harsh. Emily screamed at me, and I was extremely out of line for calling her a liar in front of her husband. It was completely wrong of me to talk about Emily in that manner. Suddenly, with suds on my hands, I spun around and cried out to my mother, "If the baby shoe fits, mother." She made up a dead child. "If the baby shoe fits, mother." A long sigh came out of my father's mouth as he entered the room. Despite the fact that I was technically correct, he indicated that I lacked tact and that I had profoundly embarrassed Emily. He also stated that I had made Emily feel very uncomfortable. "Are you lacking in tact? To be more specific, what exactly was it that was expected of me there? You seem to be acting as if you are grieving the loss of a sister who never existed, but you are actually only nodding your head." My refusal to take part in a delusional falsehood resulted in me obtaining reprimands. I was the one who refused to participate. Indeed, not in the slightest. As soon as I got at my residence, my phone had already begun to crash and explode. Emily wrote me a lengthy article and sent it to me via text message. In the essay, she claimed that I had effed her over and caused her marriage to suffer any consequences. A minute later, I was astonished to discover that a text message had been sent to me from Mark's phone. The message said, "You are the actual liar, Sarah. Everyone knows you're just jealous of Emily. Stay away from our family." I was surprised to see that the message had been sent to me. Jenna, a friend of mine, reached out to me and informed me that she is on team with me. This, however, should not come as a surprise given that Jenna and Emily have always had differences with one another regarding many topics. Not only does Chloe claim that she is maintaining her neutral stance, but she also sent me a text message in which she expresses her belief that I should not have called her out so viciously and that I should have taken Mark aside in private. In addition to that, what the hell was it that I was supposed to actually do? My brother-in-law is going to give you a beating in front of my autistic son on the night that is so important to him. Just take it and move on with your life. What would be the reason for my entire family to act in the same manner as I do, if I were to call out what I consider to be a very frightening and heavy deception? Is it even feasible that the lie itself is more damaging than the fallacy that it is based on? We are in a difficult situation. What are our options for getting out of it? My sisters are the most wonderful people in the world to me. The fact that they are my closest friends does not change the reality that it is so odd, so twisted, and so terribly wrong to put this duty on my shoulders. I feel that we have at long last arrived at some answers that are concrete in relation to the insane occurrences that took place the night before. Okay, I believe that we have arrived at some solutions. To begin, I would want to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to each and every individual who took the time to share feedback or kind thoughts in the comments section. To tell you the truth, I was unable to read everything since I was and still am completely emotionally exhausted. Yet, because to you folks, I was able to gain a clear idea of how I wanted to approach everything. I am grateful to you. After a night of tossing and turning, barely getting a wink of sleep, and with the impression that my blood pressure was sitting at a level that was dangerously high, I called my mother at precisely 8 o'clock in the morning. I was concerned about my health since I had been experiencing elevated blood pressure. I was ready to give an emotionally charged diatribe about how deeply hurt I was by the fact that she and Dad had unfairly thrown me under the bus and taken Emily's side when she had objectively done the most ridiculous thing. Possible. I had everything I needed, and I was prepared to give it. The time has come for me to utter my rant. My mother went ahead and answered the phone, despite the fact that she was crying. She started apologizing very immediately, and all she asked was for me to pay attention to what she had to explain. Throughout the course of the previous evening, she went into detail about the events that took place when she and Chloe followed Emily and Mark into the bedroom. As soon as the door was shut, Mom quickly turned to Mark and told him in a manner that was unambiguous that Tyler was not someone who existed in the real world. She gave him the assurance that there were never any instances of multiple births, tragic childbirths, or concealed traumas during the course of their chat. She added that there was a huge disagreement between him and his wife, and she demanded that they leave Leo's graduation party, because she was emphatic that she would not allow Emily's unusual behavior to continue to ruin the celebration. She also stated that she was adamant that she would not allow Emily to attend the party. Within the confines of the kitchen, Mom disclosed that the sole reason she punished me was due to the fact that she was consuming nothing but adrenaline and experiencing an odd mixture of sympathy and panic for Emily. The fact that Emily's marriage was most likely falling apart at that particular moment was not lost on her understanding. In addition to expressing her profound regret for the fact that she had given me the impression that I was not supported, she admitted that her response to me was incredibly unfair and that she was terribly sorry for it. In addition to that, she shared with me that she participated in a brief talk with Mark this morning. Emily, who, by the way, was the one who actually wrote that nasty text from Mark's phone last night while he was driving them home, eventually revealed the truth in the wee hours of the morning, after she had fiercely denied the lie to his face for a number of hours. Mark was driving them home. My best friend blew up his life and kissed me at 3 a.m. After 16 years, it didn't save us, it shattered everything, and forced me to leave him. Max and I were both 5 years old when we first met. I remember finding him sitting on his front porch steps, his chin resting in his hands, looking absolutely devastated about being uprooted from his old life. His family had just purchased the house next door to ours, and my mother, in her infinite suburban wisdom, forced me to walk across the lawn carrying a plate of freshly baked fudge brownies. I was forced to do this because she wanted me to be neighborly. I approached him with a brisk manner, thrust the plate in front of him, and informed him that he could share my friends if he so desired. He gave me a look that was utterly repulsive, telling me that girls possessed cooties, and then told me to leave. Naturally, I reacted by hurling the entire dish of warm fudge brownies at his head. I did this as a response. Instead of sobbing, he began laughing at the situation. From that very moment onward, we were entirely and utterly attached to one another. Over the course of the subsequent 13 years, Max and I participated in every single activity together. We constructed a treehouse in my backyard that was rickety and riddled with splints. My pet turtle, Barnaby, was laid to rest while I was in the 3rd grade, and Max gave a eulogy that was very moving for a reptile. Even when he was in middle school and the other boys were making fun of him for hanging out with a girl, he still escorted me to the bus stop every single morning. When he first started playing ice hockey, I became his unofficial cheerleader. I was not paid for my efforts, and I was extremely noisy. I was present at each and every one of his exhibitions. Even the grueling away games that necessitated getting up at 4 in the morning and sitting on a bus for 3 hours while it was chilly outside. We had this intricate and stupid ritual, in which I would paint his jersey number, which was 17, on my cheeks, knock on the plexiglass, and scream louder than any of the true girlfriends who were nestled in the bleachers beneath their blankets. Many people inquired about whether or not we were dating. We had a running joke about it during our entire teenage years. Our eyes would roll, we would laugh out loud, and we would explain, for the millionth time, that it was the most ludicrous idea that could possibly exist on this planet. A boyfriend and a girlfriend are not the same thing. Max and Chloe were the only two of us. That label felt like it was so much greater, yet at the same time, it was somehow smaller than a typical high school romance. When I was in high school, the pressure from the outside world began to really start to build up. His colleagues on the ice hockey team would corner him in the locker room and tell him that it was evident that I was in love with him more than anything else. The way he looked at me was something that my friends and I would discuss in the cafeteria, and they would swear that it was different from the way he looked at anyone else. My response would be to dismiss them and explain that when you grow up with someone, they become a permanent fixture in your life and not a romantic potential. Every single repulsive and unromantic element about him was familiar to me. At 2 in the morning, I was aware that he consumed cold hot dogs that had been taken straight from the refrigerator. He had witnessed me at my most worst, when I was covered with chickenpox in the 4th grade, when I was wearing severe metal braces, and when I had survived a truly horrible phase in which I thought it was a good idea to cut my own bangs. When you were at the county fair and you had food illness, you just do not date the person who held your hair back. Our first serious test, which nearly shattered us, was while we were in college. While I attended a highly difficult culinary arts school in Providence, Rhode Island, Max was admitted into a prominent architecture program in Boston. I, on the other hand, attended a school in Providence. Even though we were only traveling for approximately an hour, it seemed as though we were on completely different planets. It was an incredible ordeal to go through the first month of the freshman year. I would phone him at midnight, crying uncontrollably, because my roommate was a nightmare who stole my beautiful chef knives. I would call him out of sheer frustration. Max would leave without hesitation and drive the hour down Interstate 95, arriving at my dorm room at 1 in the morning with a thermos of hot tea and a box of pastries, all for the sole purpose of sitting with me until I was able to compose myself. Because he was too much of a people pleaser to tell his lab colleague to cease aggressively flirting with him, he would contact me furiously throughout his structural engineering lectures. This was because his lab companion would not stop flirting with him without being hostile. In order to help us cope with the separation, we came to an agreement that we would have supper together every single Sunday, regardless of whether or not there were any upcoming quizzes or assignments. This really dismal and rundown halfway point, which we referred to as the brass kettle, was located by us. It was exactly 30 minutes away from both of our campuses, despite the fact that the cuisine was so horrible that it was almost impossible to finish. Their meatloaf tasted like salted cardboard. The only thing that kept me connected to the real world was the fact that I continued to spend every Sunday afternoon sitting in that sticky vinyl booth. During our junior year, there was a significant upheaval in the situation. Within his architecture class, Max began a romantic relationship with a young lady named Sarah. The worst part about Sarah was that she was actually lovely, in addition to being intelligent, wonderfully gorgeous, and driven to an incredible degree. The fact that I was unable to even feel hatred toward her made the entire scenario even more difficult to accept. Following a period of 16 years, I found myself in a position where I was no longer the most significant woman in Max's life. Even while he continued to attend our Sunday dinners at the Brass Kettle, the relationship between us had shifted substantially. During the first half of the lunch, he would be preoccupied with his phone, beaming down at it while he texted her. I was very heartbroken after failing a major pastry practical, and when I contacted him one night, he whispered that he was at Sarah's apartment and couldn't talk for a long time. I forced my pain to go away. I assured myself that this was nothing out of the ordinary. This was a wise choice. During this time, we were maturing, and I ought to have been overjoyed to learn that my closest buddy had discovered someone who brought him joy. In order to demonstrate to myself that I was doing well, I also started dating. During my advanced baking session, I had the opportunity to meet Josh, a guy. To put it simply, Josh was not Max in any way, shape, or form. He was charming, hilarious, and extraordinarily patient. It was some of the most uncomfortable experiences of my life, when the four of us sought to go on double dates. However, we were successful in doing so. Everyone was exerting an excessive amount of effort to demonstrate that everything was fine. While we were sitting at beautiful restaurants, Sarah would ask me in a courteous manner how long Max and I had been friends. She would then proceed to fawn over our childhood anecdotes, as if our friendship was some humorous and harmless novelty. Josh would make an attempt to enter the conversation, seeking to compete with inside jokes that had been told for a decade, but he would completely miss the punchlines. During these dinners, Max and I hardly ever made eye contact with one another. When we looked straight at him, it felt like we were emotionally betraying the folks who were sitting right next to us. It was an overly intimate experience. When we were in our senior year, everything eventually came crashing down. Sarah was fortunate enough to be accepted into a well-regarded master's program in urban planning in New York City. It was her hope that Max would relocate with her as soon as she received her diploma. She sat him down and gave him a very rational and mature speech about how it was time for them to start building a true, adult life together and to let go of the relationships they had formed as children. I was completely aware of what the term, childhood attachments meant. It was a reference to me. Over the course of our Sunday dinner at the Brass Kettle, Max shared with me the details of the New York proposal. I clenched my terrible coffee mug so tightly that my knuckles turned white, and I pushed myself to grin in the most buoyant and encouraging way that I could muster within me. I advised him that he should go without a doubt. During our conversation, I told him that Sarah was amazing, that New York was the best playground for an ambitious architect, and that he would be a fool to pass up the opportunity to work there. For what seemed like an interminable amount of time, Max did nothing but sit there and stare at me across the sticky table. His eyes were pitch black and difficult to read. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally looked down at his plate and muttered, "Yeah, I guess you're right." I was so afraid that I drove back to my apartment in Providence, locked the door to my bedroom, and began crying with such a terrible intensity that it was terrifying. Because of the intensity of my tears, my roommate Jess threatened to contact campus security because she was concerned that someone had passed away. It was 2 weeks later when Josh ended our relationship. The statement that I was obviously and unquestionably in love with another person was made by him when he was standing in my kitchen. He appeared to be extremely depressed, yet determined. He asserted that he deserved to be with a spouse who did not consider him to be a permanent and secondary option. Although I wanted to shout, reject it, and fight for the relationship, the words that I wanted to say were unable to come out of my mouth. When I looked into the deepest recesses of my heart, I realized that he was absolutely correct. A week before we were scheduled to graduate, we reached our breaking point. On a Tuesday, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. My apartment windows were being pelted by a cold rainfall that was falling in torrents. It was then that I heard a frenzied knocking at my door. Max was standing there when I opened it, absolutely drenched to the bone, with his hair stuck to his forehead. He was not even close to being dry. Initially, I was under the impression that he was intoxicated. He was absolutely sober, yet he appeared to be in a state of pure insanity. In the process of entering my home, he dripped water all over my inexpensive carpeting, and informed me that he had recently severed his relationship with Sarah. She had presented them with a final choice. Either they would move to New York and spend their future together, or they would remain in New England, close to me. In a hushed whisper, he said, "I couldn't do it," and his voice was shaking. "I couldn't leave you." My chest was filled with panic. With a tiny push in the opposite direction, I exclaimed at him, "Max, you are an idiot. You are throwing away your entire future, your career, your girlfriend, over a childhood friendship. You can't do this." This caused his chest to heave as he gazed at me. "That's the problem, Chloe. You're not just my friend. You haven't been just my friend for years." And then, before my mind had a chance to register the words, he had already closed the gap between us and kissed me. This was not a gentle or cautious kiss at all. The situation was hopeless, dense with years of unsaid tension, and filled with complete and utter horror. Immediately as his lips made contact with mine, I felt a strong shaking throughout my entire body. I retreated, gasping for air as if I had been kept underwater. I struggled to breathe. Max was staring down at me with his eyes wide open, giving off an appearance that was both afraid and terribly optimistic at the same time. It was impossible for my lungs to take in oxygen. We had just crossed a vast and intangible boundary, and we were both aware that there was no turning back now. My mind was frantically trying to come up with the ideal retort that would be excellent for a movie script, but all that came out of my mouth was a pitiful whisper. "Did you really just throw away your life with Sarah? For me?" He made a single, definite motion with his head, as if it were the most evident truth in the entire universe. I felt a strong flipping of my stomach. The two of us ended up seated on the floor of my living room, with a distance of 2 feet between us. We were positioned so that we were backed up against the sofa chair. I was completely and utterly scared to let our skin to come into contact with one another. Over the course of our conversation, we sat there in the dim light of a street lamp that was coming in through the blinds. Since we were both in our sophomore year of high school, Max admitted that he had been completely and utterly in love with me. On the day that I turned up to his hockey playoffs with a fever of 102 degrees and shivering under a blanket, I did so because I had promised him that I would be there. He claimed that he had spent years actively suppressing it, trying to convince himself that I only saw him as a brother because I had never given him a single romantic signal. As I sat there, I pulled my knees up to my chest, and I felt like the most unintelligent person on the face of the earth. Over the course of 10 years, I had consistently asserted to everyone that our relationship was purely platonic, but I had been secretly harboring feelings that were so profound that they had ruined every other relationship I had attempted to establish. After Josh had told me that I was in love with someone else, I eventually confessed to him that I was in love with someone else. However, I had been too much of a coward to accept that it was him until he kissed me. After the storm had passed and the sun had begun to rise over the Providence skyline, we continued our conversation. At some time, the exhilaration was surpassed by tiredness, and we both fell asleep on the floor, with our hands lying only a few inches apart after falling asleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, my roommate Jess emerged from her bedroom, took a single glance at us lying on the rug exhausted, and then loudly threw her coffee mug into the sink. I was startled awake. When I groggily admitted that Max and I had kissed, Jess let out a yell that was so piercing that our neighbor who lived upstairs stomped on the flooring. "Finally," she yelled out in excitement. "The entire world has been waiting for this since you were in braces." The pure joy that she was experiencing brought the truth of the situation to my attention. Now, it was a reality. Others were aware of it. Once and for all, the safety net of just friends was no longer available. Later that afternoon, Max sent me a text message asking if I would be interested in getting tea close to the school. "Like a real date," he stated in his letter. As a result of the severe shaking in my hands, I accidentally dropped my phone on my face before typing back, "Yes." During the course of the previous 4 years, we had visited a little cafe 100 times before we finally met. Nevertheless, all of a sudden, The air that was in between us felt dense, suffocating, and very strange. I kept inadvertently falling back into our previous dynamic, which consisted of me grumbling about my pastry chef instructor and questioning him about his final architectural models. However, I quickly prevented myself from doing so, when I recalled that we were supposed to be romantic now. Due of my nerves, I accidentally knocked over my iced tea, which resulted in the entire table being flooded. Max jumped up and grabbed some napkins, his cheeks turning a bright scarlet color. During the route that he brought me back to my apartment, he extended his hand and took hold of my hand. His palm had a warm, calloused, and incredibly recognizable feel to it, but it seemed like the context was completely off. At times, it seemed as though we were acting out a role in the relationship of another person. When there was a large crowd, I knew how to hold my closest friend's hand and pull him through it. Unfortunately, I was unable to properly grasp my boyfriend's hand. Over the course of a week, the flaws in our foundation began to become visible. It was getting close to graduation, and decisions could not be avoided in the real world. A dream job offer had just been extended to me, and it was for a position as a junior pastry chef at a restaurant in Chicago that got a lot of praise. I was so eager to have it that I could almost taste it. Max had offers in Boston, but when I eagerly told him about Chicago, he quickly pulled up his laptop and said, "Okay, let me see what entry-level drafting jobs are open in Chicago." Max had been offered jobs in Boston that he was interested in. An internal conflict erupted within me. As if it were a painful burn, the remorse that resulted from Sarah's departure surged up. I responded, "Max, no," in a tone that was more abrasive than I had intended. "I am not Sarah. Nanny for free or we triple your rent," my parents demanded. I handed over my keys and watched their greedy investment bleed them dry. Hi there, Reddit. Despite the fact that I never imagined I would be blogging on this site, the sheer audacity of my family has caused me to go beyond my breaking point. With the help of coercion, my parents attempted to coerce me into providing free, full-time daycare for my sister's newborn, who is a golden child. I called their bluff, packed up my belongings, and moved out of the apartment when they promised to nearly treble my rent to market rate plus. When I flat out refused, they threatened to do so. In the present moment, they are struggling to pay off a big mortgage, dealing with tenants who are a nightmare, and facing the prospect of a financial ruin that they have brought upon themselves fully. Exactly how this complete and utter train crash transpired is detailed below. My name is Mark, and I am 29 years old. I have been residing in a lovely apartment that my parents own in a highly desirable and leafy suburb of Chicago for the past 4.5 years. The condo has 2 bedrooms and is located in a nice neighborhood. It is a wonderful location, with hardwood floors, a contemporary kitchen, and a little balcony that looks out over a park. There is nothing overly luxury about it, but it is quite sturdy for a man who is living alone. My mother and father, Arthur and Helen, purchased it in 2014 as an investment property during a period in which the housing market was beginning to rebound. They offered to rent the condo to me at a big family discount when I graduated from university with a degree in information technology infrastructure and secured my first major corporate job. A basic arrangement was made. I paid $950 per month, in addition to all of the utilities and HOA fees, and I was responsible for all of the minor upkeep myself. A property like that in our region might easily be rented for $2,100 a month, according to the actual market cost. Consequently, it appeared to be an outstanding arrangement when on paper. I was putting away a significant amount of money in order to build up my savings, and my parents were able to collect rent from a tenant who they knew would not make holes in the walls, cook meth in the bathtub, or skip payments. This allowed them to gather reliable and hassle-free rent. At least, I didn't believe that my parents were essentially bad people. My parents aren't naturally evil people. On the other hand, the moment as it affects my younger sister, Chloe, their entire moral compass begins to completely disintegrate. Chloe is 24 years old, and ever since the day she was born, she has been the family's one and only golden child. She has never been challenged in any way. They have this extremely poisonous and weird relationship in which Chloe is virtually incapable of doing anything wrong, while I am expected to simply take care of my own business, never seek for assistance, and take on all of the stress that the family is experiencing. Throughout my childhood, the double standards were so glaringly clear that they became a running joke among the people I was close with. It was never Chloe's fault if she scored poorly in a class while she was in high school. The teacher was obviously biased, the curriculum was wrong, or she was just a creative soul struggling in a rigid academic environment. If I received a B+ instead of an A, I was required to attend a 1-hour lecture in my father's office about the importance of having a strong work ethic and how I was wasting my potential. For the reason that she was shooting a video for social media while driving, Chloe completely wrecked my mother's Honda CR-V when she was 17 years old. She drove right into a brick mailbox because she was recording the video. What was the swift reaction of my parents? After giving her a hug and crying over how terrible the situation must have been for her, they went out and purchased a brand new, top-of-the-line Subaru for her because, as they put it, clearly the old car didn't have enough safety features to protect our baby. I was 17 years old when I made the mistake of backing my beat-up, used sedan into a plastic trash can that was located at the end of our driveway. This resulted in a tiny ding in the bumper of the vehicle. As a vital lesson in personal responsibility, my father demanded that I pay $400 out of the money I earned from my summer landscaping work despite the fact that I was only making minimum wage. Chloe has always had this terrible, instinctive skill for making her enormous faults everyone else's immediate emergency. This is something that she has always possessed. Upon her withdrawal from a private liberal arts college after exactly one semester due to the fact that she didn't vibe with the energy of the dorms, my parents discreetly paid off her $15.0 student loans without uttering a single word of reproach. During the same time period, my financial aid was insufficient to cover the costs of textbooks and lab fees by around $1,200 during my senior year of college. When I asked my father for a small, temporary loan that I promised to pay back with interest, he sat me down for a grueling 4-5-minute lecture about the importance of being responsible with money and the value of a dollar. He also suggested that I either get a second part-time job or learn to speed read the library copies. In the end, I ended up working 25 hours a week doing overnight IT support at the campus library while taking 18 credit hours just to survive. Even members of our extended family were able to observe the obvious bias. When it came to Thanksgiving, my Aunt Sarah, who is also my mother's sister, would often make caustic remarks. While she was sipping her wine, she would say, "It's fascinating how Chloe constantly needs a safety net, while Mark is just expected to be the net." My mother would become bright crimson, become hyper-defensive, and aggressively shift the subject. But everyone was aware of it. We were all aware of the outcome. To fast forward to the previous year. Announcing that she was pregnant, Chloe was 23 years old. They had been together for exactly 7 months at that point. Her boyfriend, Leo, was a young man of 25 years old who aspired to be an entrepreneur. Neither one of them had a profession that could be considered stable in any way. Over the course of his life, Leo worked a variety of informal construction jobs and attempted to launch a dropshipping business, but his efforts were ultimately unsuccessful. It was a common complaint of his that the business world was a swindle and that his genius had not yet been acknowledged. He was continually complaining about this. On average, Chloe called in ill twice a week at the high-end cosmetics boutique where she worked part-time. This was due to the fact that her manager was toxic for expecting her to arrive on time most of the time. I was prepared for the expected lecture that my parents would give her about responsibility, finances, and the harsh reality of raising a child when Chloe revealed that she was pregnant during a family meal. I was preparing myself for the impending lecture. My mother, on the other hand, erupted into tears of unadulterated happiness, leapt out of her chair, and embraced Chloe as if she had just been awarded the Nobel Prize. Almost immediately, my father popped a bottle of costly champagne and began a conversation about how he was destined to be a grandfather when he was born. There was not a single question raised about how two 20-somethings who were unemployed were going to be able to afford diapers, let alone rent, healthcare, and food. Those rational considerations were ignored in favor of a jubilant celebration that was completely irrational. Over the course of the subsequent half-year, my parents were virtually responsible for Chloe's whole existence. In order to secure a big new apartment for her and Leo, they paid the application fee as well as the first 3 months' rent. Every single item that was on her baby registry was purchased by them. During my visit to my parents' home, I definitely recall seeing the nursery that they were constructing for her at their property, specifically for the purpose of accommodating her when she came to visit. Personalized blackout curtains, a mahogany furniture set that matches, and a $200 smart crib that monitors the baby's respiration are all included in this package. It is possible that the total setup will cost more than $4,500. When I gently pointed out that spending $5,000 on a secondary nursery seemed a bit excessive, my mom snapped at me. "We want our first grandchild to have the absolute best. Not everything is about money, Mark. You'll understand when you have a family, if you ever stop working long enough to find someone." In the latter part of April, a young girl who was given the name Mia was born. I must confess that she is really quite adorable as a child. Chloe, on the other hand, viewed parenting as an inconvenient, temporary subscription service that she could halt anytime she felt overwhelmed. This attitude began the day they brought her home from the hospital. She would contact my mother at 3 o'clock in the morning, crying uncontrollably because Mia would not stop crying. She was completely anticipating that my mother, who was 58 years old at the time, would drive 20 minutes across town in her pajamas in order to calm the infant, and my mother was the one who did it. Each and every time. When Chloe would drop Mia off at my parents' place, she would say, "Just for an hour so I can shower," and then she would ghost them for 7 hours. She would ultimately return with a Starbucks cup and shopping bags, stating that traffic was literally insane. In practice, my parents were available around the clock. They took on the role of primary caregivers, and for some strange reason, they appeared to take pleasure in it. They delighted in the sensation of being indispensable. In order to make room for Chloe and Leo to attend a concert, they decided to cancel their own anniversary dinner in order to babysit Mia. Over the course of this entire spectacle, I maintained a significant and heavily fortified distance. I paid a visit during the holidays, made sure to provide a thoughtful present for the infant, and then promptly went back to my own tranquil and quiet existence. I worked as an IT infrastructure project manager, which was a challenging but extremely gratifying career path for me. The duties that fall under my purview include the management of cybersecurity protocols for corporate clients, the coordination of big server migrations, and the leadership of a team of remote engineers. Having the ability to diagnose severe system faults in real time, having a hyper-focused attention, and maintaining continual communication are all required. As a result of the characteristics of my job, I was required to work on a hybrid schedule. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays were the days when I went into the office located downtown. On either Monday or Wednesday, however, I worked from the comfort of my own home. During those days when I worked from home, I was able to concentrate really well. There is no commuting, and no office talk. It was just me, my 2 monitors, and a series of high-stakes video conversations with executives and software providers that followed each other at a rapid pace. After that, there was the Sunday in the middle of August that utterly ruined my connection with my father and my mother. It was my parents' customary Sunday supper, and they had extended an invitation to me to join them. Regarding that, I didn't give it much thought. I made a pit stop at a nearby bakery, where I purchased a fresh loaf of sourdough bread and a bottle of Cabernet that was nice, and then I drove over. As soon as I came into the house, I noticed that the air was dense. Mia was screaming her lungs out in a bassinet nearby while Chloe was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Chloe appeared to be quite irritated as she angrily scrolled through her phone. Chloe told everyone that Leo was working on his business plan, which was the reason for his absence. During the time when my mother was feverishly stirring the gravy in the kitchen, my father was walking around the window. We joined one another for a meal. In spite of the fact that the roast meat was dry, the tension in the room was so substantial that it could have been cut with a butter knife. In all honesty, nobody was speaking. Throughout the entire scene, Chloe continued to sigh loudly and touch her temples. From time to time, Mia would cry, and whenever she did, Chloe would immediately get her and throw her into the arms of my mother. After we had finished eating, my father cleared his throat, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then glanced at me. He then said, "Mark, grab your coffee. Your mother and I need to speak with you in the office." The pit of my stomach dropped. The fact that my father's office was a tiny spare bedroom with an inexpensive oak desk and an excessive number of filing cabinets was never a positive thing for our family. That was the spot where the hammer had fallen. It was the location where ultimatums were handed out. As I entered the room, I followed my father. My mother followed a close distance behind us. Not only did Chloe stroll in straight after her, but she was carrying Mia and leaning smugly against the doorframe. This was an absolute nightmare for me. As he sat behind his desk, my father clenched his fingers in a manner reminiscent of a cartoon villain. My mother was sitting on the edge of a leather armchair, and she was clearly anxious. I did not leave my position. It was important to me to be able to stand up for whatever it was. My father began by saying, "So, Mark," by employing a voice that was too official and corporate manager-like. "How are things at the condo? Any issues with the plumbing? AC running cold?" "Everything is fine, Dad," I responded in a direct manner, refusing to participate in his game. "What is this about?" My mother chimed in, her voice dripping with that phony, overly sweet tone that she uses when she is going to beg for anything that is outrageous. "Well, honey, we've been looking at the finances, and we've been looking at Chloe's situation. As you know, childcare is just astronomically expensive right now." It made me rigid. The outcome of this was completely clear to me. My dad quickly took over and said, "Chloe has been presented with an incredible opportunity. A part-time administrative role at a real estate office. It's a great stepping stone, but she needs reliable childcare. The job requires her to be in the office on Mondays and Wednesdays, from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., both on Mondays and Wednesdays. My specific days spent working from home." After a long moment, Chloe finally looked up from her phone, her eyes widening with a false sense of innocence. "And since you're already just home on those days, sitting on your computer, we figured it would be the perfect setup. I can drop Mia off at your condo in the morning, and you can just keep an eye on her while you type. It's so convenient. Sincerely, I was thinking that this was some kind of weird joke as I glanced at her. You want me to watch a 4-month-old infant for 18 hours a week while I am working? Oh, don't be so dramatic, Mark. My mother motioned with her hand in a dismissive manner. Mia is an angel. She sleeps most of the day anyway. You can just put her bassinet next to your desk. People work from home with babies all the time now. It's the post-pandemic normal. I said to my mother, Mom, I am an IT project manager. And my voice was somewhat elevating. I am not just typing. I am leading video conferences with corporate executives. I am managing server migrations. I am putting out fires. I cannot have a screaming infant in the background while I'm explaining a $500,000 cybersecurity budget to a client. It is wildly unprofessional, and I would literally be fired. While Chloe was complaining, she completely ignored the fact that Mia had spent 60% of the supper wailing. She barely cries. Chloe exclaimed. You just put on an iPad for her and she's fine. You're being incredibly selfish. I am trying to build a career here. Then hire a nanny, Chloe, or put her in daycare, I responded, like every other working parent on the planet. She screamed so loudly that her cheeks turned crimson as she said, We can't afford that. Leo is still getting his business off the ground. Daycare is $2,000 a month. It was completely silence in the room. A long, heavy sigh came out of my father's mouth as he leaned forward and dropped the bomb that they had obviously been preparing for weeks through choreography. As my father spoke to me, his tone became icy and authoritarian. Mark, pay close attention to what I have to say, he continued. We have been incredibly generous with you. We have let you live in that luxury condo for 4 years at $950 a month. Do you have any idea what that place is actually worth? The market rate is easily $2,100. We have subsidized your lifestyle to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. My jaw was clenched tightly. I know I get a discount, Dad, and I appreciate it, but I also maintain the place. I never miss a payment, and I'm a perfect tenant. His eyes narrowed as he proceeded. Be that as it may, he said. Things change. Property taxes are up. Maintenance is up. We've decided that it is time to adjust your rent to reflect the current market. In fact, given the premium location, we've evaluated it at $2,600 a month. Every last beat of my heart halted. $2,600 in total. That was almost 3 times as much as what I was paying at the time. It was a ridiculously exaggerated estimate that was significantly higher than even the highest ever market rate for that particular neighborhood. A moment before I had even had a chance to comprehend the shock, my mother leaned forward, her eyes shining with the victory of manipulation. However, we are a family. And family helps family. My stepdad stole my $4,500 to buy his golden son a truck. I let him think he won, then dismantled his entire life, until he begged in court. The night that everything finally came to a head, and the illusion of my family was shattered into a million jagged shards, I was 24 years old during that moment. Nevertheless, in order to have a complete comprehension of the magnitude of what took place, it is necessary to comprehend the basis of the house in which I was raised. It was a house that never, not for a single moment, gave the impression that it was my. This is Liam, my name. When I was only a few years old, my biological father abandoned me, leaving behind nothing but a few fuzzy photographs and a significant gap in my life. I was 8 years old when my mother became a widower 2 years later. I was a shy and optimistic young child. To tell you the truth, I was under the impression that acquiring a new father would finally give me a complete family, someone to play catch with, and someone to whom I could be proud. Instead, I was given Marcus. Marcus, a tall and broad-shouldered man, glanced at me on the very first day he moved in and discreetly classified me as an inconvenience. He was a tall and broad-shouldered man. Additionally, he did not arrive by himself. Ethan, his kid, who was 3 years older than I was the one he brought along. Ethan was the most cherished child from the very beginning. He was incapable of committing any wrongdoing. I felt like I had whiplash, because the dynamic of the house switched so drastically. Instantaneously, the standards of reality shifted in order to make room for Ethan. But if I forgot to take out the recycling by 6 p.m. sharp, Marcus would corner me in the kitchen, his face flushed red, and deliver a grueling 30-minute lecture about being a man, pulling my weight, and respecting the roof over my head. Marcus would chuckle and say, "Boys will be boys. He's just got a lot of energy." If Ethan left his muddy cleats on the beige carpet, Marcus would just say, "Boys will be boys. He's just got a lot of energy." My mother? She simply vanished into the background without a trace. In complete silence, she would concentrate on drawing designs on her coffee mug, while sitting at the kitchen island. It seemed as though she was always caught between defending her genuine son and ensuring that her new husband, who was prone to erratic behavior, was content. She never opted for the second option. As I was growing up, I had the misconception that if I just put in more effort and made myself such that I was unquestionably flawless, then they would have to adore me. All of my grades were A's. What is Marcus's reaction? Ethan barely made it through the class with a grade of C-. Don't get cocky. Book smarts don't mean you're a real man. What is Marcus's reaction? Due to the fact that he did not like the coach, Ethan left the baseball team in the middle of the season. The kid is a practical genius, the school system just does not understand him. Because I was throwing up with the sickness, I was unable to attend a single track meet. Marcus referred to him as independent and strong-willed. You're letting the team down. Weakness is a choice. Marcus growled as he stood in the doorway of my living room and looked at my body, which was shivering and sweating freely. When I speak it out loud, it sounds like a compilation of minor complaints that would be considered insignificant. On the other hand, when that is your reality each and every day for 16 years, it piles up like bricks on your chest until you are unable to breathe at all. In the time that I was attending college, I was already living two completely different lives. My name was Liam, and I was a dependable, well-liked student who was treated like a real adult human being on campus. By Marcus's standards, I was a parasite when I was at home. In all of this, the money was the most offensive aspect of it all. The only people who have ever actually watched out for me were my grandparents on my biological father's side, and they paid for my entire college tuition during my time there. On a monthly basis, they provided me with a modest stipend and paid for my automobile insurance. In order to save every last penny, I put in a lot of hard labor at a warehouse, working part-time shifts. After the age of 18, Marcus did not contribute even a single penny to my existence after that. Nevertheless, Dad never missed a chance to loudly proclaim how much blood, sweat, and tears he had sacrificed to raise me, and how much I owed him. Dad did this at every family event. Take a step back in time to a few months ago. I was 24 years old, and living at home once more in order to put up a much larger down payment for a property of my own. While I was there, I wasn't just crashing. On a monthly basis, I gave my mother a cash payment of $300. Almost all of the groceries were purchased by myself. Despite the fact that Marcus was continually complaining about his streaming movies buffering, I paid the premium Wi-Fi fee since he refused to move from a plan that was based on dial-up technology. It was not a problem for me to make a contribution. It was my goal to reach adulthood. I desired to be of assistance. However, in Marcus's warped perception of reality, I was taking oxygen away from his lungs in a very literal sense. On a Sunday, everything came to a head. It was supper time, and my mother had prepared a hearty roast for us. Ethan was there, acting as if he had just been promoted to the position of chief executive officer, and he was loudly boasting about a lateral move he had made at his entry-level office job. I cracked a grin. The congratulation was mine. In all honesty, I made an effort to be supportive. However, Marcus could not simply allow Ethan to obtain victory. He had to make use of it in order to defeat me. After beginning with the typical compliments for Ethan, he went on to say that he was finally stepping up as a man. After that, the atmosphere in the room became eerily quiet. Marcus gently turned his head, fixed his dark eyes on mine, and continued, "You'll never be half the man your stepbrother is. You're content just leeching off of us forever, aren't you?" Marcus's dark eyes followed his slow turn of his head. It made me laugh. The sheer audacity of the sentence prevented my brain from functioning properly, which resulted in an involuntary and breathy chuckle on my part. As the laughter subsided, however, something happened deep within my chest. It was a thick and heavy chain that I had been carrying about for more than a decade, and it suddenly broke. All of the years that I spent stifling my pride, biting my tongue, and making myself appear smaller, have entirely fled. I got to my feet. The sound of my chair rubbing against the wooden floor was really loud. "Good," I responded to her. The quiver that I often experience when approaching him was completely absent from my voice, which was unnaturally quiet. "Let Ethan pay your bills then, because I'm done." All of the dining room was frozen solid. The sound of my mother's fork clattering against her china dish was very loud. A genuine expression of perplexity could be seen on her face as she blinked at me. "What are you talking about, Liam? We haven't seen a cent from you since you moved back in." It is that sentence. The spark that ignited the powder keg was that one statement, which was so incredibly foolish at the time. I could feel the thudding in my teeth as my heart began to beat so rapidly that it gave me a heart attack. She honestly thought I was a freeloader after I had been handing her cash, lifting big shopping bags, and upgrading their internet for a number of years. My voice was not heard. I did not throw anything out. With both of my hands resting flat on the dining table, I leaned in close to the table and took a long breath in. The utter lack of sound felt oppressive. The very first person to break it was Ethan. While he was sitting in his chair, he leaned back and flashed that arrogant, punchable grin that he had been working on honing since the 7th grade. "Dude, You don't even pay rent. He mocked, as if he were trying to explain the scientific concept of gravity to a young child. To get a better look at him, I carefully turned my head. During my statement, the temperature in my voice dropped to an absolute minimum. I pay rent every single month, I replied. $300. Cash. To Mom. The expression on my mother's face was as if I had just insulted her in a language that she did not understand. That's not rent, Liam? She stated in a dismissive manner while waving her hand in the air. That's just a little extra to help out with the groceries. I let out a sour and hollow laugh that tore a hole in my throat. Groceries? Mom, I do the grocery shopping. I buy the food you are literally chewing right now. With my card. I dug into my back pocket, pulled out my wallet, and yanked out a crumpled receipt from 3 days ago. I buy the food you are literally chewing right now. After slamming it onto the table, I placed it next to her dish. That is $215.30 for this week's food. Paid for by me. And you're telling me you haven't seen a cent? While reclining back and puffing up his chest, Marcus crossed his enormous arms and embraced his chest. You're overreacting, boy. Everyone chips in. That's what families do. Families also acknowledge when someone is keeping the lights on. I responded with, at long last. My voice broke, revealing the vast ocean of pain that lay behind my rage. You've been parading around acting like I'm a parasite, while I am literally paying for half this household to function. Marcus's face turned a threatening shade of purple that was also recognizable. Watch your tone, he yelled at me while pointing a thin finger in my direction. You do not disrespect me while I am under my roof. In the past, this was the point at which I would become more timid. This is the place where I would gaze at the ground, say an apology, and then go back to my office. Not at this time. No, I responded in a low voice, maintaining eye contact with him without blinking. I've been watching my tone my entire life in this house. I'm done doing that. Drama queen. Ethan murmured under his breath, as he rolled his eyes in a dramatic manner. Turning around, I turned my back to him. You think I'm dramatic? You got a brand new $40,000 truck last year, paid for with family money, while I've been busting my ass working overtime just to afford a used apartment deposit. You don't pay a single utility bill here, Ethan. You bring your laundry for Mom to do. But somehow, I'm the problem? With a shrug, Ethan appeared completely unconcerned. I earned that truck. Dad said I deserved it. Dad said? I interrupted him, raising the volume of my voice. Not Mom? Not me? And definitely not his own money, because last I checked, Marcus, you're still drowning in payments for your own car loan. And that struck a chord. Marcus's jaw tightened to such an extent that I wondered if his teeth were going to break. The moment he was about to burst, he was half standing, but his mother rushed up, her voice harsh and terrified. Liam, that is enough. You are being incredibly ungrateful. Marcus has done so much for you over the years. I asked, what exactly? While extending my arms out in front of me, I was asking in a sincere manner. Name one thing. Because from where I'm standing, my grandparents paid my tuition. I bought my own clothes since I was 16. I pay my own gas, my own insurance, my own phone bill, the Wi-Fi you all use, and the food on this table. So please, Mom, look me in the eyes and explain to me what I am supposed to be grateful for. It was her mouth that opened. She finished it off. First, she stared at Marcus, and then she looked at the food she was eating. I had been alive for 24 years, and this was the first time in my life that Mom had not replied at all. When Marcus stood up completely, he towered over me in an effort to reaffirm his authority. You are crossing a serious line, son. I am not your son, I stated in a direct manner. The words lingered in the air like the sound of a gunshot or the ringing of a bell. Mom jerked fiercely in response. All of Ethan's smirk disappeared. In the absence of any attempt at a retort, Marcus simply stood there with his mouth slightly open. Turning around, I made my way up to the upper floor. That night, I did not fall asleep for even a single second. I was sitting on my bed, the only light coming from the screen of my laptop, and I was opening up every single bank statement, digital receipt, and transaction history that I had. My intention was not to simply feel outraged. I desired mathematical proof that could not be refuted. At 6 o'clock in the morning, I had a large spreadsheet printed out. A large poster board was covered with tape, and I affixed every receipt from the grocery store, every confirmation of the Wi-Fi bill, and a log of every $300 cash transaction. At first glance, it appeared to be the wall of a crazed investigator who was pursuing a serial killer. Before leaving for work, I dragged it down to the basement, banged it into the kitchen island, and then left. That evening, when I returned home, the board was nowhere to be found. A post-it note written in Mom's cursive handwriting was placed in its place, and it read, "We need to talk. Dinner is served." As I entered the dining room, I walked in. Many thanks to God, Ethan was not present. There was only Mom and Marcus present. They waited in painful quiet until we had done eating, all the while attempting to sweeten my disposition. Last but not least, Mom cleared her throat. She spoke with caution, treating the words as if they were unexploded landmines. "We saw your evidence," she announced. "And yes, you've contributed more than we realized." I repeated, "More than you realized?" with a look of doubt on my face. "Mom, it's literally half your monthly operating expenses." With a countenance that was as hard as stone, Marcus raised his hand. "Look, nobody is saying you haven't chipped in, but this attitude of yours? It's completely unacceptable. You don't get to throw numbers in our faces and act like you own the place." The same sour laugh was heard coming from me. "Let me get this straight. I quietly subsidize your lifestyle for over a year. No one notices. No one says thank you. And when I finally defend myself against being called a freeloader, I'm the one with the attitude problem?" Marcus's eyes shrunk into a smaller and smaller slit. "If you don't like how things are run here, you are free to leave." That was the case. He had been keeping this ultimate trump card in his possession for many years. It was his belief that it would terrify me. He believed that the prospect of being homeless would cause me to completely collapse. The mother did not interrupt. The only thing she did was glance at me with a pitiful and tearful expression. Consciously I stood up. "Fine. I will." Marcus wore a grin, a smile that is genuine and terrifyingly arrogant. "Good. Maybe out there in the real world, you'll finally learn how hard it is to be a real man." My mind kept going back to that statement throughout the night. It was not because it wound my feelings, rather, it was because it made things more clear. Marcus did not want me to develop into a guy. He wanted me to remain a submissive child, whom he could use financially and emotionally in order to feel more powerful. He wanted me to play the role of a punching bag. As soon as I demonstrated that I was financially independent and had a spine, I suddenly became a threat. However, I wasn't going to just up and leave. Not at this time. Over the course of the subsequent 5 days, I began a methodical and discreet process of withdrawing my resources. I did this by logging into the site of my internet service provider and canceling the high-speed Wi-Fi account that was solely in my name. The water bill that I had been covering was re-established in Marcus's name after I transferred it. My grocery shopping has completely come to an end. I did not go into a commotion. My disappearance from their financial ecology occurred just now. It was Thursday when the fractures had developed into enormous fissures. In the refrigerator, there was a barren wasteland of stale condiments and milk that was only halfway full. As I was walking down the corridor, Marcus surrounded me and demanded to know the reason I hadn't gone to the store. I gave a very casual shrug. "Oh, I figured you'd handle it, since you're the man of the house." He was on the verge of popping the vein in his forehead. After then, the Wi-Fi connection was lost. It would appear that Ethan had a breakdown because he was unable to play his online games, and he called his mother in a state of fear. The door to my room was almost completely ripped off its hinges when Marcus burst in at that moment. "Turn the internet back on, now." My eyes never even left the book I was reading. It took him 10 seconds to stand there, trembling with anger, before he slammed the door so hard that my mirror rattled. He shouted, "You said I was free to leave. I'm just packing up my digital footprint first. Set up your own account." A chilly conflict broke out within the household. Mother avoided making eye contact. Marcus gave a ruthless gaze. In a passive-aggressive manner, Ethan posted sticky notes on the refrigerator with expressions to the effect of, "Grocery fairy died?" and other similar phrases. I paid no attention to any of it. During that time, I was working extra hours, finishing up my savings, and getting ready to sign a lease. And then Saturday arrived. The moment when the Cold War became a nuclear war. I was able to sleep in because I had the morning off. After I had finally made my way downstairs to get a glass of water, I saw that the door to my bedroom, which I had previously closed, was wide open. The pit of my stomach dropped. As I made my way back up the steps, I ran. The appearance of my room was that it had been thrown around by a burglar. The drawers of my dresser were wrenched open, and contents of the drawers spilled out onto the floor. A minor tilt was present in my mattress. My desk drawers were entirely removed from their positions. My laptop was in pristine condition, but my emergency cash envelope, which I had concealed in a textbook that had been hollowed out and stored in the back of my closet, was missing. It contained $4,500 in cash for my rent deposit. Quite literally, my vision became hazy. When I was in the room, I went through it like a maniac, pulling books off the shelves and inspecting every pocket. None of it. As I descended the steps, I took each of them in turn, 3 at a time. The mother was in the living room, folding towels in a composed manner. I screamed, "Where is my envelope?" as my voice reverberated off the walls of the rooms. Suddenly, she jumped while clinging to a towel as she did so. "What envelope, Liam? Do not play dumb with me." "The white envelope in my closet. It had $4,500 in it. Where is it?" It was as if she were a fish out of water, opening and closing her jaws. She appeared to be fearful, yet she did not make any sound. It was at that very moment when Marcus entered the house from the garage, using a rag to clean the grease off his hands. He was completely unconcerned by the commotion and inquired, "What's with all the screaming?" As I approached him, I invaded his personal space by marching right up to him. "Did you go into my room?" His body did not flinch. When he looked down at me, he responded with a, "Yes." I became numb. "You. What?" He stated in a direct manner. "You don't pay enough to demand privacy in my house," as he tossed the rag onto a chair where it was sitting. "We needed to see if you had anything stashed away while you were starving us out. Looks like you did." The blood that was flowing through my veins turned into freezing water. "What did you do with my money?" My wife called me toxic for demanding a paternity test. So I built an ironclad legal vault and let her expose herself in front of her entire family. The very first thing my wife did when I handed out 60 custom-printed dossiers containing the 0% DNA test results at her baby shower was, call me a manipulative, toxic abuser. But as her family scanned the QR codes linking to the group chat where she explicitly plotted to trap me with another man's child, the room fell into a suffocating, dead silence, and her entire narrative burned to the ground in real time. Hey, Reddit. My wife thought she could play me, gaslight me, and lock me in financially and legally with a baby that wasn't mine. She thought she was the smartest person in the room, but she forgot who she married. Before we get to the absolute demolition of her life, let me start from the beginning. I, 35 male, am a forensic accountant, not the standard tax return kind. I'm the kind that massive insurance conglomerates and high-stakes law firms bring in when they suspect someone is lying about millions of dollars, and they need it documented perfectly enough to hold up in federal court. I find the number that doesn't belong. The offshore transaction that shows up exactly 1 week after a CEO swore under oath it couldn't exist. The PDF metadata whose creation date quietly contradicts every single statement in the official folder. I've spent 10 years doing this. Every single case, every single lie, leaves a paper trail that eventually tells the absolute truth, whether the people sitting in the interrogation room like it or not. I'm telling you this up front because it explains every single move I made over the excruciating months that followed, and why I executed them in the exact, ruthless order that I did. Her name was Chloe, 32 female. We met at a mutual friend's housewarming party in the suburbs. It was one of those low-key Saturday afternoon things where you end up talking to a stranger way longer than you planned and leave thinking about them the whole drive home. She was a landscape architect and designer, ran her own boutique studio, handled mostly high-end residential projects. She had strong opinions about native plant integration, zero interest in anything outside her lane, and a fierce independence that I honestly deeply respected. We talked the entire afternoon. I got her number before I left. We dated for 2 years, and it was great. She was self-directed, genuinely funny, and independent in the real, grounded way, not the performative Instagram caption way. I proposed after 2 years on a random Tuesday night while we were eating takeout Thai food in our living room. She had always said public, flashy proposals felt manufactured and fake, and I had been paying close enough attention to know she meant it. We got married 14 months later. Small ceremony, maybe 50 people, a Friday evening, nothing fancy. Exactly what we both wanted. But before the wedding, we signed a prenuptial agreement. It was actually her idea. She wanted to protect the boutique studio she'd built from scratch, and I thought that was completely fair and logical. My attorney drafted the initial document. We both had separate, independent legal reviews before anyone even touched a pen. The terms were incredibly clean. Separate property stays separate. No joint debt, without both of our physical signatures. But my lawyer also included 2 specific clauses. An infidelity clause that instantly kills any spousal support and shifts all attorney fees to the person who cheated. And a bad faith deception clause that allows reimbursement for legal costs when someone commits deliberate, documented fraud inside the marriage. Chloe read every single page. Her attorney approved it without major edits. She signed it over coffee on a Thursday morning, 2 months before the wedding, laughed, and called it just boring paperwork. I made 3 certified copies and locked them in the fireproof document safe in my home office. At the time, that prenup just felt like 2 responsible adults doing the responsible thing. It turned out to be the smartest, most vital thing I had ever done in my entire life. The first 2 years of the marriage were solid. I mean, genuinely, deeply solid. Not just solid for a married couple, but actually good. We built a life that felt intentional. There was absolutely nothing to flag. The subtle shift started about 8 months before everything violently fell apart. Chloe landed a massive new client named Julian, 28 meters. He was a lifestyle and fitness influencer type. You know the exact kind: daily cold plunge videos at sunrise, aggressive meal prep content, long rambling captions about protecting your peace and energy, 350,000 followers. And he ran some overpriced mindset coaching program on the side. He hired Chloe's studio to redesign his massive property and set up the visual aesthetics for his outdoor content shoots. That was supposed to be all it was, a contract, a job. But within 2 weeks of that contract starting, she mentioned his name 4 times in under a minute of casual conversation. People do not drop someone's name 4 times in 60 seconds unless that person is living rent-free inside their head. Shortly after, her phone started going face down on tables whenever I walked into the room. Weekends that had always been free and relaxed started filling up with stuff that had suddenly become urgent, a vendor meeting, a site visit, some exotic material delivery that absolutely had to be supervised in person by her. I said fine every single time. I kept my face neutral and kept her feeling like everything was perfectly normal. But things in the marriage started feeling profoundly off around the same time. It wasn't dramatic screaming matches, it was just this low-level, constant withholding. Affection had turned into something I suddenly needed to earn back instead of something that just existed naturally between us. She tried once in late January to get me to cancel a crucial day trip for a massive client audit. She said she had something she wanted to do together, complaining that I always chose work over her. I calmly told her I had a strict legal commitment, and I'd be home by 7 p.m. She tried again, softer this time. I gave the same answer. I left. She was ice cold for 2 days. I didn't engage with the toxic dynamic at all. I kept my behavior absolutely identical to what it had always been, but I started keeping notes. Then, one night at dinner with her sister, Vanessa, in early February, Chloe said without being asked, and without even looking at me, that Julian was more emotionally evolved than most men. She said it smoothly, like she figured it was too subtle for me to catch the insult. I set down my fork. I didn't say a single word. I simply told the table I had an early morning call and needed to get home. I walked out without waiting for the check. She sent 3 frantic apology texts before I even hit the parking lot exit. The first 2 were fake apologies with explanations and justifications buried inside them. The third one was mostly just her explaining herself again, playing the victim. I replied with one single word: noted. I never brought it up again. And she never knew that the encrypted, password-protected notes file on my personal server had already been open for 3 weeks before that dinner even happened. That's basically how I operate. I say my piece once, I make my boundaries clear once, I handle it once, without screaming or drama. Then, I start writing things down. A massive corporate fraud case pulled me to Seattle in early March. It was a complex falsified commercial property damage claim across multiple locations that required strict in-person document review. I couldn't hand it off. I was scheduled to be gone from March 4th through March 13th, 10 days. I gave Chloe 3 weeks' notice. She casually told me to have a safe trip, kissed me on the cheek, and immediately went back to typing on her laptop. But the way she texted while I was away in Seattle felt entirely wrong. Short answers, massive hours-long gaps, like she was carefully managing a narrative. When her texts did come back, they were short, complete, the kind that strictly answer a specific question and then close the thread without opening any new conversation. She called exactly twice in 10 days. Both calls were under 5 minutes. I checked her Instagram. She posted twice during those 10 days, both from local industry events directly connected to Julian. I came home on March 13th. By that evening, she had shifted into a defensive mode I was starting to recognize from my interrogations. She started fights with absolutely no logical foundation. She said I was emotionally absent. She said the marriage had started to feel like 2 strangers just sharing a mailing address. She said she hadn't felt seen in months. Every line she threw at me came out way too smooth, way too steady. It was rehearsed. I've sat across the table from enough embezzlers giving sworn testimony to know when language has been workshopped in advance. This was workshopped. On April 15th, she sat across from me at the kitchen table, tears welling in her eyes, and told me she was pregnant. I kept my face perfectly neutral and let her talk. The doctor had estimated the pregnancy at 5 to 6 weeks gestational age. Now, gestational age is counted from the first day of the last menstrual period, LMP, which typically runs about 2 weeks before conception actually happens. So, 5 to 6 weeks gestational put the likely conception window at 3 to 4 weeks before April 15th. That meant somewhere in mid to late March. I was back from Seattle on March 13th. Late March put me at home. That was exactly what she was counting on. Our last actually intimate night together had been in late February, which was well outside that conception window by any honest medical count, but first trimester dating carries a margin of error. The window can be argued as wider, and she clearly had people in her ear ready to make exactly that argument. She wasn't betting on scientific certainty. She was betting on enough softness in the doctor's estimate to make a demand for a paternity test feel like a paranoid overreaction. She looked at me across the table, a single tear rolling down her cheek. "Say something." I'm listening," I replied carefully. "Are you happy?" she pushed. She started full-on crying. She said she was terrified and needed to know I was in this with her. I held her. I said exactly what a supportive husband is supposed to say in that moment. That night, I lay awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling, running the math and the dates in my head until 3 a.m. The next day, I drove to work, locked my office door, and researched at-home paternity kits on a private browser during my lunch break. I ordered one to my secure office address. It arrived 3 days later in a plain, unmarked shipping box. I logged it into my locked filing cabinet, opened a new encrypted file on a personal hard drive. I kept strictly off my work network, and made the first formal entry on April 16th. Then, I went back to work. The anatomy scan was in late June. I went with her. The ultrasound technician confirmed a due date of November 12th. Chloe's heart rate spiked. She spoke a half-beat too fast. "That's perfect." I looked at her. "Is it?" She quickly looked back at the screen. The technician kept typing. I ran the math in my head instantly. 40 weeks back from November 12th, put the estimated LMP, start around February 5th. Conception typically follows that by about 2 weeks, putting it right around late February to very early March. I left for Seattle on March 4th. It wasn't just a sliver of a window. It was a massive, gaping hole in her timeline. But what made it workable for her was the uncertainty baked into early pregnancy dating. A careful doctor doesn't give you a precise date, they give you a range. And a range is what her entire lie ran on. On the drive home from the clinic, I casually brought up getting a paternity test. I framed it smoothly as standard medical documentation, the kind of thing careful, analytical people keep on file for genetic history. "We'll just do the test to have the records," I said calmly. Her whole demeanor flipped violently. She wasn't hurt. She wasn't confused. She was entirely, aggressively defensive. It was the exact defensiveness of someone who already knows the answer and is terrified of you finding it out. She snapped that a real man wouldn't need scientific proof to trust his wife. She said requesting a test was a disgusting violation of the foundation our marriage was built on. She said, "If you actually loved me the way a husband is supposed to, you wouldn't even be capable of letting those words leave your mouth." Then, she looked me dead in the eyes and delivered her rehearsed ultimatum cleanly. "If you demand a paternity test, it means you're incredibly toxic, and I am leaving you. I will not raise a child in a home without trust." There was no room for actual discussion. No acknowledgement that I, as an analytical professional, might have a valid point. Just, take my word for it, or lose the marriage entirely. I looked at her for a long second. I understood the game perfectly now. She exhaled heavily, her shoulders dropping. She said she was so relieved, said she knew I'd come around and see reason. She reached over the center console and put her hand on my arm. I put my hand over hers, smiled softly, and we drove the rest of the way home in silence. That night, after she was fast asleep, I sat in my dark home office and methodically thought through the next 7 months of my life. 4 days after that car conversation, I found the group chat. We kept a shared tablet on the kitchen counter for recipe lookups, baby registry browsing, controlling the smart speakers, that kind of low-key shared device. Chloe had left it unlocked one evening with a messaging app open directly on the screen. The group thread was labeled, Operation Anchor. Members, Chloe, her sister Vanessa, and 2 close friends listed by first name only. I stood in the quiet kitchen and read the entire conversation from the very beginning. Then, I calmly connected my laptop to the tablet's cloud sync, exported the full thread with absolute timestamps and metadata to a secure, encrypted folder on my personal drive, and put the tablet back exactly where I found it, down to the millimeter. I didn't change my expression or my behavior for the rest of that evening. We watched some nature documentary on Netflix. She fell asleep on the couch, her head on my lap. I carried her to bed, tucked her in, and lay awake for hours. What was inside that chat removed any remaining, microscopic benefit of the doubt I might have been clinging to. It was explicit, calculated strategy about keeping conception dates vague and relying on the doctor's natural estimation range to carry the narrative. There was a message from Vanessa. "As long as you stay in the window, he can't prove anything without a test. Just hold the line." There was a line directly coaching Chloe to respond to any paternity test request by calling me toxic and threatening immediate divorce if I pushed the issue. There was a sickening note about manipulating me into signing the birth certificate before the baby was even a week old, with the specific legal reasoning spelled out by Vanessa. Once he signs it, the test doesn't matter legally. He's on the hook for child support forever. And then, the nail in the coffin. One message from Chloe to the group that read, "Julian thinks it's his, too. He's just not ready to deal with it yet and wants to keep his brand clean. Followed by a laughing emoji. Vanessa replied, "We'll figure it out. Just secure the bag with my name first." So, it wasn't a drunken mistake. It wasn't a moment of weakness. It was a cold, calculated, malicious plan. They had all sat down together and worked out exactly how to trap me. I read that sequence 4 times. I confirmed the metadata. Then, I closed the laptop, went to the kitchen, and made us dinner. A few people in the comments asked why I didn't just blow up right then, pack my bags, and leave the moment I saw the iPad. Honestly? Because confronting a liar without an ironclad, legally binding execution plan just gives them time to destroy evidence, spin the narrative, and play the victim. If I left then, she could have dragged out the divorce, claimed emotional abuse, and still tried to pin me with paternity legally through the courts. In my line of work, you don't strike when you find the anomaly. You strike when the cage is fully built and locked. I needed an absolute, undeniable paper trail. What followed was 7 excruciating months of me keeping the most straight, psychopathic poker face I have ever had to maintain in my entire life. I painted the nursery a soft sage green on a Saturday without a single complaint. I built the crib. I attended every single doctor's appointment I was invited to. I held her hand tenderly through ultrasounds. I engaged in the baby name debates with full, apparent sincerity. Her mother started calling me a natural father in front of extended family, and I smiled genuinely enough every single time that nobody ever questioned it. There were hard moments during those 7 months, honestly. Sickening moments. Nights when she'd come sit next to me on the couch, put her head on my shoulder, rub her belly, and ask if I was excited about our baby. I'd say yes, and I'd swallow the bile in my throat, because there was still a real possibility, however microscopic, that the math had some insane biological explanation I hadn't found yet. I held on to that 0.1% possibility until the moment I actually opened the lab envelope. What I did not do was show any of that doubt on the outside. Not once. Meanwhile, the vault grew in the background. The group chat export with full metadata. Screenshots from Chloe's laptop on nights she left it open while she showered. Direct messages with Julian spanning from my Seattle trip through late March, proving the affair was highly active while I was gone. Messages where she told him she couldn't stop thinking about him, and he replied that the night before had been everything. My complete Seattle work itinerary with hotel receipts, flight logs, and client check-in logs, all neatly categorized in encrypted folders. I also found an audio folder on that shared tablet. Chloe had forgotten to clear out voice notes Julian had sent her during the affair. She had archived them instead of deleting them. His voice, referencing specific dates across March, talking about sneaking into our house. I copied the folder to my personal drive and routed it to the ruthless divorce lawyer I had quietly retained in August. Then, in October, a massive piece of the puzzle fell right into my lap. A direct message came in on my professional LinkedIn platform from a woman named Maya. Maya said she had been in a relationship with Julian for about 8 months, ending the year prior. She had ended things after discovering he had fathered a child with another woman during their relationship, a child he fully refused to acknowledge to protect his fitness influencer image. She had been watching some of the professional network activity around Julian's brand, and had spent weeks deciding whether to reach out to me. She said she didn't know the full details of my marriage, but she knew Julian's patterns well enough to recognize the shape of a train wreck from a distance. She attached 2 photos without me even asking. The first was a medical document listing heterochromia, 2 different colored eyes, as a rare congenital trait heavily dominant on Julian's paternal side. The second was a screenshot of a text message Julian had sent her, casually mentioning that the "I" thing ran in his dad's family, and that he'd passed it to at least one kid he knew about. I forwarded everything to my lawyer's secure portal with one label, Exhibit F. My parents forged my signature for my brother's organ donation. I changed my name and vanished, leaving them to face the fallout. 1. 29. Male. Spent my entire life as a background character in the movie of my own family. My younger brother, Julian, 26 male, was born with a severe congenital kidney defect. From the exact moment he took his first breath, my parents' entire universe shrank to the dimensions of his hospital bassinet, and I was unceremoniously ejected from their orbit. My entire childhood felt like being an unpaid extra on The Julian Show, where every single episode featured my parents just fawning over their fragile miracle baby, while I stood in the shadows holding a boom mic no one had even asked me to hold. Let me paint a painfully vivid picture of what it was like to grow up in my house. I was 9 years old. It was a crisp Tuesday afternoon, in mid-October. I had just won first place in a statewide regional spelling bee. I was on top of the world, vibrating with the kind of pure, unadulterated joy only a kid can feel. I ran all the way home, my shiny plastic trophy clutched tightly in my hands, practically kicking the front door down because I couldn't wait to tell my parents. I found my mom in the kitchen, the phone pressed to her ear, absolutely gushing to my aunt. Why? Because Julian, who was 6 at the time, had successfully tied his own shoes that morning. I walked up to her, practically bursting with pride, and held up the trophy. She didn't even pause her conversation. She just gave me a dismissive, irritated wave, covered the receiver, and mouthed, "That's nice. Go play," before diving right back into a breathless monologue about Julian's monumental feat of fine motor skills. And just like that, the tone for the next 2 decades of my life was permanently set. Now, as an adult, I get it. Julian was born with a medical condition that required constant monitoring. For any parent, that is a terrifying, earth-shattering reality. But somewhere along the line, that necessary medical vigilance mutated into an all-encompassing excuse to treat Julian like a delicate, priceless relic, while completely forgetting that their other son me even existed. Every single family vacation was meticulously planned around what climate Julian could tolerate. Every holiday meal was dictated by Julian's special dietary restrictions. Every single dinner conversation inevitably, exhaustingly, circled back to Julian's latest doctor's appointment, Julian's blood work, Julian's need for extra rest. Meanwhile, I was doing everything a parent could possibly want. I was getting straight A's. I excelled in sports. Objectively speaking, I was the kind of low-maintenance, high-achieving kid most parents would be bursting with pride over. My reward for all of this? A distracted, half-hearted good job, immediately followed by a return to the latest intense debate about Julian's hydration levels. The double standard in our house was so blatantly offensive that even a reality TV producer would have rejected it for being too unrealistic. When I was 13, I desperately wanted to join the middle school jazz band. I asked my parents if we could rent a saxophone. They sat me down and gave me a very solemn speech. "Oh, Elias, it's just too expensive right now. You know how high Julian's medical bills are. We have to tighten our belts." I nodded, feeling guilty for even asking. 3 months later, Julian casually mentioned that a new PC game looked cool. My dad came home the next day with a custom-built $1,200 gaming rig and 3 new games. The total cost was probably 4 times the price of a used saxophone. But of course, we had to be careful with the budget. At 14, I wanted to go to a summer wilderness camp in the mountains with my best friend, Liam. It was a 2-week program with archery, canoeing, and rock climbing. I had been dreaming about it for 6 months. I even made a PowerPoint presentation to show my parents. Denied. Too expensive. Too far away. What if something happens to Julian? We need to be available, and we can't afford distractions. Liam went without me. He came back with incredible stories of campfires, zip lines, and his first kiss. I spent that entire summer pushing a rusty lawnmower around our neighborhood in the sweltering heat, just trying to earn a few pathetic bucks, while Julian sat in the blasting air conditioning playing his new games. At 15, I made the principal's honor roll for the 4th consecutive term. My high school held a special evening ceremony for the top students, and parents were heavily encouraged to attend. Mine? They didn't show up. They claimed there was a scheduling conflict. That conflict turned out to be taking Julian to a movie matinee because he was feeling a little down. I walked across that auditorium stage, listening to the deafening cheers and camera flashes from all the other parents. When my name was called, there was just polite, scattered applause from strangers. I looked out into the sea of faces, searching for my family. There was no one, just empty folding chairs. At 16, I asked for driving lessons. My mom sighed heavily, and said they simply didn't have the time or energy, with all of Julian's upcoming appointments. I ended up learning to drive thanks to Liam's dad, who clearly felt immense pity for me, and took me out in empty parking lots on Sunday mornings. My parents never even noticed I was gone, let alone thanked him. But when Julian turned 16, suddenly, my dad had all the time in the world. He coached Julian for weeks, patient, smiling, and enthusiastic. My mom made a massive, embarrassing scrapbook for his learner's permit, and they threw a family barbecue when he got his license. For my license, I didn't even get a congratulations. I just became the designated grocery runner. The absolute breaking point of my adolescence happened when I was 17. I asked them to come to my championship hockey game. It was a massive deal, the state finals against our biggest rival, and I was the starting goalie. My dad gave me a non-committal, "We'll try," but noted that Julian had a checkup that afternoon, and they didn't want to rush his recovery. The appointment wasn't an emergency. It wasn't a procedure. It was a routine, 15-minute chat with the exact same nephrologist he had been seeing for a decade. They didn't come to the game. We won. I made 32 saves and got the MVP medal. I later found out through a slip of the tongue that after Julian's 15-minute appointment, they took him to a fancy steakhouse and an arcade, because he had been so incredibly brave, during a standard blood draw. A steak dinner, for a needle prick. Nothing for leading my team to a state title. I came home that night to a dark, empty house. There was a cold Tupperware container of leftover pasta in the fridge with a sticky note on it that just read, "Microwave for 2 minutes. Don't wake Julian when you go upstairs." And, by my senior year of high school, I had successfully conditioned myself to expect absolutely nothing from my parents. When Julian graduated high school a few years later, he got a massive catered party. They rented a tent, hired a DJ, invited 60 guests, flew in relatives from 3 different states, and projected a tear-jerking 2-minute photo montage of his life on the side of the house. When I graduated, I received a generic greeting card from the grocery store with $150 inside and a handwritten, "We are proud of you," that felt as authentic as a $3 bill. We went to a chain diner for dinner, and my parents spent the entire 4-5-minute meal intensely debating which dorm Julian should choose for his upcoming freshman year. I paid my entire way through college using a combination of academic scholarships, federal grants, and grueling part-time jobs. Meanwhile, my parents fully liquidated a chunk of their retirement to fund Julian's private university tuition because he needed a more supportive, individualized environment. I worked 30 hours a week at the university IT help desk on top of a brutal 1-8 credit course load in software engineering. I ate bulk rice and canned beans more nights than I care to remember. I tutored freshmen in calculus on the weekends just to make rent. I even sold my blood plasma twice a week, every single week, because the clinic near my terrible off-campus apartment paid $60 per donation, and that $120 a week was the only thing keeping my electricity on. Julian? He lived in a luxury dorm, had a premium unlimited meal plan, received a brand new MacBook every single year, and had a $500 monthly fun allowance. I graduated magna cum laude, top of my class in software engineering. Julian finished his degree with a 2.1 gigapascals in general communications after 5.5 years, 3 major changes, and 4 failed classes that my parents paid to let him retake. And guess who got the bigger celebration? Julian received an all-expenses-paid, 10-day trip to Cancun with his frat brothers. I got a text message from my mom. "Congrats, Elias. Knew you could do it. No party. No dinner. Just a text with a typo." But here is the most important part of this entire backstory. Despite all of this profound neglect, I never held Julian personally responsible. He didn't choose to be born with a failing kidney. He didn't ask to be raised like a fragile deity while I was treated like a piece of dusty furniture. That was entirely on our parents. Julian and I weren't close, not by a long shot, but we weren't active enemies either. We just existed in the same house on completely parallel tracks. He lived in the blinding spotlight. I operated in the pitch-black shadows. After college, I immediately packed whatever fit into my beat-up Honda Civic and moved to Chicago to start my career as a back-end software developer. And I was good. I was really, really good. All those years of being ignored, dismissed, and overlooked had left me with a massive, chip-on-my-shoulder work ethic. I channeled every single ounce of my repressed anger and abandonment into my code. I stayed late. I took on the most complex projects. I learned 3 new programming languages in my spare time. I made myself utterly indispensable to my firm. Within 4 years, I was promoted to a senior developer at a major tech company. I bought my own loft apartment in a great neighborhood. I bought a reliable, comfortable car in cash. I built a robust investment portfolio. I created a beautiful, stable life entirely on my own, without a single cent or word of encouragement from my family, and the independence felt intoxicating. I kept my contact with my parents to an absolute minimum. I'd call on Thanksgiving and Christmas, usually lasting exactly 12 minutes before my mother would inevitably pivot the conversation to Julian's latest minor ailment. I would visit Chicago once a year for a single afternoon, sitting on their couch feeling like a door-to-door salesman who had overstayed his welcome. They never seemed to notice my emotional distance, nor did they care. They never once asked about my job, my friends, or my life. They never visited Chicago. They never saw my loft. They didn't even know the name of the company I worked for. Everything came crashing down in a spectacular, fiery disaster about 2.5 years ago. I was at work when I got a frantic, unexpected phone call from my mother. Julian's congenital kidney condition had rapidly deteriorated. His one semi-functioning kidney was officially failing. Dialysis was no longer a preventative measure. It was life support, and it was only a temporary fix. The doctors had told them that a living donor offered the absolute best chance of long-term survival, and close genetic relatives were the most likely candidates for a tissue match. Now, I want to be incredibly, explicitly clear about something. If my parents had called me, sat me down, and respectfully asked if I would be willing to get tested for compatibility, I almost certainly would have said yes. Despite the decades of emotional neglect, I am not a sociopath. Julian is still my biological brother. If there was a genuine chance to save his life and spare him from suffering, I would have stepped up. I would have willingly undergone the testing. But that is not what happened. My mother did not call to ask for my consent. She called to inform me that I was already scheduled for invasive medical testing at a transplant center near their house. She had taken it upon herself to give the hospital my personal medical history. She had filled out extensive preliminary intake forms on my behalf. She had booked a full-day appointment for the following Tuesday. She had used my old childhood address, my personal email, which she had from a shared family Netflix account, and, most horrifyingly, my social security number, which she had memorized from doing my taxes when I was 16. She had physically forged my electronic signature on documents stating that I was a willing, voluntary participant in the donor screening program. She spoke at 1,000,000 miles an hour, her tone a bizarre mix of manic panic and absolute entitlement. She talked as if my participation was a done deal, a mere logistical formality that I just needed to show up for. "I knew you would want to help your brother," she said, her voice dripping with that sickening, fake sweetness she used when she wanted her way. "Family takes care of family, Elias. It's your duty as his older brother. I've already set everything up with the transplant coordinator, so you don't even have to worry about the paperwork. You just need to fly in on Monday night. I'll pick you up from the airport." I sat at my desk, the phone pressed to my ear, completely paralyzed. I was stunned into absolute silence for a full 60 seconds. The hum of the server room down the hall was the only sound in my ears. My duty? I had just been legally fraudulently signed up for invasive medical testing, psychiatric evaluations, and potentially major organ harvesting surgery without being asked a single, solitary question. Not even a basic, "Hey, would you be willing to think about this?" When I finally managed to force air into my lungs and find my voice, my hands were shaking with a rage so profound it made my vision blur. I asked her to stop talking and explain exactly what she had done, step by step. She instantly became defensive, her tone shifting from sweet to venomous. She claimed she was just speeding up the bureaucratic process. She said they couldn't afford to waste precious time waiting for me to dilly-dally and make up my mind. She said Julian needed a kidney immediately, and I was the most logical, convenient option. Did it ever, for one single second, occur to you to actually ask me first? I demanded, my voice dangerously low. Did you think about the fact that you just committed identity fraud? Her response is forever burned into my brain. And why should I have to ask you, Elias? You're his brother. You have 2 kidneys, and you only need 1. Of course you're going to help him. That's what family does. Stop being so dramatic about a few forms. That single sentence was the skeleton key that unlocked the final door of my childhood trauma. It said everything about how my parents truly viewed me. I wasn't a human being to them. I wasn't a son with his own life, his own autonomy, his own fears, and his own bodily rights. No. I was a biological resource. I was a walking, breathing supply of spare parts, kept in storage until the moment Julian needed something extracted from me. I told her, my voice trembling with fury, that I needed time to think and that she needed to cancel the appointment immediately. She absolutely exploded. There is nothing to think about. She shrieked into the phone, her voice echoing in my small office. You are being unbelievably selfish. Julian could die if you refuse. How can you be so cruel? I can't lose my baby. She started hyperventilating, screaming that I was an ungrateful monster, that I was breaking her heart just by hesitating, that I owed them for raising me. I didn't say another word. I just hung up the phone. Over the next 48 hours, my phone became a weapon. It blew up with an endless barrage of notifications. My mother called 36 times, leaving increasingly hysterical, sobbing voicemails accusing me of murder. My father called, using his patented reasonable, disappointed dad tone, which really just meant, Elias, just do what your mother wants so she stops screaming at me. My dad tried to sell the entire felony as a simple misunderstanding. Your mother is just panicking, son. She was trying to help Julian. You know how she gets when it comes to his health. Don't hold it against her. She forged my signature and signed me up to have an organ removed without asking me. I countered, pacing my apartment. That's not a panic attack, Dad. That's a psychotic overstepping of every legal and moral boundary on earth. Silence on his end. Then, a heavy sigh. Just come home, Elias. We need you. Even Julian called. To his minimal credit, he sounded incredibly uncomfortable and weak. He swore to me that he hadn't asked for this, that he found out about the forged appointment at the exact same time I did. He said our parents had just burst into his room and told him everything was arranged, and he had no idea they hadn't actually spoken to me first. I told Julian I was sorry he was sick, but that I needed time to process what had just happened. After I hung up with him, I sat in the dark on my couch for hours. I replayed my entire life, scene by scene. The spelling bee, the hockey game, the graduation, The phone call. And that night, sitting alone in the dark, I made a decision that permanently altered the trajectory of my life. I realized that if I gave them an inch, they would take my kidney, my sanity, and my life. The next morning, I walked into my manager's office. I explained that I was dealing with a severe, stalking-level family emergency and I needed to leave Chicago immediately. Our company was actively expanding and had just opened a massive new tech hub in Denver. They were desperate for senior developers to lead the new teams. There was an open position. Because of my stellar track record, my manager made 3 phone calls, and within 2 hours, I was officially approved for an emergency relocation to Denver, complete with a moving stipend. I gave my notice to my landlord, paid the penalty to break my lease early, and started moving with military precision. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell my extended family. I didn't post anything on social media. I quietly emptied my beautiful loft, sold the furniture I couldn't take, packed my car, hired a specialized moving company for the rest, and prepared to vanish off the face of the earth. But before I left Chicago, I did one final, crucial thing. I hired a lawyer and initiated the legal process for a complete name change. I filed the paperwork, paid the exorbitant expedited fees, stood in front of a judge, and officially changed my first and last name. I won't share my new name here for obvious security reasons, but getting that stamped court order felt like shedding a suffocating, toxic skin I had been forced to wear for 29 years. The morning I drove out of Chicago, I sent one single, final text message to a group chat with my mother and father. I am not going to the appointment. I will not be getting tested. I will not be donating anything to people who view me as livestock. Do not contact me again. If you try to find me, I will file harassment charges. Then, I blocked their numbers. I blocked their emails. I deactivated every single social media account I had. I threw my old SIM card out the window on Interstate 80, put a new one in my phone, and drove toward the mountains. A lot of people in the comments are asking how my mom could legally forge my signature for a medical procedure. To clarify, she didn't forge my consent for the actual surgery. She forged my signature on the preliminary, online intake questionnaire, and the initial consultation consent forms to get the ball rolling with the transplant coordinator. She basically created a patient portal under my name, checked the I consent to evaluation boxes, and scheduled the blood work. It's still massive identity fraud, but she wouldn't have been able to forge me onto the actual operating table. She just thought that once I was in the system and in the building, peer pressure and guilt would force me to sign the real legal documents. The first few months in Denver were entirely surreal. I lived in a state of constant, low-level paranoia. Every time there was a knock at my apartment door, my heart would hammer against my ribs. I kept expecting to look out the peephole and see my mother's manic face, but it never happened. They couldn't find me. My new luxury apartment was leased under my new legal name. My utilities, my new phone plan, my new bank accounts, my car registration, everything was completely severed from my old identity. As far as public records and my family were concerned, Elias had driven out of Chicago and driven straight off the edge of the earth. Later, through a burner email account, I used to keep in touch with one single cousin, Clara, who always hated my parents' blatant favoritism. I learned exactly what happened when my parents realized I wasn't bluffing. According to Clara, my mother completely lost her mind. She flat out refused to accept the reality that I had cut them off voluntarily. In her twisted, narcissistic reality, there was absolutely no way her son would abandon his duty. She convinced herself I had been kidnapped or suffered a psychotic break. She called the Chicago Police Department daily, eventually going down to the precinct in person and screaming at the desk sergeant until they threatened to arrest her for disorderly conduct. She tried to file a missing person report, but the police rejected it because I was an adult who had sent a coherent text message stating I was leaving voluntarily. When the police wouldn't help, she spiraled further. She started calling local hospitals, homeless shelters, and even the county morgue, demanding they check their John Does for my description. When that failed, she turned her sights on my professional life. My parents actually drove to my old office building in Chicago. They spent 3 days staking out the lobby, harassing employees as they walked in, holding up an old printed photo of me and demanding to know where I was. Eventually, building security had to physically escort them off the premises. My parents skipped my son's birthday over gas money but went to sister's lavish party. I froze their $350K trust and stopped their mortgage. The hardest thing I have ever had to do in my 33 years on this earth wasn't a massive confrontation. It wasn't a devastating breakup, and it wasn't quitting a toxic job. It was sitting on the edge of my 7-year-old son's bed the night before his birthday, looking into his innocent eyes and telling him that his grandma and grandpa weren't coming. My son, Leo, is a deeply sensitive, brilliant little boy who loves outer space more than anything. He had spent the entire week leading up to his party, making hand-drawn invitations. He didn't just scribble his name, He spent hours at the kitchen table with his tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth in deep concentration. He used silver glitter glue to draw stars and carefully sketched a rocket ship with 7 bright orange flames coming out of the thrusters on the invitation specifically meant for my parents. He wanted to mail it like a real letter. He even asked me for a stamp. It never got mailed. I had to sneak it out of his backpack and hide it in my bedside drawer. I sat next to him on his bed, the glow in the dark stars on his ceiling providing the only light in the room, and I said the words that tasted like ash in my mouth. Baby, Grandma and Grandpa love you so much, but they can't make it tomorrow. They live far away, and they just couldn't make the drive. I was bracing myself for the tears. I was ready for a total meltdown, for him to bury his face in my chest and cry. But my son, my sweet, too good for this world son, just looked up at me with those big, soulful brown eyes and said, "That's okay, Mommy. Maybe they're just really tired. Old people get tired a lot, right? They can see my rocket ship cake next time." He is 7 years old, and he was already giving grace to people who didn't give him a second thought. I felt a lump form in my throat so large it felt like I was choking. I kissed his forehead, pulled his astronaut blanket up to his chin, turned off his little rocket lamp, and walked out of the room. I made it exactly 3 steps into the hallway bathroom before I closed the door, sank to the cold tile floor, buried my face in a bath towel, and sobbed until my ribs ached. My husband, Sam, found me on the floor 20 minutes later. He didn't ask what was wrong, he didn't say a single word. He just sat down next to me on that cold tile, wrapped his massive arms around me, and pulled me into his chest while I ruined his t-shirt with my tears. That was the night I finally admitted out loud what I had been running from for my entire life. My parents do not show up for my kid the way they show up for my sister's kids, and it is not an accident. It has never been an accident. My name is Maya. I am 33 years old, living in Seattle, Washington. My parents live about 3 hours away in Portland, Oregon. My sister, Chloe, is 31 years old. She lives exactly 15 minutes away from my parents' house in Portland, and she has been the absolute, undisputed golden child and favorite since the moment she took her first breath. I know exactly how that sounds. It sounds bitter. For years, I gaslit myself into believing I was just imagining the favoritism. I told myself I was being overly sensitive, that I was looking for problems where there were none. But the evidence was written into the very fabric of my childhood. When I was in high school and brought home a B+ on a nearly impossible AP chemistry exam, my mother, Helen, would barely glance at the paper before saying, "Well, Chloe got an A in her science class." Chloe was in standard biology. When I busted my absolute hardest to make the varsity track team, my parents didn't come to a single meet. But when Chloe made co-captain of the cheerleading squad, my mother practically lived at the school, sewing uniforms and organizing bake sales. When I got accepted into the University of Washington on a partial academic scholarship, my dad, Arthur, looked up from his newspaper, said, "That's great, kiddo, proud of you," and immediately turned the television volume up. When Chloe got accepted into a local state college a year later with 0 scholarships, my mother threw her a massive dinner party. There were streamers, a custom cake from a bakery, a toast, the whole 9 yards. I survived by detaching. I grew up, moved away, and married Sam. Sam is the most solid, unshakable man I have ever known. I work as a senior financial analyst, he manages a massive logistics firm, and together, we built a beautiful, quiet, stable life. We didn't need my parents' money, and more importantly, we didn't need their validation. But here is the part of the story that matters. Please pay close attention to this, because it is the foundation of everything that happened next. 4 years ago, my grandmother on my dad's side, Grandma Clara, passed away. Grandma Clara was a force of nature. She lived in a house that smelled like dried lavender and old books, and she was the only person in my entire bloodline who actually saw me. At family holidays, while my mother was busy fussing over Chloe's hair or Chloe's clothes, or Chloe's mediocre achievements, Grandma Clara would quietly pull me aside, squeeze my hand with her arthritis-knotted fingers, and whisper, "You know exactly who you are, Maya. Don't ever let these people shrink you down to make themselves feel bigger." When Grandma Clara passed, the family gathered for the reading of the will. My sister Chloe showed up looking like she was ready to collect a lottery check. My mother had already been talking about how Chloe could use the money for a down payment on a bigger house. But Grandma Clara didn't leave her estate to Chloe. In her will, she left Chloe exactly $5,000. She left the rest of her estate a significant inheritance, totaling roughly $350,000 to me. Only me. The look on my mother's face in that lawyer's office is something I will never, ever forget. It was a mixture of absolute shock, indignation, and furious confusion. And what did I do with that money? Did I buy a sports car? Did I take Sam on a luxury vacation to the Maldives? No, because I was still that desperate, approval-seeking little girl deep down. Instead of keeping it all, I took a massive chunk of that money and set up an irrevocable trust specifically designed to help my parents. I set it up so that every single month, like clockwork, the trust paid their $2,500 mortgage directly to the bank. It covered $600 of their medical bills and insurance premiums. It sent $500 directly into their checking account for groceries and living expenses. Every single month, thousands of dollars left the account I managed and went directly toward keeping a roof over their heads and food on their table. Chloe, the golden child who lived 15 minutes away, never contributed a single dime to their care. And in 4 years, my parents never once said thank you. They just took it. They absorbed it into their lives as if it was their absolute right, an entitlement they were owed. So, when my mother called me 2 weeks before Leo's 7th birthday, I had no reason to suspect anything malicious. She put on that high-pitched, overly sympathetic voice she uses when she's trying to play the victim. "Oh, Maya, honey," she sighed into the phone, sounding exhausted. "Things are just so incredibly tight right now. The economy is terrible, gas prices are through the roof. I just don't think we can afford to make the drive up to Seattle this year for Leo's party. I'm just sick about it." I believed her. I actually felt bad for her. I even offered to wire her $200 for gas and hotel money. "Oh, no, sweetheart," she said quickly. "No, we couldn't possibly take your money. We'll just have to miss it. We'll make it up to him, I promise. Give him a big kiss from us." And I said, "Sure, Mom. No worries, I understand." Like an absolute fool. The party was small but perfect. We transformed our backyard into a space station. Sam spent the entire morning grilling burgers while wearing a NASA apron. I had stayed up until 2 a.m. the night before making a solar system cake from scratch, carefully painting Jupiter's red spot with food coloring. 7 neighborhood kids came over. They ran through the sprinklers, hit a piñata shaped like an alien, and laughed until they couldn't breathe. Leo had a wonderful time. But I am his mother, and I watch him like a hawk. I noticed him, throughout the afternoon, pausing to glance at the wooden gate leading to the front yard. Not constantly. Just these quiet, fleeting little looks, holding on to the tiny, fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, his grandparents were going to walk through that gate and surprise him. He never said a word about it to the other kids. Not until that night at bedtime when he told me that old people just get tired. Exactly 6 days later, I was sitting in my car in the parking lot of my office building, eating a salad on my lunch break and mindlessly scrolling through Facebook. And there it was. My sister Chloe had posted a massive new album. 28 photos. The caption read, "So incredibly proud of my perfect little scholars. Brayden made the honor roll and Lily won her school spelling bee. We had to go all out to celebrate. So blessed to have the best grandparents in the world who never miss a single milestone." I stopped chewing. My heart dropped into my stomach. I clicked on the first photo. It was a massive, extravagant backyard party. There was an enormous rented bouncy house shaped like a castle. There were catered chafing dishes full of barbecue. There was a huge professionally printed vinyl banner hanging across the fence that read, "Our Little Superstars." There were custom printed t-shirts for everyone. There were towering piles of wrapped gifts on a folding table. And in every single photo, right in the center of the frame, were my mother and father. They were smiling. They were beaming. My mother was holding a plate of ribs, laughing uproariously. My dad was wearing a custom baseball cap that literally said "Number has own grandpa" in bold letters, a hat they had apparently bought specifically for this occasion. They were 15 minutes from their house, celebrating Chloe's kids for getting good grades. 6 days after they told me they couldn't afford the gas to drive up and watch my son blow out the candles on his 7th birthday. I sat in my car, and I swear to you, my vision went blurry. My hands started shaking so violently that I dropped my phone onto the passenger seat. I couldn't breathe. A wave of pure, unadulterated rage washed over me, so intense it actually made me physically nauseous. I genuinely did not know if I was losing my mind, if I was overreacting, or if I had just spent my entire adult life making excuses for people who fundamentally did not care about me or my child. I picked up my phone with trembling hands and called Sam. He answered on the second ring. "Did you see it?" I choked out, my voice cracking. There was a heavy pause on the line. "Yeah, Maya. I saw it an hour ago," Sam said. His voice was dangerously quiet, tight with suppressed anger. "I didn't want to bring it up while you were at the office. I was waiting for you to come home." The way he said it, careful, quiet, controlled, told me absolutely everything I needed to know. Sam is a mountain of a man who literally never gets involved in drama. He is the most level-headed person I know. And even he was furious. "I don't know what to do," I whispered, tears finally spilling over my steering wheel. "You do whatever you need to do," Sam replied firmly. "And I will stand right behind you. But they are done disrespecting our son." That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned for hours. I kept running through the options in my head. Call my mother and scream at her? Confront Chloe and demand an explanation? Swallow the pain, bury it deep down, and keep the peace just like I had done for 33 years? And then, around 3 a.m., as I stared at the ceiling in the dark, I heard a voice in my head. It sounded exactly like Grandma Clara. It was crisp, sharp, and uncompromising. You know exactly what to do, Maya. Stop letting them shrink you. Thursday morning. 6 a.m. Before Sam woke up, before Leo was out of bed, I sat on the edge of the mattress in the quiet dawn light. I picked up my phone. I opened my banking app. I navigated to the irrevocable trust account I had painstakingly set up 4 years ago. I looked at the scheduled transfers. $2,500. Mortgage payment, processing in 2 days. $600. Medical trust. $500. Living expenses. I didn't hesitate. I didn't shake. I felt absolutely nothing but a cold, surgical precision. I tapped the screen. I froze the primary funding account. I canceled every single recurring transfer. Mortgage, medical, retirement, groceries. All of it. One button. Done. The financial umbilical cord was officially severed. Then, I locked my phone, walked into the kitchen, made a pot of French press coffee, packed Leo's lunchbox with extra grapes, and went to work. I know some of you reading this are going to think that was harsh. You might think I used money as a weapon, that I was vindictive and cruel, and maybe you're right. But I ask you to put yourself in my shoes. If you were funding your parents' entire existence using money left to you by a grandmother who explicitly saw how terribly they treated you, and they used poverty as an excuse to skip your child's birthday, only to throw a lavish party for your sister's children less than a week later, what would you do? I genuinely want to know. I figured I had at least a week or two before they noticed. I thought maybe they'd get a missed payment notice in the mail, or a confused phone call from their mortgage lender. I thought I had time to emotionally prepare myself for the fallout. I was wrong. By Friday morning, exactly 24 hours later, I looked at my phone and saw 7 missed calls, 9 from my mother, 6 from my father, 2 from Chloe. There was a voicemail from my mother. I hit play. Maya Elaine, you pick up this phone and call me back right this second. Her voice wasn't worried. It was shrill and panicky. Something is wrong with the bank. The mortgage payment bounced, and the teller is telling me the funding account is frozen. I know you have something to do with this. Fix it immediately. I listened to it twice. Not, Maya, are you okay? Not, did something happen? Did you lose your job? Not, did we do something to upset you? Just, the money stopped, and it is your fault. Fix it. 4 years. 4 entire years of silent, thousands of dollars a month payments, and not once did they acknowledge it, or say thank you. But the absolute second the money disappeared, they knew exactly whose number to dial. I didn't answer. Part of me, the dark, hurt part of me, wanted them to sit with the panic and the silence. I wanted them to sit in the uncomfortable, terrifying unknown, exactly the way I sat in my car looking at those photos. Exactly the way my 7-year-old son sat looking at the front door, waiting for people who were never going to show up. Saturday morning. 7 a.m. I was standing in my kitchen, wearing my old fleece bathrobe, with my hands covered in sticky pancake batter. Sam was pouring his first cup of coffee. Leo was in the living room, watching Saturday morning cartoons. Suddenly, there was a loud, aggressive pounding on the front door. Not a knock, a pounding. Sam set his coffee mug down, his jaw tightening. He walked to the door, and pulled it open. Standing on my porch, looking like they had just driven 3 hours through the night to deliver a death notice, were my mother and father. My mom's face was flush red, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. My dad looked like he had aged 10 years in 2 days. He was staring at the wooden porch planks, his hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets, looking utterly exhausted. And the very first thing out of my mother's mouth before she even crossed the threshold, before she even said hello to Sam was, "What did you do, Maya?" Not, "Hello." Not, "Sorry to barge in so early." Just, "What did you do?" I walked up behind Sam, wiping pancake batter onto a kitchen towel. I leaned against the doorframe, looked my mother dead in the eye, and said, "Good morning to you, too, Mom." I don't know where the calm came from. It was surreal. I think I had just been so incredibly angry for so long, that I looped all the way around the emotional spectrum and landed on absolute, terrifying peace. Sam didn't say a word. He just stood slightly in front of me, holding his coffee mug, his 6'2" frame blocking the doorway. If you know Sam, you know his silence is louder than a shout. He used to work moving heavy machinery. He is a wall of a man. And he was making it very clear they were not stepping inside without an invitation. My mother, completely ignoring Sam's intimidating presence, pushed right through the silence. "The mortgage payment didn't go through," she hissed. her voice vibrating with panic and rage. I called the bank yesterday morning. They said the funding account was completely frozen by the administrator. That is our home, Maya. You can't just. I can, I interrupted, my voice perfectly level. It's my money. That sentence hung in the cold morning air like a physical weight. My mom opened her mouth. She closed it. She opened it again. She looked exactly like a fish that had just been pulled out of the water, gasping for air, desperately trying to comprehend what had just happened to her entire world. I know it sounds cruel, but watching my mother realize, for the first time in 33 years, that she had absolutely no power over me, no leg to stand on, and no control over the narrative. It was the first time in my life I didn't feel invisible. My dad still hadn't spoken. He was just standing there, inspecting the porch railing like it was a fascinating museum exhibit. I looked at him and thought, okay, Arthur. Any minute now. Step in and take her side like you always do. Tell me I'm being disrespectful. Tell me to apologize to your wife. Because that was the pattern. That was the dynamic of my entire childhood. My dad agrees with whatever my mom decides, and then he quietly leaves the room to avoid the conflict. He isn't a malicious man. He is just a coward who chose peace and quiet over fairness every single time. But here is where this story takes a turn I absolutely did not see coming. My mom recovered from her shock and launched into her argument. The woman could have been a defense attorney. She hit every single emotional pressure point. We drove 3 hours in the middle of the night, she spat. You are being incredibly vindictive, Maya. You are acting like a child. You are using money as a weapon to punish us for God knows what. And frankly, she paused, narrowing her eyes to deliver the kill shot. Grandma Clara would be deeply ashamed of how you are behaving. That one almost got me. Bringing up Grandma Clara was a phenomenally low blow, and she knew it. I felt my jaw lock, my fingernails digging into my palms. I took a breath, preparing to absolutely unleash a lifetime of rage onto her. But I didn't have to. Diane. Stop. The voice didn't come from me. It came from my dad. And it wasn't his usual soft, agreeable, let's all calm down voice. It was deep, it was firm. My mom drained my $145,000 savings for sister's luxury condo. I hit her with felony charges, froze her assets, and let the law destroy her. After my parents divorced, I was raised in what therapists refer to as a blended family, which is really just a sanitized way of stating that my childhood was a messy, chaotic nightmare. I am a 28-year-old female. At the time that they broke the news to me, I was 8 years old. The living room's layout is something that I can still recall to this day. It was unnaturally calm as they sat me down on our awful beige sofa, and proceeded to give the standard line, which was, "We still love you, but we don't love each other anymore." She did not yell, she did not hurl plates, and she did not cry in a theatrical manner. It was courteous and antiseptic, which, to tell you the truth, felt a great deal worse. My entire life seemed to be falling apart, and it seemed as though they were absolutely okay with it. When I was there, I remember sitting there with my pet fox in my arms, staring at the floor, and wondering if this meant that my father would no longer be able to make pancakes on Sunday mornings. When the divorce was formalized, my father relocated to a claustrophobic apartment across town, and my mother continued to reside in the house that we had previously shared. For the first few years, I moved custody of my children around in the typical manner. Spend 1 week at mom's and the other week at dad's. I eventually became accustomed to living out of a duffel bag. My father served as my pillar of support. His consistency and dependability ensured that I never had the impression that I was a burden. The fact that he did not have a lot of money did not prevent him from making his small apartment feel like a fortress. The narrative of my mother, on the other hand, was very different. She began a relationship with a man named Robert, a little over 4 months after the divorce papers were finalized and the ink had dried. Robert was overly noisy and annoying, and he wore an excessive amount of inexpensive cologne. It was a remarkable speed with which he moved into our home, and less than a year after that, my half-sister, Chloe, was coming into the world. At that same instant, I transformed into a ghost in the comfort of my own house. Do not misunderstand me, my mother and Robert did not physically or verbally abuse me, neither did they beat me, nor did they put me in a closet. Something considerably more sneaky than that was involved. Just now, I disappeared from view. Chloe was their tiny miracle baby and the center of their universe, and I was the baggage that remained from a marriage that had failed. It was suddenly too expensive to properly celebrate my birthdays, or they would casually forget about them entirely until the next day. All of this occurred simultaneously. All of my school events were completely disregarded. After attending a winter band concert, I still remember standing outside my middle school in the frigid snow in Denver. I will never forget that moment. 13 was my age. As I waited for more than an hour, shivering in my tiny coat, I watched as every other child was brought up by parents who were smiling their faces. I was finally able to locate a payphone, and when I contacted my mother, she responded with a frustrated tone. "Oh, was that tonight? Sorry, we're at a restaurant celebrating Chloe's ballet recital. Just take the bus." When I was 14 years old, I couldn't take it anymore. I contacted my father and requested if I may live with him on a permanent basis. I then packed my bags and left. After waiting for 20 minutes, he arrived and picked me up in his car. There was not a single tear shed by my mother. A fight was not put up by her at all. It appeared as though she was relieved that she would no longer have to put on an act of caring for me. After that day, I stopped believing that she would do anything for me. Not only did she stop calling me, but she also stopped sending me texts. I was gradually removed from her life. Let's fast forward to the present moment. The age of my age is 28. After putting in a lot of effort throughout my time in college, I finally got a position as a senior cybersecurity consultant. I have led a modest lifestyle, put in a lot of overtime at work, and put away every spare cash I could. By the time I had finally reached the point where I had saved exactly $145,000 in a high-yield savings account, I had spent years planning. It was my savings account for the house. Almost to the point of vibrating with enthusiasm, I was prepared to begin seeing homes and finally establish a permanent presence in the family. It had been close to 5 years since I had last communicated with my mother. She did not show up to my college graduation. She did not care when I received my first major promotion, and she never even made an effort to reach out to me simply to say hi. As a result, my stomach fell when I saw her name appear on my phone a month ago. A considerable amount of time passed before I finally responded to the question. She replied, "I've been thinking about you," and her voice was oozing with this artificial sweetness that was reminiscent of sugar. The way she spoke made it sound as if we had just had coffee the week before, rather than disregarding my existence for half a decade. "We really ought to have dinner. I miss my eldest girl so much," she said. My equilibrium was completely thrown off by it. In spite of my better judgment, I gave in and agreed. Perhaps a pitiful and shattered part of my inner child wanted to believe that she had moved on from her previous state. On the other hand, it's possible that I was simply curious about her perspective, because I am aware that my mother always has a point of view. We got together in a posh sushi restaurant in the heart of the city. Chloe, Mom, and Robert were all there for the event. At the age of 20, Chloe is currently a sophomore in college, and is every bit as privileged as you could assume. Excruciatingly strange was the dinner that we had. My mother and Robert were extremely preoccupied with my professional life, but they did not inquire about my personal life, my relationships, or my health. They asked inquiries that were really specific. While he was spinning his drink, Robert asked, "So, cybersecurity looks like it pays well, right? What's your salary looking like these days?" Mom came in and said, "You've always been so painfully frugal," while giggling in an odd manner. "I bet you have a massive nest egg hidden away. You must be doing incredibly well." Suddenly, Chloe rolled her eyes, despite the fact that she had been staring at her iPhone the entire night without looking up. "Wow, you're making all that money, and you still live in that dumpy little apartment? I thought you'd have bought a mansion by now." Robert leaned forward and placed his elbows on the table as he leaned forward. "You're saving for a house, right? Smart move. Real estate is the only real investment. How close are you to your down payment?" A deposition was the feeling that pervaded the entire discourse. They were not engaging in idle chatter, rather, they were inquiring. Looking for precise numerical values, Chloe then made a loud complaint about the high cost of rent in the area surrounding her university campus in Boulder. She also expressed her dissatisfaction with the fact that her present apartment was literally unlivable due to the fact that the appliances were not made of stainless steel. Robert let out a big sigh and looked at me as if I owed him an explanation for my achievement. "Must be nice to have a steady paycheck," he said. "Some of us are struggling in this economy." The mother gave him a look, before turning to me with a gleaming smile on her face. "We're just so proud of how responsible you are, honey. You've got quite the savings built up, don't you?" The answers I provided were evasive, and I shrugged them aside. My departure from the dinner was marked by a profound sense of unease. "I'm doing okay, just comfortable." Each and every contact appeared to be premeditated. Their coordination of this interrogation was successful. It caused me to feel so concerned that I checked my banking app over and over again while I was sleeping that night, but everything was safe. My $1,450,000 was sitting there. I was able to persuade myself that I was just being exaggerated. A week later, I was required to travel to London in order to attend a significant cybersecurity conference. The 10-hour flight was a difficult experience. Upon our arrival at Heathrow, I immediately switched off the airplane mode on my phone and waited for it to establish a connection to the local network. My phone began to severely vibrate almost immediately after I turned it on. There was a deluge of notifications coming in at a quick pace. Send a ping. Send a ping. Send a ping. Banking alerts. When I opened my banking app while standing in the midst of the packed terminal, I felt the blood drain completely from my face. Suddenly, I found myself unable to breathe. Account for high-yield savings that I have. For the sake of accumulating $145,000, I had to suffer, worry, and give up my 20s in order to do it. There is no balance. I had the sensation that the ground was melting when I was standing on it. When I felt the tightness in my chest, I was convinced that I was suffering a heart attack. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I went through the transaction history. I slumped as I stumbled over to a row of chilly metal chairs and collapsed. There were 4 enormous wire transfers that took place. Each one costs $36,250. Over the course of 2 days, several messages were sent in a row. A name that caused my blood to boil into steam was included in the receiver details, and it was right there as well. Diane is her last name. This is my mama. My own mother had devoured all of my savings throughout the course of my life. As I glanced at the glowing screen, my mind flew into a state of fear, and I became increasingly anxious. I don't know how she managed to pull this off. Cybersecurity is my line of employment. Regarding my data, I am quite paranoid and meticulous. No, I never disclosed my credentials to her. I make it a point to never leave physical documents lying around. A portion of me wanted to immediately purchase a return ticket, rip her front door off its hinges, and scream in her face until my vocal cords broke. I also wanted to immediately buy a return ticket. In what way could she betray me in such a manner? On the other hand, the analytical part of my brain, which is the part that is paid to deal with data breaches, yelled at me to immediately shut down everything and report it to the authorities. The next step that I was about to take was unknown to me, but I was convinced of one thing with complete and utter terror. I was going to ruin everything in my path in order to retrieve my money, and I didn't care who I had to kill in order to accomplish this. We are grateful to each and every person who left a remark on the initial post. I was under the impression that she was shielded from the real crime. I had a mistake. As a result of the pressure, Chloe broke down and collapsed during her interview. In her admission, she confessed that she was fully aware of the origin of the money. To be more specific, she was the one who proposed the idea. In the course of that peculiar sushi supper, she reported to the authorities that she had observed my bank balance hanging over my shoulder. She was the one who informed my mother that I had sufficient funds in my possession to actually purchase the property outright. It was obvious to her that my mother was going to access my iPad. Her participation in the crime was active. During her interview with the police, Chloe stated, "I didn't think it was a big deal," and her remark was included in the report. "She has a great job. She doesn't even need the money. She just sits in her apartment all day. I'm young. I need to network. I need a nice place to host people. It's not fair that she gets to hoard all that cash while I have to live in a dump." The sheer sense of entitlement caused me to feel sick to my stomach. It was clear that she did not consider me to be a sister or even a human being. To her, I was like a cash machine. The condominium was placed under a freeze by the authorities due to the fact that Chloe's name was on the deed and she acknowledged to being aware that the monies had been stolen. The property was acquired with the profits of a criminal offense, which is the reason why the state is currently taking action to confiscate it in accordance with the statutes governing asset forfeiture. Chloe showed up at my apartment complex when she became aware that she was going to lose her luxurious apartment and that she would be subject to prosecution for receiving stolen stuff. She was able to get around security by following a resident, and then she began pounding on my front door while yelling in an extremely loud voice. As she kicked my door, she screamed, "You have ruined my life. You are a miserable, jealous hag. Tell the police to unfreeze my condo right now." It's not even that I opened the door. I simply contacted the authorities after looking through the peephole, pulling out my phone, and making the call. Trespassing and disturbing the peace led to her arrest in the corridor, where she was taken into custody. For the purpose of a brief summary, my mother is currently facing charges of grand theft and criminal wire fraud. Threats of terrorism are the allegations that Robert is supposed to face. In addition to being accused of trespassing, Chloe is currently being investigated for receiving stolen stuff, and she is on the verge of being evicted from the condominium that she believed she had obtained for free. As part of the process of liquidating the property and returning the monies to me, the bank is collaborating with the district attorney. I was promised by Detective Martinez that I will receive every single penny back, despite the fact that it will take several months to complete the legal process. Not only am I completely worn out, but my anxiety is through the roof, and I haven't had a good night's sleep in weeks. However, I will not be backing down. On account of the fact that I was the silent and forgotten child, they believed that they could walk all over me. They were completely unprepared for the particular adversary they were facing. It's me. Everyone. In spite of the fact that it has been 8 months since my previous update, The criminal trial was finally brought to a close yesterday, and the verdict is something that I will remember for the rest of my life. Although the legal system proceeds at a glacial pace, when it does ultimately strike, it does so with the force of a hammer striking. My mother and Robert did all in their power to put off the inevitable that was about to happen. A total of 3 separate defense attorneys were consumed by their fire. They made an attempt to assert that I was mentally disturbed. There was an attempt made to argue that the money was a verbal gift. On the other hand, when you leave a digital footprint that includes things like IP addresses, bank routing numbers, and signed property titles, there is no place to hide. I can honestly say that entering that courtroom was one of the most challenging things I've ever done. As a result, the air was dense and antiseptic. When my mother entered the room, she appeared to be in an entirely other state. She had disappeared, the haughty and conceited woman who had laughed in my face. It appeared as though she was old, exhausted, and afraid. As he stood at the defense table, Robert glared at me with a furious expression on his face. Despite the fact that she was sitting in the gallery behind them, Chloe did not make eye contact with me. The defense attorney for my mother actually attempted to portray her as a desperate mother, trying to protect her youngest daughter from homelessness. He got up there and made a genuine argument that because we were family, the disagreement was a civil one and not a criminal one. On the other hand, the prosecutor was completely and utterly vicious. In addition to presenting the bank logs, he also played the audio recording of the confrontation that took place in their living room the previous day. The fact that my mother's voice reverberated throughout the courtroom and said, "You're a selfish, greedy little brat. You wouldn't dare go to the cops," demolished any notion that she was a victim. Following that, there was a collapse in the financial situation, and it was at this point that the most mind-boggling twist of the century was revealed. During the course of the investigation into forensic accounting, the state got to know something that I was completely unaware of. My mother did, in fact, steal $145,000. In fact, she sent a wire transfer of $120,000 to the title firm for Chloe's condominium. On the other hand, what became of the remaining $25,000? On the screen, the prosecutor displayed a number of bank statements that were being presented. The sum of $25,000 had been transferred straight away into an offshore online gaming account. The gambling addiction that Robert had was a large and covert one. Despite the fact that they were 3 months behind on their payments, he had surreptitiously taken out a second mortgage on their house in order to satisfy his bills. They were on the verge of losing custody of their home. The money that my mother used to purchase Chloe an apartment was not simply stolen from me. My money was stolen by her since Robert had caused them to go bankrupt, and they wanted to keep up the appearance of being wealthy after that. They bought the condo for Chloe as a smokescreen to convince her, and themselves, that they were still wealthy. They used my savings to catch up on their own mortgage and fund Robert's gambling. They also used some of my savings to fund Robert's gambling. As soon as the prosecutor disclosed this information, Chloe responded with a visceral gasp in the gallery. She stared at her parents with an expression of complete and utter terror. In real time, her entire reality, which consisted of the fact that her parents were successful and wealthy, and that they were doing this solely out of love for her, crumbled. The judge displayed a clear sign of disgust. During the delivery of the verdict, he did not contain any equivocations. "Diane," the judge murmured, his voice reverberating throughout the room that was silence, "you violated the most sacred trust a parent has with a child. You stole the foundation of her future to cover up your own financial ruin and your husband's vices. Your lack of remorse is staggering." Grand theft and felony wire fraud were the charges that were brought against my mother. As a result of the fact that she was a first-time offender, the judge imposed a massive suspended sentence on her, 5 years in state prison, with the entire sentence suspended on the condition that she pays me full restitution of $14,500 within 60 days. Should she fail to meet the deadline by even a single minute, the suspension will be revoked, and she will be immediately transferred to a prison cell. After a trial, Robert was found guilty of both criminal threats and accessory to fraud. 3 years of probation and 500 hours of community service were handed down to him. What about the financial situation? The condominium was taken by the state because it was purchased with money that had been stolen. Nevertheless, here is the stunningly cruel irony. Chloe was immediately evicted from the condo because it was seized against her will. My mother and Robert have been convicted of felonies, and they have a mountain of legal debt as well as a second mortgage that they are unable to pay. As a result, they have lost their own residential property. The bank foreclosed on the house that belonged to my mother a month ago. In order to avoid going to jail, my mother was compelled to completely liquidate her entire retirement 401k account, which resulted in her incurring significant penalties for early withdrawal. This was done in order to save up the $145,000 that she needed to pay me back. I logged into my banking app first thing in the morning yesterday. The remaining balance is $145,000. My money has been returned to me, with each and every penny. There has been nothing but poetry in the aftermath. After discovering that Robert had been convicted of a felony, his employer immediately terminated his employment. Robert picked up his belongings and left my mother behind because he did not have a place to live, a retirement fund, or any income. He deserted her and left her bereft. Due to the fact that she was unable to pay for her tuition, Chloe was forced to withdraw from her university in Boulder. Prior to this, she had only relied on the money that her parents had stolen to support her lifestyle. Her current situation is that she is working shifts at a fast food restaurant and living in a studio apartment that is extremely small and cramped with 3 roommates. This is the exact kind of dump that she used to make fun of me for living in. At this time, my mother is renting a room in a sketchy neighborhood that is completely isolated. The room is very inexpensive. Her relationship with Aunt Brenda and the rest of the family has been completely severed. She does not possess anything. The absence of a husband, a house, retirement, and daughters is apparent. What about me? I have just completed the purchase of a stunning home with 3 bedrooms, located in a peaceful neighborhood close to the mountains, and precisely 10 minutes away from where my father lives. The kitchen is enormous, and the backyard is quite large. The appliances are made of stainless steel. The following week, I will be adopting a dog from a rescue organization. While I was painting the living room yesterday, my father came over to lend a hand. Following the placing of our pizza order, we sat on the floor among the paint cans and simply laughed. In my entire life, I have never felt lighter than I do right now. I've made it through the mayhem, I've guarded what was rightfully mine, and I've attained the peace that I was denied when I was a child. However, there are times when the garbage can actually remove itself. All that is required of you is the willingness to call the garbage truck. My brother tried to force me to pay a $12,650 bill for 26 guests. I paid for my own $215 meal and walked out to let him face the music. My current position is that of a prime-time financial news anchor for a large broadcasting network in Chicago, where I have been employed for the past 8 years. I have reached the age of 39 at the moment. I devote my evenings to analyzing market movements, company mergers, and economic policies in order to provide information that will be of interest to millions of viewers. At that precise moment, when the red light on camera 3 starts to flicker, I am composed, articulate, and entirely in control of the situation. On the other hand, throughout the duration of my life, the moment I stepped off the stage and took a phone call from my family, I was consigned to the role of Julian, the wallet that everyone found handy. This was a character that I had played ever since I was a youngster. The emergency fund, that is the most active it has ever been. The automated teller machine was outfitted in a suit that closely fit its body. With this day, my brother Marcus will have reached the age of 43. He has what my mother calls a unbound entrepreneurial spirit, which is a very nice and pleasant way of conveying the fact that he begins a new company venture every 18 months that is doomed to fail and wants everyone else to support his lifestyle. My mother uses this term to describe him in a playful manner. Marcus was the child who was destined for glory since he was the star quarterback, the charming prom king, and the son who was intended to achieve his destiny. As he was growing up, he was the youngster who was destined for greatness. I was cautioned by my father that I did not possess the killer instinct necessary to accumulate substantial wealth in the future. In the years when I was 14 years old, I was the child who was reserved, a voracious reader, and who read the Wall Street Journal. Oh, how things may quickly change for the better. At the very moment when my career in broadcasting started to take off, and my contracts became well known, there was a significant shift in the dynamic that existed inside the family. All of a sudden, I was no longer the younger brother who was considered to be dull and underachieving. You could say that I was the most valuable asset that they had. At first, the scale was not particularly large. In order to aid Marcus in covering the expenses associated with his paycheck, this is a loan of $500. $1,200 as a gift to my parents, in order to aid them in fixing their heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. In spite of this, over the period of 15 years, the requests shifted from being asks for grateful favors to requests for demanding expectations. During the conclusion of each and every family meal, holiday, and casual Sunday brunch that had ever been hosted, it appeared as though the check was abruptly transferred to my side of the table. The chorus would begin with, "Come on, Julian, you're on television." It would continue with, "Don't be stingy. Family helps family, Julian, and we supported you when you were nothing, Julian," although they hadn't, but my family has never been good at dealing with reality. In the event that I ever allowed myself to be hesitant, the chorus would begin with these phrases. When the breaking point was finally reached, it had been 3 weeks since that moment. I received a phone call from Marcus on a Tuesday afternoon as I was sitting in the makeup chair getting ready for the evening program. He had a voice that was remarkably upbeat and positive. "Jules. Listen, Uncle Arthur is officially retiring and moving down to Texas next month. I'm putting together a really intimate small family dinner for him this Saturday. Just the 5 of us, you, me, Mom, Dad, and Arthur. I booked a table at L'Etoile d'Or. I know it's pricey, but the old man deserves a proper send-off, right? L'Etoile d'Or is a French fusion restaurant that is located in the middle of the city and is known for its ridiculously lavish cuisine. For no apparent reason at all, the butter is brought in from Normandy, and the steaks are wrapped in edible gold leaf. This is the kind of business that is considered to be of the highest quality. I had some reservations. The fact that Marcus's intimate dinners typically involved a catch of some type was something I was quite aware of. Nevertheless, Uncle Arthur never failed to treat me with kindness when I was a child. He never failed to do so. Over the course of all of my broadcasts, he was the only individual that really watched them and communicated with me via text messaging regarding the segments. It's going to be fine, I said. At the same time that she is my closest friend, Sarah also serves as my executive producer. But I'm bringing Sarah, she said, fully aware of the entire arc of my family's adverse financial treatment, but I'm bringing Sarah. I informed her about the meal, and she answered with a perfectly arched eyebrow and said, I am absolutely coming. You are not walking into that Shark Tank without a witness. This was in response to the fact that I informed her about the dinner. On Saturday evenings, this is the time of day. Slippery conditions prevailed in Chicago as a result of a fall rain that was both icy and stinging. Immediately after we arrived at the restaurant, Sarah and I handed the keys over to the valet and then proceeded to enter the establishment through the heavy oak doors that were embellished with brass studs. The aroma of excellent truffles, garlic that had been roasted, and old money permeated the air within the building. We were met by the hostess, who appeared to be quite serious, and was holding a tablet in her hand. Julian Hale, I'm here for a party under Marcus Hale, I told myself. The manner in which she smiled was one that was authoritative and professional. Ah, yes. The Hale party. They are in the grand private dining room. Right this way, sir. That dining room, which is an exquisite and special space. When my eyes intersected with Sarah's, we exchanged a glance. The knot of dread that had been in my gut began to tighten, and I felt it tightening. As the hostess opened a set of doors that were made of frosted glass, I had the sensation that I had been struck by a blow to the body. The number of people involved was not 5. At 26, the time had come. My mother, my father, Marcus, his wife Chloe, 3 of my aunts, 4 of my uncles, a half-dozen of my cousins that I hadn't seen since a funeral in 2018, Marcus's business partner Trent, whom I detested, 2 of Chloe's acquaintances, and even the neighbor who occasionally watered my parents' plants were all surrounding me. I was surrounded by all of these people. Every single one of them was scattered across a large dining table that was illuminated by candles. The table had already become a fight for excess, and it was already in their possession. My observations led me to believe that there were 4 gigantic seafood plateaus, each of which featured lobster and oysters from the state of Maine. There were empty bottles of Bollinger champagne ready to be refrigerated in silver buckets. Bollinger champagne was a popular brand. Marcus, who was seated at the head of the table, jumped up and brought a glass of scotch to his lips as soon as he was able to do so. He cried, "Julian, the man of the hour," in a loud voice. Look who decided to grace us with his presence, the face of Channel 4. I stood there in the foyer, completely still and unmoving. Sarah's hand made a courteous gesture of anchoring by lightly touching my elbow. This was a sign of respect. As I moved to the only 2 empty chairs that were still accessible, which were conveniently located at the opposite end of the table from Marcus, I forced myself to smile in a manner that was neutral and ready for broadcasting. After that, I walked to the seats. When I sat down, I told my mother, I thought this was just the 5 of us, and she thought I was joking. I thought this was just the thing. She waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she believed that the jewelry that she wore on her wrists was something that I had indirectly paid for. Oh, don't be dramatic, Julian. Once word got out we were celebrating Arthur, everyone wanted to come. You know how much this family loves a get-together. Besides, you make television money. You can afford to spread a little joy. After that, I looked at Uncle Arthur with my full concentration. In spite of the fact that he was sitting quietly and drinking a single glass of wine, he gave off the impression of being in a condition of complete and utter discomfort. He appeared to be apologizing and expressing regret for his actions. During the remaining 2 hours, I sat in a hushed silence as I saw my family place orders as if they were aiming to bring down a small nation. I was a witness to their actions. An additional purchase was made by Marcus, which consisted of 3 bottles of a Louis Roederer Cristal created in the year 2008. Cousin Clara, who hadn't corresponded with me in 4 years, made an order for a Wagyu tomahawk steak that cost $180 and took exactly 2 bites before declaring that she was too full. Trent, the business partner, placed an order for a flight of rare cognacs. Everything they did was make the occasional comment about my clothes, or my stiff, on-air demeanor. That was the only thing they did. With the exception of that, they were giggling and raising their glasses while completely ignoring me. At the same time that Sarah and I placed our order for pan-seared sea bass, we simultaneously placed an order for a bottle of Pinot Noir for her and a glass of sparkling water for me. We were able to observe the disgusting display of gluttony that was taking place while we were at the table, eating in silence. The plates were cleared, the espresso was poured, and the moment of determination had arrived at 10:30 o'clock in the evening. The time had come for the moment of resolve. As the head waiter approached the table, he was a well-groomed gentleman who was wearing a white blazer that was immaculately clean. In his possession was a substantial folder that was crafted from black leather. While he was walking, the first person he went to was Marcus, who was the one who had made the reservation in the first place. In fact, Marcus did not even bother to open the door. He only grinned, took up the folder, and then started to slide it along the length of the mahogany table that had been polished off. He did this several times. The moment it came to a complete and utter standstill only in front of my plate, it had already glided past the crystal glasses, the napkins that were shattered, and the desserts that had only been partially finished. At that same time, Marcus made the following statement: "Your job is to pay, and our job is to enjoy. Best wishes on your retirement, Uncle Arthur. If you walk out that door, you are dead to us," my father shouted out in a passionate manner. "We will not tolerate you." As he spoke, his face turned a rich scarlet color. "Don't you dare abandon this family," he pleaded. I was drawn to him, and I want you to give him your undivided attention. He is the person who had predicted that I would never accomplish anything in my life. My voice was gentle as I muttered, "I'm walking away from a parasite. I'm not going to abandon my family." Both of these statements were true. I turned around and walked out of the room with Sarah joining me. At our back, total and utter turmoil broke out. Marcus was ranting at the waitress, and I heard him out. I was witness to my mother's tears. According to what I overheard, Trent remarked, "Man, I'm not paying for this." While we were making our way through the lobby, we came across Isabella, the manager, who was standing close to the entrance. She gave a nod that was not only very polite but also quite genuine, and she said, "Have a wonderful night, Mr. Hale. Isabella, you are as well." My response was, "I hope you have success again." I had been conditioned to feel a crushing sense of guilt throughout my whole life, but when we stepped out into the chilly, rainy night in Chicago, I did not experience that feelings. I inhaled deeply of the fresh, moist air that was around me. The feeling of having a completely clear chest came to me for the first time in 39 years. I had the sensation of being weightless. Isabella followed to a severe regimen. No, I did not answer any of the 47 missed calls that I received while I was riding in the cab back to my house. This is in response to folks who have inquired about it in the comments area. The restaurant did not allow them to leave before they had finished their meal. The aftermath of the supper has been described as biblical, and it has been 5 days since the incident is said to have taken place. Immediately following the event, the situation was exactly as chaotic as one would anticipate. When I woke up on Sunday morning, my phone had 82 SMS that I had not yet seen and 14 voicemails that I had not yet addressed. An extensive article consisting of multiple paragraphs was sent to me by my mother, in which she referred to me as a sociopath, a narcissist, and a shame to the family name. She said that I had ruined Uncle Arthur's legacy, and that she was experiencing chest palpitations as a result of the excessive stress that I had produced. He demanded that I immediately transfer Marcus the sum of $12,435.35, in addition to an additional $5,000 for emotional damages, or else I would be removed from the will. The joke is on him, because I've known since I was 22 years old that the will is made up entirely of a house that is deeply mortgaged and several credit card debts. In the voicemail that my father left for me, he demanded that I transfer the money to Marcus immediately. The writings of Marcus offered a fascinating insight of the stages of grieving that it is possible to go through. At 1 minute and 5 seconds past the hour, "You are a piece of shite. You have made me feel embarrassed in front of Trent. It was necessary for me to publish it on the business card at 1:45 inches the morning. There will be an overdrawn balance in the account, and you are the one who is responsible for fixing it. Please contact me back at 3:30 inches the morning, Julian. There is Chloe sobbing, and I am unable to cover this. If you could just give me a call back, we can work out a payment plan together." I simply took screenshots of each and every communication, saved them to a cloud drive, and then proceeded to block each and every member of my immediate family in a methodical manner. It is Mom, you, Dad, Marcus, Chloe, and all of the other aunts and uncles. I did not return even a single one of them, even though I had taken screenshots of every single one of them. The studio was the location where I went on Monday evening. A control room was where Sarah was located. I looked directly into the camera as the floor director counted me down, saying, 3, 2, 1, you're live. I then proceeded to deliver the evening financial report. There has never been a time when I felt so concentrated. It was as if the underlying static noise that had been plaguing my mind for 10 years, the continual worry of what Marcus needs now and what Mom is unhappy about now, had entirely disappeared. I was spotted in the corridor thereafter by our weather anchor, who asked me, "Did you lose weight? You appear to be different." My explanation to him was that I had just lost around 200 pounds of dead weight over the course of the weekend. Uncle Arthur was the only person of my family that I did not block. On Tuesday, he made the decision to call me, and although I was hesitant at first, I ultimately decided to pick up the phone and answer it. His tone was rough and tired when he spoke to Julian. "Julian," he continued, "I just wanted to call and apologize. When it comes to Uncle Arthur, you don't have to apologize. You have not done anything at all." I sat there and watched them sharpen their blades, and I didn't say a word. "I allowed it to happen," he groaned. "I didn't say a word." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm sorry. But, you should know. In reality, the situation with that dinner is far more dire than you had anticipated." "What exactly do you mean?" I asked as I sat down on the couch in my living room. After that, Uncle Arthur dropped the bomb that completely recast the entire evening's events in a different light. To say that I was utterly unprepared for this astounding and mind-blowing turn of events would be an understatement. My attention has been drawn to the fact that Marcus did not merely invite 26 individuals to take advantage of my salary. Rather, when it came to our own family, he was intentionally engaging in a fraud. Marcus had reportedly reached out to his extended family as well as his business associates 2 weeks prior to the dinner, as stated by Uncle Arthur, who learned the news via Aunt Clara, who was experiencing a great deal of anger. In order to celebrate Uncle Arthur's retirement, he informed them that he had obtained an extremely exclusive tasting meal at L'Étoile d'Or. He informed them that the restaurant demanded an advance payment in order to reserve the private room and the foreign items that were on special order. As compensation for their services, each of them paid Marcus $500. Marcus received a payment of $500 through Zelle and Venmo from 20 individuals, with the exception of my parents, Arthur, Chloe, and myself. He stated to them that it was a flat fee that covered the charge for the vintage wine, the food, and the tip. He also mentioned that the fee included the gratuity. Marcus was successful in collecting a total of $10,000 in cash from everyone in our family and circle of friends. The overarching strategy that he devised was devilishly straightforward. He would collect $10,000 from the visitors and then keep it for himself. "You should then invite me to the dinner, wait until the end of the night, and ambush me with the actual restaurant bill. Being aware of the fact that my innate trauma response would drive me to pay it quietly in order to avoid making a commotion, you should do this." Should I have paid that bill of $12,650, Marcus would have been able to walk away with a profit of $10,000 that could not be traced back to me. It was obvious that he was exploiting me as a means of laundering money from our cousins. As a result of my decision to leave the scheme and pay only the sum of $215 that I was obligated to pay, the entire scheme collapsed in a spectacular fashion. Because Isabella, the manager, demanded payment, Marcus was compelled to hand over his company credit card. However, the card was not accepted. Isabella, who does not engage in games, informed Marcus that she would lock the doors and contact the Chicago Police Department for theft of services if a proper form of payment was not given promptly. Marcus was compelled to hand over his company credit card. Marcus turned to Trent and the cousins while he was in a condition of stress and encouraged them to help to the payment of the debt. Trent and the cousins were also in a state of panic. "What do you mean?" Aunt Clara inquired, her expression revealing that she was perplexed by the question. "Last week, we already sent each of you a total of $500. Trent concurred with her statement, saying, "Yeah man, I send you a grand via Venmo for both my wife and I. Can you tell me what you did with the money?" In that same moment, the truth was revealed to everyone in the dining room. Mark had no choice but to declare that he did not possess the $10,000. A margin call on one of his failing day trading accounts had already been paid for using the money that he had previously squandered. He was impoverished to the teeth. It was a family outburst. The fact that Trent's own business partner had defrauded him infuriated him to the point where he threatened to sue him. This caused Aunt Clara to start shouting. The manager, Isabella, was required to physically separate the two of them. It was ultimately necessary for Trent and a few of the more wealthy uncles to empty their own bank accounts in order to pay the $12,435 restaurant bill. This was done in order to escape getting arrested. What now? Nothing can save Marcus. Trent is submitting a police report for misappropriation-related company cash, and has legally dissolved their business partnership, also known as a business partnership. Approximately 50% of Marcus's family is asking that he repay them the $500, which he does not possess. The reason Chloe decided to reside with her mother was because of Marcus's financial infidelity. She took the children with her. As a result of the revelation that the individual known as the Golden Boy is a typical con artist, my parents are making frantic efforts to mitigate the damage. They are calling everyone and pleading with them to keep this information to themselves so that the reputation of our family is not tarnished. However, there is no turning back now. What about me? I am currently sitting on my balcony, enjoying a cup of coffee that I purchased with my own money, and taking in the view of the skyline of Chicago. A week has passed, and I have not received a single request for cash payments. I am absolutely, utterly, delightfully, and completely free. In addition, I didn't even have to kill my brother in order to get down here. I simply had to move out of the way and allow him to inflict destruction upon himself. My dad dumped brother's wrecked SUV on my driveway to punish me. He didn't know I sold the house, and the new owner towed it back to him. Let me start by making one thing perfectly clear. My family does not communicate. We do not have conversations. We have transactions, we have demands, and we have dispatches. And for the last 6 years, I was the sole destination for every single one of those dispatches. But that all ended on a random Saturday at 3 p.m., when my father's ultimate power play landed on the absolute wrong doorstep. My name is Liam. I am 29 years old. My older brother, Marcus, is 32. If you were to look at us on paper, you would think we were raised in two completely different universes. I am an accountant, quiet, structured, and desperate for peace. Marcus is a walking, talking natural disaster who operates under the assumption that gravity, laws, and financial ruin simply do not apply to him. And why would he think otherwise? For his entire adult life, my parents have ensured that Marcus never had to feel the impact of his own terrible decisions. But my parents didn't pay for Marcus's mistakes. I did. It started exactly 6 years ago. I was 23, fresh out of college, working my first real corporate job, and finally feeling like I had my feet underneath me. My phone rang at 2:14 a.m. on a Tuesday. It was Marcus. I answered, panicked, thinking someone had died. There was no hello, no explanation, no apology for waking me up, just a number. I need $3,500, he said. His voice was completely flat, devoid of any panic or shame. What? Marcus, it's 2 a.m., what's going on? I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. I'm at the county precinct. I need $3,500 for bail. I can't call Dad, he'll kill me. Just wire it, Liam, please. He never fully explained what he got arrested for. He mumbled something about a misunderstanding at a bar, a broken window, a guy who had it coming, and a cop who was out to get him. I didn't push. He was my older brother, he was in a jail cell, and 2 a.m. felt like a life or death emergency. I logged into my banking app, my hands shaking in the dark, and wired the money to the bail bondsman. That was the first time I filled the silence with money. It was the moment I unknowingly signed a psychological contract with my family, volunteering myself as the permanent cleanup crew for the Marcus disaster tour. The second time happened 8 months later. This time, the number was $4,800. Marcus was 3 months behind on his rent, and his landlord was actively filing eviction paperwork. Marcus called me from the hallway of his building, whispering furiously into the phone. Liam, they're changing the locks tomorrow. I have nowhere to go. Dad said he's tapped out. You have to do this. I paid it. I drained my small savings account to keep a roof over his head. The third time, it was $2,500 for a defense attorney for a case Marcus insisted was just a paperwork error, but the frantic way he demanded the cash told me it was something much darker. I paid that, too. Over the course of 6 years, I saved every single wire transfer confirmation, every Venmo receipt, every cleared check in a hidden folder on my phone. At first I didn't do it out of resentment or malice. I am an accountant. I keep records because I need them for tax purposes. But as the years dragged on, that folder transformed into a digital graveyard of my hard-earned money. The folder grew. 12 entries. 25 entries. 38 entries. Eventually, it hit 52 entries. The grand total? $89,000. $89,000 over 6 years. I never told anyone that number. I never told my father, Arthur, who orchestrated most of these bailouts from the shadows. I never told my mother, Helen, who weaponized her tears to keep me compliant. And I certainly never told Marcus. I carried that $89,000 figure in my chest, the way a person carries a terminal diagnosis. It was a heavy, suffocating weight that dictated every aspect of my life. I drove a 10-year-old Honda, I rarely took vacations. I cooked cheap meals at home, all so Marcus could continue to exist in his consequence-free bubble. And the worst part? Marcus never said thank you. Not once in 52 transactions. He would call with a number. I would fill the number. And the next time I heard his voice, it would be to demand the next number. There was zero gratitude in between, because gratitude would imply that my money was a gift, and gifts make people feel obligated to be careful with what they receive. Marcus despised feeling obligated. He wanted the cash to magically arrive in his account, and he wanted the conversation to end immediately so he didn't have to look at the mess he made. By the 5th year, I started noticing a sickening pattern. The late-night phone calls didn't come randomly, they came in violent clusters. I would get 2 or 3 months of absolute, blissful silence. Then, suddenly, 3 calls in a 2-week span. Bail money, rent money, car, repair money. The cluster would drain my accounts, the crisis would be averted, and then Marcus would vanish into the ether again until the next disaster inevitably built itself around him. He wasn't unlucky. He was terrifyingly consistent. Which brings us to 3 years ago, the beginning of the end. Marcus needed a car. He had completely destroyed his credit score, he had $0 in savings, and no reputable dealership would even let him test drive a bicycle without a cosigner. I didn't get a call from Marcus begging for help. I got a call from my father, Arthur. My father does not ask for favors. He operates like a mafia boss giving orders to his subordinates. He creates situations where saying no requires a monumental amount of emotional labor, while saying yes is the path of least resistance. Liam, my dad said on a Tuesday afternoon, his tone completely flat and authoritative. Your brother needs a vehicle for his new contracting gig. You are going to co-sign the auto loan. I've already spoken to the finance manager at the dealership on Route 9. It's handled. You just need to show up at 4 p.m. and sign the paperwork. Wait, what? Dad, I can't co-sign a loan for Marcus. He doesn't pay his bills. If he defaults, that hits my credit, I argued, my stomach dropping. I already arranged it, Liam, my father interrupted, his voice dropping an octave. Do not embarrass me. Your brother needs to work. You are family. You will sign. I signed. I hated myself for it, but I walked into that dealership, sat under the fluorescent lights, and put my name on a $22,000 auto loan for a mid-size SUV. Marcus made exactly 4 payments. Then, the silence began. He stopped paying the loan, and he didn't bother to tell me. The lender didn't call Marcus, they called me, because I was the idiot, with the 780 credit score, they could actually threaten. I panicked. I made 3 separate monthly payments out of my own pocket just to keep my credit from tanking, while frantically calling Marcus to handle his mess. He promised he would, he lied. The lender only stopped harassing me when I started proactively calling them every month, which is the only pathetic advantage of being a co-signer. You get a front row seat to monitor someone else's financial negligence. Then, 2 months ago, the inevitable happened. Marcus wrecked the SUV. Of course, he wasn't just driving to the grocery store, he was driving on a suspended license. He had absolutely zero auto insurance, because the premium had lapsed 3 months prior, another fun fact he conveniently forgot to mention to anyone. He was speeding on a slick, rain-soaked road at 1:30 a.m. on a Wednesday. He lost control, slammed into a concrete median, spun 180 degrees, and smashed the front end into a steel guardrail. Marcus walked away with a bruised collarbone and a fabricated story that changed depending on who he was talking to. Sometimes a deer jumped out, sometimes another car cut him off. But the truth was simple, he was reckless, uninsured, and driving illegally. The crushed SUV was dragged to a city impound lot. Marcus, predictably, did not have the money to pay the towing fee, the impound release fee, or the daily storage charges. He called me. Liam, I need you to get my car out of impound. It's bad. For the first time in 6 years, I felt something snap inside my chest. It wasn't anger, it was complete and utter exhaustion. The sponge had absorbed too much water, and it could not take a single drop more. I'll think about it, I said, my voice dead. I hung up. I didn't pay. I didn't call him back. I let the car rot in the impound lot. For the first time in my life, I let silence do exactly what silence is supposed to do. Absolutely nothing. My father, however, views silence as an act of treason. In his twisted version of our family dynamic, my sole purpose on this earth is to absorb Marcus's problems quietly, completely, and without a single complaint. When the sponge stops absorbing, my father decides the sponge is defective, not the toxic water it's drowning in. To understand what my dad did next, you have to understand how he operates. Last year, when Marcus got another eviction notice, my father didn't call me to ask for help. Instead, he secretly forwarded my personal cell phone number and email address to Marcus's furious landlord. I was sitting at my desk at work when a strange number called me. Hi, Sweetie. The landlord said, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. Your father, Arthur, told me you are the point of contact handling your brother's rent arrears. We need $3,200 by Friday or the sheriffs are coming. I was completely blindsided. I wasn't handling anything. I didn't even know Marcus was behind on rent again. But my father had intentionally placed me in a corner where refusing to pay meant I had to explicitly tell a stranger, go ahead and make my brother homeless. My father keeps his own hands perfectly clean by forcing my hands into the dirt. But 3 weeks ago, on a Thursday at 2 a.m., the system finally broke. My phone lit up in the dark. The screen flashed. Marcus. I lay in bed and stared at the glowing screen for 3 full rings. I didn't feel panic this time. I felt a cold, hard clarity settling over me. I picked up the phone. I need $9,500, Marcus said. No, hello. No, sorry to wake you. Just the demand, followed immediately by his signature, suffocating silence. Marcus uses silence as a weapon. He drops a massive, terrifying number, and then he waits. He knows that normal, empathetic people get incredibly uncomfortable with dead air, and uncomfortable people eventually reach for their wallets just to make the tension stop. I took a deep breath, staring up at my dark ceiling. No, I said. One single word. One syllable. The first time I had ever deployed it against him in 6 years of financial abuse. Marcus didn't respond for a full 10 seconds. I could practically hear his brain short-circuiting. What? What do you mean, no? He stammered, as if I had suddenly started speaking fluent Mandarin. I mean it, exactly what I said, Marcus. No. I am not sending you money. Liam, I'm serious. This is bad. You don't understand, this is really bad. His voice started to rise, tinged with genuine panic. It's always bad, Marcus, I snapped, sitting up in bed. It has been bad for 6 years. The answer is no. This isn't like the other times, man. I need this. If I don't get this $9,500 by tomorrow. You needed it every time. I yelled, cutting him off. That is exactly what you said when it was $3,500 for bail. It's what you said when it was $4,800 for rent. It's what you said when it was $2,500 for a lawyer. And every single time, I paid it. And every single time, you called me a few months later, with an even bigger number. The pattern never ends because I am the idiot funding it. Well, the funding is officially cut off. So what? You're just cutting me out of your life? You're abandoning your own brother? He manipulated, playing the victim perfectly. I'm cutting off the wire transfers, Marcus. I'm not cutting you off as a brother. If you want to talk, if you want to hang out, call me at 2 p.m. on a Saturday like a normal human being. But if you are calling me at 2 a.m. for $9,500, I cannot and will not help you. He hung up on me. There was no argument, no screaming match, no negotiation. No, Dad, I corrected him sharply. I didn't drop anything anywhere. You went to the impound lot. You paid the release fee. You hired a shady tow truck. You gave them an address you didn't bother to verify. You explicitly ordered them to abandon a wrecked, hazardous vehicle on a stranger's property. Every single step of this spectacular failure was a conscious decision made by you. And every single consequence is going to land squarely on you. Don't you dare lecture me, he roared. If you had just paid the $9,500 and helped your brother like you are supposed to, I wouldn't have had to do this. I am not supposed to do anything. I am not an ATM. You used my brother's wrecked car as a prop to punish me for setting a boundary. You wanted to send a message. Well, the message got returned to sender. Where do you want the invoice sent? End quote. Where do you live now, Liam? He demanded, ignoring my entire speech. Give me your new address right now. No. What do you mean, no? I am your father. I mean absolutely not. You literally just weaponized a 2-ton wrecked vehicle and sent it to my last known address to terrorize me. You think I'm going to hand you the new coordinates? You lost your delivery privileges, Dad. You cannot hide from your own family, Liam. This is ridiculous. I'm not hiding, Dad. I am standing in my beautiful new kitchen. I can see the sunset out my floor-to-ceiling windows. I am perfectly visible. I'm just not giving you the map anymore. He hung up on me. He didn't say goodbye. He just slammed the phone down. I set my phone on the counter. The apartment was completely silent. It wasn't the heavy, anxious silence of waiting for the next disaster. It was the light, airy silence of total freedom. My father had spent years dispatching guilt, landlords, and financial ruin to my front door. Now, the door had moved, and the man behind it was untouchable. I opened my phone, went to the hidden folder, and took a screenshot of the 52 transactions. The total, $89,000. I opened a text message to my father. I attached the screenshot. Underneath it, I typed one single sentence. The Bank of Liam is permanently closed. Here is your receipt. I hit send. I put the phone on Do Not Disturb, made myself a sandwich, and watched a movie. But the fallout was just beginning. Monday morning rolled around. The city impound lot opened for business. They needed to contact the registered owner of the freshly impounded, heavily damaged SUV. They didn't call me. They didn't call my father. They called Marcus, because his name was the only one on the title. Marcus was violently woken up at 9 a.m. by a gruff city employee. "Mr. Marcus? Yeah, we have your vehicle here at the municipal lot. Just letting you know that since it was brought in as an abandoned vehicle complaint off private property, your new retrieval fee is $400. Plus the storage fee is $50 a day. You owe $450 as of right now, and it goes up tomorrow." Marcus was completely stunned. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. He didn't know our dad had gone to the lot on Saturday. He didn't know his car had been used as a mafia-style message. He didn't know it had taken a scenic round trip across the city only to end up back in jail, mathematically more expensive than before. Marcus called me Monday evening. His voice was completely different. It wasn't the arrogant, demanding tone of the 2 a.m. calls. It sounded small, confused. "Liam, did Dad seriously take my car out of impound?" "Yes, he did," I replied. "And he dumped it at your house?" "He tried to. But he dumped it at a house I don't own anymore. The new owner had it towed right back." "Wait. You moved?" 4 months ago, Marcus. None of you knew because none of you ever check on me unless you need my wallet." Marcus went dead silent. I could actually hear the rusted gears in his head turning, trying to assemble the pieces of information. Marcus usually creates disasters and expects me to assemble the pieces. Doing the math himself was a new experience. "So, Dad paid $310 to get my car out. He paid a tow truck to drive it across town to punish you for not giving me $9,500. He dropped it on a random lawyer's driveway. The lawyer towed it back. And now I owe $450 to get it out again, plus $50 every single day? That is an incredibly accurate summary of events, yes." "He didn't ask me." Marcus exploded. "He didn't tell me he was doing this. He used my property to get back at you." "Yes, he did, Marcus. Because I finally said no, and Dad needed to break me. He just missed the target. I owe more money now than I did on Friday. I can't pay $450. The lot is going to crush the car and sell it for scrap." "That sounds like a conversation you need to have with Dad," I said smoothly. "He orchestrated the dispatch. He can pay the invoice." I hung up. I found out from my mother what happened on Tuesday morning. Marcus didn't call my dad. He drove to my parents' house and kicked the front door open. My father was sitting at the kitchen table, drinking coffee, his laptop open. "You stole my car from the impound lot," Marcus screamed, storming into the kitchen. My father slammed his laptop shut, standing up. "Watch your tone with me. I was trying to help you." "Help me? You added $450 to my debt. You dragged my wrecked car across the city and dumped it on a stranger's driveway. The impound lot told me the guy filed a police report. Are the cops going to come after me because my name is on the title?" "Title. If your brother wasn't a selfish prick and just paid the money like he was supposed to, none of this would have happened," my father yelled back, his face turning purple. "Liam isn't supposed to pay my bills," Marcus shouted. And according to my mother, this was the first time in his entire life Marcus had ever defended me. "You didn't even call Liam. You didn't ask him. You just sent a tow truck to terrorize him. That's how you handle everything. You just force people into corners." My mother, Helen, scurried into the kitchen, wringing her hands. "Marcus, please, lower your voice. Let's sit down and discuss this as a family." Marcus whipped around to look at her. "Did you know he was going to do this, Mom?" Helen looked at the floor. She couldn't make eye contact. "Your father. He thought it would be a strong message. He thought it would bring Liam back to his senses." "You both knew," Marcus said, his voice dropping into a terrifyingly calm register. "You both decided to use my wrecked car, my property, my name, to punish Liam. And you didn't think about the consequences. Because you never think about the consequences. You just expect Liam to clean it up." "Everything I do is to keep this family functioning," Arthur bellowed. "No, Dad," Marcus said, shaking his head in disgust. "Everything you do is to stay in control. You don't care about me. You don't care about Liam. You just care that your little system works. Well, Liam opted out. And now I'm opting out. Do not ever touch my property again." Marcus walked out of the house and slammed the door so hard the framed pictures on the hallway wall rattled. My mother called me that night, crying hysterically. "Liam, your brother and your father are at each other's throats. The family is falling apart. Please, you have to talk to your father. He is absolutely beside himself. He just sits at the kitchen table staring at the wall." "Mom," I said gently, but firmly. "For 6 years, Dad used me as a human shield to protect Marcus from his own mistakes. The one time I stepped out of the way, Dad threw a grenade, and it blew up in his own face. I am not coming back to fix the shrapnel. But he doesn't know what to do, she wailed. He's confused. He's lost. He isn't confused, Mom. He is just grieving the loss of his power. He built a machine where he pulls the levers. Marcus makes the messes, and I pay the bills. The machine is broken because the ATM walked away. He can either learn how to have a real relationship with his sons, or he can sit at that kitchen table alone. That is his choice. I hung up. She hasn't called me since. It has been 3 weeks since the tow truck incident. I did the final math yesterday, sitting at my beautiful, peaceful kitchen island. My father's total costs: $310 for the initial impound release, $200 for the private tow truck. Total: $510, completely wasted for a 5-minute power trip on the wrong driveway. Marcus's total costs: $400 for the new retrieval fee, $50 a day in storage for 21 days, total: $1,450. He still hasn't paid it. The impound lot sent him a final notice yesterday. They are going to auction the crushed SUV for scrap metal by the end of the month, which means his auto loan, the one I finally removed my name from legally after threatening the bank with a lawyer, is going to default and destroy whatever is left of his credit score. My total costs from this entire catastrophic ordeal? $0. 0 missed hours of sleep. 0 panic attacks at 2 a.m. My phone stays dark now. The ghost town of wire transfers is just a screenshot on my camera roll. The family machine is still out there, sputtering and smoking, tearing itself apart. I can picture it perfectly. My father sitting in silence, my mother weeping over the broken pieces, my brother drowning in the consequences of his own actions. But they don't have my address, they don't have my money, and they will never have my peace again. 2 months later. A lot of you have been asking in the comments if my dad ever tried to find my new apartment, or if Marcus ever ended up paying off the impound lot. The short answer is chaos. The long answer is so satisfying I had to pour a glass of bourbon just to write it down. Let's start with Marcus. The city impound lot did not play games. When the 30-day mark hit, they officially classified the SUV as abandoned. They seized the title, crushed the vehicle into a neat little metal cube, and sold it for scrap. Because the scrap value was barely $600, it didn't even come close to covering the massive storage fees and the remaining $18,000 balance on the auto loan. The lender immediately went after Marcus. They froze his checking account. Marcus, in a sheer panic, actually drove to my old house to try and ambush me, completely forgetting, or in denial, that I had moved. David Vance, the lawyer who bought my house, has security cameras everywhere. He saw Marcus pacing aggressively on the front porch. David didn't even open the door. He just spoke through the Ring camera. If your last name is anything related to Arthur, you have exactly 30 seconds to get off my property before I have you arrested for trespassing. Marcus ran. With nowhere else to turn, Marcus went back to my parents' house. But the dynamic had fundamentally shifted. My dad, still humiliated by my text message and the utter failure of his tow truck stunt, refused to bail Marcus out. My dad told him, "You're a grown man, figure it out." For the first time in 32 years, Marcus actually had to face the music. He couldn't pay his rent without my $4,800 injections. He was formally evicted 3 weeks ago. He is currently sleeping on an air mattress in my parents' unfinished basement, working a minimum wage landscaping job under the table because his wages from any real job would be immediately garnished by the auto lender. And my father? My father is unraveling. Without me there to act as a buffer, Arthur and Marcus are trapped in the same house, constantly at each other's throats. My mother called me from a burner phone last week because I blocked her main number when she kept sending me guilt trip Bible verses. She sounded exhausted, her voice raspy and defeated. "Liam, please, the house is a war zone. Your brother and father scream at each other every single night. Marcus blames your father for losing the car. Your father blames Marcus for being a failure. I can't take it anymore. Please, just tell us where you live so we can come over and have dinner. We can fix this." I leaned against my kitchen counter, looking out at the city skyline. "Mom, there is nothing to fix on my end. My life is perfectly quiet. The war zone you are describing is the exact environment you and Dad created. You built a world where Marcus has no accountability, and now you have to live in it with him. Enjoy the basement." I hung up and blocked the burner number. I haven't heard from any of them since. I got promoted at work last Friday. I used the extra money to book a 2-week vacation to Japan next spring. I sleep through the night, every single night. The silence used to terrify me because I thought it meant a storm was coming. Now I know the truth. The silence isn't the warning before the storm. The silence is the shelter. My sister stole my car, and my parents framed me for the felony. I gave detectives the dashcam footage, and watched my entire family get arrested. I am 34 years old, and for the past 10 years, I have been my younger sister Chloe's unofficial ATM, crisis manager, and janitor. Chloe is 28 years old. I have spent my entire adult life cleaning up her messes, repairing her catastrophic mistakes, paying her debts, and stepping in whenever she managed to utterly derail her life. I have done all of these things. Also, believe me, she did it every time. Despite the fact that Chloe is 28 years old, she approaches life with the emotional intelligence and financial responsibility of a wealthy teenager. She has never been able to maintain a steady work for more than a year. She has never been able to save even a single penny, and she has by no means ever learned to accept responsibility for her actions. On the other hand, due to the aberrant reasoning of my family, her shortcomings have always been a source of financial strain for me. Robert and Susan Miller, Chloe's parents, came to the conclusion a very long time ago that their daughter was simply too fragile to be exposed to the real world. Chloe was constantly defended by my mother, who often asserted that she was a free spirit, who only required additional time to discover her own. On the other hand, my father simply refused to deal with her outbursts of anger out of being a coward. As a result, they officially handed the responsibility over to me when she was forced to return home after dropping out of her third try at attending college. When my father would clap me on the shoulder with his hefty, guilt-inducing grip, he would say, "Ryan, you are the older brother. You've always been the responsible one. You have a great job in software. Chloe just needs a little help to get on her feet. She'll grow up soon." This little help turned out to be a severe financial loss that lasted for 10 years. In order to prevent her from being evicted from her apartment, I paid her landlord when she was unable to make her rent payments since she had spent her wages on VIP concert tickets. My own savings were depleted in order to save her from the collection agencies that were going to sue her after she accumulated up a credit card debt of $15,000 by purchasing fashionable clothes and taking weekend getaways. To Tulum. I was the one who paid her vehicle insurance premium. I paid the bill for her phone. And each and every time, I lied to myself, telling myself things like, "She's my sister, she's hitting rock bottom. This will be the wake-up call. She'll get it together eventually." It was never done by her. The reason for this is that if someone is continuously carrying you, you will never learn how to walk. With this particular instance, she went so far beyond the point of no return that she nuked every single member of our family. On a Friday evening, everything began. My brand new Audi A6, from 2023, had just been purchased by me. For the past 3 years, I had been working arduous 60-hour weeks in order to save up for this automobile. I was filled with the utmost pride and excitement. I had forgotten to lock the spare key in my home office desk when I was away on a business trip in Portland over the weekend. I ended up leaving it there. Or so I had believed. I was in the comfort of my hotel room when I heard the buzzing of my phone. It was a text message sent by Chloe. The sentence is brief, informal, and entirely devoid of any bounds or manner of respect. "Rye, I just wanted to let you know that I went by your apartment to pick up that old hard drive. Saw the keys to the Audi. We took it with us on our excursion to the mountains over the weekend. I take it you weren't going to use it anyway? Thank you." Despite my brain's inability to understand the words, I continued to stare at the computer, my automobile. I hadn't even come close to making the second payment on that one yet. Her actions included breaking into my workstation, stealing my keys, and taking my automobile without my permission. Without delay, I dialed her number. Despite the fact that my heart was beating against my ribs, blood was pouring into my ears. The music was playing loudly in the background as she answered the phone on the fourth ring. Because I was so angry, I yelled, "What do you mean you took my car?" My voice was tense with anger. While performing her favorite role, Chloe let out a deep sigh into the receiver. She was acting as the victim of my unreasonable disciplinary measures. "Relax, Ryan. God, you are always so high-strung. It's just for the weekend. Me and the girls are going up to the cabin in the Cascades. I wanted to drive something nice for once. I never said you could take my car. You broke into my desk. Bring it back to my apartment right now." On the other hand, she retorted, "You weren't even home. What is the big deal? It's just a car. I'll bring it back Sunday. Stop suffocating me." "The big deal is that it is a $60,000 vehicle that is not yours," I said loudly. However, before I could continue the sentence, the line suddenly stopped moving. I was hung up on by her. While I was pacing around my hotel room in a state of mental anguish, I immediately called my parents. The response came from my mother. I informed her of what Chloe had done, anticipating that she would finally take my side. Instead, I was given the classic gaslighting special that Susan Miller had created. "Ryan, honey, please don't yell," my mother pleaded with him. "It's just a car. She's your sister. Why are you always so selfish with your things? It's not like she stole it. She's borrowing it. Just let her have a fun weekend. You can afford it." While I was feeling physically sick to my stomach, I hung up the phone. Right then and there, I made the decision that I would return the keys to her on Sunday, and cut her off financially. It seemed to me that that would be the final chapter. I was completely and utterly incorrect. The subsequent call arrived around 2:45 inches the morning. Suddenly, I was jerked awake from a deep sleep. The name of Chloe was displayed on the caller ID. When I responded, I was sleepy and enraged. My response was, "What?" When Chloe said, "Ryan," she was crying uncontrollably. At the same time that I could hear the torrential rain that was pouring down in the background, I could also hear the faint and ominous wail of sirens that were coming. "Ryan, I got into an accident." By the time I sat up, my vision had become hazy. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" I think I'm fine." She exhaled heavily into her lungs. "But the car, Ryan, the car it's totaled. I slid off the wet road. It's in a ditch. It's destroyed." Suddenly, my stomach sank into a bottomless pit of despair. My very own high-end Audi. It's gone. However, before I could even begin to comprehend the magnitude of the financial destruction, her tone quickly changed from one of fear to one of feverish calculation. As the sirens became increasingly louder, she hushed. "Ryan, listen to me." With a stern whisper. "The cops are coming. I've been drinking. If they breathalyze me, I'm going to jail. You need to tell them you were driving. You need to say you were driving and you left the scene to go get help. Please, Ryan. Just tell them it was you." Her desire was for me to perform a criminal act. Despite the fact that she had stolen a car from me, she wanted me to take the blame for her intoxicated driving. I took a long, slow breath, in and out. The years of animosity, the tens of thousands of dollars, and the unending disrespect, all of these things were perfectly clear to me in that same instant. "No," I clarified. A spooky calmness pervaded my voice. The only sound that could be heard through the line was the rain. Then, a scoff that was both angry and nonchalant. "Are you serious, Ryan? I'm your sister. I will go to jail." My response was, "I know," while I stared blankly at the wall of the motel. "And that is exactly where you belong. You stole my car, Chloe. You crashed it. And now you want me to commit perjury and insurance fraud to save you." "No." The sound of her shriek reverberated throughout the night as she exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? You're really going to let your own sister deal with this alone? After everything?" In spite of everything, my blood began to boil as a result of the foolishness of those two words. Everything referred to the years spent rescuing her from failure. It was imperative that she pay off all of her bills. Her life was a complete and utter disaster, and everything meant cleaning up the wreckage. Nevertheless, she was manipulating this in such a way that she made me the antagonist. "Call Mom and Dad," I exclaimed in a chilly tone. "Maybe they'll finally take some responsibility for their golden child. I am done." The phone was hung up by me. I waited for the sun to rise while I glanced at the ceiling while the Do Not Disturb feature was being activated. My phone was flooded with 47 missed calls and dozens of unanswered text messages from my parents by the time the clock struck 7 o'clock in the morning. "This is Ryan Robert Miller. Mom. What exactly is the matter with you? As a result of your abandonment, your sister might have passed away. We did a better job of raising you than this, Dad. You are obligated to take action and assist your family. Make an immediate call to the police station, and let them know that you have given her permission to drive. Ryan, she is currently being held in a holding cell. She has a terrible fear. Make a call to the authorities, and have this fixed. Family is able to forgive." Not a single emotion came over me. There is no guilt. There is no anxiety. Nothing more than a void, a crushing fatigue. The texts were ignored by me. I was able to get my belongings together, check out of the hotel early, and drive my rental car back to Seattle, which was a 3-hour drive. My insurance company would eventually resolve the claim for the stolen automobile. Chloe would be charged with driving under the influence, and I would finally be able to cut my toxic family out of my life. Chloe, on the other hand, was not the sort to pass away quietly. She was going to drag me under the sea with her if she was sinking, so don't worry about that. 2 days had passed after the accident, and it was Monday morning. I was sitting at the kitchen island, drinking coffee, and composing an email to my insurance agent when I heard a loud thumping that reverberated throughout my apartment. By pointing a shaking finger at my chest, my father yelled out in a hysterical manner, "What did you do?" "The police just called us. They said our witness statements were flagged for perjury. You showed them the dashcam, didn't you? You threw your own family to the wolves." "You threw me to the wolves first," I responded, my voice behaving in a manner that was dangerously calm. "You tried to send me to prison, Dad. You looked the police in the eye, and signed a paper saying I committed a hit and run. You are dead to me." Despite the tears that were flowing down her cheeks, my mother pushed past him, playing the role of the ultimate victim. "Ryan, please." We panicked. Chloe was going to go to jail. She couldn't handle a criminal record. We had to protect her. "You're a strong man. You could have handled a little misunderstanding with the police." A felony conviction is not a little misunderstanding, Mom. It would have ruined my career. It would have ruined my life. But, you didn't care. As long as precious Chloe was safe, you didn't care if I burned. My father yelled out, "Family forgives," while pounding his hand against the doorframe inside the house. You withdraw those charges right now, or you are no longer my son. I haven't been your son in 10 years. I said in a cool and collected manner. I've just been your wallet. Get off my property before I call the cops and have you arrested for trespassing on top of your perjury charges. The door was slammed shut in their faces by me. The deadbolt was secured by me. I stared through the peephole as they stood there in stunned silence before slowly making their way back to their truck. It was then that I realized for the very first time that they had fully lost control of me. But it is not the conclusion of the narrative. The reason for this is that Detective Vance called me back to the station 2 days after I had left. At the same time, he disclosed a storyline twist that was so ominous, and so profoundly twisted that it caused me to feel physically sick. In the course of carrying out the arrest order that had been issued for Chloe, the police took possession of her laptop and phone as evidence. For the purpose of constructing the grand theft case, they conducted a forensic investigation on her bank accounts and text messages. Because of what they discovered, they were able to unearth a large and nefarious scheme that went far beyond a mere drunken adventure. It was the most gloomy expression I had ever seen on Vance's face as he said, "Ryan, please take a seat. We dug into your sister's finances. Did you know she was involved in illegal offshore sports betting?" When I was utterly taken aback, I blinked. What? No. I knew she was terrible with money, but gambling? She wasn't just gambling, Vance remarked as he moved a printed stack of text messages across the table he was sitting at. She was losing. Massively. She owed $45,000 to an underground bookie operating out of Chicago. And these guys don't play nice. They were threatening to break her legs. They knew where she lived. My stomach was in a spin. Okay. But what does that have to do with my car? The paper was tapped by Vance. Read the text between your sister and your parents from last Wednesday, 2 days before she stole your car. The paper was picked up by me. My gaze traveled over the messages that were highlighted. Mama, the bookie people came to my place today, Chloe said to her mother. They warned me that if I don't hand over the money by the end of the month, they will injure me. I need $45K. Oh my God, said Susan, the mother. That is not the amount of money that we have. Your father's pension won't be enough to cover it. Inquire. With Ryan. Oh, Chloe, Ryan interrupted me. It was said that he would not give me another cent. Mama, I am going to pass away. In the words of Robert. Listen to me. Just now, Ryan made the purchase of that pricey Audi. Premium, high-limit liability, and comprehensive insurance are all things that he possesses. The total worth of the vehicle will be paid out by the insurance company in the event that you borrow it and then crash it. We have the ability to steal the settlement check before Ryan is even aware of it. What happened if they conduct an investigation? Robert, let's assume that Ryan was the one behind the wheel. We'll say that he was intoxicated when he crashed it. As a passenger, Chloe has the right to file a claim for severe whiplash and emotional trauma. She is able to file a claim for medical damages against his liability insurance. They will reach a settlement outside of court for at least $50,000. We utilize the money from the litigation to settle the bookmaker's debt. The paper was dropped by me. The shaking in my hands was so severe that I had to grab the edge of the metal table in order to keep myself from falling over. A drunken joyride was not the only thing that caused them to panic. It was in their plans. Because my parents wanted to pay off a violent loan shark, they devised a planned plan for my sister to steal my car, destroy it, frame me for a hit-and-run accident that occurred while I was driving under the influence of alcohol, and then covertly file a lawsuit against my insurance company for bogus medical damages. For the sake of committing a fraudulent insurance scheme involving $50,000 for their golden chastray, they were willing to damage my criminal record, my career, and my freedom. I mumbled the words. They premeditated it, as the terror washed over me. Yes, Vance declared in a low voice. Which upgrades this from simple perjury. The district attorney is now heavily involved. We are charging your sister with grand theft auto, DUI, and insurance fraud. We are charging your parents with conspiracy to commit fraud, perjury, and filing a false police report. They are looking at serious federal time. It was a very long time that I sat on that chair. None of the resentment was left. The betrayal had been removed. What was left was a profound and chilling void that was all that was left. I gave the detective a look, and then nodded my head. Let them rot. 6 months after that. A significant number of you have been emailing me to inquire about the latest developments in the legal processes and to inquire about how I am doing. It has been half a year since my life absolutely imploded. I would want to begin by expressing my gratitude. When I was going through those first several weeks, reading your comments helped me stay sane. When you are brought up in an environment that is poisonous and gaslighting, You are conditioned to feel that setting boundaries makes you the bad guy. The realization that I wasn't crazy was made possible by you folks. I was able to survive. Currently, this is the state of affairs about the legal nightmare. The district attorney did not attempt to conceal anything. Due to the fact that the fraudulent activity featured a clandestine sports betting ring that operated across state lines, it attracted the attention of some higher-up investigators. Chloe's attorney attempted to negotiate a plea bargain for her client, alleging that she was subjected to pressure from the bookies and that our parents were manipulating her. A chuckle came from the prosecutor's direction. Taking into consideration the dashcam footage, the text messages, and her complete and utter reluctance to demonstrate any true sorrow, the judge decided to throw the book at her. The charges against her were grand theft auto, felony driving under the influence, and attempted insurance fraud. After serving a term of 3 years in state prison, she was eligible for parole after serving a period of 18 months. When they handed down her sentence, I was not present in the courtroom. I was adamant about not seeing her feature. My attorney, on the other hand, told me that she was crying excessively and kept turning around to look at the gallery, expecting that I would somehow step through the doors and save her one last time. It wasn't me. With regard to my parents, their demise was even more pitiful than it already was. As soon as my father became aware of the gravity of the allegations of conspiracy, he promptly turned his attention to my mother. He made an attempt to assert that Susan was the one who came up with the entire insurance scheme, and that he had just collaborated with it in order to maintain peace. In order to demonstrate that he was the one who was interacting with the bookies, my mother replied by providing the authorities with complete access to his concealed bank accounts. The only way for them to save their own skin was to completely ruin each other. Both of them entered guilty pleas to the charges of perjury and conspiracy to commit fraud. They were able to avoid serving time in a harsh prison because of their age and the absence of any past criminal histories, but the financial consequences absolutely destroyed them. In addition to being had to pay costly legal fees, they were also subjected to hefty fines and were obliged to make full reimbursement to my insurance company for the damages caused to the Audi. The bank successfully completed the foreclosure process on their home 1 month ago. The home in where I were raised. My home was the place where I was told on a regular basis that I was not doing enough for my family. It was necessary for them to empty their retirement funds and sell everything they possessed in order to avoid being locked up in a jail cell. The flat that they are renting is quite small and confined, and it is located on the outskirts of the city. The two of them despise one another, they are financially unable, and their cherished golden child is currently being held captive. As for me, the insurance payout for the Audi was received by me. Another one was not purchased by me. Instead, I put the money toward a down payment on a lovely property in a peaceful neighborhood of Austin, Texas, using the money for that purpose in conjunction with my savings. My firm moved me to a new office, I changed my phone number, I erased all of my old social media accounts, and I entirely wiped the slate clean. I began attending therapy sessions on a bi-weekly basis. Unlearning the guilt has been a challenging process. On sometimes, I find myself waking up in a cold sweat, hearing the sound of someone beating on the door, and anticipating that the police would come and arrest me. There are times when I get a fleeting and intense feeling of melancholy for the family that I wish I had growing up. On the other hand, I take a seat on my back porch and enjoy my coffee in complete and utter stillness. No frantic phone calls demanding money at 2 in the morning. No blaming of others. There is no disorder. There is just tranquility. After a period of 34 years, I finally feel as though I have complete control over my life. In addition, I will never return it to you. My dad and husband banned my 7-year-old from the $6,500 trip I paid for. I canceled it, stayed silent, for 3 days, and let foreclosure destroy them. My daughter Chloe, who is 7 years old, pulled on my sleeve while we were taking part in the Sunday barbecue. Her face lit up with a huge smile that featured gapped teeth, and she smiled brightly. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Mommy, I can't wait for the beach vacation." My father, who was sitting across from me at the picnic table, halted with a rib that was halfway to his mouth, let out a low, mocking chuckle, and then said, "Chloe, you're not invited." With that, the entire table burst out laughing simultaneously. Where did my mother get her laugh? The joyous glee of my younger siblings. Marcus, who has been my husband for 8 months, did nothing but sit there and nod his head. Marcus did not do anything else. No one was able to hear my voice. My assertion that I threw myself is not accurate. Following the swift retrieval of my keys and the fastening of the zipper on the jacket that belonged to my child, I proceeded to leave. 3 days later, the reservation for the luxury beach property that had been made for $6,500 vanished into thin air, and the entire financial foundation that my family had built collapsed without a trace. I would like to take a moment to explain that the act of betrayal did not start at that picnic table. I would like to explain this. It was the culmination of a lifetime of deception, and it was the climax of everything that had ever happened. As a side note, my name is Clara. My age is 32, I am a resident of Austin, Texas, and I am the proprietor of a digital marketing agency that has achieved a great deal of success. While I was in my 20s and raising Chloe as a single mother, I started my own business from the ground up. I kept myself alive by eating ramen and getting only 4 hours of sleep every night. When I was younger, my family did not feel proud of me because of my success, despite the fact that I am currently earning what you might call very good money. Clara was the family's very own personal automated teller machine, and she did not charge any interest on the money she deposited. As far back as I can remember, my parents, Robert and Helen, have been adamant about achieving the appearance of perfection in everything they do. As we were growing up, we believed that we were the ideal family because we went to church on a regular basis, kept our lawns in perfect condition, and wore holiday sweaters that were coordinated with each other. In private, however, my father was a financial tyrant who spent money that we did not have on vehicles and memberships to country clubs in order to impress his friends. He did this in order to make himself look better than his peers. In the meantime, my mother completely submerged her head in the sand. In a family with 3 children, I am the oldest. My younger brother, Leo, who is 29 years old, and my younger sister, Sarah, who is 26 years old, were the children who were considered to be the golden children. They had the chance to dream, to fail, and to receive support. They were given the opportunity. For my part, I was the one who was responsible for the majority of the work. When Sarah wanted a lavish wedding 3 years ago, my dad forced me to cover the $15,000 catering bill, then stood up during the reception and took full credit for providing for his little girl. When Leo racked up credit card debt, I was guilt-tripped into bailing him out so his credit score wouldn't tank. The next topic we will discuss is Marcus. My first encounter with a human being was with Marcus. My efforts to provide Chloe with a father figure who could be relied upon were exhausting, and I was experiencing feelings of loneliness. Marcus was a freelance graphic designer who had a fluid speaking style. In addition to being extremely charming, he was also a master of the art of communication. He was able to make all of the statements that were fitting. Chloe, and he engaged in a game of catch to be played. While I was in bed, he offered me a cup of coffee. It was almost immediately after our wedding, which took place 8 months ago, that the mask started to come off. When all was said and done, Marcus did not have a job. While he was working on logo design assignments that brought in a pitiful $400 per month, I was responsible for paying the mortgage, the electricity, the groceries, and his auto insurance. I was also responsible for paying the groceries. There were probably 1 or 2 low-paying logo design gigs that he worked on every single month. He would pull me in, kiss my forehead, and say, "Babe, we're a team. I'm supporting your dreams by holding down the fort." Holding down the fort meant that he would play Call of Duty until 3 in the morning and leave his cereal dishes on the coffee table. Whenever I made an effort to bring up the obvious disparity in our financial situation, he would act in this manner. And what exactly is the game changer here? Marcus was able to get along well with both of my parents without doing any trouble. He was revered by them as a god. It was something that I considered to be a fortunate occurrence at the time. To my knowledge, the idea that predators are able to recognize their own species was completely foreign to me. All of them saw the same thing when they looked at me, a checkbook that was moving around and talking to itself. Since my father organized a family meeting at his house, it has been close to 2 months since the event took place. He began by pouring me a glass of wine, and then he proceeded to put his arm around my shoulder before presenting me with an extraordinary idea. "Clara, it's time we really bonded. The whole family. You, Marcus, little Chloe, your mother, and me. Let's rent a massive house in Gulf Shores for 2 weeks. We need to reconnect." Known. I got the impression that he was very sincere. When my mother was talking about how quickly Chloe was growing up, she became so emotional that she was on the verge of crying. The wretched and desperate part of me, the inner child who only wished for her father to love her, fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I was completely and utterly in love with it. To admit that I was fooled by it is a humiliating admission. My presumption was that this was the moment that would define everything. I had the sense that they had finally come to respect me. I was wrong. Taking leadership was a decision I made. In the Gulf Shores neighborhood of Alabama, I was successful in locating a stunning beachfront property that offered 6 bedrooms of luxurious living space. A game room, a big deck with a view of the water, and a private pool were all included in the property's amenities package from the beginning. I was the one who paid the deposit, which means that it is not refundable. A total of $6,500 are available. Before I swiped my black card, I didn't give it a second thought. I took it without thinking. I did not bother to ask anyone for even a single penny. despite the fact that I was aware that they would not pay under any circumstances. Chloe was full of happiness and pleased. It was as if she had no awareness whatsoever of the ocean. She spent the entirety of the weekend painting pictures of the seashells that she was going to find by the end of the weekend. She proceeded to rip off one small loop from the colorful paper countdown chain that she had constructed each and every weekday morning before school. I had never witnessed a sight that was more pristine and beautiful than this one. After that, the celebration of the Sunday cookout took place. Wow, the afternoon was absolutely breathtaking. There were cold drinks offered, burgers were being cooked on the grill, and everyone was laughing. During the time that I was sitting there, watching Chloe play on the grass, I had a moment of inner serenity that is not something that I experience very frequently. Immediately after that, my father approached Marcus and sat down opposite of him. In fact, he did not even bother to look in my direction. During the conversation, he gave my spouse a direct gaze. While my father was cleaning barbecue sauce from his chin, he said, "So, Marcus," in a manner that was not particularly conversational, "your mother and I were talking. We think it might be best if it's just the four of us on the Gulf Shores trip. An adults-only retreat." My nerves went numb. "Wait, what do you mean four of us? What about Chloe?" A sneer appeared on my father's face, and he rolled his eyes as if I were a child who was constantly being annoying. "Oh, come on, Clara, don't be difficult. She's 7. She won't even appreciate the beach. And honestly, it'll be way more relaxing without a kid running around screaming all day. We need some peace and quiet." Due to the fact that there is no child running around, within the context of his speech, he was speaking to his own grandchild. The guy whose mother had paid for the roof that he meant to sleep under was his grandmother's grandchild. He was the grandchild of the person. My chest was tightening up and my heart was pounding in my chest by the time I turned to Marcus. When I stared at the man who had been standing at an altar only 8 months ago, I made a serious declaration to protect my family. I vowed to protect them. I was waiting for him to come to our aid and defend us. My anticipation was that he would say something along the lines of, "If Chloe isn't going, then we won't be going." Instead, Marcus took a sip of his beer, nodded thoughtfully, and said, "You know what, Robert, you've got a point. Babe, maybe your friend Jessica could take Chloe for the 2 weeks. We could really find ourselves in need of a break." The air has been expelled from my lungs. I was going through a physical illness at the time. It felt very much like seeing a movie about the dissolution of my own life. The experience was very comparable. In addition, Chloe, who had been hurrying over to show me a caterpillar, came to a complete and total halt at that very moment. She had been rushing over to show me the caterpillar. It had been communicated to her in its entirety. In an effort to shatter the unsettling quiet that had been surrounding everything, she faked her large, hopeful smile, and said her line about how thrilled she was for the vacation. She was excited about the opportunity to go on vacation. When my father started laughing, that was the moment. "Chloe, you're not invited." The laughter at the table was audible. A smirk appeared on my mother's face. Leo, my brother, appeared to be laughing, as seen by the smile on his face. Marcus gave a reassuring smile. The deterioration of my daughter's face was something that I saw firsthand. The glimmer of brilliance that had been flashing in her eyes has suddenly disappeared. Her lower lip was shaking, and she looked at me with a gaze that conveyed complete and utter astonishment. She asked me in a whispered voice, "Mommy, why do they despise me?" I don't know what just happened, but something inside my chest snapped. However, what I heard was not a loud and strong snapping sound. Nothing could be heard. Very cold. In no uncertain terms. No one was able to hear my voice. Despite the fact that every fiber of my being yearned to squish my father's face into the potato salad, I was able to keep the picnic table from toppling over. Following my ascent to my feet, I proceeded to my daughter and assumed a kneeling position in front of her. I hushed her and whispered, "Come here, baby bug," as I helped her put on her small denim jacket. I was assisting her in putting on her jacket. I reached forward and grabbed my handbag. I informed them, "All of us are going to leave." The soon she picked up on the first ring, she immediately went on the offensive by assaulting. "Clara, you have completely lost your mind. Your father is having palpitations. You need to call the rental agency right now and—" My mother was advised to shut up. Lack of any sound. Throughout her entire life, I don't believe anyone ever urged Helen to lower her voice or be quiet. The fitness franchise was something I was familiar with, I informed her. "I know about Vance. I know you all plotted to isolate me and bleed me for $85,000. And I know you excluded my 7-year-old child because she was inconvenient to your scam. Clara, your father was just trying to build legacy wealth for the family." "There is no family," I stated in answer. "Listen to me very carefully. You are cut off. All of you. I am removing my name as the guarantor on Leo's apartment. I am canceling the credit card you use for your groceries. I am done being the bank for people who despise me. Do not ever contact me or my daughter again." After hanging up, I proceeded to prepare Chloe pancakes, blocked my father, barred my brothers, and blocked her number. I then blocked my uncle. The fallout was nothing short of terrible, and it occurred at a terrifyingly rapid rate. When you have been living off of the blood, sweat, and tears of another person for 10 years, the realization of the situation hits you like a freight train when the source of your income is cut off. The magnificent luxury SUV that belonged to my father was taken away from his driveway due to the fact that I was no longer transferring the $900 monthly payment. This took place over the course of a period of 3 weeks. The covert credit card that belonged to my mother, which I had been paying off in a clandestine manner in order to maintain the peace, was entirely drained and slipped into default. The mortgage was beyond their means of payment. My sister Sarah was able to call me on my business phone in some odd method. Her tears were falling. "Clara, you have to help. Dad is talking about selling the house. Mom is having a nervous breakdown. You're destroying the family over a stupid beach trip." In answer, I remarked in a frosty tone, "Sarah, I did not destroy the family. Dad destroyed it when he laughed at my kid. Enjoy the foreclosure." And then I hung up. On the other hand, the most sorrowful and eye-opening event of this entire tragedy did not have the money being involved. Chloe was involved in it. Tucking her in and putting her to bed was something I was doing one evening. Throughout the entirety of the night, she had kept a tremendously low profile. This was the only thing she was doing at the moment, despite the fact that she generally does not stop talking about her day. The glow in the dark stars that were hanging on her ceiling were the only thing she was concerned with. I queried, "What's wrong, baby bug?" while gently stroking her hair, and asking her what was wrong. "Mommy, are we the bad guys?" she whispered to me as she gazed at me with her huge, passionate eyes. She leaned up close to me and expressed her concern for me. At that same instant, my heart shattered into a million thousands of pieces. "What? No? Sweetheart. Why would you ever think that?" "Because Grandpa laughed at me. And Marcus left." "Did I make Marcus leave?" "I know I wasn't supposed to go to the beach. I'm sorry I ruined it." I seized her and held her so hard that I was frightened I might break her. I was afraid I would break her. Taking her into my arms, I hauled her. "You didn't ruin anything, Chloe. Grandpa was wrong. Marcus was wrong. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me, and I will never let anyone make you feel small again. I promise." She smiled and gave me a hug in return. First, she retreated, then she wiped her nose, and then, she said something that completely broke my self-assurance. "Good. Because I didn't actually like Marcus anyway. I just pretended to like him so that you would be happy. He yelled at me while you were at work," she continued. I do not know what caused my blood to become so icy cold. The time that he yelled at her was when I was working at the office. Because she wanted to protect my feelings, my precious and innocent daughter, who was 7 years old at the time, had been acting like a lazy parasite in her own home, and she had been walking on eggshells. I did not simply walk to a divorce attorney the following morning. Rather, I went to an appointment with him. I participated in a march. My decision to hire Evelyn Thorne, a lawyer who was well known in Austin for being a complete and utter shark, was influenced by Maya's recommendation. I tossed my financial documents over the table as soon as I walked into Evelyn's office, and then I proceeded to tell her everything that was going on. During the time that she was going through the papers, Evelyn smirked in a manner that was extremely scary, while simultaneously pushing her glasses up her nose. "He has no income. The house was yours before the marriage. The business is an LLC entirely in your name, established years before you met him. The car he drives is registered to you. Clara, this man is a financial ghost. I'm going to legally obliterate him." 5. To be more specific, she did just that. During the time that Marcus was watching television in the living room of my parents' house, the divorce papers were served to him in accordance with the law. Indeed, you did read that in the correct manner. After I kicked Marcus out of the house, he was left with no money and nowhere to go, so he moved into the bedroom that I had used to sleep in when I was a child at my parents' house. The bedroom was the same one that I had now moved into. They were cohabitating in a wretched, destitute little commune of betrayal. They were living together. There were 3 of them living together at the time. In an effort to fight against the divorce, Marcus made an effort. During the time that he was attempting to make this claim, Evelyn laughed him out of the mediation room. He was attempting to assert that he was entitled to 50% of my firm since he had supplied me with emotional support and creative consultation. She presented proof in the form of bank records that indicated he had contributed virtually nothing to the household, as well as text messages that demonstrated he had conspired to mislead me. Both of these pieces of evidence could be found in her possession. That was the moment when the wretched groveling made its debut. Marcus sent me a significant quantity of emails because his phone number was blocked. This was the reason for the volume of emails. "Please, Clara, I need you. At the moment, I am sleeping in a bed that is a twin. Throughout the entire day, your father is constantly shouting about the imminent financial crisis. The mistake that I made was mine. This is my affection for you. I have a soft spot for Chloe. In her heart, she longs to be a father. I grabbed that particular email and printed it out. I then underlined the phrases, "She needs a father," and I added in Sharpie across the middle of the paper, "She needs a mother who protects her from parasites." I then mailed the email back to him. The divorce was finalized almost quickly after it was filed. In the event that Marcus decided to leave his marriage, he took with him all that he had brought into the partnership, including his clothing, his gaming system, and his tendency to speak his mind. Through my own efforts, I was able to protect not just my tranquility but also my home, my company, and my automobiles. Unquestionably, the facade that my parents projected to the world was completely and utterly destroyed. They would have been brought to light if they had been unable to keep up their sham upper-class lifestyle with the money that I provided for them. My father was obligated to sell the house before the bank took ownership of it. This caused the house to be sold. As a consequence of this, they were compelled to shift to a claustrophobic apartment located on the outskirts of the city, which contained just 2 bedrooms. My mother was compelled to find work as a receptionist at a dental clinic because she had not been employed for 30 years. This was a requirement because she had not been able to find work. Because I withdrew my name from the lease, my brother Leo was compelled to quit his luxury apartment, and he was even made to pay his own rent, which was a stunning revelation. I was the one who removed my name from the lease. Some weeks ago, I received a letter that was written by hand and delivered in the mail. I was the recipient of this message. It was my father who conveyed the message. Rather than being written on his costly monogrammed stationery, it was written on plain notebook paper. He should have been more careful. He has written to you, Clara. What was left for me was nothing. Undoubtedly, I was deserving of it. I have spent the entirety of my life treating you as if you were an asset, rather than a daughter. I wish I had treated you differently. I am coming to the awareness that I have traded up my relationship with you and Chloe in exchange for a scam that has not even been effective. I am coming to this realization while I am in this apartment. A hell that I have fashioned for myself is what I have made. That you will forgive me is not something I am looking forward to. I want you to know that you are the most resilient part of this family, and I am sincerely sorry for what has occurred. I want you to know that I am sorry for what is happening. Although I was sitting on the porch of my house, I was reading the letter. As soon as I arrived, Maya was already enjoying a glass of wine while sitting on the swing beside me. She received it from me as a gift. After reading it, she arched an eyebrow, and then replied, "Could be real growth. Could be him, realizing he needs someone to pay his electric bill next month." She was referring to some potential growth that could occur. "Yeah," I replied to her in response. "It doesn't matter anyway." After lighting a corner of the letter on fire with a lighter, I dropped it before placing it in the fire pit. This was done before I placed the letter in the fire pit. In the course of our observation, it was consumed by fire until there was nothing but ash left behind. In the future, I will always make sure to keep the door closed. Without a single crack, even a single inch is not enough. At this precise moment, life is just breathtaking from every angle. My marketing organization was recently successful in acquiring 2 huge national clients, which is a significant accomplishment. When I bought Chloe a golden retriever puppy, I had no idea that I would experience the type of bliss that I am experiencing now. My spirit is full with it. One of the things that brings me more joy than I could have ever imagined is seeing them run around the backyard. The atmosphere in our house is one of a great deal of affection, yet it is also extremely calm. Not a single tense moment can be found. Nobody is pulling money out of my bank account. Not a single person is doing it. My daughter is not being laughed at by any of the folks in my immediate vicinity. To anyone who is reading this and who is the fixer in their family, the person who is responsible for paying the bills, the person who is the recipient of emotional abuse, and the person who is expected to burn themselves on fire, in order to keep everyone else warm, I want you to pay attention to what I have to say. They are in no way responsible for the loss of your life. For your accomplishments, they do not owe you anything in any way. Because you have blood in your system, no one has the right to treat you like a wallet with a pulse. This is clearly not acceptable behavior. Make the journey come to an end. A halt should be made to the numbers. Find a lawyer who is a shark and hire them. You must destroy the bridge that you have constructed in order to dance in the light of the flames. The situation between Chloe and I is now going extremely well. My brother uninvited post-op peasant me from his gala. I cancelled the $168,000 funding his fake wealth and let repo men do the rest. Permit me to present you with some background information before I proceed to tell you about the total and utter breakdown of the tightly controlled world that my brother has been living in. This is a man who is 38 years old. As a side note, my name is Clara. At the moment, I am residing in a 2-bedroom apartment in Seattle that is decent but a little bit overwhelming in terms of space. When I think of a crazy Friday night, I picture myself ordering takeout Thai food and reading biographies of historical figures. A Subaru Outback that is 8 years old is the vehicle that I drive, and I make sure to purchase my clothing whenever it is on sale. Julian, my brother, considers me to be a whole and absolute nobody. He views me only as a nobody, one unhappy spinster who is never seen by anyone, the word that is used to mean peasant. No one in my family was aware of the fact that I am a highly sought-after ghostwriter for technology executives, venture capitalists, and even the occasional minor celebrity. Julian, who is worth $45 million, was oblivious of this truth, and neither was anybody else in my family. The painting is solitary, and there is not the slightest trace of glitter about it. It is not the case that the name of my book is printed on the cover, that I am not invited to take part in book tours, and that my Instagram account does not have a blue checkmark. On the other hand, the individuals for whom I write pay me exorbitant sums of money in exchange for my complete anonymity and my ability to make them sound like visionaries. Julian, on the other hand, is a man who has spent his whole adult life honing the art of looking to be immensely wealthy, despite the fact that he has never actually created any wealth of his own. Julian has spent his entire life pretending to be affluent. This person is a financial illusionist of the highest kind. It has been 11 years since he officially tied the knot with Penelope. The family that Penelope comes from has a very old and extremely recognizable last name in Seattle, but the actual fortune has been gone for 2 generations already. Penelope's family has lived in Seattle for a very long time. There were just a few things that Penelope received from her family: the surname of her family, an exorbitantly expensive skincare routine, and the unshakable conviction that she deserved to live a life of luxury without any limitations. In a superficial sense, it appeared as though they were the ideal couple for each other. 2 individuals who were in dire need of a lifestyle similar to that of a country club but had absolutely no solid means to contribute to their financial requirements. Now is the time for me to step in and play a role. The month of March in 2021 was the beginning date. In the wee hours of the morning, Julian called me while he was crying. The boutique investment startup that he had founded could not have survived at that point. However, he blamed himself for the situation, even if the market, his partners, and the stars were all to fault. Not only did he blame others, but he blamed himself. His fear was complete and absolute. My niece and nephew, Leo, who is 12 years old, and Maya, who is 9 years old, would have to be pulled from their prestigious private school, and he warned that the humiliation would end his marriage. He also said that they were going to lose their rental house on Mercer Island. In addition, he asserted that the humiliation would irreparably damage his marriage. He was only able to borrow money for a period of up to 6 months through a bridge loan. As the younger sister, I am the one who is named. Over the course of my whole existence, my parents have treated me as if I were an afterthought, and I have spent my entire childhood witnessing them worship the ground that Julian walked on. The optimistic conviction that I would finally gain his respect if I were to save him was something that I had developed. I'd been holding out hope that he might show up to me at some point. Consequently, I was able to pay the rent. On a monthly basis, the amount is $6,500. Following that, the length of time that had been 1 year transformed into 6 months. Eventually, the bridge loan turned into a system of structural support that was on the long term. Penelope needed a new car, because her previous vehicle was difficult to drive in the line to drop off pupils at the private school. This was the reason why she wanted a new car. I took over the lease for a silver Mercedes G-Wagon, which was for $1,800 a month, in a covert manner. The lease was for the vehicle. Following that, there was the responsibility of paying for the children's education. Every youngster receives $35,000 every year. A total of $168,500 was surreptitiously invested by me over the course of 3 years into the operational environment of the false opulent lifestyle that Julian and Penelope were exhibiting. It was my responsibility to set up the automatic transfers. My payments were never late at any point in time. I did not even once bring it to his attention in front of him. I do not even recall bringing it up in the first place. The question is, in return for that? The manner in which Julian interacted with me was identical to the haughty disrespect that he commonly exhibited in his interactions with others. He never once inquired about the status of my assignment at any point in time. In the absence of any inquiry, he did not question as to whether the woman who was silently protecting his family from being homeless had any requirements of her own. The next day that will be being looked at is the 12th of December. A major myomectomy, which comprised the removal of numerous substantial fibroids from my uterus, was performed on me not too long ago that I had recently endured. They had to make a cut in order to penetrate the wall of my abdominal cavity. I was lying on my couch 3 days after the operation, with surgical staples keeping my stomach together despite the fact that I had just undergone the procedure. In the midst of a fog of pills, I was shaking with sweat. My best friend Sarah, who is a trauma nurse in the emergency room and has zero tolerance for bullshit, was sitting at the island in my kitchen, organizing my medicines. She was doing this while she was in the kitchen making sure everything was in order. My phone rang because of that. It turned out to be Julian. It was not about the outcome of the operation that he was asking about. When I was asked if I was experiencing any discomfort, I was not asked. The question of whether or not I was still alive was not one that he inquired about. Clara, he said with a tone that was stifled and professional in his delivery. Listen, about the Christmas Eve party next week. Penelope and I have been looking at the guest list, and we're pivoting to a much more exclusive, high-net-worth networking gala. It's going to be very formal, very elite. Through the haze that was my head, I blinked my way through it. Okay? Following that, he continued calmly, so, we think it's best if you sit away from this one. You wouldn't be comfortable anyway. It's mostly venture capitalists and angel investors. Honestly, Clara, this gala is no place for a peasant. You'd just be standing in the corner looking sad. We'll drop off some leftover ham for you on the 26th. A chuckle was heard. There was a quick giggle that was both penetrating and absolutely evil. After that, he cut the call off and hung up. In my living room, I sat down on the couch and laid down. It was still warm when I held the phone in my hand where I was holding it. I could feel the stitches in my abdomen becoming more and more tight as they moved across my body. I gave considerable consideration to the issue of the rent payment of $6,500 that was due on the 15th of the month at the time. I was fascinated when I considered the fact that the Mercedes lease payment of $1,800 was due on the 20th of this month. My thoughts strayed to the country club dues that he had disguised as groceries on the spreadsheet that we were all working on together. All of us were responsible for this. A voice that was barely audible remarked. He referred to me as a peasant. Sarah looked up as she took a break from the medication bottles she was busy with. What did you say? I said, my brother, with a tone that was completely devoid of any sentiment whatsoever. He just uninvited me from Christmas. He said his party is no place for a peasant. The color of Sarah's face becoming more ashy. She has all of the information. What she knew about the money was not a secret. In the course of the late-night moves, she was conscious of its existence. She then made her way over to the couch and stated, Clara Vance, if you do not remove that parasite right this second, I will pack up my medical supplies and leave you to rot. She did this after she had crossed her arms and looked down at me. I did not shed any tears. Even though I had anticipated that my hands would shake, they were completely and utterly immobile. This was a terrible experience for me. A startling awareness that I hadn't experienced in a significant amount of time prompted me to visit my banking application. Transfer arrangements that have been made. Rent for Julian is $6,500 per month. The order should be cancelled. The price of the Penelope car is $2,800. The order should be cancelled. Tuition plus club dues add up to a total of $4,200. The order should be cancelled. No more than a single tap. The two taps both. There are 3 taps. And that's it. Sarah was shown the screen which I had showed to her. One of the smiles that she showed was one that was cold and predatory. It was good, she remarked. Now drink your water. You're going to need your strength for the fallout. It did not take very long for the consequences to become apparent. On the 15th of December, 3 days after the initial notification, my phone started buzzing for the very first time at 8:14 inches the morning. It rang for a bit of time. Another time, it rang out. And then some more. Again, I was able to provide a response for the 5th time. I was going about my kitchen while sipping chamomile tea and walked with the lethargic, shuffling speed of a woman whose abdominal muscles had just been ripped open. Although I was moving around my kitchen, I was moving around. When I heard Julian speak, his voice was pitched at a register that I had never heard him use before. Those who were standing by turned their heads in response to the loud voice that screamed out, I brought presents for the children. As we were standing there, Penelope came out of the dining room and appeared before us. Emerald silk was used to create her stunning gown, which was so long that it extended all the way down to the floor. The price of this gown is $6,100. The garment that she stole from me and took with her. The moment she locked eyes on me, her face contorted into a look that was not only angry, but also filled with a sense of terror. Julian, please get her out of here. Penelope screamed in a voice that was filled with desperation. The VPs from Amazon are in the living room. I whispered to Julian, I'll just be a minute, as I made my way toward the front of the room. Instantaneously, I entered the primary living room of the residential building. At the precise point when individuals became conscious of the stress, the conversation began to slow down accordingly. In an abrupt manner, a woman disengaged herself from the group of people who were gathered in close proximity to the fireplace. Despite the fact that she was wearing a plain black dress and holding a glass of wine in her dominant hand, she gave off the impression of being in her late 40s. The fact that her eyes opened in recognition of me made it abundantly evident that she recognized me. "Clara? Clara Vance?" she inquired at that very time, stepping up in front of the others. When Julian laughed, it was a nervous and high-pitched laugh that came out of his mouth. "Oh, no, Victoria. This is just my sister. She's nobody. She just writes little stories. She's leaving." The woman's behavior revealed that she was completely oblivious to Julian. I was immediately approached by her, and she graciously extended her hand over to me. "Clara, I am Victoria Hayes. I'm the senior executive editor at HarperCollins. My team has been trying to get a hold of your agent for 6 months. The memoir you ghostwrote for the CEO of major tech company last year was a masterpiece. We are desperate to sign you for our new leadership imprint." There was not a single sound that could be discovered in the room. The sound of a penny falling on the hardwood floor was so inaudible that it was almost impossible to hear it. As a matter of fact, Julian's mouth suddenly fell to the ground. Throughout the course of the cycle, his face was characterized by alternating expressions of confusion, shock, and then a profound, sickly pale fear. The story that he had told all of these wealthy people, which was that his sister was a pathetic, broke loser, was crumbling apart in real time, right in front of the audience that he needed to impress the most. He had told this story to all of these wealthy people. I introduced myself to Victoria and greeted her with a perfect handshake. I then made the following statement: "It is a pleasure to meet you." I then added, "I'll have my agent call you on the 26th. Turning around, I went back to Julian and Penelope and went back to them. Now, every single person at the party was trying to keep a careful eye on us. After reaching into my tote bag and bringing it out in a straight line, I was able to grab the thick legal envelope that Rachel had left at her office. The thunderous effect that it had upon the glass coffee table was one that was both pleasing and heavy. I allowed it to fall upon it. There was a gasp for oxygen from Julian, and he asked, "What is that?" I made sure that every single venture capitalist and angel investor in the room could hear me when I said, "That is a formal legal demand for the $168,500 that I have spent covertly paying your rent, your children's tuition, and your wife's car lease for the past 3 years." I said this while projecting my voice so that everyone in the room could hear me. I believed that this would be the most effective way to convey my message. Suddenly, Penelope let out a gasp. In point of fact, she was drawing her pearls together in her fists. During the conversation, I turned my attention to Penelope's terrified expression and stated, "It also includes the police report for the $6,100 you fraudulently charged to my stolen credit card 3 days ago to buy that exact emerald dress you are currently wearing. You had used my credit card to acquire the outfit." The mutterings started to come out of nowhere almost immediately. A feast that had just been served to the wealthy elite of Seattle, who are nothing if not eager for gossip, had just been awarded a Michelin star on the menu. Only a moment ago had I completed serving them. Then, all of a sudden, Julian screamed out, "You're lying," with a crack in his voice. "You're insane. Get out of my house." I reminded him in a soft voice, "It's not your house, Julian," and I did so in a nice manner. "It's your landlord's house, and your rent bounced last week." Just as Julian was about to respond, the living space was suddenly lighted by a flashing yellow light that was rhythmic. This occurred just in the nick of time. After turning their heads, everyone in the group switched their attention to the massive bay windows. During the process of clearing the driveway, a large heavy-duty tow vehicle was pulling up and providing assistance. However, it appeared that the driver had little interest in attending the celebration. Despite this, he did not appear to be bothered about the tuxedos. On the evening of Christmas Eve, he was working as a repo man, and he was responsible for his duties. The driver rushed out of the car, completely ignored the terrified stares that were coming from the windows of the mansion, and quickly linked the hydraulic lift to the front axle of Penelope's silver Mercedes G-Wagon. Penelope was driving the vehicle. While he was doing this, we all remained completely silent, and watched in silence. A resounding, "No," was screamed by Penelope, who then allowed her champagne flute to fall to the ground. When it hit the ground, it shattered into pieces. She made a mad sprint for the entrance, but it was already too late for her to achieve her goal. It was possible to hear a whine emanating from the truck as it lifted the front of the Mercedes into the air while it was taking the Mercedes into the air. Julian drew my attention to yourself. He lacked any kind of strength. Nothing remained of the components that comprised his manufactured reality. They had all vanished completely. The persons whom he had spent years trying to please were staring at him with a look that was a mixture of disgust and pity. He had spent thousands of dollars trying to win their approval. After further investigation, it was discovered that he was a scam artist, a crook, and a destitute man who relied on his sister's compassion for his financial support. It was time to button up my wool coat once more. "Merry Christmas, Julian. I'll let myself out." After leaving the building by the front entrance, I went by the repo man who was installing the chains on the Mercedes. After that, I got into my Subaru, which was 8 years old, and drove it back to my house. It has been precisely 4 months since the celebration that took place on the evening of Christmas Eve. I want you to know that Julian has acknowledged that he was wrong in his actions, that he has repented for them, and that we have eventually come together to establish a genuine family. However, the reality is not even close to being a Hallmark movie. There was a swift and savage judicial devastation that took place before our eyes. My legal representation, Rachel, thoroughly and utterly destroyed Julian's legal representative. Julian did not have any leverage because we had the text conversations that indicated the initial payments were loans, and because the fraud claim was a closed criminal matter. Both of these factors contributed to the fact that we had the text conversations. Penelope and Julian came to a macabre deal in order to protect Penelope from being charged with felony credit card fraud and from actually doing time in jail. Both of these outcomes would have been favorable to Julian. They sold off what few assets they had, borrowed money against the retirement fund that Penelope's parents had, and liquidated their goods in order to pay me a generous payment of $140,000. This was done in order to meet their obligation to me. Rachel recommended that I take it, despite the fact that it was short of the total amount of $168,000 that was owed. Her response was, "Take the money and get rid of the cancer that has been a part of your life." It was given to me. As a result of the fact that Penelope is still required to complete a pre-trial diversion program for financial violations that lasts for a period of 12 months, she is forced to meet with a probation officer on a monthly basis. On the island of Mercer, they were evicted from the house during the month of February. During the month of February, the attention of a luxury landlord makes it hard to bounce a rent check for $6,500 and still live. This is because of the attention that the landlord receives. Each and every one of the youngsters was expelled from the private school that has an annual tuition rate of $38,000. Through the sending of a letter to their new public school, I made certain that Leo and Maya were provided with financial support for extracurricular activities, despite the fact that I felt terrible for them. To ensure that Julian was unable to access even a single penny of the funds, I made certain that they were managed by a trust that was established by a third party. I found out that Julian and Penelope are currently living in a small apartment with 2 bedrooms that is situated in a suburb that is considered to be much less desirable. I obtained this information through the grapevine. The vehicle that Penelope is operating is a Honda Civic from the year 2012. For the record, this is not a derogatory statement. A Honda Civic is an outstanding automobile in every respect. I can only imagine how it would feel to be condemned to a prison sentence for a woman who believed that the ability to own a Mercedes was one of the most important principles of human civil liberties. What about me then? As a result of my surgical procedure, I have made a complete recovery. It is now little more than a thin line of silver that remains of the scar. I was able to make the official signing of a significant 2-book contract with Victoria Hayes at HarperCollins within the month of March. As of this moment, I am not only a ghostwriter or a ghostwriter. My very own narrative is being crafted right at this exact moment. Following a period of 3 years, I was under the assumption that I could purchase my brother's affection. It was my belief that if I were just kind enough, calm enough, and generous enough, he would finally make an attempt to treat me like a human being. I was under the assumption that if I was that kind of person. On the other hand, there are certain individuals who do not see family when they look at an individual like you. One and only an automated teller machine is visible to them. Julian used the term peasant to describe me. This is despite the fact that he failed to take into consideration a crucial component of peasants, which is that we are the ones who build the castles. And in the end, it is up to us to bring them to their knees by our efforts. Your income is our household now. Dad raised his glass. I opened my phone, hit cancel, and watched their $3,150 lifeline disappear in seconds. Original post. At New Year's dinner, the tension in the room was so thick you could have cut it with a steak knife. By 8:17 p.m. on New Year's Eve, I was standing in my dad's dining room in Portland, staring down at a cold plate of dry roast beef, a half-empty glass of cheap grocery store champagne, and my older sister acting like she held the legal deed to my entire paycheck. My name is Sarah. I'm 32, a senior data architect, and for the vast majority of my adult life, I was the sole person this family called when anything broke down. A dead car battery in the dead of winter, a busted water heater, a sudden rent shortfall, a private school fee they couldn't afford, a tiny emergency that somehow, without fail, always ended up costing me 4 figures to fix. That night, the dining table was suffocatingly crowded. My dad, Arthur, sat at the head of the table like a king holding court. My sister, Chloe, sat beside him, radiating unearned confidence. Her husband, Mark, was aggressively chewing his food, staring at the wall like none of this financial collapse involved him. Her two young kids were throwing bread rolls at each other across the table while everyone else affectionately called it high energy. My adopted status wasn't something that was spoken out loud. Not at first, anyway. But in my family, it was always the elephant in the room. I was the child they took in. Chloe was the real one. The blood one. The one everyone adjusted their lives around. I had brought dessert, 2 expensive bottles of wine, and the mental weight of the envelope with Dad's January mortgage transfer. He had texted me at 6 a.m. that morning. Sarah, need your help covering the gap again. Just until Mark's bonuses hit. Bonuses, plural. He had been saying that exact phrase for 3 years. Mark hadn't seen a bonus since 2019. I already paid a massive chunk of their utilities, every single month. I covered Dad's expensive medication co-pays more times than I could count. I paid for Chloe's oldest son's elite after-school program back in October when she got behind because she decided a weekend trip to a spa was necessary for her mental health. In November, when the ancient pipes in their guest bathroom finally gave up the ghost and flooded the hallway, I was the one who paid the $3,150 emergency plumber bill because, as my stepmother Helen so delicately put it, the family home matters to all of us. In December, I sent $1,200 toward the mortgage, because Dad casually mentioned that the foreclosure notices were getting a bit dramatic. I knew the exact numbers because my brain does that when I'm under immense stress. It categorizes. It counts. Mortgage help in December, $1,200. Emergency plumber, $3,150. Soccer club fees for my nephew, $450. Groceries Chloe forgot to budget for, $284. Amazon order for household basics sent directly to Dad's place, $197. I knew these figures by heart because I had the receipts meticulously saved in one specific folder on my phone simply titled Family. The kids were screaming. Chloe's youngest had a smear of ketchup across his forehead, and nobody even noticed. Mark was on his 3rd IPA, and his 5th, unsolicited political opinion, of the night. Dad was slipping into one of his sentimental, nostalgic moods, which usually meant severe financial trouble was coming my way. Then, Chloe put down her fork. She wiped her mouth, looked directly at me, and smiled. That specific smile made the blood in my veins run completely cold. Sarah, we should just say it clearly for the new year, she announced. The room went dead silent. Your income covers my kids and my household now. Simple as that. For a split second, I genuinely thought I had misheard her. Not because the words were mumbled or unclear, but because they were so incredibly blunt, so utterly audacious, that they sounded like a line from a bad movie. I looked at Mark first. He nodded once, a sharp, businesslike nod, as if his wife had just summarized a quarterly corporate merger. Then I looked at Dad. He didn't even hesitate. He didn't look shocked. He lifted his champagne glass, took a slow sip, and said, "If you disagree, Sarah, the door is right there." My mouth went bone dry. My brain started counting stupid, irrelevant things to keep from snapping. 4 adults at the table. 2 kids in booster seats. 1 grandfather clock ticking way too loud in the hallway. $1,200 mortgage payment, scheduled to leave my checking account at exactly midnight. Chloe leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. You don't have kids, Sarah. You don't have a husband. You make tech money. This arrangement helps all of us. All of us. You. That specific phrase, helps all of us, had built half the emotional traps in my entire life. I looked down the length of the table. Mark still wouldn't meet my eyes, suddenly very interested in his mashed potatoes. Dad had that exact stony expression he used when he was about to disguise absolute cruelty as practicality. My stepmother, Helen, kept meticulously cutting her roast beef into tiny squares like she was not physically present for the absolute collapse of basic human decency happening in her own dining room. Chloe's daughter glanced at me nervously, then down at her plate. Even an 8-year-old could tell when the adults had crossed a massive, unforgivable line. I reached up and slowly set down my linen napkin. Perfect, I said. My voice was so steady it actually frightened me. Chloe blinked, her smug smile faltering for a fraction of a second. What? I said. Perfect. I'm gone. And you can start paying your own mortgage. Simple as that. Nobody moved a muscle. Dad actually let out a laugh. A short, ugly, dismissive bark. Sarah, don't be dramatic. Sit down. I stood up. I pushed my chair in. I'm not being dramatic, Dad. I'm canceling the transfer. Chloe's whole face changed. The smugness vanished, replaced by sheer, unadulterated panic. Sarah, you wouldn't dare. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. I opened my banking app. I used my Face ID to log in, navigated to the scheduled transfers page, and hit cancel. I held the screen up so they could all see the bright red text. January mortgage transfer canceled at 8:21 p.m. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I didn't deliver a sweeping, emotional monologue. I just walked over to the entryway, picked up my winter coat, grabbed my car keys, and looked back at the lemon tart I had spent 3 hours baking. Then I looked right at my sister and said, "You just confused access to me with ownership of me." And I walked out the front door into the freezing Portland rain. I got into my car, locked the doors, and sat there with both hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I opened the folder on my phone they didn't know I had. Because there was something else they were going to find out later. And it was going to cost them a hell of a lot more than one single mortgage payment. Update 1. I was adopted when I was 4 years old. That sentence lands very differently depending on who exactly hears it. Nice, normal people say, "Oh, that's beautiful." Curious, slightly intrusive people say, "Do you know your real parents?" My family, however, used it entirely differently. Never directly. Never in a way you could quote back to them, without sounding completely oversensitive or paranoid. It was more like a high-pressure weather system you are forced to live inside permanently. Chloe was our biological miracle. Sarah was the blessing we actively chose. Dad used to say that exact line, a lot, when company was over. It sounded incredibly sweet until you grew up and realized that being chosen can turn into being indebted real fast. I learned very early on that endless gratitude was the family currency, and it was expected exclusively from me. Chloe got grace. I got expectations. If she forgot to pay a bill, she was overwhelmed and needed support. If I hesitated to pay her bill, I was cold, selfish, and ungrateful. I stood inside, phone in hand, watching the feed, and said clearly through the two-way speaker, "Leave my property immediately, Dad." He pounded again, harder this time. "You ungrateful little bee." He stopped mid-sentence because he saw the flashing lights of the patrol car turning into my parking lot. I had called the non-emergency police line, the second he refused to leave. The officer walked up the stairs and spoke to both of us separately. He was calm, imposing, and professional. Dad did exactly what men like him do when actual authority enters the room. He instantly softened his voice, slumped his shoulders, and tried to sound like a wounded, misunderstood patriarch. I heard the officer ask the only line that actually mattered through my door. "Sir, did she authorize the use of her personal information for the loan?" Dad started rambling about context, family wealth, and shared resources. The officer cut him off. "Yes or no, sir?" Dad hesitated, then muttered, "Not exactly." That was the devastating line. Not exactly. The officer looked at him for a long silent second, and then explained the trespass warning language so plainly and firmly that even Dad couldn't pretend this was just a quirky family misunderstanding anymore. He left my property pale, furious, and utterly humiliated. Chloe tried one last, desperate emotional tactic, 2 days later. She sent me a picture of her kids looking sad, with a message underneath. "Hope this was worth hurting them over. They miss their aunt." I forwarded the screenshot directly to Rachel without a single comment. The irreversible step came shortly after that. I systematically changed every remaining shared point of access in my life. Emergency contacts, old account recovery emails, life insurance beneficiary reviews, HR files at work, credit freeze pins, my building entry code, everything was wiped clean of their names. And because Rachel pushed where I hadn't even thought to look, we subpoenaed enough documentation through the bank's formal complaint process to confirm that Dad had made the fraudulent inquiry from his own home IP address. Even worse, he had used income information lifted directly from an old PDF of my tax return I had blindly emailed Helen 3 years ago when she was helping me compare health insurance options. That document had my exact salary on it, which meant this was not a mistake. It was intentional, calculated identity use. The absolute second they found out we had the IP address and the tax PDF proof, the tone changed entirely. There were no more arrogant lectures about family duty. Now it was entirely about damage control. Dad emailed, "We can resolve this privately, Sarah. No need for courts." Helen texted, "Surely we don't want permanent, public damage to the family name." Chloe left a sobbing voicemail, "You're taking this way too far, Sarah. Please stop." Too far is just what entitled people say when the consequences of their own actions finally arrive at their front door. The funny thing about the aftermath is that peace is incredibly boring. That's how you know it's real. By March, my life had gotten significantly smaller, but infinitely better. I went to work. I came home. I cooked dinners for myself without constantly checking my phone for manufactured emergencies that belonged to other grown adults. I put thousands of dollars into my own savings account, and actually watched the numbers grow. I bought a brand new, ridiculously expensive velvet couch. Not because of some deep symbolism, but because the old one hurt my back, and for the first time in a decade, I wasn't sacrificing my own comfort to cover someone else's chaos. My best friend Tasha came over with spicy Thai takeout and sat cross-legged on that new couch while I gave her the latest attorney update. "So, Let me get this straight, Tasha said, pointing a spring roll at me. They treated you like a walking ATM with feelings, and then got completely shocked when the ATM hired legal counsel and froze their accounts? I laughed so hard I almost choked on my pad thai. At work, my career skyrocketed. Without the constant mental drain of my family's financial hostage situations, I had the energy to lead a massive data migration project. I got promoted to lead data architect in April. I almost missed the HR email because I was so conditioned to other people's crises drowning out my own milestones. I celebrated with expensive sushi in my condo in pure silence. Good silence. Expensive. Feeling. Silence. Dad and Chloe both tried one final pass at the end of the year. Dad mailed a birthday card with absolutely no written apology. Just a personal check for $300 and a sticky note that read, "For everything getting out of hand." I didn't cash it. I mailed it right back to him via certified mail through Rachel's office. Chloe sent a barrage of photos of the kids with a long, rambling caption about how real family shouldn't stay divided over simple financial misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? Like she hadn't proudly announced that my entire income was her household's infrastructure over cold roast beef and cheap cider. I replied to her exactly once, "I am not available for financial abuse disguised as family love." Then I blocked her number permanently. As for the legal side of things, nothing deeply cinematic happened. There was no dramatic courtroom speech. No judge banging a gavel, while my family wept. Just endless paperwork, forced legal admissions, and the kind of ugly, quiet settlements that toxic families are forced to make when they finally realize the calm one kept all the receipts. Dad had to formally, legally withdraw any claimed reliance on my financial support. He had to sign a document, through counsel, stating that the reimbursement agreement was void and that I owed them nothing. That piece of paper mattered to me infinitely more than the money they took over the years. I didn't need cinematic revenge. I needed the absolute truth pinned down in ink where they couldn't wiggle it into some softer, more convenient shape later. I was never legally obligated. I was never responsible for Chloe's household. I was never the backup mortgage plan just because they unilaterally declared it over a holiday dinner. And being adopted did not make me an open, endless line of credit in exchange for basic human belonging. That was the real thing they found out later, not just that I had left the table, but that I had undeniable proof. And proof is very, very inconvenient for people who survive by constantly rewriting the narrative to make themselves the victims. Top comments. User 1. The audacity of your sister sitting there and casually claiming ownership of your hard-earned tech salary is mind-blowing. Your income covers my kids now. The absolute delusion. And your dad backing her up? They literally thought because you were adopted, you owed them a lifelong debt of servitude. Hiring that lawyer and getting the IP address was a masterstroke. Enjoy your peace and your velvet couch. User 2. You just confused access to me with ownership of me. Put that quote in the Louvre. The fact that your dad tried to take out a home equity loan using an old tax PDF he got from your stepmom is straight up identity theft. They are lucky you only sent a cease and desist and didn't push the police to press federal fraud charges. Setting boundaries isn't cruel, it's necessary survival. User 3. As a fellow adoptee, this hit so incredibly hard. The whole, "you were chosen, so you owe us" dynamic is a very real, very toxic form of emotional blackmail that adoptive parents sometimes use. They weaponized your gratitude to fund their golden child's failing lifestyle. You handled this flawlessly. The paper trail, the ring camera, the lawyer. You didn't just close the Bank of Sarah. You burned the building down and salted the earth. Good for you. My coworker stole my work to be the boss. I trapped him with fake data and a camera, letting the executive team end his career. I, 29 male, have been working as a data analyst at a mid-sized logistics and supply chain firm in Chicago for about 3.5 years now. Our company handles a massive mix of corporate freight clients, mid-range retail distributors, and recently, a few highly lucrative municipal transit contracts that we landed after years of pitching. It is absolutely not glamorous work by any stretch of the imagination. But I am incredibly good at it, and I genuinely love what I do. I find a deep, almost therapeutic satisfaction in digging into endless rows of numbers, building predictive supply chain models, and putting together comprehensive variance reports that actually mean something tangible to the people reading them. There is something profoundly satisfying about taking a massive, incomprehensible wall of raw freight data and turning it into a streamlined, actionable strategy that a client can use to save millions of dollars. I know that sounds incredibly nerdy, and I fully accept that about myself. I have never been the loudest guy in the room. I don't crave the spotlight. I show up, I put on my noise-canceling headphones, I do my complex data modeling, and I go home to my dog. It is a simple, peaceful life. I don't volunteer for the office social planning committee. I don't get drunk and do karaoke at the mandatory corporate holiday parties. I don't participate in those agonizing reply-all email chains filled with terrible boomer memes. I am just the quiet, reliable guy who produces rock-solid work and keeps his head down. For a very long time, I truly believed that doing good work was enough to get by. To give you a clear picture of the environment, our office is set up in this hyper-modern, open-plan style that corporate executives seem to love. There are no real offices for anyone below the director level, and no traditional cubicle walls. Instead, we have these clusters of low desks with tiny, frosted glass dividers that barely come up to your elbows when you are sitting down. You can see absolutely everybody, and everybody can see you. My specific desk is located way in the back corner by the large floor-to-ceiling windows. I actually requested this spot because I love the view of the Chicago skyline. It's much quieter, and I can hyper-focus without people constantly walking past my monitors every 30 seconds on their way to the break room. The only real downside to this location is that it is incredibly isolated. Because I am tucked away in the back corner, people don't always notice what is happening back there, and I am mostly out of the direct line of sight of the rest of the department. About a year and a half ago, the firm hired this guy who I am going to call Marcus. And before you even ask, yes, he was exactly the kind of corporate golden boy you are currently picturing. Marcus had an absolute gift. But let me be entirely clear. His gift was not for supply chain analytics, logistics, modeling, or anything actually useful to the company. His gift was making people completely obsessed with him. From his very first day in the office, Marcus was everybody's absolute best friend. He would bring in expensive, artisanal pastries from a local bakery on Monday mornings. He would remember the names of the receptionist's grandchildren. He would ask about your weekend plans and lean in, making intense eye contact, acting as though your trip to the hardware store was the most fascinating story he had ever heard. He was charming in that effortless, magnetic way that some people just naturally possess. You know the exact type of guy I am talking about. And honestly, I am not going to sit here and pretend I was immune to it. I liked him too at first. We grabbed lunch together pretty regularly, during his first few months. Sometimes it was just the two of us walking down to the deli on the corner, and other times it was with a larger group from our analytics department. He would frequently stop by my desk in the isolated corner just to chat about whatever football game had been on the night before, or to complain about the terrible roast coffee in the break room. And, crucially, he would always casually ask what I was currently working on. That last part is incredibly important, and I will come back to it, but at the time, it just seemed like standard, friendly coworker banter. He seemed like a genuinely good dude who was just trying to learn the ropes. I thought we were actual friends. Not just work proximity associates, but real friends. The nightmare started incredibly slowly. It was maybe 8 months ago. I came into the office on a brisk Monday morning, sat down at my desk, took a sip of my coffee, and reached for a preliminary carrier variance report I had left sitting right on top of my keyboard on Friday afternoon. It was gone. I checked my desk drawers. I checked the recycling bin. I walked over to the communal printer to see if I had left it there. I dug through my leather messenger bag. Nothing. It had just vanished into thin air. The first time it happened, I didn't think much of it. I figured I was just exhausted on Friday, and must have misplaced it or accidentally shredded it. I simply opened the digital file, reprinted the document, submitted it to my manager, and moved on with my life. It was a minor inconvenience, nothing more. Then, it happened again, exactly 2 weeks later. It was a completely different report, a detailed warehouse overhead analysis, but the exact same situation. I specifically remembered leaving the physical copy on my desk at the end of the day on a Tuesday, and when I came back on Wednesday morning, it was completely gone. This time, I actually got up and asked around. I asked the evening cleaning crew if they had aggressively cleared my desk. I asked the guys sitting in the cluster next to mine if someone had grabbed my paperwork by mistake while looking for scratch paper. Nobody knew anything. I felt a slight twinge of annoyance, but again, I just reprinted it. The third time it happened, about a month after the second incident, the situation escalated dramatically. This time, the missing document was a massive, full quarterly, predictive freight model. I had spent upwards of 20 grueling hours running complex data simulations, writing detailed variance breakdowns, and formulating highly specific recommendations for a major retail client. This was absolutely not something I could just quickly reprint and move on from. Why? Because a massive portion of the value of that specific document was the extensive, handwritten notes, margin calculations, and annotations I had physically written on the printed copy during a 3-hour brainstorming session. Because the physical copy was stolen, I had to completely redo significant chunks of the analytical work from memory. I was beyond frustrated. I was stressed, furious, and exhausted. But even then, my brain didn't immediately jump to corporate sabotage. I genuinely thought I was experiencing early onset memory loss, or losing my absolute mind. But here is where the story takes a sickening turn. Around this exact same time, Marcus started getting an overwhelming amount of attention and praise from upper management. Our department director, a guy named David, kept bringing up Marcus's exceptional and groundbreaking work during our weekly all-hands team meetings. David would stand at the front of the conference room and talk endlessly about how blown away the clients were with Marcus's analysis, how thorough and granular his reports were, and how he was really stepping up as a leader in the department. And I am sitting there in my chair, listening to David speak, feeling a cold knot form in my stomach. Because some of the highly specific technical phrases David was using to describe Marcus's work sounded deeply, uncomfortably familiar. Phrases like algorithmic route optimization variance and dynamic fuel surcharge buffering. Those aren't standard industry buzzwords. Those were my specific phrases. Those were the exact methodologies I had developed, but I aggressively gaslit myself. I told myself I was just being paranoid and jealous. We work in the exact same department, right? We handle similar logistical clients. It is entirely within the realm of possibility that two trained analysts could independently produce similar quality work and use similar terminology. That is the lie I kept repeating to myself to keep the peace. The fourth time a document disappeared from my desk, the veil of denial was permanently ripped away. It was a comprehensive, highly sensitive risk assessment for one of our newly acquired municipal transit clients. I had been grinding on this specific packet for over a week, staying late, skipping lunches, just drowning in data. I left the final, pristine draft sitting in the dead center of my desk on a Thursday evening because I wanted to do one final fresh eyes review on Friday morning before officially submitting it to David. Friday morning, the desk is empty. The document is completely gone. And then, that exact same Friday afternoon at 2 p.m., David sends out a glowing, department-wide email praising Marcus for his outstanding, rapid-fire risk assessment for, you guessed it, that exact same municipal transit client. The exact client I had been working on. The exact document that had vanished from my desk overnight. I felt physically violently ill. The blood rushed out of my face, and my hands started shaking over my keyboard. I felt nauseous. It wasn't just the sheer audacity of my intellectual property being stolen. It was the deep, cutting sting of betrayal. I had trusted this guy. I had considered Marcus a genuine friend. We had sat together, drank coffees, and talked about our lives, our career goals, our frustrations with upper management. And this entire time, for months, he had been acting as a corporate parasite, sneaking over to my isolated corner desk, stealing the literal fruits of my labor, and presenting them to the director as his own genius. But here is the fundamental truth about my personality. I do not blow up. I do not scream. I do not march into a director's office in the heat of the moment, slamming doors and making a chaotic scene. That is simply not how I am wired. My father, who was a deeply pragmatic man, always used to drill the same phrase into my head when I was growing up: don't react. Respond. I have carried that philosophy with me through my entire life. When a crisis hits, when something goes catastrophically wrong, I don't get loud. I get completely silent, and I get brutally strategic. I stop playing the current turn, and I start thinking 3 moves ahead. And that is exactly what I did. I knew that if I just walked up to David or HR right then and there, screaming about stolen documents, it would be a disaster. Marcus was the golden boy. He was charming, he was beloved, and he had everyone wrapped around his finger. If I threw wild accusations without irrefutable proof, I would immediately be painted as the bitter, jealous coworker trying to tear down the office superstar. I needed evidence. I needed cold, hard, undeniable, devastating proof. I spent that entire weekend sitting in my apartment, staring at the ceiling, running through every possible scenario, and mapping out a foolproof trap. Step 1. The surveillance. On Saturday morning, I drove out to a large outdoor sporting goods store in the suburbs and bought a small, discreet trail camera. I didn't want anything that required a Wi-Fi connection to the company network, as that could be tracked by IT. I bought a basic standalone wildlife camera, the exact kind hunters use to monitor deer activity in the woods. I kept my head down, I put on my headphones, I ignored the whispers, and I waited for the corporate gears to turn. Exactly 3.5 weeks after my initial presentation, I received a calendar invite for a meeting in the executive boardroom. When I walked in, it wasn't just David and Elena. Sitting at the head of the massive glass table was Richard, the managing partner and CEO of the entire firm. I had spoken to Richard exactly twice in 3 years. Seeing him in the room told me everything I needed to know. The hammer was about to drop. David spoke first, looking incredibly humbled. He stated that HR and IT had conducted a forensic sweep of both my files and Marcus's files. They confirmed that the metadata, the timestamps, and the digital footprints proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Marcus had been stealing my work wholesale. They even found the exact document with the Laramie heuristic in Marcus's digital to be submitted folder. Then, Elena addressed the elephant in the room, the camera. She explicitly stated that because our office is a completely open-plan environment with no doors, no walls, and public foot traffic, there is zero reasonable expectation of privacy under the law. Furthermore, she noted that the employee handbook explicitly allows employees to take non-disruptive measures to secure company property and highly sensitive client data, which my physical reports qualified as. I had broken zero laws and zero company policies. Then, David delivered the news. Marcus had been terminated with cause, effective immediately. He had already been escorted out of the building by security. David's voice wavered slightly when he said it. I could tell he was deeply, personally humiliated. He had spent the last 8 months standing in front of the entire company, loudly praising stolen work, effectively acting as Marcus's unwitting accomplice. It was a massive blow to his ego and his judgment as a director. But it was Richard, the managing partner, who truly shocked me. He leaned forward, looked me dead in the eye, and said something I will remember for the rest of my career. Liam, we owe you a profound apology. Not just for the fact that this happened under our roof, but for the unforgivable amount of time it took us to realize it. You are an analyst. You should never have been forced to become your own private investigator just to protect your livelihood. The system failed you, and management failed you, and we are going to fix it. It is hard to articulate the sheer weight of hearing a CEO admit failure and validate your reality after weeks of being gaslit by an entire office. It felt like a physical weight being lifted off my spine. But Richard wasn't done. He then explained that there was an open senior supply chain analyst position, a role that both Marcus and I had been informally competing for. That promotion was the entire reason Marcus had been stealing my most high-profile work. He was frantically trying to build a portfolio to secure the job. Richard slid a piece of paper across the table. It was an offer letter. They were offering me the senior analyst position, complete with a 25% salary increase, a massive bump in stock options, and a dedicated team of 3 junior analysts to manage. I accepted it on the spot. Absolutely zero hesitation. I remember walking out of the building that evening, getting into my car, and just sitting there in the quiet for 20 minutes. I didn't cheer. I didn't scream. I just exhaled. For the first time in nearly a year, the constant, suffocating knot of anxiety in my chest dissolved. I had won. It has been about 4 months since the absolute chaos of the investigation concluded, and since a lot of people messaged me asking for the fallout, here is where things stand today. First and foremost, the new job is incredible. The senior analyst role is challenging, demanding, and exactly what I wanted. I am currently managing a team of 3 sharp, highly motivated junior analysts, including a great new hire named Ben. Because of what I survived, I have instituted a ruthlessly strict culture of attribution on my team. Every single spreadsheet, every slide deck, every minor piece of research has the creator's name permanently stamped on it. I refuse to let anyone on my team feel the way I felt. I don't take credit for their late nights. We succeed as a unit, and they are recognized individually. Ben actually told me last week that he had heard rumors about the surveillance drama before he accepted the job, and he almost declined the offer. But when he heard how I handled it, and saw how protective I am of my team's credit, it made him want to work for me. That meant the world to me. As for the general office dynamics, it was a very slow thaw. The first month after Marcus was fired was incredibly awkward. The people who had ostracized me realized they had backed the wrong horse, and they were deeply uncomfortable making eye contact. However, slowly but surely, reality set in. A woman from the administrative team actually cornered me by the coffee machine one morning, and offered a genuine, heartfelt apology. She admitted she had gotten swept up in Marcus's manipulative victim narrative, and felt sick about how she had treated me. I accepted her apology immediately. It takes immense character to admit you were part of a mob mentality. There are still 2 or 3 people from the marketing department who clearly still view me as the creepy camera guy, but honestly, I do not care. I have made my peace with the fact that I cannot control other people's deeply flawed perceptions. The executives know the truth, my team respects me, and my paycheck's clear. That is all that matters. David, my director, treats me completely differently now. He is highly deferential. He actively seeks out my opinion on high-level strategy, and he no longer speaks over me in meetings. I think the guilt of praising my stolen work to my face still haunts him, and he is trying to make amends through professional respect. I don't hold a grudge against him. He was conned, just like everyone else. But the detail everyone wants to know, yes, I did see Marcus again. About 6 weeks ago, on a rainy Saturday morning, I was sitting inside a local coffee shop near my apartment, reading a book and drinking a black coffee. The bell above the door chimed, and in walked Marcus. We locked eyes immediately. Time seemed to stop for a second. I could actively see the gears turning in his head, debating whether to turn around and walk back out into the rain, or pretend he didn't recognize me. Instead, he walked over to my table. He looked remarkably different. The polished, effortless corporate sheen was entirely gone. He looked exhausted, slightly disheveled, and deeply stressed. "Hey, Liam," he said quietly. "Marcus," I replied, not closing my book. He stood there awkwardly for a moment before pulling out the chair across from me, and sitting down without being invited, which, honestly, is the most perfectly on-brand thing he could have possibly done. He looked down at the table and started his pitch. He said he wanted to explain himself. He launched into a sob story about how the pressure to secure the senior analyst promotion had completely broken him. He claimed he was drowning in credit card debt, that his rent had been hiked, and that the promotion was the only way he could stay afloat. He looked at me with those practiced, sad eyes and said, "I am really sorry, man. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. I was desperate." I let him finish. I didn't interrupt. I didn't yell. I just sat there, looking at a man who had tried to destroy my career. When he finally stopped talking, I leaned forward. "I understand that financial pressure is terrifying, Marcus. I really do. But do not sit here and insult my intelligence by calling what you did a momentary lapse in judgment. A momentary lapse is accidentally taking someone's lunch from the fridge. What you did was a calculated, premeditated, systematic campaign of theft that lasted for 8 months. You didn't just steal pieces of paper. You stole my professional credibility. You stole my reputation. You looked me in the eye, asked me about my weekend, and then drove back to the office at midnight to rob me." He opened his mouth to speak, but I held up a hand. "I don't wish you any harm, Marcus. I don't want you to suffer. But I am not going to give you the absolution you are sitting here looking for. What you did was malicious, and it was wrong. I'm not going to pretend it was okay just to make you feel better about yourself." Marcus stared at me for a long time. The charm completely evaporated from his face, replaced by a stark, uncomfortable realization that his manipulation tactics had permanently lost their power over me. He didn't argue. He didn't try to defend himself. He simply nodded slowly, stood up, and walked out of the coffee shop without ever ordering a drink. I haven't seen or heard from him since. Looking back on this entire insane saga, I learned 5 profound lessons that I want to share with anyone who might be dealing with a toxic, manipulative coworker. 1. Document absolutely everything. I cannot stress this enough. If your gut is telling you something is wrong, start building an armory of evidence. Save your emails. Take screenshots of Slack messages. Keep a private, time-stamped log of your project submissions. The only reason I survived this ordeal and got promoted instead of fired is because my evidence was a titanium vault. If I had walked into HR with just a complaint and a hunch, Marcus's popularity would have crushed me. Receipts are your only shield. R. Ignore the court of public opinion. When the entire office turned on me for setting up the camera, the pressure to cave, apologize, and retract my complaint was overwhelming. Human beings are biologically wired to seek the approval of the tribe. But you have to remember that the tribe is often misinformed, emotional, and easily manipulated by charismatic sociopaths. Doing the right thing, and protecting yourself, will often make you the villain in someone else's fabricated narrative. You have to be okay with being universally disliked for a little while in order to protect your truth. 3. Trust the process. Even when it is agonizing. Corporate HR investigations move at the speed of a dying glacier. There were days during those 3 weeks where I was absolutely convinced management was sweeping it under the rug, but legal processes require time. If I had lost my temper, sent an aggressive company-wide email, or confronted Marcus publicly, I would have handed HR the perfect excuse to fire us both for creating a hostile work environment. Patience is a weapon. Use it. 4. Watch actions, not words. Marcus was fun. He brought donuts. He remembered birthdays. He was the life of the party. He was also a manipulative, calculating thief who was perfectly willing to ruin my life for a pay bump. Charisma is not character. Charm is a tool, and in the corporate world, it is often used as camouflage. Pay attention to what people actually do when the stakes are high, not just how they make you feel during a coffee break. 5. Prepare for the social fallout. This is the lesson that hurt the most. Being right does not mean you will be celebrated. Sometimes, exposing a comfortable lie makes people hate you because you force them to confront an ugly reality. Even when you have undeniably proven your case, the social dynamics of an office will permanently shift. You have to be mentally prepared to lose friends who were never really your friends to begin with. I am in a fantastic place now. I love my team, I love my new salary, and I love the respect I have earned. But I am absolutely changed. My desk is permanently clear of any physical documents when I leave for the day. I am deeply guarded about who I trust, with my personal life in the office. And yes, sometimes, when I am working late, and the office is completely silent, I still get a phantom spike of anxiety. But I survived it. I beat him at his own game. Keep your receipts, trust your gut, and never let a parasite convince the world that they are the host. Pay the mortgage for free childcare. Parents demanded to hide brother-in-law's debt. I left the keys in the night, and let the bank ruin them. Hi there, Reddit. I never imagined that I would be posting on this website, but the sheer brazenness of my family has caused me to doubt everything that I believe to be true. With the help of coercion, my parents attempted to coerce me into working as a free, full-time nanny for my sister's child. After I categorically refused to give up my career in order to make up for her errors, they tried to increase my rent in order to coerce me into change. Because of this, I decided to call their bluff, pack my belongings, and go. At this point, they are in a state of frantic panic, awash in debt, and facing the possibility of losing their valuable investment property entirely. The following is a detailed account of how this horrific nightmare transpired. My name is Marcus, and I am 29 years old. During the past 5 years, I have been residing in a condo in the suburbs of Denver that is owned by my parents. The condo has 2 bedrooms. The location is good. It is not very luxury, but it is secure, quiet, and located in a wonderful neighborhood that has excellent connections to public transportation. When the market was at its lowest point in 2014, my parents, Robert and Susan, purchased the home with the intention of using it as an investment. They offered to rent the condo to me at a significant discount when I graduated from college with a degree in supply chain management and secured my first high-stress corporate job. I accepted the offer. A monthly payment of $950 was required, in addition to the payment of all utilities, HOA fees, and routine maintenance. The arrangement was extremely basic. Within that particular zip code, the going rate for a comparable unit was easily $2,100 per month, each month. In this case, everyone came out ahead. As they collected rent from a tenant who treated the property like gold, I was able to aggressively save money and build up my emergency fund. At the same time, they collected rent that was assured and predictable. I have never been late with a payment, I have never thrown crazy parties, and I have even paid for the plumbing and the backsplash in the kitchen to be upgraded out of my own pocket. A wonderful landlord-tenant connection existed between us, or so I had believed. In spite of the fact that my parents are not intrinsically evil, they do have a fatal fault, and that flaw is my younger sister, Clara. Since the time she took her first breath, Clara has been the indisputable golden child. She is now 24 years old. Since the beginning, the dynamic among our family has been obviously imbalanced. On the other hand, I was expected to be a quiet, self-sufficient machine that never caused any difficulties, but Clara was totally incapable of doing anything wrong. When I was growing up, the double standards were so glaringly clear that they became a running joke among my extended family. If Clara failed a high school math class, it was because the teacher was intimidating and didn't understand her learning style. When she totaled my mom's sedan at 17, because she was filming a Snapchat video behind the wheel, my parents blamed the city for poor road signage and immediately bought her a brand new, safer SUV to protect her. When she got caught sneaking out to drink at a senior party, she was praised for exploring her independence. When I was 17 years old, I made the mistake of backing into our brick mailbox, which resulted in a little ding being left in my old Honda that I had been given as a gift. When I was in college and my financial aid ran short by $1,500, I asked my parents for a small, temporary loan. My father made me work weekends at a landscaping company for 3 months in order to pay for the repairs myself. He also lectured me every day about the importance of accountability. A painful 2-hour presentation on financial literacy was given to me by my father, who sat me down in his home office and gave me the presentation. In the end, he told me to work it out on my own. It was necessary for me to work night shifts at a fulfillment center while also studying 18 credit hours in order to make ends meet. Clara, on the other hand, left a private liberal arts institution after only 1 semester because the campus vibes were toxic. My parents paid off her $25,000 in wasteful tuition without batting an eye. Clara's decision was made without any hesitation. Not even my grandparents were able to see through the insanity. Every Thanksgiving, my grandfather would pull me aside, drop a crisp $100 bill into my palm, and whisper, "I respect the hell out of you, Marcus. You make your own way." That was his polite, Midwestern way of saying Clara was an annoying brat and my parents were fools. Take a step back in time to 2 years ago. At the age of 22, Clara became pregnant through her boyfriend, Troy. To put it another way, Troy is the personification of a participation prize. In spite of the fact that he is 26 years old, has no aspirations whatsoever, and consistently talks about his crypto investments and entrepreneurial grind. He has not been employed in a consistent position for more than 3 months in a row. He works in a variety of jobs, ranging from low-level retail to warehouse work, yet he consistently quits his jobs because his employers are disrespectful or the hours interfere with his unique creative process. When Clara made the announcement that she was expecting a child during a Sunday dinner with the family, I had every expectation that my parents would show at least a little bit of concern. Both Clara and Troy did not have any savings, a reliable source of income, or even their own apartment. Instead, my mother broke down in floods of happiness, and my father did not waste any time in placing an order for a smart crib on his iPad, which cost him $1,200, before the dessert was even delivered. No one bothered to ask the critical questions. The question of how they were going to afford diapers was never even brought up, let alone rent. When my parents realized that they needed to protect Clara from the consequences of her behavior, they quickly went into financial overdrive. Both the first and the last month's rent for a huge apartment that Clara and Troy were renting were paid by them. They purchased nursery furniture that was made to order, baby outfits that were worth thousands of dollars, and a stroller that was of the highest quality and cost more than my first automobile purchased. On the other hand, Clara and Troy made no contribution whatsoever. They simply sat back, smiled for Instagram, and took in the unending stream of cash that was coming their way. After the birth of my niece Lily in the spring of last year, the situation went from being bothersome to being intolerable. In spite of the fact that Lily is a cute child, Clara regarded motherhood as if it were an inconvenient hobby. From the very beginning, Clara presumed that the entire world would revolve around her requirements for childcare. At 3 o'clock in the morning, she would contact my mother and insist that she drive over to calm the baby, because Clara needed her beauty sleep. She would then drop Lily off at my parents' house for a quick 1-hour errand, then disappear for 7 hours, ignoring all calls. My parents became unpaid nannies who lived on call around the clock. In order to accommodate Clara's chaotic and irresponsible way of living, they entirely depleted their energy, skipped social gatherings, and canceled vacations. I refrained from getting involved in any way. During the major holidays, I paid a visit and purchased some wonderful presents for the baby, but I made sure to keep a rigid boundaries. I was responsible for managing my own life. I am currently employed by a big national retailer in the capacity of senior logistics supply chain analyst. The work that I do is really demanding. When it comes to inventory management, I am responsible for managing millions of dollars, coordinating with overseas shipping companies, minimizing bottlenecks in the supply chain, and negotiating with angry truck drivers and warehouse managers. On Wednesdays and Fridays, I can be found working from home. Let me make it perfectly clear. Working from home is not the same thing as chilling in sweatpants watching Netflix. The days when I work from home are the most challenging for me. Beginning at 7:30 inches the morning and continuing until 6:00 inches the evening, I am glued to my multiple monitors, wrangling large spreadsheets, running data models, and hosting high-stakes Zoom meetings with executives from corporations. I am unable to tolerate interruptions. I am unable to cope with background noise. Focus is essential to the success of my career. It was then that the Sunday supper occurred, which irreparably devastated my family. It was the middle of August, when Lily was approximately 5 months old. My parents extended an invitation to me to join them for our regular Sunday roast that occurs every other week. Both Clara and Troy were already present when I got at the location. The air within the house was dense and oppressive, and it was difficult to breathe. Clara was aggressively scrolling through TikTok while Lily was screaming her lungs out in the living room. She was completely ignoring her. My mother was fatigued, her eyes sunken with heavy bags, and she was furiously trying to mash potatoes while bouncing a screaming newborn on her hip. Troy was sitting on the couch and loudly talking about how the system is rigged against independent thinkers. We mustered the strength to make it through a tense and uncomfortable supper. Immediately, after the dishes were cleared, my father cleared his throat and stared at me with a terrifyingly serious expression on his face. "Marcus, step into my office. Your mother and sister are going to join us." The pit of my stomach dropped. The fact that my father's office was the location of family gatherings indicated only one thing: Clara had made a mistake, and someone was likely to be asked to provide blood for her. I made my way into the claustrophobic study. In an attempt to give the impression that he was a mafia leader, my father sat behind his mahogany desk. In a state of nervousness, my mother stood at the window. She was picking at her acrylic nails while sitting in the armchair in the corner of the room, and she was avoiding making eye contact with me. That Troy had remained in the living room was a fortunate coincidence. To begin, my father engaged in some business-related small conversation. "So, Marcus, the condo, everything holding up well? No plumbing issues? AC running fine?" They were required to pay the mortgage out of their own pocket for a period of 5 months, which was approximately $8,000. It was a plumbing deductible of $4,500 that they paid. And now, they are obligated to a lease that pays $1,850 per month, which is $850 less than the $2,700 that they arrogantly wanted from me. If you wait, things will get better. To put it simply, the new tenants are a living nightmare. According to Aunt Sarah, they are a young couple who have 2 enormous huskies. My father exempted them from the pet rules because he was so desperate to get them there. The dogs have already scratched the hardwood flooring to the point that they are not even recognizable. My dad receives a call from the renters at 2 in the morning, requesting that he come fix some little inconveniences, such as a cabinet hinge that is loose or a sink that drains slowly. Every single month, they are late with their rent payments, which requires my father to be persistent in his pursuit of them. Concurrently, Clara's life began to fall apart. The realization finally dawned on her that she would not have me to provide free babysitting, and that my parents would be unable to afford to support her lifestyle due to the stress caused by the empty condo. As was to be expected, Troy resigned from his position at the warehouse following a request from his supervisor to put down his phone. Because they were unable to afford daycare, Clara was forced to quit her job at the dental boutique where she worked. They were forced out of their pleasant apartment in February due to the fact that my parents were no longer able to afford to provide financial assistance for their rent. The infant, Clara, and Troy were forced to relocate to the basement of my parents' house. My parents are now in their late 60s, and they are experiencing financial hardship, dealing with nightmare tenants, and living with a baby who is crying, a daughter who is upset, and a son-in-law who is a deadbeat and eats their food and plays PlayStation all day long. On the other hand, I am successful and prospering. My new flat is wonderful in every way. Because I was able to give my full attention to my work, my career took off, and I just obtained a big promotion to the position of logistics director, which came with a 30% increase in my salary. It is a peaceful and calm place, and I am completely free. It seemed to me that that was the conclusion of the tale. I was under the impression that it was a textbook example of the golden child syndrome manifesting itself in their looks. On the other hand, I was incorrect. I was able to learn the true and revolting reason why my parents attempted to triple the amount of my rent 2 weeks ago. Even as I type this, I am still trembling all over with anger. Beyond anything I could have ever imagined, my parents engaged in a level of dishonesty and financial depravity that is beyond anything I could have predicted. On Thursday of last week, I was surprised to receive an email from Clara. It was neither an angry text, nor a voicemail that was manipulative. Long and formal email that was typed out. The message's subject line had the following words: "I am so sorry. You need to know the truth." In spite of my better judgment, I agreed to meet her in a coffee shop in the downtown area that was neutral. I hardly recognized her when she stepped in for the first time. All traces of the arrogant and entitled golden child had finally vanished. The appearance of her was one of exhaustion, despair, and profound shame. After taking a seat, she placed an order for a black coffee, and then she instantly began crying. However, this time there was no audience there, and the tears were genuine. She said, "Marcus, I am so sorry." As she stared into her cup, "I am so sorry. I am so sorry for what we did to you. But you need to know, it wasn't just about childcare. Mom and Dad lied to you, they lied to everyone." The beating of my heart caused me to cross my arms. "What are you talking about?" After taking a big breath and trembling, Clara proceeded to lay out a financial conspiracy that was so absurd that it seemed like a plot from a movie. Do you remember how Troy would constantly talk about his crypto investments and his entrepreneurial grind? To tell you the truth, it turns out that Troy did not simply leave his job shortly after Clara became pregnant. Through his participation, he became a part of a vast and highly leveraged offshore cryptocurrency trading operation. He was able to persuade himself that he was a clever businessman. For the purpose of entering the market at its ultimate high, he maxed up each and every credit card that was issued in his name and Clara's name, and he also obtained predatory personal loans. The collapse of the cryptocurrency market resulted in Troy losing more than just his money. As a result, he was stuck with nearly $65,000 worth of aggressive debt with high interest rates. Right around the time when Clara's baby was born, the lenders threatened to sue her, threatened to garnish her salary, and threatened to completely wreck her life. In a state of fear, Clara ran to our parents for help. As a result of my parents' insatiable and unquenchable desire to shield their golden child from the repercussions of her decisions, they made the decision to save them. My parents, on the other hand, did not have $65,000 in cash on hand. Now, what exactly did they do? They used the condo as collateral for a home equity line of credit, HELOC, which they obtained in secret. This is my condo. The location, where I was residing at the time. They were able to totally clear Clara's name and pay off Troy's terrible gambling debts by withdrawing $70,000 from the stock in the company. Clara's voice was shaking as she added, however, the interest rates on the home equity line of credit were variable, and some of them spiked. Suddenly, Mom and Dad had this massive new monthly loan payment on top of the original condo mortgage. The new combined mortgage payment for the condo wasn't $1,200 anymore, it was exactly $2,650. There was a disturbing clarity to the way the pieces fell into place. The numerics. Due of the sudden and intense urgency. Although I was staring at her in complete and utter terror, I hushed. The rent increase. The $2,700 a month. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Clara gave a slight nod. Yes. They didn't just want you to babysit. They were drowning. They needed exactly $2,700 a month to cover the new mortgage they took out to pay for Troy's debts. The childcare thing was just a smokescreen. They figured if they offered you a deal to babysit for free, you'd feel guilty and accept. But their real goal was to force you to accept the $2,700 rent. They were going to use you to pay off Troy's crypto debt. I experienced a health ailment. Under the cover of fair market value and family obligation, my own parents had stealthily mortgaged my property in order to save my brother-in-law, who had been a chronic debtor. They then attempted to legally coerce me into paying the bill by calling it family obligation. Why are you telling me this now? I replied, managing to keep my voice in a dangerously calm tone. As Clara wailed, because they're losing it, she explained. When you moved out, they couldn't make the HELOC payments. The 5 months the condo sat empty completely wiped out their retirement savings. The new tenants stopped paying rent 2 months ago and are refusing to leave. The bank just sent Mom and Dad a notice of default. The condo is going into foreclosure. They are going to lose the property, and their own house is leveraged against it. They might lose everything. And Dad is blaming you. He sits in the basement screaming that if you had just been a good son and paid the rent, none of this would be happening. Clara turned her gaze toward me, her eyes pleading with me to forgive her. I left Troy. I packed up Lily and moved into a friend's spare room. I filed for child support, and I'm going back to school. I finally see how sick this whole family dynamic is. I was a horrible sister to you, Marcus. I was selfish, and I let them use you. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I couldn't let you go on thinking you were the bad guy. You were right to leave. I remained there speechless for a considerable amount of time, taking in the overwhelming depth of the betrayal that had occurred. In an effort to shield Troy from his own foolishness, my parents were willing to do anything to me, including ruin my professional life, deplete my financial resources, and manipulate my feelings. After getting to my feet, I tossed a $20 bill onto the table in order to pay for the coffees, and then I looked down at my sister. I appreciate you telling me the truth, Clara. I genuinely hope you get your life together for Lily's sake, but do not ever contact me again. None of you. As soon as I left the coffee shop, I took out my phone and dialed the number of a real estate attorney that I am familiar with. Now we come to the last and most significant turn of events. Regarding the imminent foreclosure on the condominium, I informed my attorney about it. He conducted some research. The bank is, in fact, taking possession of the property. Due to the fact that the current occupants are nightmarish squatters who have practically trashed the interior, it is quite possible that the bank would auction off the condominium as a distressed, occupied foreclosure at a significant discount in order to get it off their books. Together with my attorney, I have established a limited liability company, LLC, that is anonymous. Next month, when that condominium is brought to the courthouse steps, my limited liability company is going to submit a cash bid for it. I am in possession of more than sufficient capital as a result of the promotion I recently received, as well as the large savings I accumulated while I was living there. I am going to purchase the condominium directly from the bank for a price that is a fraction of $1. The horrible renters that my father signed a lease with are going to be evicted from their home by me legally. And I will be the only owner of the property, free and clear, while my parents will be left with nothing but the enormous debt that they took on in order to protect a person who has not been paying their bills. They had a desire for me to pay their mortgage with all my heart. I suppose that I shall do it at long last. Nevertheless, my name will be the only one that appears on the deed this time. My mom laughed that Christmas was better without me. I calmly tore up $600,000 in certified documents and left them freezing in the snow. Technically, I didn't even get to finish my meal. There was still a generous pool of gravy coagulating on my plate, and a silver fork was resting in my hand, hovering mid-air like it had completely forgotten what job it was supposed to do. My 8-year-old daughter, Lily, had taken exactly 2 polite bites of her buttered dinner roll. She was sitting beside me, quietly counting the roasted peas on her porcelain plate, the way incredibly perceptive kids do when the air in a room suddenly gets sharp and dangerous. She knew the rules of this house better than I did sometimes. My sister Chloe's 3 kids were practically bouncing out of their mahogany dining chairs, screaming and talking over each other at the top of their lungs. Nobody was stopping them. Nobody was telling them to use their inside voices. Meanwhile, my little Lily sat perfectly still and absolutely silent, already knowing exactly which children in this family were expected to behave flawlessly and which ones were allowed to be wild. Across the sprawling dining table from me, my sister Chloe was smiling. It wasn't a genuine smile. It was that terrifying, perfectly practiced expression she had probably spent hours perfecting in her bathroom mirror. It was that special, venomous kind of smile that says, "I'm being completely reasonable right now," while her dead, calculating eyes are screaming, "I'm about to ruin your entire life and I'm going to call it setting healthy boundaries." Mark, Chloe's husband, sat right beside her, mechanically nodding along at absolutely nothing. He was the human equivalent of a computer screensaver, just completely blank, waiting for an input. He'd been hovering around our family dynamic for over a decade, always a little too comfortable sitting on my parents' expensive leather couches, always acting like the master guest bedroom had his name permanently engraved on the door. Mark was the exact kind of spectacularly useless man who could watch an orphanage burn to the ground and ask a firefighter where the marshmallows were. He contributed nothing, yet felt entitled to everything. My mother delicately dabbed the corner of her perfectly painted mouth with a monogrammed linen napkin. She acted like we were sitting at some elegant, high-society holiday gala, and not right in the middle of a slow-motion, devastating family car crash. My father, the eternal coward, just stared down at his mashed potatoes with the sheer intensity of a hostage negotiator trying to convince the carbohydrates to become a completely different life. The evening had been incredibly tense right from the very start. It was always the little comments. The tiny razor-sharp digs that you can't quite call out without sounding like you're overreacting. "Oh, Sarah, you look so incredibly tired," my mom had said the absolute second I walked through the heavy oak front door, brushing the snow off my coat. She said it like severe fatigue was some sort of personal moral failing, rather than the natural byproduct of being a grieving, single, working mother. Then Chloe had glanced down at Lily's velvet holiday dress. "Cute. Very simple," she had purred, her eyes doing a full sweep of the fabric. She said it as if an 8-year-old child should be dressed in haute couture like she was headed to a red carpet gala, rather than a family dinner in the Chicago suburbs. Mark had even chimed in, asking with a completely straight, deadpan face, "So, Sarah, are you still in that unfortunate phase where things are super tight financially?" I had smiled through every single bit of it. I had done exactly what I always do. I swallowed the bile in my throat, I nodded politely, and I pretended everything was fine. I did it because it was Christmas Eve. I did it because my sweet Lily was watching my every move. Because I had explicitly promised myself, during a long crying session in my car that morning, that this year would be different. I wanted to give my daughter the illusion of a big, happy extended family. And then, somewhere between the serving of the green bean casserole and Chloe's third passive-aggressive, fishing for compliments remark about her own handmade table centerpiece, my sister decided she was entirely done with pretending. She dramatically set down her silver fork against her china plate. It clinked loudly, sounding exactly like a judge putting down a wooden gavel. "We need to talk," Chloe announced, her voice slicing through the chaos of her screaming children. My stomach instantly sank to the floor. Not because I didn't expect this exact scenario, because deep down, I absolutely did, but because I knew exactly what kind of talk this was going to be. It was going to be the kind of talk where I am absolutely not allowed to have any valid feelings, and if I dare to show even a single tear, I get labeled as dramatic, toxic, and unstable. Chloe leaned back in her expensive chair, crossing her arms over her cashmere sweater. It's been a lot lately. Having you around. And Mom and Dad completely agree with me." I looked around the table. My father didn't even dare to look up from his potatoes. My mother didn't offer a single word of protest. Mark just chewed his turkey incredibly slowly, like he had been eagerly anticipating this exact course of the meal. "Chloe," I said, forcing my voice to remain perfectly even and devoid of the panic rising in my chest, "what exactly are you doing?" She tilted her perfectly highlighted head, feigning a look of deep, profound pity. "We've all had a long discussion about this, Sarah. We've decided you should leave tonight. And honestly, it would be best if you never returned." There it was. It was so clean, so rehearsed, so perfectly practiced. She delivered the line like an amateur actress who had run through the script with a ring light and a tripod in her bedroom. Lily looked up from her roasted peas, her giant brown eyes darting between me and her grandmother. My mother chimed in almost immediately, clearly unable to bear the thought of letting her golden child Chloe have the dramatic spotlight for more than 2 consecutive seconds. "Christmas is just so much better without you here, Sarah," she said. And the absolute worst part was that she said it softly, almost kindly, with a gentle tilt of her head, like she was politely discussing a bad candle scent that she was going to return to the store. I blinked. Once. Twice. I turned my head, and looked directly at my dad. He finally, agonizingly, lifted his tired eyes to meet mine. For one microscopic second, just a fleeting fraction of a moment, I genuinely thought he might actually say something. Anything. A weak protest. A mild correction. A simple, let's hold on a minute. But he didn't. He never did. He just looked exhausted, entirely silent, and utterly complicit. I felt Lily's tiny, warm hand tighten fiercely around the handle of her silver fork. Sitting there, in that suffocating dining room smelling of roasted sage and familial betrayal, I physically felt something inside my chest crack. It broke quietly, politely, without making a scene, like a ceramic plate slipping off a kitchen counter and shattering on the floor in a completely different room. In that exact moment, I realized with absolute clarity that I only had two choices left in this world. I could beg, I could cry. I could explain my circumstances. I could perform the entire, humiliating, exhausting song and dance routine where I desperately try to prove that I deserve the basic right to exist within my own biological family. Or, I could finally stop auditioning for a role I was never going to get. I carefully set my silver fork down on my napkin. "Lily," I said gently, keeping my eyes locked entirely on my beautiful daughter. "Honey, can you please go to the hallway and grab your heavy winter coat and your little pink backpack? We're leaving right now." She didn't hesitate for a single millisecond. She slid out of her massive dining chair like she had been desperately waiting for permission to escape a hostage situation. "Okay, Mommy," she whispered. There was absolutely no argument. There were no tears. There was no whining about wanting to open presents. There was only a massive, profound wave of relief wrapped up in a tiny, fragile child's voice. She quickly walked out of the dining room and headed toward the front hallway. Something about the sheer speed at which she left the table, how easily and willingly she abandoned the holiday, made me feel incredibly sick to my stomach. It made me realize that my innocent 8-year-old had been carrying the heavy, suffocating discomfort of this toxic family dynamic for much longer than I ever wanted to admit to myself. The exact moment Lily disappeared around the corner into the hallway, the entire atmospheric pressure of the room shifted. Chloe smugly crossed her arms tighter. "Good. I'm glad you're not fighting this. That's settled then." Mark let out a loud, exaggerated sigh of relief, acting like we had all just successfully resolved a minor corporate scheduling conflict over a Zoom call. My mother's mouth tightened into a thin, judgmental line. "Sarah, please don't make this harder than it absolutely has to be. Just pack your things and go quietly." I sat there and stared at them. I looked at my mother's perfectly coiffed hair, my father's cowardly slumped shoulders, my sister's insufferable smirk, and her husband's blank, stupid face. And as I looked at the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally, I felt my own face do something entirely unexpected. I smiled. It wasn't a warm smile. It wasn't a friendly, accommodating smile. It was the terrifying, bone-chilling kind of smile you make when you finally realize you've been exhaustingly trying to win a game that has been rigged against you from the very beginning. "Okay," I said calmly. My voice didn't shake. Chloe looked incredibly smug, her eyes gleaming with the triumph of finally expelling her annoying little sister. I stood up slowly, deliberately pushing my heavy wooden chair back so it scraped loudly against the expensive hardwood floor. "Since you want me gone forever, then you won't mind me doing this before I leave." They all watched me closely. Their eyes were glued to my every movement. They were absolutely waiting for a massive tantrum. They were waiting for the ugly crying, the hysterical screaming, the dramatic, emotionally unhinged speech they could later mock me for behind my back. Instead, I turned my back to them, walked past the grand dining room doorway, and stepped into my mother's pristine white marble kitchen. I walked straight to the upper cabinet near the very end of the counter. I had put my surprise gifts there earlier that afternoon, tucking them away carefully, hiding them safely behind a massive stack of decorative holiday platters like some pathetic, desperate little secret. I had foolishly told myself I was being so careful, so thoughtful, patiently waiting for the absolute perfect, magical moment after dessert to reveal them. Turns out, the absolute perfect moment was the exact second my family told me I was garbage that didn't belong in their home. I opened the heavy cabinet door and reached behind the platters. I pulled out 3 thick, crisp, legal-sized envelopes. Each one had a name beautifully scrolled across the front in thick, elegant black marker: Mom and Dad, Chloe, and Mark. I walked back into the dining room and held the envelopes up. Chloe's perfectly plucked eyebrows lifted in mild confusion. "What is that?" Mark scoffed loudly, rolling his eyes. "Are those your little handmade Christmas cards? Seriously?" My mother actually let out a condescending laugh, like she legitimately couldn't help herself. "Sarah, what on earth are you doing? This is getting ridiculous. Stop being so theatrical." I looked dead into her eyes. Is it ridiculous, Mom? My dad finally spoke up, his voice flat and completely devoid of warmth. Sarah, if you're pulling out some sentimental letters trying to guilt us into letting you stay, it's not going to work. Oh, no, Dad, I said, my terrifying smile growing slightly wider. This isn't guilt. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. This right here? This is just consequences. Chloe stood up aggressively, throwing her napkin onto the table, clearly exasperated. You think we need your stupid little gifts? You think we're going to miss whatever cheap, discount store garbage you? I didn't let her finish her sentence. I took the thick envelope labeled Mom and Dad, gripped it firmly in both hands, and tore it straight down the middle. The sound was incredibly soft. Paper ripping shouldn't be that loud. But in that dead silent, tense dining room, the tearing of that heavy cardstock felt like a literal gunshot echoing off the walls. My mother's condescending smile instantly faltered. Sarah, what are you doing? I didn't answer her. I took the torn halves, placed them together, and ripped them again, reducing the thick paper to quarters. Slow, clean, deliberate. My dad's face suddenly tightened. Mark sat up a little straighter in his chair, his blank expression fading as his slow brain finally started to load the severity of the situation. Chloe's absolute smugness began to violently crack at the edges. Stop it. What are you ripping up? I picked up the envelope labeled Chloe. I didn't even hesitate for a fraction of a second. I ripped it violently in half, then in quarters, the thick cashier's check inside, providing a satisfying resistance against my hands. Sarah, stop, Chloe yelled, taking a step forward. I picked up the final envelope labeled Mark, and destroyed it just as effortlessly. I walked over to the edge of the dining table and dropped the shredded pieces onto the polished wood in 3 incredibly neat, distinct little piles. I placed them down gently, like I was offering a sacrifice to the gods of petty revenge. There was a long, agonizing beat of absolute silence where absolutely none of them moved a single muscle. The only sound was the distant ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Then Mark barked out a laugh. It was way too loud, completely forced, and dripping with nervous energy. Okay. Wow. That's actually insane. You need psychological help. Chloe's voice went completely sharp and frantic. You're just proving our point, Sarah. You're unhinged. My mom aggressively shook her head back and forth, looking at me like she was staring at a dangerous home intruder. This behavior is exactly why we don't want you around Lily. You are out of your mind. I didn't argue with a single one of them. I didn't explain what was inside those envelopes. I didn't justify my actions. I just turned on my heel and walked away. Lily was standing in the hallway. She was already zipped up in her puffy winter coat, her tiny pink backpack slung securely over her shoulder. She looked up at me with wide, cautious eyes, but she didn't look entirely surprised by the screaming. I reached out and gently took her small, warm hand in mine. We're going now, baby, I said softly. We opened the heavy front door and walked out into the freezing winter night. The brutally cold December air hit my face instantly, the kind of absolute, freezing cold that shocks your lungs awake and makes your eyes water. As we carefully stepped down the icy brick porch steps, I glanced back through the massive, illuminated living room window. I didn't mean to look, but human curiosity is a curse. Through the frost-tinged glass, I saw them. They were all standing up now. They had moved out of their chairs and were hovering over the dining table, staring intensely at the 3 neat piles of torn paper. They weren't angry anymore. They looked deeply, desperately curious. I watched as my mother nervously leaned forward, her manicured fingers reaching out to pick up a torn, shredded piece of the thick paper. My dad slowly stepped closer, squinting his eyes to read the printed text. Chloe frantically snatched up several pieces of her own envelope and hastily started pressing them together on the table, trying to assemble the shredded document like it was the most important jigsaw puzzle in the entire world. I stood in the snow and watched their faces change in real time. It was a masterpiece of human emotion. I watched the smugness melt into utter confusion. I watched the confusion morph into a sickly, ghost-like pale. And then, I watched that pale shock explode into absolute, unadulterated panic. Through the thick glass of the window, I vividly saw my mother's mouth open impossibly wide, her hands flying to her face like she was screaming bloody murder. I couldn't hear the sound at first, muffled by the heavy walls and the winter wind. But then, I absolutely could. The heavy front door violently flew open behind me, slamming against the brick exterior. Sarah. Footsteps thundered across the wooden porch. Fast, clumsy, desperate footsteps. Chloe's voice pierced the freezing night air, higher and more hysterical than I had ever heard it in my entire life. Wait. Oh my God, Sarah. Wait. Stop. Come back inside right now. Lily's tiny hand tightened fiercely in mine as we quickly reached the side of my parked car. Sarah. My mom's voice violently cracked, echoing down the quiet suburban street. She was practically sobbing. Please, Please, sweetheart, you can't leave, you can't do this. My dad sounded completely different, too. He wasn't calm. He wasn't silent. He wasn't the cowardly man staring at his mashed potatoes anymore. Sarah, stop the car. Just stop and let's talk about this like adults. Come back inside. I casually pulled open the heavy car door, still firmly holding Lily's hand. I turned around and looked back at them, standing on the icy driveway. Their faces were completely pale, completely frantic, utterly transformed by the sheer, devastating gravity of what they had just realized. Exactly 5 minutes ago, they had coldly, methodically told me that Christmas was infinitely better without me. They had kicked me out into the snow with my child. Now, they were hysterically screaming and begging me to reverse a consequence they still couldn't even admit out loud. I didn't say a single word. I slid into the driver's seat. Lily quickly climbed into the back and buckled her seatbelt. I started the engine, the heater roaring to life, and I put the car in drive. I didn't look back again. I just drove away, leaving them screaming in the snow. To fully understand the absolute gravity of what happened in that dining room, you have to understand the deeply ingrained, toxic hierarchy of my family. My sister Chloe is 5 years older than me. That age gap matters a lot more than you would initially think. 5 years is the exact difference between being the precious, miraculous firstborn baby that absolutely everyone fusses over, and being the afterthought second child who is just old enough to know better. 5 years is the exact difference between being treated like a fragile princess and being treated like a useful, unpaid servant. Chloe was fiercely established as the absolute golden child of the family before she even had a full set of baby teeth. My mother used to constantly, exhaustingly tell people that Chloe was an absolute miracle. She talked about her like she had personally negotiated with the universe, God, and the stars to birth a daughter who could smile perfectly on command. Chloe was the exact kind of obnoxious kid that random strangers would compliment in grocery store aisles. "Oh, what a beautiful little lady," they would constantly say, fawning over her perfect curls. "She is just so incredibly well behaved." I, on the other hand, was the tired, invisible kid standing directly behind her, holding onto the back of the metal shopping cart, constantly being told by my mother not to touch anything, not to speak loudly, and not to ruin Chloe's moment. If Chloe cried because she dropped her ice cream, the entire world fundamentally stopped turning. My parents would rush to comfort her, buy her a new one, and apologize for the tragedy. If I cried because I scraped my knee until it bled, I was immediately scolded for being overly dramatic and ruining the afternoon. Chloe got expensive, private ballet lessons and custom-made tutus. I was explicitly told to sit in the cramped waiting room and watch her bags while my mom ran errands. When Chloe threw massive, screaming temper tantrums as a teenager, my mom would sigh lovingly and say, "She's just so incredibly passionate. She has a fire in her soul." When I got reasonably upset about anything, I got, "Why on earth can't you just be easygoing and perfect like your sister?" The holidays were always the absolute worst. That was where the blatant favoritism really shined. On Christmas morning, Chloe would sit in the center of the living room and open expensive, lavish gift after expensive gift, while absolutely everyone watched her in awe. She would squeal perfectly, laugh perfectly, and hug my mom perfectly for the camera. My mother absolutely lived for that. She was addicted to the performance of it all. She loved having a daughter who could make her look like the kind of wealthy, successful, perfect mother that other people deeply envied. I would sit in the corner and get something incredibly practical. A pack of plain pajamas, an itchy sweater in a color I hated, or a school textbook. And then, the absolute second the presents were done, I would be abruptly handed a giant black trash bag and told to quickly clean up all of Chloe's discarded wrapping paper before the guests arrived. And the absolute craziest, most devastating part of it all? I didn't even realize it was wrong for a very, very long time. When you grow up completely trapped inside a toxic, narcissistic family system, you just assume that's exactly how the gravity of the world works. You think you deserve to be at the bottom. By the time I was a miserable teenager in high school, I had flawlessly perfected the survival art of making myself incredibly small. I learned exactly which conversation subjects made my mother sigh in annoyance. I learned exactly which political opinions made my dad go dead silent. I learned exactly which facial expressions made Chloe roll her eyes in disgust. So, I just stopped having them. I stopped having opinions, I stopped having needs, and I stopped showing any genuine emotions. I packed my bags, left for a cheap state college, and desperately thought that maybe, just maybe, the physical distance would finally fix our broken dynamic. I foolishly thought that maybe being hundreds of miles away would finally make my family miss me. They didn't miss me. They missed having a convenient, quiet scapegoat to blame whenever Chloe was unhappy or whenever my parents' marriage was strained, but that is absolutely not the same thing as missing a daughter. I finally met my wonderful husband, Tom, when I was in my mid-20s. Tom was an industrial architect. He wasn't exceptionally loud. He wasn't flashy. He didn't need to be the absolute center of attention in every room he walked into. He was the incredibly rare kind of man who would quietly, gently hand you a hot cup of coffee in the morning without making a massive deal about it. He treated kindness like it was just a standard baseline of human existence, something you were inherently allowed to receive without having to exhaustingly earn it first. On our third official date, we were sitting in a quiet Italian restaurant, and I casually mentioned a story about my sister and my mom laughing at me for failing a college exam. I laughed while telling it, acting like it was just a quirky, normal family anecdote. Tom didn't laugh back. He put his fork down, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, "Sarah, that's not normal." I remember just sitting there, staring at him across the candlelit table like he had suddenly started speaking fluent Russian. He reached across the table, took my hand, and said it again, much softer this time. "Sarah, the way they treat you is absolutely not okay. You don't deserve that." No one in my entire life had ever said those words to me before. I went home that night and cried for 3 hours. We got married exactly 1 year later, in a small, beautiful ceremony. My parents, of course, acted completely supportive in public, smiling for the photographer. Chloe acted utterly thrilled for her Instagram followers, posting countless selfies with the hashtag #sister of the bride. Mark, who was still just Chloe's annoying, freeloading boyfriend at the time, actually had the absolute audacity to make a loud, drunken joke during the reception about how Tom was incredibly brave to willingly marry into our crazy family. Tom just smiled politely, squeezed my waist, and absolutely refused to take the bait. He saw right through all of them from day one. Tom was incredibly proud of his career as an industrial architect. He loved designing massive, complex structures. He liked building things that were mathematically sound and meant to last for decades. He liked solving intricate structural problems that most regular people didn't even notice were there. He worked incredibly long, grueling hours on massive commercial build sites, huge factory renovations, and entire sections of city blocks that used to be empty, forgotten lots. His job paid very well. It wasn't buy a private jet and fly to Monaco well, but it was absolutely well enough that we weren't constantly, stressfully counting pennies at the grocery store. We had a beautiful, comfortable life. And because I am apparently completely incapable of ever truly stopping my pathetic quest to win my toxic family's love, Tom and I quietly started financially helping my parents. It was absolutely nothing insanely lavish. It wasn't a massive, dramatic bailout. It was just a consistent, quiet transfer of $250 a month, every single month, transferred directly into their checking account. It was a little financial life support line because my parents were secretly drowning in credit card debt while trying to maintain their wealthy suburban image. Sometimes we sent much more if a random emergency came up: sudden car trouble, a massive winter utility bill, or a medical expense that somehow, magically, always seemed to arrive right after Chloe bought herself a brand new designer handbag. My parents never actually thanked me properly for the money, not once, not in a way that felt genuine or real. It was much more like they simply accepted the cash as if it were a natural resource that had finally started producing yields again. Chloe, naturally, took full credit for our financial help in her own incredibly twisted, special way. Whenever my parents avoided a late fee because of my transfer, Chloe would proudly say things like, "See? I told Mom and Dad we'd figure it out together." As if she had personally strapped on steel-toed boots and worked a 60-hour week to cover the payment. Mark would just nod his empty head and confidently declare, "Family always takes care of family." And I would just sit there, aggressively swallowing my burning irritation, because Tom would gently slide his warm hand over my knee under the table, reminding me without a single word that I wasn't crazy, and that we were doing the right thing. Then came the absolute darkest day of my life. The day my entire universe violently broke apart. 2 years ago, Tom died at work. He was doing a routine structural walkthrough on a massive new warehouse build. It was supposed to be a completely normal, boring Tuesday, a day he absolutely didn't think would be his last on Earth. He was standing on a massive, 3-story steel scaffold platform, inspecting a load-bearing beam, when the entire structure just catastrophically collapsed. It just violently gave out underneath him, sending him plummeting to the concrete floor below. Much later, during the exhaustive, agonizing legal investigations, we learned the horrifying truth. There had been multiple safety complaints from the workers. There had been severe warnings from inspectors. There were dozens of tiny, fatal corners cut by the massive construction conglomerate because some greedy executive sitting in an air-conditioned office wanted to aggressively save time, money, and paperwork. The company's PR department immediately released a statement, calling it a tragic, unforeseeable accident. They said it like a tragedy is just something that happens randomly, like a sudden thunderstorm or an earthquake. But the federal investigation officially called it entirely, 100% preventable. It was gross, criminal negligence. I vividly remember getting the phone call from the police. I remember the exact way my entire body went ice cold, starting from my fingertips and rushing straight to my heart. I remember violently collapsing onto my kitchen floor, the cold tile pressing against my cheek, with my cell phone still pressed tightly to my ear. I remember staring at the baseboards and frantically thinking, this absolutely cannot be real, this cannot be my life, this is a nightmare, I have to wake up. Then came the grueling, suffocating weeks after the funeral. Everything in my life suddenly got incredibly practical in the absolute worst, most depressing way imaginable. Electric bills absolutely didn't pause, just because I was drowning in grief. The grocery store didn't suddenly make milk and bread free just because I had violently lost the love of my life. My sweet, confused little Lily still desperately needed new school clothes, hot dinners, and bedtime stories to keep her feeling safe. And I was suddenly, terrifyingly doing absolutely all of it entirely alone. The $250 a month I had been sending to my parents stopped immediately. It wasn't done out of spite or anger, it was done out of sheer, terrifying reality. With Tom's income suddenly gone, and the funeral expenses piling up, I could barely afford to keep my own lights on. My family noticed the missing money significantly faster than they noticed my crippling grief. My mom started calling me much more often, but she never called to ask how I was coping. She never called to ask if I needed a shoulder to cry on. She called to ask, in this incredibly careful, calculating voice, whether I was still managing my finances okay. Chloe actually had the absolute gall to ask me if I was being smart with my budget, heavily implying that Tom's sudden, violent death was just a minor budgeting issue I needed to spreadsheet my way out of. Mark even made a completely tone-deaf joke during a family lunch about how having a fat life insurance policy must be pretty nice right about now, and then he laughed loudly when absolutely no one else at the table did. I didn't ask them for any financial help right away. I stubbornly lasted much longer than I probably should have, completely depleting my meager savings, because asking my toxic family for absolutely anything always feels exactly like handing them a loaded weapon and pointing it at my own head. But one terrible month, I absolutely had to ask. Lily got severely sick with a horrible chest infection. I had to miss an entire week of work to care for her. At the exact same time, my ancient car's alternator completely died, requiring a massive repair bill just so I could commute to my job. The math simply didn't work. I was in the red, and I was terrified. So, I swallowed my massive pride and I asked my parents for help. I didn't ask for a massive fortune. I didn't ask for thousands of dollars. I didn't ask for a permanent bailout. I asked for exactly $400, just enough to cover the immediate gap so my electricity wouldn't be shut off while Lily was sick. My parents sent the money, but they didn't just send it quietly. The very next morning, my mother made a massive public Facebook post about it. She posted a dramatically sad selfie of herself, along with a smiling family photo of all of us, acting like she had just heroically donated a kidney to a dying orphan. Sometimes you just have to step up and make massive sacrifices for your family, my mother wrote to her hundreds of followers, even when it's incredibly hard on your own wallet. Please keep my daughter Sarah in your prayers as she desperately tries to learn how to stand on her own 2 feet again soon. Family first, charity, helping hand. Chloe, of course, was the very first person to comment. We're always here to carry her when she fails. So proud of you, Mom. Mark simply reacted to the post with a giant thumbs up emoji. When I saw that post, sitting in my freezing living room with a sick child, I genuinely wanted to violently crawl out of my own skin. I wanted to scream, until my lungs bled. I didn't publicly comment to tell anyone that Tom and I had literally been sending them thousands of dollars over the course of several years. I didn't correct their completely fabricated, heroic narrative. I didn't fight back in the comments. I was simply too exhausted, too deeply depressed, and too broken to engage in a public war. I just quietly resolved to absolutely never, ever ask them for a single favor for the rest of my life. And I kept absolutely dead quiet about the one massive thing that would have instantly changed everything in their greedy little minds, the corporate settlement. Because the settlement absolutely didn't come right away. It wasn't some magical, giant cardboard check that miraculously appeared on my doorstep the moment Tom died. There were endless, grueling depositions. There were mountains of complex legal paperwork. There were deliberate, agonizing delays from the construction company's massive legal team. There were endless meetings and conference calls that made my stomach aggressively twist into knots. The massive corporation dragged its feet for nearly 2 years. Their expensive insurers moved like thick molasses in winter, desperately trying to find any possible loophole to avoid paying for their gross negligence. Everything took an agonizing amount of time. I had to hire a ruthless legal team to handle it because I physically and mentally could not carry the weight of my crushing grief and the nightmare of corporate bureaucracy at the exact same time without completely collapsing into a mental hospital. For nearly 2 years, it felt exactly like shouting into a dark, endless void. And then, very recently, right before this Christmas, the massive lawsuit finally concluded. The corporation caved. The massive payout finally cleared all the legal hurdles and hit my incredibly empty bank account. It was a completely life-changing amount of money. The final, post-tax settlement was exactly $2.5 million. It was infinitely more money than I had ever seen attached to my name in my entire life. I sat at my cheap kitchen table and just stared at the massive account balance on my laptop screen. I stared at the numbers the exact same way you would stare at a complete stranger on the street who somehow looks exactly like someone you deeply loved and lost. It felt entirely surreal. It felt like dirty, blood money. It felt like it couldn't possibly be real. I didn't go out and immediately spend it, not really. I didn't run to a luxury dealership and buy a brand new sports car. I didn't buy an entirely new designer wardrobe. I didn't suddenly adopt a new, flashy personality. My stepmom erased my dead mom from the house and told me to leave. She didn't know I held the deed, a secret journal and a plan to ruin her. Grief completely rewires the brain, turning rational people into strangers. My father's grief-induced insanity was marrying Brenda 6 months and 2 days after my mother's breast cancer death. At 14, I still wore black to high school, woke up at night expecting to hear my mom's soft footsteps in the hallway, and found her auburn hair in my favorite sweaters. I was drowning in loss, but this strange woman was standing in our living room with a tape measure, measuring new window treatments. Brenda invaded our home like a hostile takeover liquidator. She aggressively evicted my mother as well as moved her things in. First, family photos were lost. Our framed memories were all erased. Within Brenda's first 72 hours of residency, my parents' silver-framed wedding photo on the mantle, my embarrassing baby pictures of me covered in spaghetti sauce, and my mom's candid photos from that unforgettable trip to the mountains where she taught me how to identify pine trees were all thrown into cardboard boxes and banished to the attic. Then erasure accelerated. My mother's extensive classic literature collection vanished from built-in shelves. She lost her favorite hand-painted ceramic dishes from the kitchen. The delicate curtains she had hand-sewn when I was a toddler with tiny embroidered sunflowers that she spent 4 weekends perfecting were gone overnight. Brenda replaced them with a sterile, beige, minimalist look that made our once warm home feel like a high-end dental waiting room. Everything went glass, chrome, and oatmeal-colored. "We all need to focus on moving forward, Chloe," Brenda said at dinner one Tuesday night in that sickeningly fake, breathy sympathetic voice that made my skin crawl. "Living in a shrine to the past simply isn't healthy for your emotional development. We need to create new, vibrant memories in this space. We need fresh energy." My dad sat and nodded. He chewed his roast chicken like a puppet on a string, never looking up from his plate. He had completely lost touch with reality. I said nothing. I swallowed my food, excused myself, and crept into the kitchen at 2 a.m. to rescue my mom's wooden recipe box, before it vanished into the beige void that had swallowed everything she had touched. My mom used that battered wooden box last before chemotherapy made her too weak to stand at the stove. The index cards inside, some stained with vanilla extract and olive oil, still had her elegant, looping handwriting. I sneaked it into my bedroom and hid it in my closet. Brenda's manicured claws weren't allowed near it. Small-scale passive-aggressive bullying and uncomfortable comments began. My dad would think I was a crazy teenager if I complained about it because it was subtle. That scares me about manipulative Brenda. They operate extremely strategically. They never do anything to warrant a shout. The constant drip, drip, drip of tiny jabs, microaggressions, and calculated moves drives you insane while allowing them plausible deniability. After coming home exhausted from a late shift at my part-time retail job, I left a cereal bowl and spoon in the sink, just once. Brenda held a mandatory family meeting the next morning about respecting shared communal spaces. It was a sit-down, formal meeting with an exasperated sigh about one ceramic bowl and some silverware. "I once studied for AP History finals until 1 a.m. Brenda told my father the next morning that my desk lamp bothered her eyes from across the hallway through 2 heavy, closed wooden doors in a 3,200 square foot house. She looked my father in the eye and said sleep hygiene concerns with a straight face. A few months later, psychological warfare peaked. After school one rainy afternoon, I went upstairs and saw that my bedroom door was unlocked. Someone removed the locking mechanism with a screwdriver. Hardware vanished like it never existed. Where my privacy was, the wood had a hollow, jagged hole. "Safety and privacy concerns," Brenda said calmly when I confronted her in the kitchen, her voice with that syrupy, artificial sweetness that made my teeth hurt. "We are a blended family now, Chloe. Healthy families do not lock doors. It is about fostering an environment of trust and absolute openness." I tasted copper after biting my cheek hard. I wanted to scream that healthy families don't systematically erase dead mothers like a bad dream, but I kept quiet. I quickly realized that surviving in this house meant being invisible. It required careful battle selection. I had to swallow 1,000 angry words I wanted to scream every day. Brenda's campaign against me intensified at 17. She lost her subtlety. She loudly complained that my presence made her anxious. She said my school and work schedule disrupted her daily routine. She told my dad, while I was in the next room, that she felt like a hostage in her own home. The pure irony of that last statement nearly made me laugh. My dad would rub his temples, sigh heavily, and pull me aside to ask if I could, please just try a little harder to get along with her. My father, who made me try harder with the woman who had thrown my mother's antique wedding china into a dumpster because the floral pattern clashed with her monochromatic color scheme. My mother's family had that china for 3 generations. It vanished one afternoon during a chemistry class. I started leaving the house every waking moment. I spent most of my time at the library, my best friend's house, or the corner coffee shop, drinking a black coffee, and doing homework until the baristas closed. Since home no longer felt like home, I went everywhere but there. I felt like I was entering enemy territory. I felt like an intruder in the house where I had taken my first steps, where my mom taught me to read chapter books, and where every corner held a vibrant, loving memory. Now every corner felt like a cemetery. Watching my dad passively accept it was the worst. Once my hero. He ran alongside my bicycle, holding the seat, stayed up until 3 a.m. helping me glue together a scale model of the solar system, and held me tightly while we sobbed on the living room floor the day Mom got her terminal diagnosis, promising we would survive. That man vanished. He had been replaced by a pitiful, hollow man who flinched whenever Brenda spoke and couldn't look me in the eye at dinner. The morning changed everything. Before taking the bus to school, I grabbed a travel mug of coffee from the kitchen at 6:30 a.m. Brenda sat at the marble kitchen island with an unfamiliar woman. Large architectural floor plans were unrolled and spread between them. Shiny business cards were scattered on the counter. Real estate agent and interior designer, I realized. Once Chloe goes off to a university dorm in the fall, Brenda said, tapping her manicured fingernail against our house blueprints, we can finally gut that bedroom and convert it into a proper executive home office. The natural light in there is absolutely perfect for my Zoom calls. She mentioned my bedroom. In my room. The sewing room my mom loved, before she lovingly converted it into my nursery when she was pregnant. My childhood room. I got accepted into the local state university, I whispered from the doorway, breaking the quiet kitchen. Both jumped. Brenda turned toward me. I'm commuting to save money, I said, staring at Brenda. I'm going to be living at home. That kitchen cooled by 40 degrees. Brenda's face went through 6 different expressions: shock, confusion, disbelief, before settling on venomous rage. The interior designer was enthralled by her coffee cup and refused to look up. Brenda confronted me in the upstairs hallway outside my bedroom after school that afternoon. No longer was the syrupy mask on. No more phony warmth or family bonding. She told me, I think it is time we had a very honest, adult conversation, blocking my doorway. You need to understand something right now, Chloe. This is my home. I have been incredibly patient with you. I have bent over backwards to make this blended family work, but your continued presence here makes me deeply, fundamentally uncomfortable. You are 18 in a few months. I need you to start making other living arrangements. You are not staying here. I stood and watched her. This vile woman, who had spent 2.5 years erasing my dead mother and emotionally castrated my grieving father, was now telling me I was being kicked out of my mother's house. My dad's office door opened down the hall before I could respond. Out he went. Each word was heard clearly. This was his first time not looking at the floor in years. Not to blend in with the wallpaper. He was staring at Brenda. Saying Brenda. His voice was different. It wasn't his usual mumble, flat, hard, and freezing. Whose name is actually on the deed to this house? Brenda's face lost color so quickly, I thought her knees would buckle. Stammered, well, obviously both of ours, but. Wrong, my dad said, echoing through the hallway. Just mine. The silence was suffocating. This was Sarah's house, Dad said. My mother's name haunted us in the stagnant air. We felt like she had appeared next to us. She left this house to me, in a trust, for our daughter. You are a guest in this house, Brenda. You have only ever been a guest. I never heard him address her like that. In the last 3 years, he had never challenged anyone, let alone the woman who controlled him. Brenda opened and closed her mouth like a fish suffocating on land, but made no sound. She finally whispered, But you said before we got married. I said a lot of stupid things, my dad snapped. I was drowning in grief. I wasn't thinking clearly. But that ends right now. Next morning, before school, I found a thick stack of legal documents on the kitchen counter. Thick stationery, legal jargon, Lots of whereases and herebys, blue ink, and notarized seals made them look official. I reread the top pages twice to ensure my brain was processing the words correctly. My dad gave me 50% of the house legally. I became a co-owner of my massive childhood home at 17. These must have been drafted overnight by a lawyer. He must have made panicked calls the moment Brenda fell asleep. He was shaken by the hallway confrontation. Brenda put her things in the guest bedroom at the end of the hall that night. She said nothing at dinner. She rudely pushed her salad around her plate with her fork and left early. She stopped looking at me after that day. She would stand up and leave when I entered a room. To avoid me at the table, she started eating at odd hours. The house was freezing, but for the first time in 3 years, I could breathe. The huge, life-changing thing my dad didn't know. It was unknown to Brenda. I and a dead woman were the only ones who knew. 2 years earlier, Brenda forced me to clean out some junk boxes in the attic to make room for her winter wardrobe, and I found something in a taped-up box of old tax returns. It was journal. My mother's final year's diary. Her initials were beautifully embossed in gold foil on the bottom right corner of the worn navy blue leather cover. I trembled when I opened it, expecting sweet memories, gardening tips, or profound, poetic thoughts that a dying mother might want her teenage daughter to read. The result chilled me to the bone. The journal detailed how my mother discovered my father's sick, twisted affair with Brenda in terrible detail. Brenda was his logistics firm, executive secretary. My mother discovered the affair 6 months before her terminal cancer diagnosis. When taking his clothes to the dry cleaners, she found late-night emails, explicit text messages, and a crumpled receipt from an upscale downtown hotel in his suit jacket pocket. I remember reading on the dusty attic floor with my hands shaking so badly I couldn't turn the crisp pages, but I couldn't stop. Every word, date, and damning evidence she had. She meticulously documented it like a homicide prosecutor building a case. I smuggled that blue journal out of the attic and hid it under a loose wooden floorboard in my closet for 2 years. Was just waiting. I didn't know what I was waiting for, but my gut told me I'd need it someday. I knew knowledge was power. My mom was brilliant and wouldn't have documented this agonizing pain without a purpose. With 50% of the house legally in my name and Brenda having a silent mental breakdown down the hall, I lifted the floorboard and took out the journal again. Because that journal contained something important that my grief-stricken, 14-year-old brain had almost completely missed the first time I read it. It showed my mom secretly filed for divorce before getting sick. Pages of handwritten notes about clandestine meetings with a family law attorney, asset lists, property valuations, and photocopies of legal documents were folded and placed in the journal's back pocket. These documents indicated she planned to leave my dad under strict terms, conditions that would trigger a catastrophic legal clause that could completely change ownership, according to the lawyer's scribbled margins. Arthur Sterling, attorney at law, was listed clearly at the top of several pages. His notes and handwriting were meticulous. He performed surgery precisely. Next day, I sneakily searched his name on the school library computer. Still listed online was his office. He practiced high-stakes family and estate law in the same downtown historic building after all these years. My cell phone and house landline were too risky. Fearing Brenda was monitoring our phone bill, I used my friend's phone over the weekend at her house. Was I paranoid? Maybe. However, 3 years with Brenda taught me self-preservation. I learned that information is the most valuable currency. Timing is everything. And you never show your cards until you flip the table. Law offices of Arthur Sterling, a receptionist said. I need to speak with Mr. Sterling, I shakily said. My name is Chloe Callahan. I am Sarah Callahan's daughter. I was on hold for under 30 seconds. A deep, raspy voice spoke when the line clicked back. Miss Callahan, said the voice. I thought the call had dropped due to the long silence on the other end. I heard him breathing. I could almost hear his brain gears turning. He said, I have been wondering when you would finally call, softly. His voice was calm and measured. Tell me. How much do you know? I said. Everything, gripping the phone so hard my knuckles turned white. I have my mother's blue journal. I have all of your notes. I know about the affair, and I know about the contingency plans. A longer, heavier pause. Can you come down to my office? Not today, I said quickly. Saturday morning. That is when my father plays his weekly golf game and my stepmother goes to her Pilates class. We need to talk in person. There are things I need you to explain to me. Saturday at 9 a.m., Arthur agreed. After hanging up the phone, I stood in my friend's kitchen with my heart pounding my ribs and blood rushing in my ears. Saturday. Cannot come fast enough. Saturday morning came, and I told my dad I was going to the mall with some schoolgirls to buy college dorm supplies. The standard, bulletproof, teenage excuse. Brenda locked herself in her guest room, nursing her ego and ignoring everyone. My dad barely looked up from his iPad as I left. Since that explosive hallway night, he avoided meaningful conversation with me. He couldn't look at me without excruciating guilt. Arthur Sterling's downtown financial district office was in a beautiful, historic building. Modern architecture doesn't have such opulent buildings. Brass fixtures were mirror polished. The lobby smelled like expensive lemon oil, old paper, and generational wealth. The elevator had a human operator and dark mahogany wood. I half expected to see men in three-piece tweed suits smoking cigars outside. A massive corner suite with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the county courthouse across the street was his top-floor office. Arthur Sterling, in his late 60s, had thick, striking white hair and a calm, unshakable demeanor that suggested he had seen the worst of human nature twice, and could never be surprised. "Your mother was a truly exceptional, brilliant woman, Chloe," he said, inviting me to sit in a plush leather chair across from his massive oak desk. "When she first came into this office with undeniable, documented evidence of your father's infidelity, she was emotionally devastated. It broke her heart. But Sarah was also incredibly practical. She was a realist. She knew that initiating a messy, protracted divorce would completely destroy her financially while she was simultaneously trying to fight aggressive breast cancer. The medical bills for her experimental treatments were already astronomical. She couldn't afford to fight a war on two fronts. So she stayed," I said. "Not a question." "She stayed," Arthur nodded slowly. "But she was not naive, and she certainly was not a victim. She had me draft a series of ironclad legal documents that would ensure you were completely protected from your father's poor judgment." He took an enormous manila folder from a drawer and placed it on the desk between us. It landed hard. "Your mother owned your family home outright, long before she married your father," Arthur said, tapping the folder. "It originally belonged to her grandmother. It has been passed down through the maternal side of your family for 4 generations. Before she passed, she placed the house into a very specific, aggressive type of trust, designed exclusively to keep it out of the marital estate, and completely untouchable in the event of a divorce." I frowned, confused. "But my dad told Brenda that Mom left the house to him, in trust for me." "That's what he said in the hallway. That's what those property transfer documents he showed me this week were about. He gave me 50%. Arthur's face hardened instantly, his cheek muscle twitched as his jaw tightened. "Your father lied to you, Chloe. And he lied to his new wife. Your mother left that house directly, 100%, to you. She appointed a legal trustee to manage the estate until you turned 18 years old. I am that trustee. Your father has been living in that house entirely at my discretion. A courtesy which I only granted out of profound respect for your mother's wishes that you maintain a stable living environment while you were a grieving minor." His sharp eyes stared at me as he leaned forward. "Legally speaking, your father has absolutely zero claim to that property. He never did. Not a single square inch of it belongs to him." The room spun. To ground myself, I gripped my chair's thick leather arms. "What are you saying?" "I am saying the house has been entirely yours since the exact second your mother drew her last breath, Chloe. That official-looking property transfer your father grandly presented to you this week? It is completely legally meaningless. It is essentially a piece of scrap paper. He cannot legally transfer 50% of an asset he does not, and never did, own." I sat back, my mind racing to process this revelation. 2.5 years of cautious walking, 2.5 years of home invasion terror. Over 2.5 years, Brenda slowly erased my mother's existence while my dad played the victim. "Does he know?" I whispered. "Does he know that he doesn't own it?" "He knows," Arthur grimaced. "I sat him down in this very office, and told him explicitly at the reading of the will shortly after the funeral. He chose to completely ignore reality, desperately hoping you would never find out. He was praying you would just blindly go off to a faraway college dorm and never look too closely at the estate paperwork." Arthur leaned on the polished wood desk to me. "This is everything. The original deed, the airtight trust documents, certified photocopies of your mother's journal entries, irrefutable documentation of the affair with Brenda, and comprehensive financial records showing exactly how your father has been grossly mismanaging funds that were legally supposed to be preserved for your future." I shook violently to open the heavy folder. I found highlighted bank statements showing that my dad had aggressively withdrawn large amounts of money from my mom's personal accounts in the weeks before she died while she was medicated. He bought Brenda diamond jewelry and designer handbags while my mom was in a hospital chair getting chemotherapy. Their flirtatious emails were printed, making my stomach churn. Arthur whispered, "There is more," watching my face. "Your mother had a separate, private life insurance policy. The payout was $650,000. It was explicitly earmarked to go into an educational and living trust fund for you. Your father illegally cashed it out using forged documents and used every single penny to pay off his failing logistics business's massive debts and fund his new lifestyle with Brenda." I lost my 3-year-old rage. A cold, precise, terrifying rage replaced it instantly. Not teenage angst anymore. A calculated, absolute desire for destruction. I asked, What can I do? With terrifying calm. Legally? Arthur reclined. You can have them both evicted from the premises today. You are 17. But as the sole legal property owner with documented, sworn trustee approval, you have the absolute right to remove them. Or, you can wait exactly 4 months until your 18th birthday, the trust dissolves, and you can handle it yourself with full, unquestionable legal autonomy. Either way, they have absolutely no leg to stand on. If your father tries to fight it, I will personally bury him in criminal embezzlement charges regarding the life insurance fraud. I was quiet for a while. Brenda was probably texting her friends in the guest room, planning her next passive-aggressive move to force me out of my house. I thought about my dad's pathetic, fake property transfer, his cowardice, his complicity, and their repugnant attempt to erase my beautiful mother while living in her family's house, spending her stolen money, and sleeping in her bed. I slowly said, I want to wait, staring Arthur dead in the eye. I want to wait until I am officially 18, but I want every single legal document drafted, finalized, and ready to be executed the exact morning of my birthday. Arthur Sterling grinned. Not a friendly smile. The shark's dangerous smile came from smelling blood in the water. I was very much hoping you would say that, Chloe. I gave a lifetime performance over 4 months. I played the perfect, quiet, pleasing, invisible daughter. Every wicked stepmother wants a compliant teenager like me. Yes, Brenda. No, Brenda. Brenda. Say whatever. Brenda, let me wash your dishes. It exhausted me mentally and physically. It felt like acting in a terrible play every day. But I focused on the goal. 4 months was nothing. I could handle 16 more weeks of playing nice, while the dynamite fuse burned down to the explosive after nearly 3 years of Brenda's psychological warfare. I worked extra shifts at a downtown independent bookstore and started saving every penny. Arthur helped me open a new bank account at a different bank across town. Only cash deposits. No paperwork. Nothing my father could track, monitor, or question. I ensured perfect high school grades, perfect attendance, completed every assignment with extra credit. With my guidance counselor's enthusiastic help, I applied to the local state college. I said all the right, predictable things about my future. I forced myself to chew at family dinners while Brenda talked about her interior design plans and Pilates class. I meticulously built a bulletproof paper trail of modeling good behavior. I wanted something that would look perfect to a judge if my father questioned my character or mental stability. Since the hallway incident, home life had changed drastically. Brenda rarely left the guest room, except for meals, or to leave. Her constant commentary on me had stopped. She stopped micromanaging my schedule. She was silent and watchful like a snake in the grass. My dad roamed the house like a Victorian ghost. He seemed to be finally facing his crushing guilt. I saw him staring blankly at Mom's old photos in the living room a few times. He never asked where I hid the trash-rescued photos. He never admitted Brenda's damage to Mom's memory. He gently knocked on my bedroom door one cold January night, 2 months before my 18th birthday. He softly asked, "Can we talk, Chloe?" It was quiet when I let him in. He sat heavily on my bed, looking 10 years older than ever. He appeared smaller and deflated. "I know I failed you," he said, looking at his hands. His voice broke mid-sentence. "After your mother died, I wasn't thinking straight. I was in so much pain. Brenda was just there. She was easy. And I was drowning. I made so many terrible mistakes." Leaning against my desk, I crossed my arms. "You had an affair with her, before Mom even got sick." His head snapped up, his face turned colorless. "How? How did you?" "I know everything, Dad," I said emotionlessly. "I know absolutely everything." He didn't dispute it. He didn't argue. He sat, defeated, shoulders slumped. "I loved your mother. I really did. But I was a weak man. I'm still a weak man. And I have let you down in every single way a father possibly can. A part of me, the little girl who idolized him, could have forgiven him then. I could have hugged him and tried to repair our relationship. However, I remembered my mom, alone in a freezing oncology ward with poison dripping into her veins, while he was downtown buying Brenda a diamond tennis bracelet with his credit card. Mom's tearful journal entries, unimaginable pain, and desperate, brilliant attempts to legally protect me while she died came to mind. "Yeah," I said coldly, opening my bedroom door for him. "You did." He got up and left the hallway without saying a word. Last weeks before my 18th birthday were agonizingly strange. The house was so tense that oxygen was thick and hard to breathe. Everyone subconsciously knew something big was coming. We just avoided saying it. It was like those eerie, silent moments before a massive thunderstorm, when the birds stop singing and you can feel the static electricity building up. Brenda was almost invisible, spending days in the guest room. I occasionally heard her sharp, high-pitched, furious voice on her cell phone. She was complaining to her sister or snobby friends about how unfair her living situation was, but the thick wood muffled her words, how she was the ultimate victim. Brenda married a wealthy widower and was made the villain. Life is cruelly unfair. Dad desperately tried to be normal. His attempt was physically painful to watch. At breakfast, he forced weather or stock market talk. I got generic homework questions from him. It was forced, manic joy that fooled no one. His hollow eyes were dark. He knew the bill was due. He didn't know the cost or when I'd collect. My final weeks were spent planning like a military general planning an invasion. I secretly met with Arthur Sterling twice more to go over every document detail until I could recite the legal strategy in my sleep. Arthur explained property taxes, municipal utilities, comprehensive homeowners insurance, and all the other complicated practical things I would need to manage as a sole property owner at 18. He even recommended a reputable local property management company that could help me if things got too overwhelming while in college. Your mother thought of absolutely everything, Chloe, Arthur said in our final meeting 2 days before my birthday. She knew your father would completely fall apart without her to guide him. She knew he would make selfish, disastrous choices. So she built an impenetrable fortress of safety nets around you. Marking my water glass, I asked, did she know about Brenda specifically before she died? Yes, Arthur said, jaw tightening. She confronted your father about the affair exactly 6 months before she passed. He cried, begged, and swore on your life he would break it off immediately. Obviously, he didn't. Arthur sighed, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes. Your mother made me solemnly promise to tell you the entire, unvarnished truth when you were old enough to handle it. She didn't want you growing up thinking she was a naive, weak woman who got played. Mother-in-law demanded my salary to fund her secret real estate. As a forensic analyst, I froze every asset, and handed him 42 pages of ruin. My mother-in-law claimed my salary exactly 62 days into my marriage. My husband didn't defend me. He didn't tell her to back off. He just looked at me with wide, panicked eyes and asked if I earned more than him. He genuinely had no idea. The coffee mug I was holding at that exact moment was a wedding gift. It was white ceramic, hand-thrown by an artisan in East Austin, with a tiny, almost imperceptible imperfection on the rim where the clay had pulled slightly during the firing process. I remember thinking when I unwrapped it that it was the most honest gift we had received. It was beautiful, but it wasn't pretending to be flawless. I remember thinking, foolishly, that it was a good sign for our life together. I was holding that exact mug, feeling the warmth of the dark roast against my palms, when my mother-in-law, Eleanor Vance, told me my salary belonged to her family. She said it the way people announce corporate mergers or legal judgments, things that have already been decided in rooms you weren't invited to. There was no preamble, no softening of the blow, no polite suggestion. Just Eleanor, sitting in my armchair. It was the armchair I had owned since grad school, the one I had painstakingly reupholstered myself with a rich, dark emerald fabric I found at an estate sale in Savannah. She sat in it like she had always owned it, folding her perfectly manicured hands in her lap, looking me dead in the eye, and saying, "Your salary will go into our joint family trust account from now on." 62 days into my marriage. I set the mug down slowly. I felt the ceramic click against the cool quartz countertop. I felt the very air in the kitchen change, the atmospheric pressure dropping like a storm was rolling in. And then, I smiled. It wasn't the polite smile I give clients when they've underestimated what I already know. It was something much quieter than that. Something cold. Something I kept entirely for myself. "That won't be necessary," I said, my voice perfectly level. "I earn more than all of you combined." The silence that followed had actual physical weight. You could have built a house on it. And then my husband, Julian Thomas Vance, the man I had dated for 20 months, been engaged to for 10, and married exactly 62 days ago, turned the color of old, sun-bleached printer paper. He swallowed hard and whispered 5 words that told me absolutely everything I would ever need to know about the man I had married in the next chapter of my life. "Do you earn more than me?" "Not, Mom. That is completely out of line." "Not, Eleanor. My wife's finances are none of your business." Not even a baseline level of shock at the sheer audacity of what his mother had just demanded. Just fear. Pure, unguarded, deeply revealing fear that his wife might have more financial power than he did. I looked at my husband's pale, terrified face. I looked at my mother-in-law's sudden, rigid posture. I looked at the emerald armchair that had my name on it, sitting in a house that had my name on the mortgage, and I understood everything. With the particular, crystalline clarity that comes from being exceptionally good at finding things people try desperately to hide, I knew exactly what trap I had just walked into. I picked my coffee mug back up, took a slow sip, and swallowed. "I need to make a call," I said. I walked upstairs, went into my home office, closed the door, locked it, and opened a blank Excel spreadsheet. I named the file, Project Vance Audit. XLSX. And I began to work. My name is Clara Hayes. I kept my maiden name professionally, which really should have been Julian's first data point if he was paying attention. It was 2023 when I married Julian, which meant I had been a forensic financial analyst for 11 years. I had my Certified Fraud Examiner, CFE, certification, had testified as an expert witness in 14 major corporate and civil cases, and had successfully recovered or documented a combined $42 million in hidden, misappropriated, or fraudulently transferred assets for clients, ranging from high-powered divorce attorneys to the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts. My job, stripped of all the fancy corporate jargon, is hunting. I find the money that liars try to hide, and I am exceptionally, brutally good at it. I grew up in Atlanta, the daughter of a corporate tax attorney and a high school calculus teacher. This meant I was raised from childhood understanding two fundamental truths about the world: numbers absolutely never lie, and the people presenting those numbers almost always do. I got my undergraduate degree in accounting from Emory University, my master's in forensic accounting from Boston University, and I spent my first 4 grinding years out of school at a Big Four firm. There, I learned exactly how massive corporations structured their financial reporting in ways that were technically legal but functionally deceptive. Once I understood the architecture of fraud, I went independent. I built a ruthless client list. I built a terrifying reputation. By the time I married Julian Vance, I was billing $415 an hour. I carried zero debt except for the remaining mortgage on a beautiful historic house I had bought in the South Congress neighborhood of Austin, Texas. I drove a 2023 Lexus TX that I had paid for in cash, and I had a diversified portfolio and retirement account that my wealth manager, Sarah Jenkins, frequently described as aggressively bulletproof. Julian knew I worked in finance. He knew I had my CFE. He knew I was, as he casually mentioned on our 4th date over overpriced sushi, clearly very dedicated to the corporate grind. But he had never, not once, asked what I actually made. Not during the 20 months we spent dating, not during the 10 months we spent planning a wedding, and not during the 62 days we had been married. He just assumed. And that assumption, I would later come to realize, was the very foundation of his entire scam. He assumed that because I was a woman in finance who didn't walk around dripping in designer logos, I made less than him. Maybe I lived comfortably, maybe I was functionally independent, but in his mind, I was definitely earning less than his superior salary. Because Julian made good money, or so he projected, his LLC, Vance Consulting Group, pulled in real revenue. He drove a pristine BMW 5 Series, wore tailored Italian suits, and talked about money with the loud, arrogant confidence of someone who had never actually had to account for it carefully. He assumed I was successful in the way women in his orbit were usually assumed to be successful, competently, supportively, and in a financial register permanently below the men around them. It had never even occurred to his ego to verify the numbers. That arrogant assumption was the architecture everything else was built on. And now, I had a blank spreadsheet open, and a mother-in-law sitting downstairs who had just explicitly told me that my income was viewed as a resource to be managed and extracted by people other than me. I started my audit with February. February had been the first tiny red flag I noticed, though at the time, I had gaslit myself into believing it was nothing. It was a $4,500 transfer from our joint checking account. This was the account we had opened together, specifically for household expenses, utilities, groceries, property taxes, the practical, everyday machinery of a shared life. I had funded it heavily, he had contributed his half. But on February 14th, $4,500 vanished. There was no memo, no explanation, no matching receipt. I had asked Julian about it casually over dinner a week later. "Oh, that?" he had said, not missing a beat while pouring wine. "Just moving some things around for a short-term investment vehicle. I'll sort it out, and put the returns back in next month." I wrote it in the first row of my spreadsheet. Feb 14 to $4,500, joint to unknown. Explanation: short-term investment. Status: unverified. At the time, I told myself it was nothing. Marriage requires trust, right? March, however, was significantly harder to explain away. A thick credit card statement had arrived in the mail, addressed solely to Julian. This in itself wasn't unusual. He had his own legacy cards, his own separate accounts, the ordinary financial infrastructure of a 3-4-year-old adult who had been managing his own money long before we met. But the statement was from a boutique, high-yield issuer I didn't recognize him ever using. When I picked it up from the kitchen counter to sort the mail, I wasn't actively snooping. But the envelope had one of those sheer plastic windows, and the paper inside had shifted. I saw the balance printed in bold black ink right through the plastic panel. Lam Valuchen Maywen. I set the envelope down, I stared at it, I picked it up again. And then, I walked over to the stove, turned on the kettle, and steamed the envelope open. I know exactly how that sounds. I know it sounds like a violation of privacy. But I am a forensic financial analyst, and something deep in my hindbrain had been running complex threat assessment calculations since that missing $4,500 in February. In my line of work, sometimes the professional survival instinct has to override the polite, trusting wife instinct. The statement was 14 pages long. I took my phone, laid the pages flat on the marble island, and photographed every single page, in order, in perfect lighting, in under 3 minutes. Then I carefully resealed the envelope with a microscopic dab of a glue stick and set it back on the counter exactly where I had found it, perfectly aligned with a catalog. The charges were meticulously itemized. Hotel stays. But not standard business hotels like Marriott's or Hilton's. These were luxury boutique hotels. Restaurant meals at high-end steakhouses in cities where Julian had explicitly told me he was just doing routine Zoom calls from the office. But the most glaring anomaly was a recurring monthly charge. $400, charged on the first of every month, to a vendor listed as Lux Haven Extended Stays. I ran the vendor name that night from my encrypted work laptop while Julian was asleep beside me. Lux Haven Extended Stays was a premium membership program for corporate extended stay accommodations, boutique apartment hotels. The kind of place where you don't book by the night, you book by the month. The kind of place that issues a permanent key fob, a dedicated parking pass, and a little welcome packet. The kind of place where you would stay if you needed a secondary, hidden residence that wasn't your actual home. I added the 14 pages of photographed statements to a secure, encrypted drive under the folder, Home, Records. I slept perfectly fine that night. I want to be incredibly clear about that. I've been asked since by friends and colleagues who found out the timeline how I managed to sleep next to him during all of this without screaming. I slept fine. When you are professionally trained to hunt concealed assets and dismantle fraud, you learn very early on how to completely separate your emotional register from your investigative one. You look at what is in front of you. You document it. You secure the evidence. You move to the next data point. You do not panic until you have enough raw data to fully understand the exact dimensions of what you are actually panicking about. April gave me the data I needed. Eleanor came to stay with us in April. This was, I was told before the wedding, a completely normal dynamic. She visited from her home in San Antonio, for a week or two every few months. She had done so since Julian first moved to Austin, well before we were together. She had a guest room she practically viewed as her own personal territory. I had understood this going in. I had mentally prepared myself to be a gracious, accommodating daughter-in-law. I had bought her hyper-specific preferred brand of imported herbal tea, stocked the guest bathroom with luxury towels, and genuinely, earnestly tried to build a bridge. What I hadn't been prepared for was the immediate, suffocating way the energy in my house changed the second she crossed the threshold. Julian became quieter, more careful. He moved through the rooms differently when she was there. It wasn't that he was tense, exactly, but he was calibrated, like a machine that had been remotely reprogrammed. He deferred to her in 100 tiny, microaggressive ways that accumulated into a massive red flag I couldn't ignore. Which chair he sat in at the dinner table, which conversational topics he chose to raise, and which ones he immediately dropped if she frowned. The way he looked at her for silent permission before he answered basic questions about our future plans. I tried to tell myself it was just a close, albeit slightly enmeshed, family dynamic. I was close with my own parents, too. Then, on a rainy Wednesday evening, I came back early from a grocery run. I walked in the front door quietly because my hands were full. I found them in the living room. The volume of their conversation had been significantly lowered. Not stopped, but dropped to that specific, conspiratorial register that people only use when they are in the middle of discussing something illicit and want to finish before being caught. I put the grocery bags down on the kitchen counter without making a sound. The kitchen door was cracked open about 2 inches, giving me a clear acoustic line to the living room. "But what does Clara think we have?" Eleanor asked, her tone sharp, impatient. I stood completely frozen in the hallway with a bag of organic lemons in my hand. I felt the question settle into my chest like a heavy stone dropping into a dark well. What does Clara think we have? Not, what does Clara know about the business? Not, has Clara asked about our shared finances? What does she think we have? It was the exact past tense framing of a performance. It was the language of someone actively managing a deception, trying to gauge if the mark had caught on to the con. I forced my heart rate to slow down. I walked heavily into the kitchen, intentionally making noise, and started unpacking the groceries. Julian walked in 5 minutes later, looking slightly flushed. He poured himself a glass of water, kissed me on the cheek with dry lips, and asked how the store was. "Fine," I said, not looking up from the vegetables. "Busy." "Good," he said, quickly leaving the room. That night, after he fell asleep, I added a new tab to my spreadsheet. I titled it, Hypotheses. The first entry read, "What exact assets do they jointly hold that they are actively hiding from me?" The next morning, I noticed something else. My locked filing cabinet in my home office, the one where I kept my physical tax returns and old banking documents, had tiny, microscopic scratch marks near the keyhole. Someone had been messing with it. I didn't say a word. On my lunch break, I drove to Best Buy, bought a microscopic Wyze hidden camera, and installed it inside a fake potted plant on my bookshelf, angled perfectly at the cabinet and my desk. 3 days later, I checked the footage. At 2:15 a.m., while I was asleep, Julian had crept into my office. The infrared camera caught him perfectly. He spent 20 minutes trying to guess the password to my backup laptop and trying different small keys on my filing cabinet. He was looking for my financial baseline. When Julian confidently strolled out of his corner office, curious, arrogant, not worried in the slightest, Mike asked him to confirm his identity, then handed him a thick, heavily sealed manila envelope. Mike told me later, over a beer I bought him, that Julian had held the envelope for a long moment without opening it. He looked at the return address, Bennett and Hayes LLP, Family Law. Mike said that something fundamental changed in Julian's face right then. It wasn't a dramatic, screaming collapse. It was just a quiet, devastating displacement. Like a load-bearing pillar had been quietly removed from his spine. Julian tore it open while still standing in his own reception area, in full view of his staff. Mike was already back in the elevator before Julian had finished reading the first page. My phone rang exactly 2 minutes later. I looked at his name flashing on the screen. I set the phone face down on my desk and went back to the corporate embezzlement case I was currently working on for a client in Houston. I let the call go to voicemail. He called 4 more times before 2 p.m. I let every single one go to voicemail. That evening, I heard his key turning in the front door lock at exactly 6:47 p.m. I was standing at the stove. I was making a mushroom truffle risotto. I had opened a phenomenal bottle of wine, a 2016 Barolo from a tiny, exclusive producer in the Piedmont region that I had bought at an auction 3 years ago, and had been saving for a truly special occasion. This, I decided, was the occasion. Julian stood in the kitchen doorway for a very long time. The 4-2-page envelope was gripped tightly in his hand. He looked completely hollowed out, like he had aged 10 years since breakfast. "Where did you get all of this?" His voice was barely a rasp. I calmly stirred the risotto, adding a splash of white wine to the pan. It sizzled loudly in the quiet room. "I found it, Julian." "How?" he pleaded, taking a step forward. I finally turned away from the stove and looked at him. I looked at the man who had lied to my face for nearly 3 years. "I am a forensic financial analyst, Julian," I said, my voice dead calm. "My literal job is finding the money that liars try to hide. You knew that about me the day you met me. You knew that about me the day you married me." He just stared at me. His face had the bizarre quality of something that had been entirely evacuated. The smug, arrogant expression he usually wore had been surgically removed, and absolutely nothing had been put back in its place yet. A lot of this isn't what it looks like, Clara," he stammered, holding up the thick stack of papers. "All 42 pages?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. Silence. "The Delaware LLC is documented," I said, ticking them off on my fingers. "The San Antonio Shadow account is documented. The commercial strip mall in Dallas is documented. The 12 separate fraudulent transfers are documented. Your pathetic attempt to breach my brokerage account is documented and recorded. David Aris spent 2 months on this audit. He was FBI, Julian. He's testified as an expert witness in federal court. His report will hold up against God." 2. I turned back to the stove and gave the risotto one final stir. "You are more than welcome to have your attorney review it. I'm sure it'll be a fun read." "Clara, please," he whispered. "Where am I supposed to go?" I took a deep breath, keeping my voice perfectly even, savoring the absolute finality of the moment. "I believe there is a highly lucrative commercial property in Dallas, generating $5,500 a month in passive rental income, co-owned by you and your mother," I said, plating the risotto and pouring myself another glass of Barolo. "I'm sure Eleanor can help you find a place to sleep." I heard him stand in the doorway for another agonizing minute, his breathing shallow and ragged. Then, I heard him turn. I heard the front door open and close. I heard his BMW start in the driveway. And then, the house was profoundly, beautifully quiet. The Barolo was spectacular. I sat at my kitchen island and ate my dinner in the specific, unparalleled peace of someone who has been hunting in the dark for a very long time and has finally, completely eliminated the threat. Eleanor's attorney called Chloe the very next morning at 9:03 a.m. Chloe picked up on the first ring. That was intentional. I had specifically asked her to. The attorney, A slick guy named Richard Sterling who specialized in family asset protection, which is a polite legal phrase that means vastly different things depending on which side of the fraud you're on, had apparently been retained in a panic the previous evening. Richard was, Chloe told me afterward while laughing, fully prepared for a standard, emotional divorce negotiation. He was prepared to bully a heartbroken wife. He was absolutely not prepared to be hit in the face with 56 pages of FBI-grade forensic accounting. Richard blustered and demanded 2 weeks to review the documentation. Chloe gave him 10 days. He came back whining, wanting to dispute our characterization of the Vance Family Holdings LLC. Chloe calmly walked him through David's exact methodology with the terrifying patience of a predator playing with its food. She had read every single page 20 times and could quote any line item from memory. The legal discovery phase lasted an agonizing but entertaining 8 weeks. Julian's personal attorney, a different, much more expensive lawyer from a massive corporate firm who had been frantically brought in after Richard Sterling realized the nuclear scope of what they were dealing with, issued 22 separate interrogatories, trying to bury us in paperwork. Chloe and I answered every single one, with devastating, irrefutable documentation. Every single one. In late November, we finally forced a deposition. I insisted on being in the room. Eleanor was sworn in. She sat across the polished conference table, glaring at me with pure venom. Richard Sterling sat next to her, looking sweaty. Chloe started the questioning. She established Eleanor's knowledge of the LLC. She established her control over the San Antonio account. And then, Chloe leaned forward. Mrs. Vance, on the evening of April 14th, in my client's home, did you ask your son, what does Clara think we have? Eleanor scoffed. Absolutely not. I would never say such a thing. That is a complete fabrication. Chloe didn't blink. She reached into her briefcase, pulled out a small flash drive, and slid it across the table. I'd like to enter Exhibit 42 into the record. It is a time-stamped audio and video recording from a Wise security camera legally placed in my client's home office, which captured both the audio of that conversation and subsequently captured Julian Vance attempting to illegally breach my client's locked filing cabinet at 2:15 a.m. Eleanor's face drained of all color. Richard Sterling actually put his head in his hands. Eleanor threw an absolute tantrum on the record, screaming that I had set them up, that I was a snake, that her son deserved a wife who shared her wealth. It was all transcribed by the court reporter. It was glorious. In December, Eleanor's attorney desperately filed a motion to limit the scope of the equitable distribution claim regarding the Dallas LLC, arguing that the property predated the marriage and was therefore entirely separate property, immune to division. David Aris simply filed a supplemental forensic report. He mathematically demonstrated that 3 of the major tenant improvements on the Dallas property, specifically a massive roof repair and HVAC replacement, totaling $35,000 in work done in late 2023, had been directly funded through the fraudulent transfers Julian had made from our joint marital checking account. Because Julian had commingled marital funds to improve the separate asset, he had legally pierced his own shield. The judge denied their motion with prejudice. The asset was now in play. By February, Julian's team was completely broken. They proposed a settlement. It was, as these things usually go, hilariously ambitious in its assessment of what I might accept to make this go away. Chloe sent back a counteroffer that was essentially a financial execution. They went back and forth 3 times, bleeding Julian dry in legal fees by the hour. The final, absolute settlement was reached on a rainy Tuesday afternoon in March. I was sitting in my home office when Chloe called. I was working on a new audit, tracking a complex crypto embezzlement scheme for a tech firm. Nothing glamorous, but exactly the kind of deep dive puzzle I loved. I answered on the second ring. Chloe, read me the final numbers. I wrote them down on a legal pad, though I didn't really need to. I never forget numbers. Is Eleanor fully included? I asked, tapping my pen. Yes, Chloe said, her voice rich with satisfaction. Her name is on the LLC. She is a legally bound party to the asset disclosure. The settlement entirely covers her exposure. We are clawing back the $35,000 in marital funds with interest. You retain 100% of your premarital assets, you keep the house, and Julian is covering 80% of your legal and forensic accounting fees, because of his documented bad faith. I thought about Eleanor sitting in my green armchair. I thought about their secret San Antonio account. I thought about an arrogant woman who had looked at me, a certified forensic financial analyst, with over a decade of experience hunting corporate criminals, and decided that I was just a naive little resource to be managed, and drained. Good, I said softly. There is just one more minor thing, Chloe added. Tell me, Julian's attorney asked, as a hard condition of signing the final settlement, that you sign a non-disclosure agreement agreeing not to discuss the specific forensic findings regarding his business publicly. He's terrified you're going to ruin his reputation in Austin." I was quiet for a long moment. "Clara," Chloe said carefully. "I'm thinking. It's a standard request in these types of high-conflict financial." "I know it's a standard request, Chloe," I interrupted smoothly. "I just want to think about it for a second to let him sweat." I thought about it. I thought about my 12 years of building a pristine professional reputation that could speak entirely for itself. I thought about David's massive 5-6-page report, which was now permanently attached to the public court record regardless of any NDA I signed. Anyone who pulled the divorce docket would see exactly what Julian Vance was. I didn't need to say a single word publicly because the legal documents already said everything that ever needed to be said, in language vastly more precise and permanent than anything I could ever type in a petty social media post. "Tell them yes," I finally said. "I will sign the NDA. But with one very specific, non-negotiable condition." "Name it," Chloe said. "The armchair," I said. "The vintage one in the living room. The one with the green upholstery. It was mine long before the marriage." I want it explicitly, specifically named and protected in the property division schedule. There was a long pause on the line. "Clara," Chloe said, and I could vividly hear the massive, wicked smile spreading across her face. "I will make the armchair. Exhibit A. It has been 6 months since the divorce was finalized. It's late September now. Autumn in Austin is still warm, but it's that specific, golden Texas warmth that feels earned because you know the brutal summer is finally over. I have the windows open in the mornings now. I drink my coffee still from the same imperfect, hand-thrown ceramic mug standing up, looking out at the massive oak tree in my front yard. The house is completely mine. It technically always was. My name was always the only one on the mortgage. My pristine credit score was always the only metric that made buying it possible. But it feels deeply, truly mine now, in the profound way that things only feel yours when they are no longer subject to a parasite's claim. When you stop managing a deception and start just living, the air feels lighter. Sarah Jenkins aggressively adjusted my investment allocations the week after the settlement cleared. She called the process portfolio rebalancing, which is just the polite phrase wealth managers use when they actually mean, "Now that the leech is gone, we can make you seriously rich." My retirement accounts are currently doing things that make Sarah write me quarterly update emails containing entirely too many exclamation points. Coming from a woman as stoic as Sarah, that is the financial equivalent of a standing ovation. David Aris formally closed out my investigation file and mailed me a final, zero-balance invoice. Attached to it was a handwritten sticky note. It read, "This was one of the most viciously clean documentation packages I have ever worked with in 22 years. Do not ever get married again without calling me first. D.A." I had the sticky note professionally framed. It sits on the wall in my home office, right next to my CFE certificate. Chloe and I try to have dinner at least once a month now. We were having drinks last week when she casually mentioned that Richard Sterling, Eleanor's incredibly stressed attorney, had called her a few weeks after the ink dried on the settlement. He called to say, completely off the record, that in his 2 decades of family law practice, he had never seen a financial destruction package assembled with that terrifying level of precision. Chloe proudly told him that I had over a decade of high-level experience finding things that liars tried to hide. Richard had sighed heavily into the phone. "I know," he said. "That is exactly what I told my client when I handed her the bill." "And what did Eleanor say to that?" Chloe had asked him. Richard paused. "She said she probably should have asked a few more questions before she sat in the chair. I think about that sometimes. I think about all the critical questions that went completely unasked. 20 months of dating, 10 months of planning a wedding, and 62 days of marriage, and Julian Vance never once thought to ask what I actually did for a living, or what I actually made. Because he had already decided he knew the answer. He built an entire, massive architecture of deceit. The hidden transfers, the shadow account in San Antonio, the Delaware LLC, the Dallas real estate, the predatory postnup, the master plan to consolidate my hard-earned income into a trust controlled by his mother. All of it was built on an arrogant assumption he never once bothered to verify. He assumed I earned less than him. He assumed I was the kind of submissive, oblivious woman who would never look too closely at a bank statement. He assumed the vintage armchair in my living room automatically belonged to his family, long before he ever bothered to check whose name was on the receipt. I am a forensic financial analyst. My literal profession is hunting down the money that greedy people try to hide. Julian knew that fact about me the day he married me. He just never thought I would ever apply those skills to him. The armchair is still sitting in the exact same corner of my living room where it has always been. The dark emerald green upholstery is finally starting to show some real wear and tear on the right armrest. I think I'll need to reupholster it again in a year or two. I'm thinking of going with a much deeper color this time. Something regal, like a rich navy, Or maybe a dark, bruised plum. I'll probably find the perfect fabric hidden away at a dusty estate sale somewhere out in the hill country. I'm exceptionally good at finding things. My parents forged documents to steal my inheritance for brother. I reversed the trust and exposed their fake business to everyone. When my parents called Sunday morning, I knew they weren't celebrating my promotion. Caleb, my younger brother, felt pressured by my success. A sit-down dinner session felt like an intervention when they told me to quit. I believed I had to work hard, stay focused, and climb the ladder while others used shortcuts or handouts to be free. Without judgment, guilt-tripping, and oppressive comparisons. No one tells you that success doesn't free you if your family wants you to stay small to feel big. A enormous, glowing bullseye appears on your back. My name is Liam. I'm 29 and a senior systems architect at a Seattle IT giant. Just adding the company logo to LinkedIn floods your inbox with recruiter messages. My 34th floor downtown high-rise condo is chic. It has floor-to-ceiling windows, a panoramic Space Needle and Puget Sound view, and a matte black espresso machine that cost more than my college Honda Civic. I succeeded on paper. My life is the American dream. A drama is happening behind the scenes. A toxic, manipulative nightmare you wouldn't believe until you've lived it. Unfortunately, I did. Childhood wasn't lavish. Nobody gave me anything. My parents, Richard and Susan, weren't abusive. Exactly. They were just conditional. We calculated every family purchase. You deserve love, attention, pride, and a pat on the back. However, it had strings that could be pulled. My younger brother Caleb was never worried. The consummate golden child. He could fail high school, get jailed twice for petty vandalism in one summer, and get hugs and excuses. Mom whispered, "He's just figuring himself out," brushing his hair. Me? I missed one 8th grade homework assignment, and endured a week of silence due to illness. Parents treated me like a criminal. My parents laughed when I said I wanted to study computer science out of state at 18. I laughed until I cried, as if I wanted to be a wizard. "You think we'll borrow for that?" My dad laughed. "Be serious, Liam. State school, or figure it out yourself." Got serious. Final 2 years of high school were spent working 2 hard part-time jobs. I put every dollar in a high-yield savings account. I worked 70-80 hours a week in college teaching calculus, delivering food late at night, and working graveyard shifts at a corporate security desk. That security job saved me. In a dimly lit basement, I coded on a beat-up laptop with a jet engine fan, while watching grainy CCTV footage of empty parking garages. I survived on caffeine, dollar menu burgers, and malice. I didn't party. Not dated. My average nighttime sleep was 4 hours. I graduated first in my class with a 3.9 gigapascals, built a few complex side projects that went semi-viral on GitHub, and got a highly sought-after internship at a firm that led to my 6-figure job. Never took my parents' money. Never blamed them. No. I told myself. For 6 years, Caleb switched useless majors and dropped out twice. My dad never worked, except for odd jobs his golfing buddies arranged. My parents kept telling him to find his passion, as if he could spend his mid-20s in their basement for free. A boutique photography business, Caleb chose, was supported. He got a $4,000 DSLR camera, top-notch lighting gear, a studio in a hip arts district, and a year's apartment rent to get on his feet. While home for Thanksgiving, I saw Caleb's new place, a custom espresso bar, exposed brick walls, and a large NYC skyline canvas print were stunning. I slept on a filthy futon above a loud 2-4-hour taco restaurant with insects and sirens. My mom sighed and said, "Well, he's pursuing his dream, Liam. That's hard too. You have your stable little computer job, let him have his art." I didn't object. I grinned at my dry turkey, swallowed the lump, and kept grinding. Years of scraping, saving, investing carefully in tech stocks, and getting lucky with company stock options led to my biggest purchase a few months ago. Modern downtown Seattle high-rise condo for $1.2 million. I had everything I wanted on cold college nights. Beautiful minimalist lines, panoramic water views, high ceilings, and best of all, silence. No guilt-tripping, yelling, or upstairs neighbors dropping bowling balls at 3 a.m. I'm alone with my dual-monitor workstation and a quiet espresso machine. Not on social media. I wasn't boasting or annoying. I told maybe 4 people, my best friend, industry mentor, and family. I'd be honest. I foolishly thought they'd be proud of me. Dad was undecided. He looked at the photos, asked how much I put down, what the interest rate was, and if I had considered buying somewhere less flashy and more practical. My mom pursed her lips and said, "Wow. Must be nice to have that kind of disposable income." And Caleb? He remained silent. He mumbled editing a wedding shoot while scanning the photos and placing my phone face down on the table. I ignored. They were astonished, I thought. They may have been unable to display excitement. Maybe they felt behind. The call arrived 2 weeks later. Mom said, "Liam," formal and tight, "we'd like to have a family dinner, just us. Sunday night. Asking about a sick person." She said, "Just a conversation. No big deal." I entered their suburban home that Sunday, and felt tension from the creaky oak staircase and overpowering lemon-scented candles, suffocating thickness. I felt like I was going to court, not dinner. With their hands folded over their plates, my parents sat at the formal dinner table looking solemn. Background. Caleb leaned against the kitchen counter, arms crossed, jaw tense. My dad said, "We wanted to talk, corporately, because there's been some hurt feelings lately." My stomach sank. Mom folded her hands like a group therapist. "Liam, we're happy for you. Really. But we've noticed your brother's been feeling inadequate lately, like he can't measure up to the standard you're setting." Caleb ignored me. His attention was on the hardwood. She added, "We think it might help if you scaled things back a little, at least for now, just until Caleb gets his footing." Blinking, I was confused. What does that mean? Scale what back? Dad repositioned his collar, clearing his throat. "Well, this luxury condo situation, it's a bit much, don't you think? You're only 29. You're single. You don't need all that space. You could get a nice, normal apartment, live reasonably, save more for retirement. There's no need to be so flashy and ostentatious." I asked, "You think I should sell my home?" To confirm my hearing. "You want me to sell the home I just bought?" "We're not saying that directly," my mom rushed, shaking. "Just consider how it looks, Liam. Consider how it makes Caleb feel. He's trying, you know? He's had some rough luck with the economy, and then you come waltzing in with this palace in the sky. It's insensitive." Caleb replied with resentment and a low voice. "It just feels like you're rubbing it in, man. Like you're trying to prove you're better than me." Seeing the three of them made my heart race. I looked around, wondering if I'd entered a bizarre prank show. Hidden cameras were needed. I whispered, "I worked for that place," trying to speak. "I didn't win it in a raffle. I gave up everything for years. I sacrificed my entire 20s for this." "And we're not denying that," my mom said, raising her hands. "But family is about balance, Liam. About keeping each other in check, and supporting one another." My dad nodded intently. "It's about harmony. And right now, the dynamic is off. You're unbalancing the family." Within me, something broke. Not loud. Not all at once. A slight internal snap. A steel wire broke. After 29 years of overtension. I wasn't loud. I didn't curse. No one threw my dish at the wall. Got up, pulled my chair in, and said, "Thanks for dinner. I've got work in the morning." Just gone. I sat quietly for an hour after driving home to my palace, admiring the city skyline I had spent a decade chasing. I wish that silly family dinner calmed things. I thought I'd set limits. I thought leaving quietly would show I wasn't on their level. It made things much worse. Refusing to fit their story felt like disrespecting an unspoken hierarchy. In the following weeks, tension rose unexpectedly. The harassment started slowly, then intensified. Texts started it. My mom sent me links to rundown, cheap apartments on the city's outskirts with passive-aggressive notes. "See, this one's more modest but still cute. You'd save so much money. Wouldn't it be nice to have neighbors more your age instead of those wealthy snobs?" I disregarded them all. Next came severe guilt tripping. "Caleb hasn't been sleeping well. He keeps comparing himself to you. It's breaking a mother's heart to see her boys like this." I say, success means absolutely nothing if it tears a family apart, Liam. I ignored those too. The flying monkeys were employed. A year after we last spoke, my Aunt Karen called me unexpectedly on Tuesday night. She preached how proud everyone was of me. "But," she whispered, "maybe you should consider how hard it must be for Caleb to constantly live in your shadow, expressing hatred. You've always been the overly driven one, Liam, like you have to prove something. Maybe tone it down a bit, for everyone's sake." Tone it down for everyone's sake? I clenched my phone. "Aunt Karen, would you be willing to tell Caleb to tone down the freeloading? Or is that off limits?" She gasped and called me an arrogant brat, hanging up. Block her number. My mom tried again after it failed. She invited me to a cafe for just us lunch. No dad, Caleb. Skeptical but curious, I went. She was drinking a latte when I arrived. She discussed weather, a new neighbor's puppy, and irrelevant gossip until she slid a large manila folder across the table. I asked, "What's this?" without touching. "Just something to consider," she muttered. Beautiful brochures were inside. Therapy centers. In particular, intense family counseling and narcissism and empathy. She sat across from me with that pitying face that always implied magnanimity. "I think we all need to heal," she whispered. "You've been so angry lately, Liam. So detached." I laughed loudly in the cafe. I gave in. "I've been angry? You ambushed me at dinner to demand I sell my home to protect Caleb's fragile ego, and I'm the one who needs therapy? Because we were trying to help you see the bigger picture. She spat, her softness gone. I left a $20 bill on the table and left lunch mid-sandwich. Afterward, gloves were removed. Caleb unexpectedly visited my high-rise. Did he text me 5 minutes before arrival? He called my apartment from the lobby the first time, saying he was downtown for a shoot and needed to charge his camera. He heard me say no over the intercom. He buzzed again. One more time. Muted it. My phone app showed the building's security camera footage 20 minutes later. He marched through the marble foyer, furious and staring at the camera. My dad wrote me a stern note the next day. Family means being there for each other, not slamming doors in people's faces like they're strangers. You should be ashamed. Family also means respecting boundaries. Tell him to buy a portable charger. No reply. A week later, Caleb returned. This time, he brought expensive coffee and donuts to appear relaxed and fraternal. After seeing him on camera, I went to the lobby to stop the concierge from releasing him. He smiled and said, "Thought I'd bring breakfast," holding the pink pastry bag. "I'm working, Caleb," I said. "You're always working," he says, frowning. "Because that's how I got to live here," I said, entering the grand lobby. He glared at me, red-faced. He turned around and left through the rotating doors after forcing the bag of donuts on the concierge desk. He stopped talking, got rid of the donuts. Answering took a while. Complete family radio silence. Silence confuses me. I worked long hours, side projects, and engineering team management, but the stillness sometimes became loud. My sneaky voice whispered, "Maybe you really are the problem. Maybe you could have handled it with more grace." Ultimate betrayal followed. Display of art. It was Saturday morning. David, my building manager, contacted me while I read tech news in bed. "Hi Liam, just a quick note. Your brother dropped off the photography prints for the lobby exhibit. We'll be installing them later this afternoon by the elevators." I stared at the message, confused. Local art, modern sculptures, and abstract paintings cycled in my luxury building's foyer. Even recommended college friends to the board. I hadn't submitted anyone or signed Caleb for a showcase recently. I replied, "Sorry, what prints? I didn't approve this." David says, "Manager Caleb said you cleared it with the board. He said you wanted to support his small business and thought the high-traffic lobby would be perfect for his portfolio. He had your unit number and knew the security protocol, so it seemed legit." I got up, put on sweatpants, and ran to the elevators. My blood chilled at the lobby entrance. They existed. 448x36-inch paintings awaited the maintenance staff to hang on the marble wall. Black and white portraits were stylized. Caleb's posh, edited, moody style. Large banners beneath each photo with bold, elegant font shocked and churned my stomach. Success isn't always earned. Privilege masquerading as hard work. Some people climb to the top by stepping on the backs of their blood. Not all penthouses are homes, some are just expensive cages. I froze. My hands shook violently. A few wealthy residents whispered and looked at the prints in the foyer while waiting for their Ubers. An older woman from the 40th floor I sometimes talked to smiled at me as she passed. "These are incredibly powerful, Liam," she whispered. "Very raw, very provocative. Who's the artist?" I ignored her. I couldn't. I passed her to the manager's desk, my vision turning red. "Take them down," I raged. "Take them down right fucking now, and throw them in the dumpster." David was confused by my rage, but he waved off the maintenance people. Caleb ignored my calls. No way that day. Not next. Finally, furious, I drove to my parents' suburban home. My heart was racing so hard I could hear it as I pushed the door open with my old key without knocking. Mom carried a hallway wash basket. She gasped and dropped it. "Liam, we didn't mean to upset you," she started before I could speak. "You knew," I realized, like a freight train. She didn't reply. She looked away in regret. I ignored her in the living room. Caleb read on his phone on the couch with his feet up on the coffee table, as if he hadn't humiliated me at home. I whispered, "You forged my name," dangerously calm. "You manipulated my building's management under false pretenses to display a hit piece in my lobby." He said, "It was an artistic statement," without looking up from his laptop. "No, it was a cowardly hit job," I said. Finally, looking up, he saw me. His cold face showed no sibling tenderness. "You've made it abundantly clear you don't care about this family, Liam. You think you're a god up in that glass tower. I was just returning the favor. Letting your rich little neighbors know who you really are." Unable to speak. Because of his daring remarks and unnerving ease in saying them, being able to hit me made him feel alive again. The venom seemed to have been building up inside him for years. "Caleb, you could have asked for help," I said. "If you were struggling, you could have asked." He sneered. "You don't offer help. You flaunt what you have." You think just because you suffered and ate ramen for 4 years, it gives you the right to look down on everyone else who didn't want to kill themselves working. I don't look down on you, I said. I stopped when I saw the pitiful man-child on the couch. But, maybe I should have. My final statement before leaving. No door slammed. I wasn't loud. I knew the situation was dire from that. Caleb always soaked up the attention of these family dramas. I declined tea and snacks. I sat on the sofa edge with my jacket on, staring at my dad. So, what's going on? My parents looked panicked and loaded. Father cleared his throat, looking at the coffee table. Your brother. He's going through a severe rough patch. I waited. Silence. My dad said, he took out a massive commercial business loan last year. His voice tight. He wanted to expand the photography studio. He bought high-end equipment, signed a lease on a second premium location downtown. He wanted to scale up. That surprised me, keeping my face blank. Okay. And? And the market shifted, my mom shouted. Clients dried up. He fell behind on his monthly payments. He missed several deadlines. Now. Some legal stuff is happening. What kind of legal stuff? I cut through the nonsense. My mom winced like I hit her. He defaulted, Liam. The lender is aggressively threatening asset seizure and bankruptcy. Leaning back, I crossed my arms. I see. That's unfortunate for him. But why am I here? How does this affect me? Scarier looks. My dad finally spoke, looking pained. He used part of the trust as collateral for the loan. Silence filled the room. Stomach fell into shoes. I blinked, making sure I wasn't hallucinating. What? He used the trust, my dad whispered. It wasn't the mainland parcel. My mom stepped in frantically, waving her hands. It was just a sliver, just a few acres on the edge. He swore he could flip the profit quickly and pay it back before anyone noticed. Which part? I demanded, my voice dropping an octave. The East Ridge, my dad muttered, looking at the floor. The East Ridge. That was my grandfather's most valuable, developable land, the only part with direct highway access and commercial zoning potential. I didn't even know he had the legal access to do that, I said, my mind racing. He shouldn't have. My mom cried, tears finally spilling over. But your father, we signed off on it. We thought it would help him get stable. We thought it was an investment in his future. Let me guess, I said, leaning forward, the pieces snapping together. The paperwork wasn't clean. The bank dug into the trust structure during the default process. And now the entire trust is being audited and reviewed. They remained mute. The silence was a deafening confirmation. I stood up slowly. I walked to the window, looked out at the perfectly manicured suburban lawn, took a deep breath, and turned back to face them. I want to see the documents. I said, my voice devoid of any emotion. All of them. The original trust, the addendums, the transfer of power, the loan agreements, everything. End of quote. My dad stiffened, his old pride flaring up for a brief second. That's private financial information, Liam. We're handling it. Not if it affects my legal inheritance, I shot back, stepping closer to him. Not if Caleb's fraudulent actions are jeopardizing an estate I am legally tied to. You have two choices right now. You can either hand over the documents and let me review them with my lawyer, or I will have my legal team subpoena them by Tuesday morning and drag this entire family through public litigation. Your choice. It was the first time in my entire 29 years of life that I had ever seen my father truly, utterly defeated. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't slamming his fists. He just looked at me with a low, simmering fury, the fury of a man used to holding absolute power and suddenly realizing he had handed the keys to his executioner. You've changed, he said coldly, his jaw clenched. No, I said, staring him dead in the eyes. I've just stopped apologizing for surviving. I left home. No hug, goodbye, or foil-wrapped leftovers. I heard the front door close behind me. Scanned copies of the trust and its recent changes were on Mr. Vance's mahogany desk 3 days later. Vance confirmed that an addendum document had quietly removed my name, which wouldn't stand up in a mock trial, let alone a real court. My grandfather established a strict clause in the trust. No changes, sales, or redistributions of the primary assets can be made without the written consent of all named beneficiaries. I never signed anything. My signature was missing from the addendum. My parents convinced a shady, small-town notary friend to force the paperwork through without my consent, assuming I would never challenge them out of family loyalty. This is incredible. Vance chuckled darkly, tapping the paper. The 5-year restructure is not only completely illegitimate, it's borderline fraud. The bank is going to reject Caleb's collateral claim entirely once they realize the asset wasn't legally his to leverage. Which means he's on the hook for the commercial loan personally. And as for you? You have grounds for a full, immediate reversal of the trust, and you could easily sue your parents for breach of fiduciary duty. My first call was to Chloe. She cheered into the phone as I explained the law. So what now, Mr. CEO? From my penthouse window, I slowly exhaled, viewing the Seattle skyline. Now, we burn it down. I gave my parents one last chance. It was calculated legal strategy to show I tried to resolve it out of court, not mercy. Vance and I wrote a starkly polite demand letter to my parents and Caleb. It laid out the amended trust's legal flaws without emotion. My grandfather's clause against unilateral changes was cited. It highlighted my obvious signature absence. It ended with an uncontestable demand. We respectfully demand the immediate reversal of the unauthorized modifications, including the reinstatement of Liam as a primary beneficiary, within 14 days. If this matter is not resolved by the deadline, we will proceed to file a formal injunction and pursue damages for fraudulent mismanagement of the estate through the appropriate legal channels. Certified mail was used. 13 days without a word. I got no angry texts, weeping voicemails, or desperate door knocks. The silence was oppressive. Silence before a hurricane hits. My dad emailed me at 8 a.m. on the 14th day. There was no greeting. No apology. No explanation. Individual PDF attachment. The trust has been amended and legally restored to its original 1998 form. Caleb's sole authority has been fully revoked. You are reinstated as an equal beneficiary. Consider this matter permanently closed. I sent Vance the email. He called 5 minutes later laughing. It's done, Liam. The documents are filed. You win. They folded like a cheap suit. That wasn't revenge. Simply legal housekeeping. This is what my family didn't get. They thought the issue was resolved because the paperwork was fixed, and they avoided a lawsuit. They had no idea how much psychological damage they had caused. Not my money, but my trust, name, and sanity. Remember the photography exhibit Caleb proposed for my building's lobby? He snuck in undercover to post slanderous captions calling me privileged and unearned? Yeah, I didn't forget. After the legal threat to my inheritance passed, I had the bandwidth, resources, and pure, unadulterated motivation to teach Caleb a lesson he would never forget. Started small. Surgical strikes. Caleb was desperate to show at a downtown art gallery. I knew this because he boasted about it all Christmas. Sarah, the gallery manager, was introduced to me by a tech friend, who funded local art grants. She wasn't called. I politely sent her a LinkedIn DM with high-resolution photos of the canvases Caleb tried to install in my lobby, showing the malicious captions. I included a brief note. Hi Sarah, I know Caleb is currently in talks with your gallery. As his brother, I thought you should see the kind of guerrilla marketing work he tries to push into private residential buildings without consent or permits. Best of luck with your upcoming season. She replied 2 hours later. Hi Liam. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. We have a strict ethics policy regarding unpermitted installations. This crosses a major professional line. We will not be moving forward with his portfolio. Strike 1. I checked his commercial lease. Remember the second studio he leased for his grand expansion? He defaulted on the loan for? I discovered which Arts District commercial building Caleb was renting through some basic online sleuthing and a boastful Instagram post months earlier. I didn't call his landlord, too obvious. Instead, I called a friend who was a senior analyst for a large commercial real estate firm in that neighborhood. I bought him a beer, casually mentioned Caleb's business name, and asked if he knew about the building's management, noting that he seemed struggling financially. A friend laughed at his IPA. Oh dude, yeah, that guy's a known mess in the property management group chats. He hasn't paid full rent in 3 months. He's been trying to aggressively renegotiate his lease terms, but he refuses to submit his actual P&L statements. The landlord is just waiting for an excuse to evict him. I said nothing wrong. I didn't order him. I smiled and said, well, I heard from a reliable source his bank is preparing to seize his business assets next week due to loan default. Might want to give the landlord a heads up before the equipment disappears. My friend's eyes widened. Good looking out. Eventually, the property manager was mentioned. 3 days later, the landlord gave Caleb an immediate cure or quit notice. Caleb had no leverage without trust fund collateral. He was locked out of the studio and his equipment held for back rent 2 weeks later. Strike 2. Finally, I took his most valuable possession, his image, his currency. Caleb was a visionary creative entrepreneur. He had 15,000 Instagram followers, featuring aesthetic black and white photos, inspirational quotes about the grind, and carefully filtered behind-the-scenes reels of him pretending to work hard. His feed was a masterclass in curated crap. He released The Art of the Climb, a stylized photo series, a week after losing his studio. The caption was a massive 500-word essay about overcoming adversity, building his business without handouts, fighting a capitalist system that wants to keep creatives down, and pursuing success without compromising his values. It was revolting. Creating a burner account, neither a fake name nor an egg avatar was used. Account name, The Truth About the Climb. After following his page, I waited for peak engagement. Then I struck. I screenshotted his arrogant caption. I posted a side-by-side comparison. Left. His essay on no handouts. Right. A high-quality, redacted scan of my dad's letter, from months earlier. The paragraph where my dad admitted Caleb secretly used our grandfather's trust fund as collateral for his failed business loan. Despite blacking out our last names, trust details, and my dad's signature, the context was clear. Not tagging him, I avoided aggressive hashtags. I left one, devastatingly simple caption, a very curious definition of building without handouts. When you secretly use your family's generational inheritance to fund a failing vanity project. Skip the grind lectures. I then paid $50 to boost the post to his photography hashtag followers. I let the internet shine. Caleb's comments were war zone within 24 hours. Other local photographers, who had struggled and starved to buy their gear, were tearing him apart. They called him a hypocrite, trust fund baby, and fraud. He initially deleted the comments, but they came in too fast. The side-by-side comparison spread to personal stories. Caleb panicked and locked his account at hour 48, making it private. His carefully curated, fake artistic persona was totally shattered locally. Strike 3. Your exit. Fallout was complete. Not heard from again. No angry calls, pretend apologies, or dramatic confrontations. Absolute silence. His name vanished from my building's visitor list. He crashed on a friend's couch after losing his apartment, but the friend kicked him out, according to a mutual acquaintance. However, my parents tried one last desperate move. A formal invitation to dinner at their house arrived in the mail. Just to talk and heal. I considered ignoring it and letting them rot in silence. Some part of me needed closure. I had to look them in the eye one last time as the man I had become, not the boy they had broken. So I went. Only 2 attended. Caleb was gone. The house felt cold and empty, like a family museum. The dining room shone. Mom served roast beef with shaking hands on good china I hadn't seen since a 5-year-old Christmas dinner. Dad poured pricey red wine. It seemed normal after a surreal moment. Sunday dinner was family style. With tears in her eyes, my mom said, "We just want to move forward, Liam. We just want our family back." Eating. I nodded slowly. So do I. Dad cleared his throat, looking tired and older. "We've made mistakes, Liam. Grave mistakes." I stayed silent. Staring at him, I waited. "We let things spiral," he said, avoiding eye contact. "We thought we were helping Caleb. We thought he just needed a little push to get on your level. But we see now. We see how severely that hurt you. And we are sorry." I set my fork down. I regarded him. "Do you really see it? Or are you just sorry that you got caught committing legal fraud and lost your leverage?" He briefly felt defensive before suppressing it. "We're trying, Liam. We want to fix this." Reclining in my chair, my hands covered my stomach. "Good. Because here is exactly how we move forward." They stood, hopeful. "I am not asking for a heartfelt apology," I said eerily calmly. "I am not asking for your affection. I am not even asking for a traditional relationship. What I am asking for, and what I am demanding, is distance." Mom's face fell. "Liam, please." She stopped immediately when I raised my hand. "I have rebuilt everything you tried to strip away from me. I cleaned up the legal mess Caleb left behind. And I did it without raging, without screaming, and without dragging your names through a public courtroom. Because, despite everything, I still have more respect for the concept of this family than you ever had for me." Frozen, they could barely breathe. I stood, adjusting my jacket. "I will see you on major holidays. Maybe, if I feel like it. But I am officially done playing the designated scapegoat. I am done being the emotional punching bag so Caleb can feel better about his failures. From now on, you get access to my life strictly based on how you treat me, not because we share blood. If you cross a line again, you will never see me again. Am I clear?" Mom cried quietly, wiping her eyes with a napkin. My dad gazed at his empty plate, defeated. Only a slight nod. Left the dining room. No embrace. No wave. No, thank you for dinner. Just my hardwood footsteps and the heavy door closing. Quiet. Clean. Final. That was 6 months ago. Since then, my life has been blissfully simple. Jobs are more secure. My depression-era software, Freelance Flow, launched publicly and had 5,000 active signups in 2 months. I incorporated it, hired a few developers, and we're growing slowly. Instagram fakes and flashy marketing are banned. Actual results. Still own penthouse. I celebrated by upgrading the espresso machine to an Italian commercial model. Parental calls have stopped after a polite birthday text. Rumors say they're struggling to pay Caleb's massive commercial debt. Social media is inactive for Caleb. No one in Seattle will hire him anymore, so he moved to Portland and worked minimum wage retail. People, mainly, Chloe, ask me if I regret anything late at night as I watch the city skyline. My revenge may be too harsh. Maybe I should have let go and grown. Absolute truth exists. Bridge wasn't burned. They soaked it in gasoline, lit the match, and expected me to burn. Rebuilding with stolen wood was stopped by me. My parents forged a deed to my $3.5 million estate and brought movers. They didn't know their own lawyer, and the cops were waiting to arrest them. Hey, Reddit, you spend your entire life believing that blood means something, that family is supposed to have your back. Then one day, the biological parents who barely raised you show up with these smug, predatory grins, thinking they've just legally stolen your beloved grandparents' entire $3.5 million legacy right out from under you. They looked me dead in the eye and said I was out by Friday. But let me tell you, the look on their faces when they came back with those movers, only to see exactly who was waiting on the porch to greet them, was absolutely priceless. I'm Ethan, 27 years old, and I never in a million years thought I would be fighting my own flesh and blood over what my grandparents spent a lifetime building. The very moment I graduated with my master's degree in accounting, my absolute first priority was making sure their $3.5 million estate was locked down so tight in an ironclad trust that a nuclear bomb couldn't crack it. Why? Because I had been watching the vultures circle for 2 decades, and those vultures were my mother, my father, and my younger sister. To really understand why I went to such extreme lengths, and why I let them walk right into a felony trap, you need the full backstory. This isn't just about money or real estate. This is about 20 years of manipulation, rampant entitlement, and watching people who were supposed to be family treat the kindest, most generous souls I ever knew like walking ATMs. So, buckle up, because this gets incredibly messy. My grandparents, Arthur and Eleanor, practically raised me from the time I was 6 years old. My biological parents, Richard and Susan, basically dropped me off at their front doorstep in Boston to chase lucrative career opportunities in another state. But honestly, what they were really chasing was a life entirely free from parental responsibility, bouncing effortlessly between one get-rich-quick scheme after another. Every single one of their ventures crashed and burned spectacularly. I still vividly remember the exact day they abandoned me. It was pouring rain. I was 6 years old, standing on the wet pavement of my grandparents' driveway with a tiny blue suitcase and a stuffed dog. My mother was crying these theatrical, entirely fake tears, dabbing her eyes without ruining her makeup, while my father kept impatiently checking his gold watch. "It's just temporary, buddy," he kept saying, patting my head like I was a neighbor's dog. "Just until we get settled in our new executive roles." Those executive roles involved selling some miracle dietary supplement that turned out to be a massive, illegal pyramid scheme. They lost absolutely everything within 8 months. But by then, I was already deeply settled in with Arthur and Eleanor. I was already calling them Grandpa and Grandma. I was already feeling more safe, secure, and at home than I ever had with my actual parents. My childhood home wasn't just any regular house. It was a stunning, massive brownstone in a historic Boston neighborhood, built in 1892. It had the original dark mahogany woodwork, breathtaking stained glass windows in the foyer, and a heavy oak front door that slammed with a satisfying, solid thud. The house had been in Grandpa Arthur's family for 3 generations. His grandfather had been a successful maritime merchant who built it for his growing family. It passed down through the years, each generation meticulously maintaining its original character. But it wasn't just the primary house. There were 3 highly profitable rental properties. My grandparents owned a beautiful duplex in Cambridge and 2 historic row homes in Somerville. Grandpa had bought them back in the late 1970s when Boston real estate was actually affordable. He fixed them up with his own 2 hands and rented them out to working-class families at incredibly reasonable rates. He wasn't trying to squeeze every dime out of his tenants. He just wanted steady, reliable income and to provide decent housing for good people. Those 3 properties alone were worth roughly $950,000 today. Then there were the investments. Grandpa Arthur had worked for 45 years as a senior accountant at a major logistics firm. He lived modestly, drove a 10-year-old sedan, and saved aggressively. He methodically pumped money into index funds, municipal bonds, and blue-chip stocks. Nothing flashy, nothing high risk, just solid, boring, steady growth over 4 decades. By the time I came to live with them, their investment portfolio was worth over $1.2 million, add in the brownstone, and altogether, the estate was sitting at around $3.5 million. It was no small change. But for me, I swear to you, it was never about the money. That brownstone was my sanctuary. It was where I actually learned what a real family felt like. Every single morning, I would wake up to the smell of Grandma Eleanor's baking. She had a strict rotation. Blueberry scones on Mondays, chocolate chip muffins on Wednesdays, and fresh cinnamon rolls on Fridays. "Rise and shine, my little numbers guy," she would call out from the kitchen, long before I ever dreamed of becoming an accountant myself. Grandpa Arthur taught me how to fish at the local reservoir with endless, unbreakable patience. Even when I was 7 and kept tangling the fishing line into a bird's nest, or when I accidentally kicked the bait bucket into the water, he would just let out a booming laugh, untangle the mess, and show me how to cast again. "Patience, Ethan," he would say, putting his rough hand on my shoulder. "Good things come to those who wait. Fish, careers, the right partner. Rushing only causes mistakes." Sunday mornings were absolutely sacred in that house. Grandma would make this massive, elaborate breakfast, spread eggs, thick-cut bacon, homemade biscuits, and fresh fruit. We would sit around the grand dining room table for hours, just talking. We discussed current events, history, and what I was learning in school. They treated me like an intellectual equal. They never talked down to me. They were genuinely interested in my opinions, even when I was just an 8-year-old rambling about dinosaurs. From them, I learned the core values that shaped my entire existence: honesty, brutal hard work, personal responsibility, and integrity. Grandpa always looked me in the eye and said, "Your word is your absolute bond, Ethan. Break it, and you lose something no amount of money can ever buy back." He lived and breathed that principle. If he told a tenant he would fix a leaky pipe on Tuesday, he was under their sink with a wrench on Tuesday morning. Rain or shine. Grandma Eleanor always pushed hard for education and financial independence. A person must always be able to stand on their own 2 feet, she would tell me while teaching me how to balance a physical checkbook at age 10. She had grown up poor, watched her own parents struggle through brutal recessions, and was absolutely determined that I would have the financial literacy to survive anything life threw at me. Little did I know just how prophetic those lessons would turn out to be. My relationship with my biological parents, Richard and Susan, and my younger sister, Chloe, was toxic at best. Actually, toxic is too generous. It was entirely transactional. They were basically non-existent ghosts in my life, except for when they desperately wanted something. They would show up unannounced maybe twice a year, usually around Christmas when expensive gifts were expected, or randomly in the summer when they had inevitably gone broke and needed a cash bailout. I learned to recognize their sickening pattern by the time I was 12. Dad would call the house a few days ahead of time, suddenly acting incredibly interested in how I was doing, asking about my middle school grades, and playing the role of a devoted father. Then, they would arrive at the brownstone with these massive, fake smiles and elaborate, rehearsed stories about whatever new business venture they were involved in. Every single visit followed the exact same tired script. First came the over-the-top, suffocating affection hugs that lasted way too long, hollow compliments about how tall I was getting, and questions about my life that they didn't actually listen to the answers for. Then came the casual, probing observations about the estate. "Wow, Dad, the neighborhood has really gentrified. This house must be worth a fortune now," my father would say, eyeing the mahogany trim. Or my mother would casually ask, "So, Arthur, how are those municipal bonds performing in this market?" This would always culminate in some teary-eyed, dramatic story about unexpected, catastrophic expenses. Their leased luxury SUV broke down. There were sudden medical bills from some mysterious, undiagnosable ailment. Or, the classic, and once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity that just needed a little seed capital to explode into millions. It was always something. It was always urgent. And it always required Grandpa to write a check right that second. And the requests for loans? They were never, ever, repaid. Not a single dime in 20 years. I distinctly remember one Christmas when I was 14. My father spent the entire holiday dinner cornering Grandpa, aggressively pitching his latest scheme, selling unregulated crypto, mining rigs. He needed $8,000 to buy his initial inventory. "This is it, Pop," he kept saying, leaning over the turkey. "This is the one that's going to make us multi-millionaires. We'll buy you a yacht." Grandpa, looking exhausted, gave him $5,000 just to get him to stop talking and leave. By April, the company had been raided by the feds for operating a Ponzi scheme. My father never once mentioned paying Grandpa back. When I angrily asked Grandpa about it a few years later, he just sighed and shook his head. "Some lessons cost money to learn, Ethan. I learned a long time ago that my son is allergic to both hard work and reality." My parents lived wildly beyond their means, constantly chasing that one massive score. My dad drove a leased BMW he absolutely couldn't afford the payments on. My mom wore designer clothes and carried authentic Prada bags, all financed by high-interest credit cards they were constantly defaulting on. They rented a flashy townhouse in a high-end suburb of Chicago and blatantly lied to their friends, claiming they owned it outright. My sister, Chloe, who is 6 years younger than me, grew up exclusively in their care. She watched them grift, lie, and manipulate, and she absorbed every single horrible trait like a sponge. By the time she was a teenager, she was a masterclass in weaponized entitlement, combining my father's arrogance with my mother's fake crying manipulation. She was a nightmare. I remember one specific incident when she was 16 and I was 22, home from college for Thanksgiving break. Grandma Eleanor had these beautiful antique silver brooches that her mother had given her. They weren't worth millions, but they were priceless family heirlooms. Chloe secretly stole 4 of them from Grandma's jewelry box during dinner, pawned them the very next day for $400, and used the cash to buy VIP concert tickets for her and her deadbeat boyfriend. When Grandma noticed they were missing, and frantically asked the family about it, Chloe immediately burst into hysterical tears. She looked right at me and said she had seen me snooping around Grandma's bedroom, heavily implying I had stolen them to pay for my college textbooks. My parents immediately jumped to her defense and started screaming at me, calling me an ungrateful thief. They didn't even question her. It was only when the local pawn shop owner called the house because Chloe had been stupid enough to use her real ID and the owner recognized the family name that the truth came out. Did my parents punish her? Did they apologize to me? No. My mother's actual response was, "She's just a teenager, Arthur. Teenagers make mistakes. At least she didn't spend the money on drugs. You're overreacting." Grandpa had to go down and buy his own family heirlooms back from the pawn shop. He paid, like he always paid, but I could see the profound, soul-crushing disappointment in his eyes. The realization that his own son had raised a remorseless, manipulative thief was eating him alive. As my grandparents aged into their late 70s and early 80s, their health began to steeply decline, and the family dynamic shifted from tense to aggressively predatory. I was deep into my college years by then, pursuing my accounting degree, splitting every waking second between grueling classes and helping care for them. And that is exactly when my parents' interest in the estate became blatantly transparent. My father started calling the house constantly, but he never asked how they were feeling. He asked pointed, aggressive questions about their wills, their life insurance policies, and the names of their financial advisors. My mother would constantly email me brochures for cheap, state-run nursing homes, subtly suggesting that the Boston brownstone was simply too much house for them to manage, and that we should sell it immediately and split the proceeds. Every rare visit they made became incredibly stressful. The house would be filled with hushed, whispering conversations between my parents that would abruptly stop the exact second I walked into the room. They were circling. Throughout my entire college career, I excelled academically, entirely fueled by my grandparents' unwavering, absolute support. While other kids on campus were partying, taking gap years, or blowing their parents' money on spring break trips, I was working part-time at a local accounting firm to help cover my own expenses. Grandpa insisted it wasn't necessary, but I saw the physical toll the rising property taxes and exorbitant prescription medication costs were taking on their fixed income. My decision to specialize in forensic accounting and estate management was heavily influenced by something horrifying that happened in our neighborhood. An elderly widow down the street lost her entire life savings when her estranged son manipulated her into signing over a power of attorney, and then completely drained her bank accounts to pay off his gambling debts. The utter helplessness and devastation she experienced haunted me. I swore to God I would understand the law and finances well enough to prevent that exact kind of injustice from ever happening to Arthur and Eleanor. College became an absolute gauntlet as their health rapidly deteriorated. Grandpa Arthur developed severe congestive heart failure that required multiple terrifying surgeries. My father walked down the steps, holding a thick manila folder. "We've handled the situation, Ethan. We went down to the county recorder's office this week. We filed the necessary paperwork. The deed to the house has been officially transferred out of the trust and directly into my name. It's done." My heart skipped a beat, but my brain immediately kicked into forensic accountant mode. "That's legally impossible. I'm the sole trustee. I have to authorize any transfer." Chloe stepped forward, smirking and chewing gum. "Yeah, well, we found a sympathetic judge who reviewed the case and agreed that Grandpa was mentally unfit when he made the trust. The court voided it. Dad is the rightful next of kin. The house is ours. You have until next Friday to pack your crap and get out. We're being generous, giving you 7 days." I got out of the car, my blood running cold. "Show me the court order." "No need," my father said, quickly pulling the folder back against his chest. "You'll get the official copies in the mail. We're being very reasonable here, Ethan. You can take your clothes and your personal computer, but all the antique furniture, the artwork, and the appliances stay. They belong to the house." "You are completely out of your minds," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "You can't just magically forge documents and steal a property." My mother gasped, placing a hand over her chest in mock offense. "Forge? How dare you accuse us of a crime? Everything was done legally and filed with the city." The county clerk stamped it herself. "Be out by Friday, Ethan. Or we'll have the sheriff forcibly remove you." They got into my dad's leased car and drove off, leaving me standing on the sidewalk. I immediately pulled out my phone and called Sarah. I explained exactly what happened. She went dead silent on the phone. Ethan, she said seriously. They can physically hand a piece of paper to a clerk and get it stamped if the clerk isn't paying attention. That doesn't make it a legal transfer, but it does cloud the title. I need to see exactly what they filed. Be at the county recorder's office at 8 a.m. on Monday. That weekend was pure psychological torture. I barely slept. I paced the hardwood floors of the brownstone, running through every horrible scenario. Had they bribed a judge? Had they found some obscure legal loophole? I called Marcus, who immediately drove over. They forged it, man, Marcus said, looking at the ceiling as he lay on my living room rug. There is no judge. There is no court order. They either forged your signature as the trustee, or they forged a fake deed from your grandparents predating the trust. Either way, it's massive, federal-level fraud. Monday morning, I was standing outside the county recorder's office before the doors even unlocked. Sarah met me there, holding her briefcase like a weapon. We went straight to the clerk's desk and requested the property records for the brownstone. The clerk typed away at her computer, frowned, and printed out a 5-page document. Sarah and I stared at it. It was a quitclaim deed. It purported to transfer the title of the property from the Arthur and Eleanor Estate Trust directly to Richard Bennett, and at the bottom of the page, supposedly authorizing the transfer, was my signature. Except it wasn't my signature. It wasn't even a good forgery. It looked like someone had tried to copy my signature from an old birthday card while driving over a pothole. Furthermore, the document had a notary stamp on it from a notary public, located in a completely different county. This is a blatant, amateur forgery, Sarah said, her voice dripping with venom. She looked at the clerk. Who accepted this filing? The clerk looked terrified. Ma'am, we just process the paperwork. We aren't handwriting experts. If it has a notary stamp, we file it. If it's fraudulent, you have to take it up with the courts. I felt a massive wave of relief wash over me, quickly followed by a burning, white-hot rage. My parents had literally forged my legal signature to steal a $2 million house. Sarah immediately sprang into action. Okay, they've just committed multiple first-degree felonies, forgery, uttering a forged instrument, real estate fraud, and criminal conspiracy. We are going to crush them. But we aren't going to tell them we know. We are going to let them walk right into their own trap. By Tuesday afternoon, Sarah had filed an emergency injunction with the civil court to freeze the title, preventing my parents from taking out any massive loans against the house. Then, Marcus and I went straight to the Boston Police Department's Financial Crimes Division. We sat down with 2 seasoned detectives and laid out the entire mountain of evidence, the original trust documents, my actual, notarized signature for comparison, bank records proving no money ever changed hands. The detectives took one look at the forged quitclaim deed and shook their heads in disgust. They actually filed this with the county? Detective Miller asked, looking at me like my parents were the dumbest criminals on earth. They left a paper trail, a mile wide. They told me they're coming this Friday with movers to physically kick me out, I told the detectives. Detective Miller smiled, a cold, hard smile. Well then, I think we should be there to help them move. Thursday night, I didn't sleep a wink. I was running on pure adrenaline and black coffee. Friday morning arrived, the deadline my parents had given me to vacate my own home. At 7:30 a.m., Sarah and Marcus arrived at the brownstone. They were both wearing sharp, professional suits and carrying briefcases filled with the real trust documents, the emergency injunction, and the police reports. At 8:15 a.m., an unmarked police cruiser pulled into my back alley. Detectives Miller and Hayes stepped out, wearing plain clothes, but with their badges clearly visible on their belts. We all sat in the grand living room, drinking coffee in absolute silence, waiting for the trap to spring. At exactly 9 a.m., a massive, commercial moving truck rumbled down the historic street and parked illegally right in front of the house. Right behind it pulled up my father's leased BMW. My parents and Chloe stepped out of the car. They were practically skipping up the front walkway. My father was holding a clipboard, looking like he owned the entire city. My mother was pointing at the front windows, probably telling Chloe which drapes they were going to tear down first. 3 burly movers hopped out of the truck, looking confused as to why they were doing an eviction on a Friday morning. I took a deep breath, unlocked the heavy oak front door, and stepped out onto the porch. Morning, Ethan. My father boomed, clapping his hands together. I see you haven't packed a damn thing. I told you, if you didn't pack, the movers were going to put your stuff in garbage bags on the curb. Time's up, kid. I'm not leaving, Richard, I said, leaning against the doorframe. Chloe rolled her eyes, pushing past her father. God, you are so annoying. Dad, just call the cops and have him trespassed. We have the deed. Actually, a voice said from behind me. Sarah stepped out onto the porch, followed immediately by Marcus. My father's confident smirk instantly vanished. He recognized Sarah from the trust reading. "What the hell is this?" my father demanded, taking a step back. "Who are these people?" "I am the attorney representing the Arthur and Eleanor Estate Trust," Sarah said crisply, her voice cutting through the morning air like a knife. "And this is Mr. Marcus Vance, Ethan's civil litigation attorney. We are here to inform you that the quitclaim deed you fraudulently filed on Monday has been legally frozen by a judge." My mother's face went completely ashen. She clutched my father's arm. "Richard. You're lying," my father yelled, trying to regain his bravado. "That deed is legal. I had it notarized. The house is mine." Marcus stepped forward, holding up a blown-up, laminated copy of the forged deed. "You forged his signature, Richard. Badly, I might add. The notary stamp you used belongs to a woman whose license expired 3 years ago. You committed real estate fraud, forgery, and conspiracy." The three movers, realizing they were standing in the middle of a massive legal catastrophe, didn't say a word. They just slowly backed down the steps, got into their truck, and drove away. "Smart guys." Chloe started to panic. "Dad, you said this was legal. You said the lawyer you talked to said it was fine." "Shut up, Chloe," my father snapped, sweat visibly forming on his forehead. He pointed at me. "You can't prove anything. You think a judge is going to side with a greedy kid over a father claiming his rightful inheritance? I'll sue you for defamation." That was the cue. Detectives Miller and Hayes stepped out onto the porch from the hallway. They let their jackets fall open, revealing their badges and sidearms. "Richard Bennett?" Detective Miller asked, his voice low and authoritative. My father literally stumbled backward, almost tripping over a potted plant. Who are you?" "Cell. Boston Police Department, Financial Crimes Unit," Miller said, walking down the steps to stand face to face with my parents. "We've reviewed the documents you filed with the county clerk. We've also confirmed that the notary stamp you used was manufactured at a custom stamp shop in Chicago last week, paid for with your credit card." My mother let out a loud, terrifying shriek and instantly started hyperventilating. "It was his idea," she screamed, violently pointing at my father. "I told him not to do it. He made me go to the clerk's office. I'm innocent." It took exactly 4 seconds for the loving family facade to completely disintegrate into a vicious, backstabbing frenzy. "You crazy bitch, you signed the fake notary log," my father roared back at her. But then came the ultimate, mind-blowing twist. The twist that still makes me shake my head in pure disbelief. Chloe, realizing that she was standing right next to 2 people about to be arrested for multiple felonies, pulled her phone out of her pocket. Her hands were shaking so violently she almost dropped it. "Officers," Chloe yelled, her voice cracking. "Officers, I have proof. I have proof they did it." Everyone on the porch froze. We all stared at my 21-year-old sister. "Chloe, what the hell are you doing?" my father hissed, his eyes wide with absolute terror. Chloe ignored him, looking desperately at Detective Miller. "Look, I knew they were doing something shady. I didn't want to go to jail. So I recorded them." She tapped her screen, turned the volume all the way up, and hit play. Clear as day, echoing across the quiet Boston street, was the audio of my parents sitting in their hotel room 3 days prior. Dad's voice. "Just practice the signature a few more times, Susan. It doesn't have to be perfect, the clerk won't check." Mom's voice. "What if Ethan checks the county records?" Dad's voice. "He won't. By the time he figures it out, we'll have taken out a massive home equity loan against the house and transferred the cash to the offshore account. We'll be gone." My jaw practically hit the floor. Marcus let out a low whistle. Sarah looked like she had just witnessed a miracle. My sister had secretly recorded them plotting the forgery, likely planning to use the audio to blackmail them for a cut of the money later. But the second she saw the badges, she threw them directly under the bus to save her own skin. My father looked at Chloe like he wanted to murder her. "You little rat," he whispered. Detective Hayes pulled out his handcuffs. "Richard and Susan Bennett, you are under arrest for forgery, uttering a forged instrument, conspiracy to commit fraud, and attempted grand larceny." Watching my parents get handcuffed on the exact same porch where they had abandoned me 21 years earlier was a surreal, out-of-body experience. My mother was hysterically crying, begging me to tell the cops it was a misunderstanding. My father was screaming profanities, threatening to kill me, threatening to kill Chloe, threatening to sue the police department. Chloe just stood there, crying fake tears, trying to look like the innocent victim. Detective Miller gently took her phone as evidence, and informed her that while she wasn't being arrested today, she was absolutely a person of interest and was forbidden from leaving the state. As they shoved my parents into the back of the cruiser, my father pressed his face against the glass, glaring at me with pure, unadulterated venom. I didn't say a word. I just raised my hand and gave him a small, polite wave goodbye. The legal aftermath was swift and utterly devastating for them. Because of the audio recording Chloe provided, my parents' cheap defense attorney begged for a plea deal. The evidence was insurmountable. They had manufactured a fake notary stamp, forged a signature on a legal deed, and attempted to steal a $2 million asset. Last month, a judge sentenced both Richard and Susan to 4 years in a state penitentiary, plus massive financial restitution for the legal fees they forced the trust to incur. The judge was absolutely merciless during sentencing, stating that their attempt to steal their own son's inheritance, after abandoning him as a child, demonstrated a profound, irredeemable moral bankruptcy. Chloe wasn't charged with the forgery, but she is currently under investigation by the IRS because the police found evidence of her pawning stolen goods, again on her phone, while searching it for the audio file. She tried to call me once, sobbing, begging to move into one of the rental properties because she was broke and her boyfriend dumped her. I blocked her number. Living alone in this massive brownstone was deafeningly quiet at first. Everywhere I look, I see Arthur and Eleanor. I see Grandpa, in his favorite leather armchair by the fireplace. I smell Grandma's blueberry muffins in the kitchen. For a while, the survivor's guilt ate at me. But I realized that sitting in an empty house hoarding wealth wasn't what they taught me. 2 weeks ago, using a portion of the investment portfolio dividends, I formally established the Arthur and Eleanor Bennett Memorial Foundation. It's a fully funded scholarship program at my university, specifically designed to pay the tuition for students who grew up in the foster care system or who were abandoned by their parents, and who want to study financial law or accounting. I'm making sure that what my grandparents did for me, their legacy of saving a kid who had nothing, continues forever. I was sitting on the porch yesterday, drinking my morning coffee, watching the neighborhood wake up. The same porch where I was abandoned. The same porch where I watched my parents get hauled away in handcuffs. And for the first time in my entire life, I felt completely, utterly safe. They tried to break me. They tried to steal the only home I ever knew, but they forgot one crucial thing. Arthur and Eleanor raised me. And they raised me to be a fortress. My dad yelled I gave the family nothing. I cut my sister's $110,000 tuition, repoed brother's car and foreclosed their house FM soul. I am a 31-year-old guy, and I have always been the quiet one. I was the responsible son, the guy who never forgot a birthday, the one who sent expensive floral arrangements on Mother's Day, and the one who quietly picked up the slack when nobody else in the house even noticed that the roof was caving in. But I certainly didn't grow up thinking I was going to become the sole financial backbone of a family that constantly, relentlessly made me feel like I was completely disposable. That realization didn't happen overnight. It happened slowly, almost silently, like a slow water leak under the floorboards that you completely ignore until the day the entire floor caves in and takes you down with it. Growing up, I was the classic, invisible middle child. My older brother, Connor, now 34, was the undisputed golden boy of the house. He was the varsity football captain, the charming, loud, charismatic guy who always had a crowd of admirers and enablers hovering around him. My younger sister, Chloe, now 22, was the absolute princess of the family from the exact second she was born. My parents treated her like royalty, shielding her from every consequence and spoiling her rotten. And then there was me. I was the kid who got solid B+ grades, kept his room clean, never got into trouble, and was constantly told by my parents that I just wasn't living up to my potential, or that I lacked Connor's natural drive. Honestly, I didn't mind it back then. I really didn't. I liked the quiet. I kept my head down, studied hard, managed to scrape together a partial academic scholarship, moved out the second I turned 18, and eventually started my own small B2B software firm. Getting that company off the ground was a nightmare. By some absolute miracle, the business took off, but only after 4 grueling, miserable years of eating nothing but 50-cent instant ramen, working 18-hour days until my eyes bled, and getting humiliatingly ghosted by almost every single angel investor I pitched my heart out to. The funniest, most ironic part of all of this? When I was starving, living in a freezing studio apartment with a broken radiator, and begging for a small $500 loan just to keep my servers running, my family was dead silent. My dad told me to get a real job. Connor laughed at me. Chloe didn't even know what I did for a living. But the very second my company landed its first major enterprise contract and the real money started rolling into my bank account, that is exactly when I magically became family again. It started so incredibly small that I didn't even recognize the trap I was walking into. First, my dad called me up, acting super casual, and asked if I could just help cover the last few months of Connor's new SUV payments, just until he gets his promotion at the firm, my dad promised. Connor's payments were $800 a month. I paid them. The promotion never happened, but I kept paying. Then came Chloe's private university tuition. She absolutely refused to go to a state school, And my parents' financial aid packages didn't cover even a fraction of the exorbitant out-of-state costs. So, I stepped in. I paid the $110,000 for her first 3 years. I paid for her textbooks. I paid for her meal plans. Then my mom desperately needed help with emergency roof repairs on the main house. Then the heating system completely failed and needed replacing. Then, suddenly, it was the massive, luxury kitchen remodel she had always dreamed of since she was a little girl. Before I could even process what was happening, I was fully funding the lifestyles of 3 separate households. I was paying thousands of dollars a month, and I was still getting casual, entitled text messages from Connor like, "Hey man, can you Venmo me $300 for groceries and some beers this weekend?" At first, I honestly didn't mind. I was genuinely grateful that I had finally reached a place in my life where I could help my family. I even somehow convinced my own brain that I was building something meaningful. A legacy, maybe. I figured that one day, when I was old, I'd be able to look back at my life and say, I made the world better for the people I loved. But there was something about the exact way they treated my money that started to rot me from the inside out. They treated my financial support like it was a God-given right. Like it was something I inherently owed them simply for the privilege of sharing their last name. They acted like I wasn't doing anything special at all. The absolute lack of basic gratitude started eating away at my sanity. Last Thanksgiving was the massive, undeniable turning point. I decided to host the family dinner. I didn't do it because I wanted to show off my wealth, but simply because I had finally purchased a beautiful, spacious home that was actually big enough to seat our entire extended family comfortably. I went all out. I hired a private catering company to cook a massive feast. I hired cleaners beforehand, and I even spent $3,000 setting up a gorgeous custom stone fire pit in the backyard just so my dad could roast marshmallows like he always talked about wanting to do. The day of the dinner arrived. Not a single person offered to help me set up. Not one. Halfway through the meal, Connor stood up, clinked his incredibly expensive crystal wine glass that I bought, and made a grand, sweeping toast. He spent 10 straight minutes talking about how incredibly lucky we are to have each other, how strong our family bond is, and how family always comes through in the clutch. He never once looked at me. He never once mentioned the fact that I had entirely paid for the roof over his head, the car in his driveway, and the $150 a plate catered food he was currently chewing. Chloe had brought her new, arrogant frat boy boyfriend. She barely looked up from her iPhone the entire night, except to complain that the catered mashed potatoes had too much garlic. And my dad? He spent the entire evening sitting by the fire pit I built for him, loudly complaining to my uncles about how things were so much tougher in his day, and how kids nowadays, like Liam, have it so incredibly easy with their little computer jobs. I swallowed all of the disrespect with a tight, polite smile. I nodded. I poured more wine, but inside my chest, I was already packing my bags. I was already pulling away. Then came the infamous Tuesday night that completely unraveled a decade of financial abuse. It was a random Tuesday, maybe 2 full months after that Thanksgiving disaster. I had just finished an absolutely brutal 10-hour strategy meeting with my dev team. I was exhausted, nursing a migraine, and I just wanted to sleep. I walked into my house, dropped my keys on the counter, and saw the blinking red light of my answering machine. It was a voice message from my dad. I hit play. His voice was clipped, tired, and incredibly sharp. It was that specific, condescending tone only a disappointed father knows how to weaponize. He said, "Liam, Connor told me you declined his credit card charge at the dealership today. I don't know what your problem is lately. All you ever do is take. You've never given this family anything worth remembering. If you had an ounce of actual pride, you'd stop acting like we owe you a parade for every little penny, and you'd just leave us alone." It completely stunned me. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it physically knocked the wind out of me. For a split second, I actually thought I had misheard the recording. My brain couldn't process the gaslighting. So, I hit the button and played it again. All you do is take. I didn't scream. I didn't smash a glass against the wall. I didn't angrily dial his number to pick a fight. I just stood perfectly still in the dark kitchen and stared at the blinking red light of the machine for a very long time. Then, I slowly walked over to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of my living room and looked out at the glittering city skyline that I had sacrificed my 20s to be able to afford. Something deep inside my chest gave out. It didn't explode. It just quietly snapped, like a rusty, overused hinge finally giving way under thousands of pounds of pressure. I walked upstairs, pulled my suitcase out of the closet, and packed a bag right then and there. I didn't write a dramatic, tear-soaked goodbye letter. I didn't make a grand announcement in the family WhatsApp group. I simply opened my laptop, logged into my banking portals, and systematically destroyed their safety nets. I canceled the auto draft for Connor's SUV. I logged into the university portal and permanently removed my credit card from Chloe's tuition payment plan. I paused the massive monthly transfer that covered my parents' mortgage and their luxury car leases. I sent a brief, one-sentence email to my personal assistant instructing her to permanently decline any and all incoming payment requests, invoices, or calls tied to my family members. It was a clean, surgical, and completely silent break. 3 full days went by. Then a week. Absolute radio silence. No one called to check on me. No one texted to ask how my week was going. It took them almost a full month to even notice that I existed, and they only noticed because the money stopped flowing. Chloe was the very first one to hit the wall. She called me frantically late on a Friday night. I let it go to voicemail, but she immediately called back twice. I finally answered. Her voice was shaky, high-pitched, and laced with that fake, casual tone people use when they are trying incredibly hard not to sound desperate. Liam. Hey. Oh my god, so weird. I just logged into the university financial portal to check my schedule, and it says my tuition didn't go through this month? It's saying I'm going to be dropped from my classes. Did something happen with the bank account on your end? I could hear the frantic, suffocating panic she was trying to smother under her fake sweet voice. I didn't say a word. I hung up the phone. Then, I typed out a single text message and hit send. I thought I never gave this family anything worth remembering. Figure it out. No follow-up. No long, drawn-out explanation. No emojis. Just that one sentence. She didn't respond to the text. But within 45 minutes, my phone absolutely exploded. I had 6 missed calls from my mom, 4 frantic calls from Connor, and 2 from a random local number I didn't recognize. Finally, a voicemail from my dad popped up. It was hilarious in the darkest, most twisted way possible. I listened to it while pouring myself a glass of bourbon. Liam, pick up the damn phone. We need to talk right now. Whatever this little temper tantrum stunt is, it's not funny anymore. Your sister's entire academic future is on the line, and Connor's bank is threatening him. Call me back and fix this. Notice what was missing? There was no apology. There was no, I'm sorry for what I said. There was no concern for my well-being. It was just absolute, unyielding demands. It was that same old, tired tone that screamed, you are an ATM, and you owe us your life. That weekend, I booked a first-class ticket and flew to Austin, Texas. I had never been there before, but I desperately needed to be somewhere hot, loud, and far enough away to feel like I had completely escaped their gravitational pull. I rented a secluded, gorgeous cabin out in the hill country. I slept for 14 hours straight, the best, deepest sleep I had experienced in over a decade. For the first time in my adult life, I completely ignored my email. I didn't open a single text message. I just let the world spin on its axis without me there to hold it up. And back home? That is exactly where their entire fake, luxurious world started violently falling apart. Update 1. While I was sitting on a porch in Texas drinking iced tea, the dominoes were falling hard. Chloe's prestigious university sent her an official notice of pending administrative withdrawal due to severe non-payment. Connor's luxury SUV, which he was already 3 months behind on without my help, was aggressively repossessed from his office parking lot in front of all his coworkers. My parents' massive mortgage payment bounced hard, incurring severe penalty fees. Just like that, the pristine, upper-middle-class foundation they had built entirely on my silent suffering cracked wide open for the whole world to see. Naturally, they didn't self-reflect. Instead, they immediately started reaching out to our entire extended family, frantically spinning their own twisted version of events. They told my aunts, uncles, and grandparents that I had suffered some kind of massive mental breakdown, that I had cruelly cut them off out of nowhere, and that I had abandoned my family responsibilities. But the funny thing about truth is that you can't easily rewrite a story when too many people have already seen the raw footage. A few of my cousins, the ones who actually paid attention, knew the reality. They had watched the sickening pattern of financial abuse for years. I got a long text message from one of my cousins, Sarah, my mom's niece. She wrote, "Hey Liam, your mom is calling everyone crying, saying you lost your mind. I just want you to know that I don't believe a word of it. I've always admired how incredibly patient you are with them, but honestly, I am so damn glad you finally stopped being their infinite safety net. Take care of yourself. Let them burn." That message hit me much harder than I expected. My eyes actually watered a bit reading it. Because the absolute truth was, I didn't start this wanting malicious revenge. I just wanted peace. I wanted to be left alone. Small white sign, aggressively staked into the perfectly manicured front lawn. Notice of foreclosure. Auction today. No trespassing. I finally got out of the car, shoved my hands deep into my jacket pockets, and walked slowly up the massive concrete driveway. The heavy oak front door was already propped open. Marcus was standing inside the foyer, speaking in hushed tones with the county auction representative, a stern, middle-aged woman holding a thick clipboard and wearing a no-nonsense expression. Marcus nodded respectfully when he saw me walk in. "You really don't have to be here for this part, Liam," he said gently, knowing the emotional toll this could take. "I want to be," I replied quietly. And I truly did. I wasn't there to gloat. I wasn't there for the cruel spectacle of it all. I was there because this massive, pivotal moment in my life deserved a witness. I needed someone myself to see it, to feel the weight of it, and to make absolutely sure it didn't just quietly slip by like every other boundary I had allowed them to trample over the years. I walked through the massive, vaulted living room slowly, my footsteps echoing off the walls, as if I were trying to absorb the entire history of the room one last time. I saw the deep dent in the expensive hardwood floor from when Connor threw a heavy baseball inside the house and blamed me for it. I saw the faded, faint pink stain on the expensive Persian rug where Chloe had spilled an entire bottle of nail polish and screamed until my mom punished me for distracting her. I stared at the massive corkboard wall in the hallway where my parents used to proudly pin up report cards, football medals, and drawings until they quietly, subtly stopped adding any of mine around the time I turned 12. It was deeply unsettling how little of my own existence I saw reflected in this house. It was like I had been a literal ghost haunting my own family's story. I stepped into the massive luxury kitchen next. That room hit me the hardest. I vividly remembered the late nights I spent completely alone, scrubbing massive piles of greasy pots and pans while my mom pretended not to hear my dad drunkenly ranting in the other room. I remembered the exact smell of burnt pies. And now? It was just a kitchen. It was just a hollow box of drywall, marble countertops, and forgotten, unappreciated effort. There was a large, framed photograph still sitting on the center island counter. It was a picture of the entire family, taken 2 Christmases ago at my absolute expense. I remembered paying the $800 photographer's deposit. I remembered paying for the ridiculous matching outfits my mom insisted everyone wear. And I vividly remembered the sickening feeling in my gut when I saw that they had literally cropped me out of the photo when they posted it online to their friends. I picked up the heavy silver frame, looked at their smiling, fake faces for one long, silent moment, and then calmly turned it face down on the cold marble. By noon, a few cars had started to arrive outside. There were a couple of serious, sharp-looking real estate investors, some incredibly nosy neighbors whispering on the sidewalk, and then, finally, my family arrived. They pulled up in my dad's old, beat-up Chevy truck. Since their luxury cars were gone, they were all packed into the cab like some kind of twisted, miserable family road trip. Chloe got out first. Her face was completely blotchy, her eyes red-rimmed and swollen behind massive, oversized designer sunglasses. Connor followed her, heavily scowling, his jaw clenched tight. He was clearly just there to play the tough guy enforcer. And then my parents stepped out. My mom looked incredibly worn down. She looked 10 years older than the last time I had seen her at Thanksgiving. The fake country club shine had been completely scrubbed off her. My dad? Well, he still stubbornly walked like he thought he owned the very ground he stepped on. He spotted me standing on the porch instantly. "Liam," he barked, his voice low, gravelly, and bristling with pure rage. "We need to talk. Right now." I didn't move an inch. I stood my ground on the top step. He aggressively strode up the walkway. Connor stepped right up behind him, looming like a shadow trying to intimidate me. "You're really going through with this?" My dad sneered, gesturing wildly at the foreclosure sign. "You're going to publicly humiliate your own blood family in front of the whole neighborhood? Over what, Liam? Exactly what? Some perceived, tiny slight because your feelings got hurt?" I looked him dead in the eye for the first time in over a decade. I didn't flinch. I didn't shake. "It's not a slight," I said, my voice eerily calm and steady. "It's a decade-long pattern of abuse, and it officially ends today. You ungrateful little piece of," he started to shout, taking a threatening step forward. I immediately raised a hand, stopping him dead in his tracks. "Don't. Just don't even try it. You have zero leverage here." Chloe practically ran up to join them, her voice cracking in a hysterical, theatrical sob. "Liam, please, I'm going to lose my housing. I've had to drop 3 of my classes already because the school locked my portal. Why are you doing this to us? What did we do to deserve this?" I slowly turned to face her. "I paid for your first 3 entire years of college, Chloe. I paid every single tuition bill. I bought every single textbook. I paid your rent. You never once said thank you. Not a single time. Instead, you let them convince you that I was the problem. And then, I pulled my phone out of my pocket and tapped the screen. You went online. You posted to thousands of strangers that I was an unstable, abusive monster. You actively lied to innocent people to scam them out of money. And now you're standing on this lawn demanding my sympathy?" Her face completely crumpled, She buried her face in her hands and started sobbing for real. My mom finally stepped forward, her hands shaking violently. "We are a family, Liam," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "Families simply do not do this to each other. You forgive." "No," I replied, my voice dropping to a whisper so cold it practically froze the air between us. "Real families don't take like this. You took absolutely everything from me. You took my time, my youth, my money, my trust, and my sanity, and the exact second I finally stopped bleeding myself dry to give to you, you called me useless. You told me I never gave you anything." The county auctioneer's sharp, professional voice suddenly rang out from the porch, cutting through the heavy, suffocating tension. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will officially begin the bidding for this property in exactly 2 minutes. Please have your proof of funds ready." My dad looked around frantically at the investors gathering on the lawn. He suddenly looked incredibly small. The arrogant bravado completely evaporated from his eyes. He was suddenly just an old broke man who had pushed his only reliable son far beyond the breaking point. "Liam, please. You can't do this," my dad whispered, his voice finally breaking. "You wouldn't even have the money to buy this debt if it weren't for the work ethic I instilled in you." I actually smiled at that. The pure delusion was staggering. "You're absolutely right," I said softly. "You taught me everything I need to know about ruthless business. So, I'm taking my investment back." They stood there, completely rooted to the concrete driveway, utterly helpless for the first time in their entire privileged lives. I turned around, walked down the side path, got into my rental car, and drove away without looking in the rearview mirror. The house sold within 20 minutes. A wealthy, retired couple from out of state, looking for a large property near their grandkids, bought it in a massive cash bid. They outbid the local flippers instantly. The debt was fully cleared. I signed the final transfer paperwork with Marcus later that afternoon, handed over the legal rights, and completely closed that chapter of my life forever. 3 weeks later, the massive moving trucks arrived at the house. My parents had desperately tried to fight the eviction in court, claiming they had squatters' rights, but the judge threw it out instantly. The court order was absolute. They had exactly 30 days from the date of the auction sale to vacate the premises, 0 exceptions. They couldn't even afford to pack everything. They just frantically grabbed whatever clothes, jewelry, and small electronics they could fit into Connor's tiny rented apartment and left the rest of their lives in massive, disorganized piles scattered across the empty house. Years and years of hoarded clutter. Boxes of Connor's old, tarnished high school football trophies, broken luxury kitchen appliances my mom had begged for. Forgotten memories. The new owners hired a junk removal company to clear out the mess. One of the movers, a nice guy who knew Marcus, found a dusty, leather-bound journal of mine tucked away in a moldy cardboard box aggressively labeled, "Liam's junk, throw away." Marcus gave it to me. I sat in my new apartment and slowly flipped through the yellowed pages. It was my diary from high school. Every single page was packed full of my naive, desperate teenage goals. Get into a good college. Start a tech business. Buy a big house. Make enough money to take care of my family so Dad will finally be proud of me. It was incredibly funny, in a deeply tragic way, how absolutely none of those dreams ended the way the teenage version of me thought they would. I threw the journal into the fireplace and watched it burn. I told the movers to donate any salvageable furniture to a local women's shelter and to take a sledgehammer to the rest. Sarah, my cousin, was the only family member who helped me close out the final, agonizing details of the estate. She was the only person in our entire bloodline who managed to stay completely neutral through the nuclear fallout, and she was the only one I genuinely trusted. When the final legal document was officially stamped and filed, she came over to my place and hugged me for a very long time. "You did the right thing, Liam," she whispered fiercely into my shoulder. "I know it doesn't feel like a victory yet, but you did the only thing you could do." And she was absolutely right. It didn't feel good in the traditional sense. There was no soaring, cinematic victory music playing in my head. There was no final triumphant confrontation where the villain slow claps and admits defeat. There was just silence. A massive, sharp, echoing silence that slowly, day by day, gave way to a profound sense of peace. I moved permanently shortly after that. I bought a stunning, minimalist industrial loft in a completely different city, 4 states away. It was smaller than my last house, much simpler, but it was 100% mine. There were no secret, hidden bills. There was no crushing, suffocating guilt waiting for me in the voicemails. The frantic calls from my family eventually stopped. The angry, manipulative emails completely dried up once they realized my spam filters were permanently catching them. And over time, even the deep, burning bitterness in my own chest faded into a dull, manageable scar. I didn't actively hate them anymore. I just completely disconnected from them, Like finally taking a pair of heavy shears and cutting the absolute last thread of a frayed, rotting rope that had been violently dragging me underwater for over a decade. One night, about 6 months after the auction, I was sitting out on my high-rise balcony. I was sipping hot tea, feeling the cool city wind on my face, and watching the neon lights flicker in the massive glass building across the street. I thought back to that final, disastrous Thanksgiving. I thought about the arrogant toast Connor had made. I thought about the exact way they had all smiled and laughed together, acting like they were the perfect cast in some wealthy lifestyle commercial, completely and utterly unaware that the financial glue holding their entire universe together was rapidly cracking beneath their feet. And sitting there in the dark, I finally realized something profound. They were never actually a family. Not really. They were a business system. They were a parasitic ecosystem that only functioned properly as long as I stayed completely silent, stayed incredibly useful, and stayed infinitely small. And now? Now they actually had to learn how to stand on their own 2 feet in the real world, without my wallet to catch them when they fell. I got one final message a few months later. It managed to bypass my filters because it came from a brand new, anonymous email address. It was from Chloe. It was extremely short, just 2 sentences. Liam, I don't expect a response to this, and I know you probably hate me. I just wanted to say that I'm working 2 jobs now to pay for community college, and I finally get it. I'm sorry. I read the email twice. I stared at the glowing words on the screen, feeling absolutely nothing but a mild, distant pity. Then, I clicked the archive button and sent it into the void. I didn't reply. Not out of lingering spite, or anger, or malice, but simply because I no longer needed any form of closure from them. I had already violently carved out my own closure with my own 2 bare hands. And for the very first time in my entire 31 years of life, that was more than enough.